The ice god, the son of divine judgment, Xue Xiaoran, has returned to the Douluo Continent after a millennium. He comes back from the divine realm, endowed with unparalleled skills imparted by his elders, and carrying the bonds of friendship with companions such as Tang Wudong. This land remains a realm where martial spirits reign supreme, and strength is revered. Xue Xiaoran is determined to become as formidable as his father. The once radiant moonlight has faded, and the path ahead is entwined with love and hatred, while bitter wine fails to quell the lingering sorrows of affection. Witness how he wields the sword of judgment and holds the frigid ice, stirring a tempest in Douluo as he stands proudly amidst the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1. Celestial Beings. I caught you. A melodious laughter echoed as a little girl gleefully grasped the corner of a boy's garment, refusing to let go. The boy, seemingly resigned, sighed softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. All right, you've won this game of hide and seek. Yay! The boy's previously placid expression softened at the sound of the younger girl's joyous laughter. Since I've won, will you grant me a request? Sure. Speak, Wudong, what is your wish? The boy replied, hands on hips, gazing down at the slightly shorter girl with pastel blue hair, Tang Wudong. Can we skip today's practice? I'm so bored all alone. The boy offered a faint smile, gently brushing aside her flowing locks. His voice, though calm, carried a hint of exasperation. I'd rather not face your father's wrath. Only by growing stronger can I protect what is most dear to me. Upon hearing this, Tang Wudong's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she turned away, pouting. Do you really need to protect me? The boy paused, then chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he waved goodbye to the bashful Tang Wudong and swiftly vanished into the mists, gliding with the steps of a phantom. Ah, you ran away again. Hearing her indignant shout trailing behind him, the boy continued to sprint towards his destination. His ice blue hair shimmered in the sunlight, casting enchanting hues, while clouds drifted across his bright green eyes. The boy's full name was Xue Xiaoran, and he had just turned 10. His father was named Xue Lian, and his mother, Douluo in the decades spent in the divine realm. Apart from playing with his childhood companion Tang Wudong and a few other friends, he was under the tutelage and guidance of various uncles and aunts. This was a pursuit Xue Xiaoran had earnestly requested himself. His ambition was to become as powerful as his father, the ice god, Xue Lian. This seemingly childish aspiration garnered strong support from his father, who leveraged his connections to find a mentor for his son. Xue Xiaoran learned from his mother, Yin, that the instructors his father had chosen were once his closest comrades in life and death. They imparted their lifelong knowledge to Xue Xiaoran, who absorbed it with remarkable speed and innate talent, leaving the uncles and aunts in awe, declaring that the son of Xue Lao was indeed a little prodigy. After an indeterminate passage of time, a series of buildings emerged from the mist as Xue Xiaoran, with a familiar stride, entered one of the exquisitely adorned wooden cabins. Your speed today surpasses that of yesterday, Xiaoran. You have indeed made progress, remarked the tall man, his back turned towards her, his tone imbued with a subtle admiration. This gentleman possessed long, sea-blue hair, cascading over his shoulders, and even from the back, he exuded an undeniable handsomeness. The aura he projected was akin to the calm and gentle embrace of the ocean. You have mastered the Xintian art, the ghostly shadow technique, the Xian Jade hand, the purple extreme demon eye, the crane control and dragon capture technique, and have an understanding of various concealed weapons, yet you struggle to wield them with ease. What do you think is the reason for this? As he turned, his graceful countenance prompted Xue Xiaoran to respectfully clasp her fists and respond, Uncle Tang, I believe it may be due to a lack of practical experience. Tang San smiled faintly, seemingly pleased with her insight. You can discern the root of your issue at a glance. Very well, let us enhance your practical experience. Xue Xiaoran nodded, her azure eyes narrowing slightly, tinged with a hint of purple. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow remained in place as Xue Xiaoran dashed swiftly within the cabin. Simultaneously, 2 hand arrows materialized in her grasp, enveloped in a faint chill, which she promptly hurled forward. Tang San, with an amused smile, did not flinch or evade without even turning his body. He reached out and caught the hand arrow that was mere inches from the back of his head. Upon feeling its temperature, his smile broadened. Undeterred by the effortless interception of her attack, Xue Xiaoran twisted midair, conjuring an array of concealed weapons, casting them forth without even glancing. With the aid of the purple extreme demon eye, the trajectory of each weapon seemed to be etched in her mind, directed unwaveringly towards Tang San. Your technique is becoming increasingly proficient. I trust you no longer feel any pain, he remarked, while casually catching the projectiles aimed at him and placing them neatly upon the wooden table. Moments later, the table was adorned with an assortment of various concealed weapons, all recently cast by Xue Xiaoran. Reporting to Uncle Tang, the original soreness has dissipated after practice, she said, waving her hands to indicate the absence of any lingering effects. Then let us continue. I wish to see how well you have mastered the art of hitting two birds with one stone. Yes, Uncle Tang. You too. Why are you still practicing so late? A woman clad in a pink gown, her long hair styled into a flowing braid, appeared from a side angle. Her delicate, elongated neck was visible, and the gown's fitted waist perfectly accentuated her captivating figure. I could see that moment. The beautiful woman stood with her hands on her hips, casting a discontented glance at the smiling Tang San and the pale-faced Xue Xiaoran, unable to suppress her grievances. Good evening, Aunt Xiao Wu. Xue Xiaoran's voice emerged weakly, as though he had just been retrieved from the depths of a desert, managing a faint smile on his otherwise expressionless face. Honestly, come sit down. Once I finish cooking, you must eat well to replenish your strength, she urged. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Xue Xiaoran replied, as Xiao Wu guided him to the table. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief upon settling into the soft chair. You're truly something else. Sigh. He is just a child, Xiao Wu remarked, though she leaned against Tang San as she walked into the kitchen, a 10 years old. He is no longer a mere child. Tang San chuckled helplessly, stroking Xiao Wu's hair. Do you remember our experiences at that age? Of course. I remember, Xiao Wu said, nestling contentedly in Tang San's embrace. After a long pause, Tang San spoke slowly. It was with tears of trust that Han entrusted Xiaoran to my training. I cannot let his faith in me be in vain. I must ask, why do you and the 8 monsters, along with the 10 elite, train Xiaoran day and night? He is still just a child, Xiao Wu grumbled. Xiaoran's ambitions surpass those of his father. How's that for lofty aspirations? Ah, that is indeed a commendable goal. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Xiaoran is a twin martial soul. Yet it is surprising that the angelic figure, Qian Rinxue, disrupted the rules to bestow upon him an additional supreme martial soul, Tang San mused, suppressing a laugh as he recalled the scene of the martial soul awakening. Truly, he is just like his father in his youth, Tang San remarked with a smile, observing the boy in the living room meditating and practicing the Xintian Gong, alongside a girl with blue-pink hair who was contemplating ways to amuse him. Such a demeanor is worthy of becoming my son-in-law. Chapter 2, Judgment and Azura. Xue Xiaoran concluded a day of rigorous training, stretching luxuriously and facing north in his bedroom, a faint smile gracing his tranquil visage. His father and mother had always resided in the frozen castle of the north, a place that had nurtured his childhood. The ice god, judgment god Xue Xiaoran, along with his mother, the ice queen Dugu Yan, frequently took Xue Xiaoran on excursions, allowing him to mingle with his father's friends and relatives, where the inevitable clinking of wine glasses accompanied their meetings. Xue Xiaoran possessed 2 martial souls, the ultimate ice from his father, Xue Xiaoran, and the ultimate poison from his mother. It appeared that his mother's martial soul had undergone a slight mutation through inheritance. However, upon meeting his father's mentor, the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, it was determined that this mutation was, in fact, a fortuitous development. Although Xue Xiaoran felt a tinge of regret for not inheriting his father's sword, he diligently studied his father's sword techniques. During the ceremony for the awakening of his martial soul, the angelic figure Qian Rinxue, who had been seated with a smile, unexpectedly intervened, bestowing upon him a 3rd martial soul in the presence of many. This soul, named Ultimate Angel, was a pinnacle among angelic martial souls. Consequently, Qian Rinxue weakened for an entire year due to this divine bestowal, absent from the divine realm's meetings during that time. With innate full soul power, Xue Xiaoran found himself unable to obtain a soul ring within the divine realm, igniting a desire to strengthen himself in the mortal realm. The divine realm, after all, felt rather constricted to him. He extended his hand, attempting to touch the bright moon outside his window, as he listened to his uncles and aunts boast among themselves. The words Douluo Continent seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captured his attention. During dinner, he finally learned that both his parents and his relatives hailed from the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, he yearned to witness the splendor of the Douluo Continent that his parents had once experienced. Was the moon there as gentle as that of the divine realm? With a serene smile, Xue Xiaoran tucked himself under the covers, swiftly drifting into slumber, for another day of training awaited him. Tang San observed the young boy before him with a smile, scrutinizing his unassuming features and resolute demeanor. He nodded, and the oppressive aura that had weighed upon Xue Xiaoran vanished without a trace. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Lei Han, and to Yan Jia as well. Tang San mused inwardly. Wiping away the sweat, Xue Xiaoran lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Tang, I find myself struggling a bit. I merely employed soul power at the 15th level to suppress you. It is only natural that you, at the 10th level, would find it challenging. Is that so? It appears I must strive harder. Simultaneously utilizing the breathing techniques imparted by his father and circulating his soul power through the Shintian skill, he gradually dispelled the fatigue within. Tang Sen sensed the boy's stamina returning and nodded approvingly, then clasped his hands behind his back, gazing towards the distant sunlight. Xiaoran, do you recall the rules I taught you regarding the Tang sex techniques? The ancestral teachings of the Tang family state that male disciples must. Slap. Tang Sen gently slapped Xue Xiaoran on the back, eliciting a grimace from him. Who told you that? Xue Xiaoran inquired. What my uncle referred to is the general outline of the Shintian treasure record, correct? No, it pertains to the agreement established between us. Tang Sen replied with a slight smile, his tone unpretentious. Xiaoran, you wish to venture to Douluo Continent for training, am I mistaken? Indeed. Xue Xiaoran rose to his feet, positioning himself behind Tang Sen. In the divine realm, a single day equates to a year in the mortal realm. This is the case across all planes. Over 2 decades have elapsed in the divine realm, while a millennium has passed on Douluo Continent, yet the Tang sect has withered away. Tang San's tone remained calm, and despite the weight of the subject matter, there was no trace of negativity in his voice. After all, the Tang sect was my creation, and it is difficult to accept its demise. As a law enforcer of the divine realm, I cannot interfere with the transformations of a plane. However, it seems a new star has recently emerged on Douluo Continent, intricately connected to my Tang sect. Might I inquire who my uncle is referring to? Upon hearing Tang San's pause, which felt deliberately suspenseful, Xue Xiaoran could not help but ask. That person is you, Xue Xiaoran. Tang San turned with a smile. When I began imparting the Tang sect's ultimate techniques to you a year ago, I discerned that the new star is indeed you. Xue Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe such a claim. Xiaoran, do you recall the agreement we made when I taught you the Tang sect's secret arts? Tang Sen observed Xue Xiaoran's disbelief without irritation, instead shifting the topic. Yes, my uncle and I agreed that when the opportunity arises, I would certainly join the Tang sect. At that time, I was actually testing to see if that new star was you. Tang Sen smiled, gently stroking Xue Xiaoran's icy blue hair. The outcome surprised me and brought me great joy. I never anticipated that the son of my closest brother would be the savior of our sect. I must express my gratitude to Lei Han for giving birth to such a wonderful son. Tang San's praise caused Xue Xiaoran's cheeks to flush slightly. He was unaccustomed to such direct compliments. You wish to descend to the mortal realm, I consent. Your father will surely agree as well. That lovely couple of good and evil has a favorable relationship with us. The previous generation's Shura visited the 5 Elements continent before abdicating and personally participated in the assessment of that couple. They will undoubtedly consent. And there is no reason for destruction and life to impede this. In fact, my precious daughter also wishes to descend and witness the splendor of Douluo Continent. Xue Xiaoran nodded calmly, awaiting Tang San's further words. Since you are to be my precious daughter's betrothed, it is only fitting that you assume the duty of protecting her. Tang San said, leaning closer to Xue Xiaoran, whose sense of pressure compelled him to nod vigorously. I am well aware of Wutong's mischievous nature and her forgetfulness. So unlike you, I shall temporarily seal her memories. Tang San spoke to himself, unperturbed by the fact that only he and Xue Xiaoran were present. Unafraid that their conversation would be overheard by anyone, she would awaken within the confines of the Haotian sect. Yet she would steadfastly regard you as her closest confidant and fiancé, so do not fret about my daughter running off with someone else. Uncle, Xue Xiaoran hesitated, pondering whether such a clandestine plan warranted my awareness. Tang Sen nodded, affirming that in the lower realm, only you could look after Wu Tong. Xue Xiaoran fell into a moment of silence before calmly nodding in acknowledgement of her uncle's words, which she would remember. Xiaoran, both your father and I shall respect all the choices you make. You are approaching the age of 11, and it is time for you to stand on your own. Yes, uncle. In 5 days, I shall escort you and Wu Tong to the Frozen Castle, where you will be sent to the lower realm alongside your parents. 5 days. Xue Xiaoran murmured, astonished at how swiftly this day had arrived. Tang Sen chuckled lightly. Are you perhaps a little impatient? Xue Xiaoran smiled faintly and nodded. Well, Xiaoran, I have no concerns about your character, Tang San remarked, playfully twirling his long hair. You resemble your father in your youth and have inherited Sister Yan's pride. You should thrive in the Douluo Continent. Thanks for the kind words, uncle. Please take good care of my daughter, and do not bully her, otherwise, when you ascend back to the divine realm, I shall make you regret it. Tang San's benevolent smile prompted Xue Xiaoran to nod vigorously. Xiao San, your threats towards my son are rather unbecoming. Do you not fear Yin will complain to Xiao Wu? A clear voice resonated from the air, followed by the appearance of a youth wielding a sword. With ice blue hair and icy purple eyes, he donned a flowing white robe. Upon seeing him, Xue Xiaoran beamed and exclaimed, "Father, you have arrived." The newcomer was the Judgment Sword Ice God, Xue Xiaoran. Chapter 3, The Lower Realm. I was wrong. Upon hearing the words from the newcomer, Tang Xin readily admitted his fault, yet he did not relent. As a father, I must remind my son-in-law, should Xiaoran mistreat my daughter, Lei Han. Do you believe I won't confront you? Xue Lei Han sighed helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Xiao San, you have spoiled your daughter beyond measure. She will face challenges in the lower realm. The lower realm is inherently fraught with hardships. Is it not meant for suffering rather than indulgence? Tang Xin chuckled. Xue Xiaoran, witnessing the sudden shift in atmosphere, reflected on how many times they had jested together, each occasion inevitably leading to a brawl. Not a one-on-one clash, but rather a chaotic melee. Thus, Xue Xiaoran often observed a multitude of first and second-level gods exchanging profanities while engaging in a raucous fight, frequently leading to tumultuous chaos, only to later share drinks and meals as if nothing had occurred. Such scenes had profoundly shaped Xue Xiaoran's worldview. Now, even if the beast god stood before him, he might regard it as he would an ordinary person. It was unavoidable. Spending time with such formidable figures had transformed his perception of the world. Would only Xiaoran and Wu Tong be venturing to the Douluo Continent this time? Tang San and Xue Lei Han stood amidst the swirling mists, gazing towards the distant town, while Xue Xiaoran obediently remained by Xue Lei Han's side. Xue Lei Han addressed the former, saying, "Indeed, the twin brothers from the Yu family have ventured to the Five Elements continent, seemingly captivated by the whimsical tales spun by the benevolent yet nefarious couple, resolutely determined to explore that realm. I had initially hoped they would accompany Xiaoran to the Douluo Continent. The only son of the CF family had long since departed for the vast continent. His son, distinguished and handsome, bore the same cunning traits as his father, so his success seemed inevitable. How could this group be so oblivious to the joys of other worlds, or the bonds of brotherhood?" Tang Xin lamented, expressing his frustration. It could have been a grand journey for all the children together to the Douluo Continent, yet now only two are going. Do not speak further. I truly question the reproductive capabilities of Shrek. It has been over a decade, and aside from your family, none have conceived. Who knows? Do not inquire of me. Tang San's expression darkened. Other families had welcomed children, yet Dai Weiqi and Zhu Zhuqing had shown no signs, let alone Oscar and Ning Rongrong. What of the fatty? After he and Xiang Xiang ensured the continuation of Min's lineage, has there been no news? Xue Lei Han inquired with exasperation. Indeed, every family has its own burdens to bear. Tang Xin steeled himself, declaring, "In that case, it shall be just our two families venturing to the Douluo Continent. Providing mutual support, I will arrange for the sealing of Wu Tong. Your boy need not worry. He is remarkably reminiscent of your youthful self." Tang San's words, whether praise or critique, were ambiguous. He then turned to depart. "We shall meet in 5 days." "Very well." Xue Lei Han extended his hand, saying, "Come. Let us return home." Xue Xiaoran grasped that hand, and the scenery around them swiftly transformed. "Xiaoran," Xue Lei Han advised as they walked, "do not hastily reveal your martial spirit. You have studied the comprehensive outline of the Xian Tian Bao Lu from Tang sect. Your father has no concerns regarding your understanding of human affairs. However, your 3 lives martial spirit is extraordinarily formidable, unprecedented even on the Douluo Continent. Exercise caution. Not everyone will treat you with the kindness of your uncles and aunts. Father speaks wisely. They may harbor ulterior motives. Indeed. Yet you share a striking resemblance to me in one regard. Like me, you trust only yourself and harbor skepticism towards others." As they walked, Xue Lei Han elaborated. "This skepticism does not imply you cannot forge friendships. When others extend their sincerity, you must reciprocate with your own. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude." "Precisely." Xue Lei Han regarded his son, whom he had raised with care, a gentle smile gracing his features. It seemed that the nuances of human relationships had been well imparted by him and Duge Yin, alleviating his worries. He affectionately tousled Xue Xiaoran's icy blue short hair, eliciting a look of mild displeasure from the latter, before they hastened towards the icebound castle, laughter echoing between them. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the usual assembly in the divine realm was notably absent a few deities, the god of Azura, the god of judgment, along with the embodiments of goodness, evil, and life. Although they had previously announced their intention to send their children to the mortal realm for trials, a flicker of envy crossed the hearts of those present, many of whom were still unwed. In the divine realm, the number of solitary souls was not insignificant. In a place rich with the essence of heaven and earth, Tang San cradled the slumbering Tang Wutong in his arms, while Xiao Wu stood beside him, nodding to the god of life, who was presiding over the ceremony. Indicating their readiness, Xue Xiaoran held the hands of his parents, feeling a twinge of nervousness. This descent might mean many years apart from his father and mother, and he wished to cherish this fleeting moment. "Are you all prepared?" The god of life, a gentle woman, gazed at Xue Xiaoran and Tang Wutong with warmth in her eyes. Prepared, Tang San and Xue Leihan responded in unison. Then let go. The god of life will watch over you. She smiled softly, as the swirling winds widened slightly, revealing the land below through the pure white mist. It was Douluo Continent. I have prearranged the coordinates. You are bound for Haotian sect. Make sure to give it your all. Tang San's final words were clearly directed at Xue Xiaoran. With a determined nod, Xue Xiaoran glanced at his parents on either side and gently released their warm hands. Now, he was about to step into the unknown world of Douluo Continent alone, accompanied by adventure and passion, or perhaps by joy and enmity. Father, mother, I'll go have some fun in return, Xue Xiaoran declared, revealing a self-assured smile that made Xue Leihan's lips twitch, though filled with reluctance. He supported his son's decision and felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Xiaoran, do not let yourself be wronged out there. If you encounter evildoers or those you disdain, simply eliminate them. That is how your grandfather has paved his way, Tang San advised. Do you remember how to use my poisons? Your mother has taught you every kind. Upon hearing Du Guyan's bold words, Tang San broke into a cold sweat, internally thinking how gentle Xiao Wu was in comparison. Third brother, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wu's soft voice broke into his reverie, prompting Tang San to reply, I was pondering how you can be so beautiful. Stop it. Third brother, there are so many people watching. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed immediately. Goodness and evil exchanged glances, finally witnessing someone with thicker skin than their own. Father, mother, I'm leaving. Please take care of yourselves. Xiaoran will be very happy down there. Xue Xiaoran bid farewell once more, carrying the light form of Tang Wutong on his back. Uncle, Aunt, Wutong and I are off. Thank you, Uncle, for your care over the years, and thank you, Aunt, for the delicious meals these days. Little Xiaoran. Xiao Wu's eyes were tinged with red. Both Tang Wutong and Xue Xiaoran were dear to her heart. With their sudden departure, it was only natural for her to feel a profound sense of loss. Tang San smiled gently and remarked, you should address me as father-in-law. Yes. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xue Xiaoran responded, once again clasping his fists in gratitude towards the goddess of life. Though he was not very familiar with this lady, he had learned from his father of her kind-hearted nature, which truly warranted the title of goddess of life. Moreover, during the fierce battles between the two divine factions, it was the goddess of life who tended to all the injuries of the gathered uncles and aunts. Eventually, he turned his gaze towards the benevolent yet sinister couple. Uncle Jidong, although I cannot drink, I greatly enjoy watching you mix cocktails. Once I come of age, I shall indulge to my heart's content. Sister Lian, thank you for teaching me the principles of fire. Alas, I do not possess a fire martial spirit. The evil god Jidong wore a wry smile. I fear you might be inebriated by your very first drink. Wait a moment, Jidong paused. You call me uncle, yet refer to my wife as sister? You young rascal, do not leave just yet. Allow me at least the pleasure of giving you a good thrashing first. Jidong was incensed, but was playfully restrained by Lian's laughter. Do your best, little Xiaoran. With the goodness in your heart, this journey shall surely be smooth sailing. Lian chuckled softly, clearly flattered by the affectionate title. With a faint smile, Xue Xiaoran stepped into the eye of the storm, carrying with him the love of his family, the blessings of his in-laws, and the teachings of his uncles and aunts. He embarked on his own legendary path, filled with pride. One last glance revealed his father giving him a thumbs up. Xue Xiaoran fought back the bittersweet pangs of separation from his family and displayed a radiant smile, raising his right hand in affirmation with a thumbs up as well. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 4. Arrival at Haotian. When Xue Xiaoran opened his eyes again, he found himself reclining on a soft couch, covered by a blanket. The view outside the window revealed majestic mountains and flowing waters, shrouded in clouds and mist, as if he were deep within the clouds. Shaking his head, Xue Xiaoran realized that he must have fainted immediately upon arriving in the lower realm, and now found himself in the fabled Haotian sect. It seemed that Tang Wudong had been assigned to a different room. As he gazed out at the picturesque scenery, a smile crept upon his lips. He had finally arrived at Douluo Continent. His head still felt somewhat heavy, and he was uncertain how many days had passed since descending. Quietly, he pushed open the door, where only the howling wind filled the air, devoid of any human presence. Following the spacious corridor, Xue Xiaoran oriented himself toward the grand hall. Oh, you are awake. A muscular man sat in one corner of the sofa, his expression one of mild surprise upon seeing Xue Xiaoran open the door. He had anticipated the boy would remain unconscious for about 10 days, yet here he was, awake on the 8th day. You must be the Titan Senior. Xue Xiaoran gently rubbed his head, and then cupped his hands towards the muscular man who was drinking. You actually know my name? Titan inquired. Xue Xiaoran nodded, replying, my father-in-law has told me everything. After saying this, he seated himself opposite Titan, his gaze lowered as he appeared to be deep in thought. Titan pointed at Xue Xiaoran's face and sighed lightly. You truly resemble your father. Senior, have you met my father? Xue Xiaoran suddenly lifted his head. Indeed, I even gave him a good thrashing back then, huh? Titan, evidently reminiscing about the past, could not help but laugh heartily while slapping his leg. All right, how long do you intend to boast about this? A tall, green-haired man entered with a wry smile and, upon hearing Titan's words, retorted with a hint of annoyance. Every day I hear you brag. Why don't you have a match with him and see who prevails? The man raised his finely embroidered brows, jesting. Xue Xiaoran stood and slightly cupped his fists towards the newcomer. Senior Niu Tian. Niu Tian nodded with a smile, saying, just call us uncle. It's a privilege for us. Behind him, a youthful head peeked out, her large eyes still bearing a trace of confusion, resembling someone who had just awakened. Xue Xiaoran paused for a moment, understanding dawning upon him, and he turned his gaze toward Niu Tian. The latter shifted to allow Tang Wutong to stand opposite Xue Xiaoran and introduced, this is Wang Donger. Wang Donger, do you recall who stands before you? Tang Wutong, no? It should now be Wang Donger, she murmured softly while gazing at the calm-faced, blue-haired, green-eyed youth, Xiaoran Gij. He seems to be my betrothed? After saying this, Wang Donger glanced uncertainly at Niu Tian, who nodded with a smile and affirmation. Xue Xiaoran patted his head, relieved that he had not forgotten this detail. Otherwise, it would lead to complications in the future. Wang Donger, appearing still weary after speaking, leaned against Niu Tian and quickly fell asleep. It seemed that the after-effects of the memory seal would require some time for recovery. Xue Xiaoran stepped forward, studying Wang Donger's profile intently, and remarked calmly, is this how it is in the divine realm? Titan could not help but ask in a rough voice. Xue Xiaoran reflected for a moment and nodded. Indeed, ever since the memory seal, Tang Wudong has been in a state of slumber. My father-in-law mentioned that this is an unavoidable after-effect. He smiled peacefully while watching Niu Tian carry Wang Donger out through the door again. Before long, Niu Tian returned, sitting opposite Xue Xiaoran alongside Titan. How should we address you? Niu Tian appeared far more composed than Titan. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Xiaoran replied, you two uncles may simply call me Xiaoran. Very well, Xiaoran. Niu Tian felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that he need not worry about an arrogant descendant who had not changed. In his eyes, every movement of Xue Xiaoran appeared effortlessly natural, even elegant. One cannot help but wonder what plan Xiaoran has next. Is it to wait for Wang Donger to awaken and accompany her to Shrek Academy for her studies? Xue Xiaoran accepted a cup of tea from Niu Tian, expressing gratitude before stating, I shall first seek my first spirit ring, and then I will make further decisions. Hunting for a spirit ring, you say? Titan raised his head with interest. I have yet to inquire about the nature of your martial soul. I wonder which of your parents' martial souls you have inherited. We can assist you in considering the soul beasts within the Stardow Forest. I possess dual martial souls. The revelation caused Niu Tian, who was midway through sipping his tea, to cough violently. So, you are akin to your father then? Niu Tian cleared his throat, regaining his composure. No. My two martial souls are inherited from both of my parents. One is the ultimate ice. Xue Xiaoran spread his hand, a faint chill coalescing therein. The other is a mutated martial soul from my mother, the ultimate poison. As the chill receded, a swirling green gas floated in Xue Xiaoran's palm. Both are elemental martial souls. Just like your father, rather abnormal, Titan remarked with a hint of annoyance. Very well. We shall assist you in considering the soul beasts of the Stardow Forest. Xiaoran, you might as well reside here from now on. A cold voice resonated in the living room. Impossible. A figure appeared at the door, a young man with short blue hair, one eye covered by an eye patch, while the other glimmered with a wolf-like ferocity. Young master, Song Xue has arrived late. The newcomer bowed deeply to Xue Leihan, his tone exceedingly respectful. Niu Tian showed no surprise at the arrival. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, wearing an expression of acceptance. It was entirely normal for the son of the old master to descend for training. Uncle Song Xue, I often hear my father speak of you. Xue Xiaoran's smile touched Song Xue's heart, igniting a spark of emotion in his eyes. What's this? Song Xue, do you intend to take him away? Titan interjected, displeased at the thought of Song Xue wanting to take Xue Xiaoran. He had grown fond of Xiaoran, and had already planned to lead him into the Stardow Forest to find a 10,000-year soul beast for him to sacrifice. Now, an unexpected Song Xue appeared, leaving him with no grounds to refuse the request. Xiao Xue and Dong Yuan are waiting outside. They wish to assist you. Song Xue silently dropped a bombshell, prompting Titan to roll up his sleeves in frustration. Is it just a 2-on-3 fight? Who have my brother and I ever feared? With that, he prepared to engage in close combat. Enough, we mustn't give the Xiaoyao sword sect a reason to laugh at us. Niu Tian rubbed his temples in exasperation, turning to Xue Xiaoran with a faint smile. Once Wang Donger awakens, we shall contact you through the soul guiding device. Song Xue nodded and said, "The soul guidance device is available in our Xiaoyao sword sect, so there is no need for the young master to worry." Xue Xiaoran revealed a serene smile. "Wudong. Donger will likely remain in a semi-conscious state for another fortnight. I kindly ask the two uncles to take care of her during this time. I appreciate your consideration. Please do visit again in 3 months." Niu Tian replied with a smile, his sense of responsibility towards Xue Xiaoran elevating in his mind. However, he soon felt reassured. For how could a youth favored by the sea god and Shura god be an ordinary individual? "Uncle Tsang Xue, let us depart," Xue Xiaoran said after bidding farewell with a respectful gesture alongside Chong Tai and Niu Tian. "Indeed, young master, we shall proceed to the Xiaoyao sword sect at once." Chapter 5. The Freedom Within the Sword. As Xue Xiaoran followed Tsang Xue outside, he noticed 2 figures awaiting them, an extraordinarily beautiful woman and a robust man with a prominent belly. "We have the honor of meeting you, young master." They greeted respectfully upon seeing Xue Xiaoran. The woman was named Xiao Xue, whom you may refer to as Aunt Xue, while the man was called Dong Yuan, whom you may address as Uncle Dong. Tsang Xue introduced them with utmost formality. Xue Xiaoran nodded and then deeply bowed, acknowledging the presence of several soul beasts that had accompanied his father for over 100 millennia. "Uncle Tsang Xue, where is the Xiaoyao sword sect? Does the Douluo Continent still have the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire?" Upon hearing this question, a hint of melancholy appeared on Tsang Xue's face, and both Xiao Xue and Dong Yuan sighed softly as well. "Let us converse as we walk." Tsang Xue managed a faint smile and raised his hand. The Xiaoyao sword sect is currently located within the territory of the Sun and Moon Empire, approximately half a month's journey from Haoyan sect. We must also find suitable soul rings for the young master along the way. "Uncle Tsang Xue, Aunt Xue, and Uncle Dong. It truly embarrasses me to be addressed as young master. Please call me Xiaoran, as my parents do," Xue Xiaoran said with a calm smile, the firmness in his tone rendering the 3 momentarily speechless. "The young master's temperament is indeed identical to that of an adult," Aunt Xue murmured, causing Dong Yuan to break into a hearty grin. "No, that will not do," Tsang Xue interjected with a furrowed brow. "The young master must remain the young master. Such titles cannot be altered. Enough of the titles for now. Let us set forth to the Xiaoyao sword sect," Dong Yuan interjected to ease the tension. "Young master, let us proceed. The Douluo Continent has undergone significant changes. At least, from what Xue Xiaoran has heard from his parents, it has transformed beyond recognition. The former Tiando Empire has fractured into the Tiando Empire and the Doling Empire, while the throne of the Xingluo Empire has changed hands due to turmoil. The Sun and Moon Empire, emerging from the outer realms, possesses substantial strength and advanced soul guidance devices, establishing a quadripartite balance of power among the 4 nations. The Tiando United Academy has faded into history alongside the demise of the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy, having escaped the ruins of the Tiando United Academy, has established itself as a renowned institution across the continent, maintaining a neutral stance while wielding formidable soul master power. The Xiaoyao sword sect and the Haotian sect stand as the foremost sects on the continent. However, the latter often prefers to operate from the shadows, allowing the Xiaoyao sword sect to take center stage. Although the Xiaoyao sword sect is situated within the borders of the Sun Moon Empire, it harbors no intention of pledging allegiance to the imperial family. The Su family has made numerous invitations, even visiting thrice in earnest, but the current sect leader, Sun Yingxue, has consistently declined. He has no plans to align himself with any faction or empire. Half a month later, Xue Xiaoran and his companions successfully arrived at the Xiaoyao sword sect, nestled in the northern reaches of the Sun Moon Empire, in close proximity to the extreme north. The sect's location is intended to cultivate resilience in its disciples through the harshness of snow and wind, though only a few elders are privy to its true purpose. As Tsang Xue stepped into the sect, the upright disciples at the entrance greeted him respectfully. Tsang Xue remained silent, leading Xue Xiaoran into the sect, with the figures of Xiao Xue and Dong Yuan following closely behind. The 2 disciples exchanged glances, evidently impressed by the newcomer, as Xue Xiaoran's azure hair and cerulean eyes left an indelible impression on them. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power around her and the myriad of sword energies crisscrossing the air, Xue Xiaoran mused that the reputation of the sword sect was indeed well-deserved. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed ahead. Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, yet the other disciples, including the 3 seniors beside her, displayed no signs of surprise, as if such occurrences were entirely commonplace. Only Xiao Xue let out a sigh before stepping forward. "Are you attempting to create a soul technique again? I distinctly mentioned that you lack the capability to do so at this stage," Elder Xue admonished, casting a disapproving gaze at the ragged female disciple clutching her sword. "Teacher, I was wrong," the female disciple murmured softly, pouting, revealing that this was not her first transgression. Elder Xue removed his outer garment and draped it over her, chastising her for her disheveled appearance. The female disciple nodded, and through Elder Xue's figure, she caught sight of the calm and curious Xue Xiaoran behind her, quickly letting out a yelp as she hurriedly departed. Truly, how embarrassing for the young master to witness, Xiao Xue remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow as she returned to the group. Song Xue and Don Yuan said nothing, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Younger master, allow me to escort you to your quarters now. In a few days, I will take you to the extreme north to hunt for soul rings, Song Xue murmured. Xue Xiaoran offered no objections. In the divine realm, soul rings were unattainable, and the only way to acquire them or gain power was through cultivation in the lower realms. Song Xue led Xue Xiaoran to a spacious and picturesque residence, impeccably clean and evidently prepared well in advance. After showing Xue Xiaoran around, he excused himself and departed in haste. Why is Uncle Song Xue in such a rush? What has transpired? He has gone to inform the sect leader, requesting him to greet the young master. Xue Xiaoran let out a sigh, pondering the extent of his own arrogance. Upon entering the sect, he had yet to meet the sect leader, yet he had summoned the leader to meet him directly. Shortly after, Song Xue entered the room accompanied by a middle-aged man and a young girl. Prior to this, Song Xue had uttered a single sentence to the middle-aged man, revealing his surname, Xue. The profound meaning behind that singular gaze caused the sect leader, Sun Yingxue, to momentarily feel perplexed, only to be jolted back to reality. The surname Xue was unique to the royal lineage, yet the mere mention of it could hardly warrant such solemnity from elder Song Xue. He contemplated an implausible possibility, one that seemed almost fantastical. Xiao Lu, accompany your grandfather to meet someone. Who is this person that requires grandfather's presence? Is he the leader of a sect? Oh, come along quickly. As Sun Yingxue entered the parlor with his daughter, Sun Xiaolu, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu pouted at the sight of Xue Xiaoran, recalling her earlier embarrassment. At that moment, Xue Xiaoran was engrossed in his cultivation, the refreshing chill he emanated providing a soothing sensation to the two newcomers. Greetings, sect leader. Sensing someone enter, he promptly rose, glancing at Song Xue standing beside the middle-aged man, and promptly cupped his fists in salute. You're too courteous, truly too courteous. Sun Yingxue felt a thrill of exhilaration he had never experienced before. It appeared that his ancestors had once trained alongside this legendary figure, and the vivid descriptions of the ice-blue hair and the legendary figure's wife's verdant eyes were perfectly embodied in the young man before him. However, noticing the peculiar glances from Song Xue and the others, he realized he had lost his composure and coughed lightly. My name is Sun Yingxue, the current leader of the Carefree Sword sect. Welcome, Xue. Xue Xiaoran. Xue Xiaoran interjected with a smile. Welcome, Xue Xiaoran, to the Carefree Sword sect. It is an utmost honor for our sect. Song Xue's expression darkened, and Don Yuan covered his face in exasperation. The sect leader candidates chosen by the elders were indeed commendable, yet their excitement led to a flurry of words that accompanied their enthusiasm. For Sun Yingxue, a man in the prime of his life, this was undeniably the most thrilling event to occur in his lifetime. In Chapter 6, let us see what news today brings. Beside him, Elder Xue, also known as Xiao Xue, coughed softly, prompting Sun Yingxue to regain his composure, a sheepish smile crossing his face. You have seen nothing today, heard nothing, understood? The tone of Song Xue was decidedly not that of an elder addressing a sect leader, yet Sun Yingxue responded with utmost respect, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Sun Xiaolu tilted her head, puzzled by the formality of the occasion. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yingxue produced a token, presenting it with both hands to Xue Xiaoran. Just call me Xiaoran, sect leader, Xue Xiaoran preempted. Very well, Xiaoran, what a lovely name. Sun Yingxue remarked. This token is the sword order of our Xiaoyao sword sect. Presenting it outside signifies that one represents the holy son of our sect. Xue Xiaoran blinked, playfully handling the sword order in her hands before tucking it into her bosom. Thank you, sect leader son, she said, slightly bowing. From now on, you may call me Uncle Sunday. If you have any matters to discuss, simply come to the main hall to see me. A smile that could not be erased graced Sun Yingxue's face. Noticing Song Xue giving him a signal, he understood that the time had come for their guest to take her leave. Sun Xiaolu appeared bewildered. She had anticipated meeting a significant figure, given that even the Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire had come to pay his respects to Sun Yingxue. Instead, she found herself before a youth of similar age to her own. Xue Xiaoran. I shall remember that name, Sun Xiaolu thought, casting another glance at the blue-haired, azure-eyed youth who seemed lost in contemplation. Yet, she sensed an innate pride emanating from his very being. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Sun Yingxue led the perplexed Sun Xiaolu away, while Xiao Xue and Don Yuan also exited the room, evidently to instruct the disciples. Although they were not sole masters of the sword martial spirit, They possessed a certain proficiency in internal breath cultivation, fulfilling their duties in their own right. That young lad is quite perceptive. He has been granted the token of the Holy Sun, Song Xue remarked. A faint smile appearing as her singular eye gleamed with intensity as it fixed upon Xue Xiaoran. Young master, may I inquire about your martial spirit? Song Xue persisted. Understanding that this inquiry could be addressed at a later time, Xue Xiaoran replied, I possess dual martial spirits. The mere utterance of those words caused Song Xue's eye to brighten. The former gently raised both hands, and an immediate wave of coolness enveloped the room, bringing immense comfort to Song Xue, who shared a common origin with this power. This refreshing sensation swiftly dissipated, replaced by a delicate mist. While it bore no effect on Song Xue, he swiftly discerned the subtle toxicity within the fog. Uncle Song Xue, my martial spirits are the ultimate ice and the ultimate poison. Excellent, truly excellent. You are indeed worthy of being the young master, Song Xue responded with satisfaction, his gaze on Xue Xiaoran growing increasingly ardent. Next, I shall take you to hunt for soul rings. For now, rest here for a few days, and I will escort you to the extreme north later. Song Xue bent down, smiling as he spoke. Thank you, Uncle Song Xue, Xue Xiaoran replied, offering a faint smile. This is all part of my responsibilities, Song Xue affirmed. He was right. The fatigue from days of travel and the excitement of arriving at Douluo Continent weighed heavily on Xue Leihan, who at that moment longed for a deep slumber. After witnessing Song Xue depart briskly, he fought against his weariness, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began to calm his mind using the breathing rhythm taught by his father, subsequently initiating the practice of Xuantiangong. Xue Xiaoran had heard from Tang Xin that the more fatigued one felt, the greater the potential for soul power to progress. Though he had yet to obtain a soul ring and was not even a soul master, he understood the principle of accumulating strength over time. Xiaoran, are you there? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xue Xiaoran set aside the newspaper in his hands and replied, I'm here. Shortly thereafter, a small head peeked in, belonging to Sun Xiaolu, who had frequently sought his company in recent days. Song Xue and the others harbored no objections to Sun Xiaolu's daily visits. Rather, they believed it might alleviate the young master's boredom and fatigue. Are you perusing the newspaper again? Sun Xiaolu inquired, placing her martial soul, the heavenly sword, aside as she patted her backside and settled across from Xue Xiaoran. A millennium after the Douluo Continent had undergone considerable evolution, the attire had seemingly advanced significantly. The traditional long robes had long been abandoned. Sun Xiaolu was clad in a sleek black coat, indicative of a foundational disciple. The minimum requirement for such a status was a soul power level of 15, signifying that this demure young lady's abilities had surpassed that threshold. Yes, I am curious to see if there are any intriguing news stories, Xue Xiaoran murmured, recognizing that for him, this was also a means of gathering intelligence. The Douluo Continent, a millennium later, had undoubtedly transformed, and it was essential to keep abreast of the emerging powers and sects that sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. Xiaoran, are you a student at the academy? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Sun Xiaolu leaned closer to the newspaper, which she abruptly lowered, revealing Xue Xiaoran's face and causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Xiaolu, the academy you mentioned, are you referring to those academies? Xue Xiaoran inquired. I've only heard of the two most renowned ones from my father. Sun Xiaolu held up two fingers. Firstly, the illustrious Shrek Academy, established a millennium ago. Secondly, the Royal Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, where we currently reside, which seems to excel in the research of soul guides. Shrek Academy and the Royal Academy of the Sun Moon, you say? Xue Xiaoran pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Sun Xiaolu gazed at her peer with a sense of wonder, at times feeling that his expressions and wisdom belied that of an 11-year-old boy. His demeanor remained consistently calm, as if he had never revealed surprise or agitation. The two children sat quietly within the room, one engrossed in the newspaper, while the other contemplated the intricacies of cultivation. Young master, Xiaoran. Song Xue entered, immediately altering her address upon spotting Sun Xiaolu. Elder Song, Sun Xiaolu replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Xiaolu, the sect master is looking for you, Song Xue stated matter-of-factly. Seemingly accustomed to Song Xue's expressionless demeanor, Sun Xiaolu bowed again in respect, glanced at Xue Xiaoran as if bidding farewell, then picked up her heavenly sword and skipped out of the room. Young master, the time has come, we should set off, Song Xue remarked with a smile. Xue Xiaoran folded the newspaper and placed it aside, surveying the surroundings as if ensuring he had no belongings to carry. He then stood before Song Xue, signaling that he was ready. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Xue Xiaoran, even as his heart, long tempered by his father and father-in-law, which had learned to remain unperturbed by any circumstance, began to quicken its pace. Yet, his countenance betrayed none of his thoughts, maintaining the same impassive expression reminiscent of his father in his youth. One wonders what the first soul ring truly is. Chapter 7. The Man in the Snow. Xue Xiaoran treaded carefully in the footprints left by Xue, advancing step by step. It had been 10 days since they entered the far north. Yet they had not lingered excessively on the outskirts. It seemed as though Xue understood precisely what suited Xue Xiaoran. Uncle Xue, are the soul beasts here all 10,000 years old? Xue Xiaoran inquired in confusion. Isn't the first absorbed soul ring on Douluo Continent only a century old? Young master, have you forgotten your father? Xue's words were soon swallowed by the howling winds and snow. Sighing inwardly, Xue Xiaoran continued to follow Xue. Despite possessing the ultimate ice martial soul, he still felt the chilling cold of the far north due to the absence of a soul ring. Could it be that Xue intended to seek out a 100,000-year soul beast for a sacrifice? With this doubt in mind, Xue Xiaoran trailed Xue into the forest. A millennium has passed. Ice Emperor, it is time to fulfill your promise. Xue spoke in a monotone, hands clasped behind his back. Once the soul ring of Xue Xiaoran, it had now been bestowed with a cultivation of 1,000,000 years, rivaling any soul beast. The ice god's mere thought could elevate one to divine status. His single eye gazed calmly into the forest, his tone unchanged, perhaps in meditation. Report to the Wolf King, the Ice Emperor has gone missing. A woman's voice floated softly through the air. Missing? What transpired? Xue inquired flatly. I do not know. After transformation, I cannot discern whether it was a success or failure. Although I have not sensed the breath of the Ice Emperor's demise, I have also not detected any sign of life. Under such circumstances, it can only be concluded that he is missing. An exquisitely translucent ice blue scorpion emerged from the forest, its forepart layered in 4 segments, each slightly longer than half a foot, with its head resting atop the foremost layer. The upper half of these segments was adorned with hexagonal protrusions, gleaming with a brilliance akin to diamonds. Little scorpion, is your information reliable? Xue's wolf-like pupils glowed menacingly, the chill around him gradually solidifying, indicating his growing ire. The original intent of bringing the young master to the far north was to honor the Ice Emperor's promise from a millennium ago. Yet now he was met with the claim of disappearance? The scorpion recoiled slightly, evidently wary of Xue. What of the silkworm? Is it still alive? He asked bluntly, catching the scorpion off guard. What silkworm? Do we have silkworms in the far north? The scorpion replied, perplexed. Xue pondered for a moment, realizing it was not unusual for the scorpion to forget. He closed his eyes to feel the surroundings, then slowly shook his head. It seemed that the silkworm had fled. Little scorpion, I bestow upon you an opportunity. Do you wish to accept it? Xue stepped aside, revealing Xue Xiaoran to the scorpion. Xue extended a hand, his wolf-like eyes imbued with a subtle chill. What do you intend to do? The voice of the ice-green scorpion grew equally frigid. Despite being referred to as Little Scorpion by Xue, she was a formidable spirit beast with a power level of 390,000 years, renowned as the Ice Emperor in the extreme north. However, her prowess seemed insignificant in the presence of Xue and his companions. I require you to make a sacrifice for him. Xue gestured towards the tranquil figure of Xue Xiaoran standing nearby, his tone imbued with grave seriousness. You. The ice-green scorpion's voice erupted in anger, clearly incensed. Although she held deep respect for this elder who had once accompanied the ice god, such a demand was utterly unreasonable. I shall grant you but one opportunity. Xue raised a finger, announcing, his surname is Xue. And what of it? Wait, his surname is Xue? The furious tone of the Ice Emperor suddenly calmed, her eyes fixated intently on Xue Xiaoran. Young master, allow her to witness your martial soul. Xue murmured. Xue Xiaoran nodded, making no other movements. Yet the air around him grew markedly cooler. In the frigid realm of the extreme north, such subtle changes in temperature might go unnoticed, but his elemental essence was unparalleled. After a brief display, he retracted it, though he lacked a soul ring. The energy expended in manifesting the ultimate ice was considerable. Observing the contemplative demeanor of the Ice Emperor, Xue remained unperturbed, gazing at her with calmness. He bore no anger. For a spirit beast, this was a lifetime commitment. As a native of the extreme north, he could not resort to coercion. His journey to seek the Ice Emperor was merely to fulfill an ancient promise made a millennium ago. Very well, little scorpion, I pose you a question. Xue said steadily. Do you wish to become like the elder sister, an existence akin to ours? I. The Ice Emperor's voice faltered, her gaze drawn once more to the serene youth braving the icy winds. Though his complexion bore a slight pallor, he stood unwavering, devoid of tremors. Even with the ultimate ice as his martial soul, his presence at the heart of the extreme north without a soul ring was audacious. In his eyes, she perceived tranquility, and the meaning within those azure orbs seemed to resonate with the Ice Emperor. Whether you gain one more or lose one, it matters not to me. That exuded a profound confidence. Xue Xiaoran had initially planned to commence his hunt with a century-old spirit beast. Though taken aback by this unfolding, he remained unmoved. Uncle Tsang Xue, let us depart, he calmly addressed his companion, losing interest in the Ice Emperor. Indeed, young master. Tsang Xue bowed respectfully, casting a seemingly mocking glance at the Ice Emperor before turning to leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xue Xiaoran walked with ease, while Tsang Xue harbored anticipation within, eagerly awaiting the moment of her proud reversal. Step 4, Step 5, Step 6. Speak quickly. Tsang Xue silently urged within. Step 7, Step 8, Step 9. Wait. A cold, clear voice echoed from behind. Tsang Xue mused that the proud and haughty figure indeed regretted leaving now that his elder was departing. With a single eye, he glanced at the Ice Emperor and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what more do you wish to say? I accept. Tsang Xue's heart roared vehemently, yet he still frowned and asked, Little Scorpion, you must think this through. Are you truly certain you wish to leave with the young master of my family? Rest assured, I shall not coerce you. The choice is entirely yours. I will not regret it. The ice-blue scorpion brandished its pincers, as if enraged by embarrassment. Xue Xiaoran cast a somewhat speechless glance at Tsang Xue, pondering from whom this cunning demeanor was inherited. Who says you won't regret it? Perhaps you will regret it. Tsang Xue calmly retorted, women are ever so fickle. I will not regret it. Who knows? If you do not take me away today, I will fight you. The ice-blue scorpion's roar reverberated through the woods, causing the snow to cascade down as the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees. Then follow me. Tsang Xue snorted coldly, turning to lead the way ahead, with Xue Xiaoran trailing behind him. Seemingly oblivious to the latter's exasperated expression, Tsang Xue chuckled, making a victorious gesture with his hand. This time, it was indeed a profitable venture. Chapter 8, The Ice Emperor. Tsang Xue, accompanied by Xue Xiaoran, arrived at a cave that appeared to have aged over time. The entrance still bore faint sword marks. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of nostalgia washed over Tsang Xue's face as he stepped inside. The interior was impeccably clean, as if even the cold wind had been barred from entry, leaving only a refreshing temperature and air imbued with a subtle fragrance. Young master, this is where you shall receive your first spirit ring. Tsang Xue turned, his expression serious. Xue Xiaoran nodded and settled down cross-legged. The ice-blue scorpion inhaled deeply, aware that the moment had arrived. Wait. Xue Xiaoran spoke calmly to the ice-blue scorpion. I understand if you harbor doubts, and I do not seek your approval to become my spirit ring. Regardless of its level, I shall persistently strive toward my goals, whether with your assistance or without. It makes no difference to me. Listening to Xue Xiaoran's words, Tsang Xue's eye shimmered. Young master, your pride is remarkable. It seems you have inherited it from your mother. He relished this air of defiance. In Xue Xiaoran's jade eyes, there was only calmness. I do not seek your aid, nor do I disdain seeking it. With or without you, the outcome shall remain unchanged. The ice-blue scorpion, the Ice Emperor, was taken aback, re-evaluating Xue Xiaoran's countenance. It seemed the previous assessment had been somewhat underestimated. This youth possessed a mindset far superior to his peers. Truly, he was worthy of being the son of the ice god. The Ice Emperor let out a sigh, swaying his scorpion tail, and unprecedentedly spoke in harmony. I have come to a realization. Rather than continuing this relentless pursuit of cultivation, it would be more beneficial for us to mutually support one another. Let us strive to coexist amiably. What do you think? His tone no longer resembled that of a conversation with a mere child, but rather echoed a dialogue between equals. As long as it is your choice, I shall not impose upon you. Senior, Xue Xiaoran replied with calm composure. The Ice Emperor inhaled deeply, pondering the formidable nature of the child's spirit, wondering who could have raised her. Had she known that it was the ice goddess Xue Leihan and the sea god Tang San who nurtured her, she would likely have fainted on the spot. Let us begin. The cold voice of Tsang Xue resonated through the chamber, prompting the Ice Emperor to cast a complex glance in his direction. Commencing now, I look forward to your guidance henceforth, the Ice Emperor responded, his voice returning to its frigid tone as he closed his eyes. An intense chill was unleashed within the cavern, flowing unreservedly before converging into Xue Xiaoran's body like a meteor. She felt as if her internal organs, along with her very blood, had been encased in ice, rendering even the act of breathing a daunting aspiration. She experienced pain like never before. In such dire circumstances, however, a proud smile curved her lips. She had heard from her uncles that her father often inflicted wounds upon himself with a sword during his youth, striving to maintain clarity of mind. This mere discomfort paled in comparison to what her father had endured. Xue Xiaoran was undoubtedly a proud individual, her pride intricately woven into the fabric of her existence, reflecting in every skill and experience she pursued with utmost excellence. In this moment, her bones began to freeze, causing her to grit her teeth in a cacophony of cracking sounds. The penetrating cold seeped into her very marrow, transforming into the purest form of agony, swiftly engulfing every corner of her being. Her azure eyes blazed with fervor. Then, her entire form became encased in ice. Observing that the fusion was nearing completion, Song Xue gently tapped his finger on her forehead, manifesting an extraordinarily pure ice-blue glow that subsequently merged with the ice surrounding her, integrating into her body. The singular ice elemental martial soul she possessed was overwhelmed by the sacrifice of a 390,000-year-old soul beast. Thus, a seal was necessary to temporarily suppress the Ice Emperor's cultivation to a level that Xue Xiaoran could withstand, perhaps for a century or even a millennium. The young master's martial soul has not inherited the two martial souls of the Ice God, Song Xue mused internally. According to the Ice God's experience of receiving the sacrifice of the 400,000-year-old Ice Phoenix, possessing two ice attributes allowed for a seamless integration. However, Xue Xiaoran's situation was somewhat exceptional. Song Xue's complexion paled slightly as he observed the expressionless face of Xue Xiaoran encased in ice, feeling a measure of relief in his heart. From that point onward, all that remained was to await the young master's continuous strengthening, at which point the seal would gradually dissipate, and she would ultimately command the full power of her first spirit ring. 3 days later, at last, the ice began to show signs of yielding, with fissures appearing and the sound of cracking resonating throughout. Song Xue opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the boy who had been encased in ice for 3 days. With a crisp sound, the ice shattered, revealing Xue Xiaoran, who remained seated on the ground. However, now behind him, a resplendent blood-red soul ring emerged. "Can you hear me? Hey, I'm talking to you. Say something." The voice of the Ice Emperor emanated from within him, or rather, from his mind, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, indicating that she had been attempting to summon Xue Xiaoran for quite some time. "Are you that esteemed elder?" Xue Xiaoran endeavored to communicate in various ways, ultimately transforming his thoughts into a resonant voice within his consciousness. "Just call me Ice Emperor. Referring to me as elder feels rather awkward," the Ice Emperor replied softly. "Currently, I find myself in a place strikingly reminiscent of the far north. Do you have any idea why?" There was an unusual tone in her voice. She had initially believed that after the sacrifice, she would lose consciousness forever, yet unexpectedly, she existed in this peculiar manner. "A place strikingly reminiscent of the far north?" Xue Xiaoran murmured to himself. "I seem to be existing in a rather strange way," the Ice Emperor's cold voice echoed. "Can you see me?" Xue Xiaoran shook his head and replied evenly. "It appears I cannot see you. I can only converse with you." "Ice Emperor, could you provide a detailed description of your surroundings?" "Certainly," the Ice Emperor responded, her voice seemingly in motion. After a brief pause, she continued. "Everything around me is cloaked in ice and snow, enshrouded in a faint mist, and in the distance, there lies a sea, with no sight of the opposite shore." Xue Xiaoran pondered momentarily, furrowing his brow in confusion over the Ice Emperor's whereabouts. "I shall inquire with Uncle Song Xue. All right, but do not forget to absorb my soul bone first. I will rest for a moment." "Wait, I have a body now?" The Ice Emperor's voice suddenly crescendoed, as if she were shouting directly into Xue Xiaoran's ear, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. "Congratulations." Offering a dry blessing when he was equally perplexed felt better than saying nothing at all. Hee hee, the Ice Emperor's delightful voice echoed in his mind. And Xue Xiaoran imagined her admiring her own form, uttering lines about her own beauty. "Uncle Song Xue," Xue Xiaoran opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was a soul bone displayed before him, radiating a crystalline light from its spine. He shifted his gaze to the contented face of Song Xue and briefly recounted the situation regarding the Ice Emperor and himself. "The Ice Emperor has entered your sea of consciousness," Song Xue remarked, a hint of understanding in his voice. "Uncle Song Xue, what is the sea of consciousness?" Xue Xiaoran inquired. "We shall discuss that in the next chapter." Chapter 9. The Sea of Consciousness. "Young Master, the Sea of Consciousness is a person's spiritual realm," Song Xue calmly remarked. "The nature of a person's heart reflects the essence of their consciousness. Generally speaking, in addition to honing one's abilities, external factors play a significant role in the development of consciousness. For instance, if the young master were to obtain a headwise soul bone, his innate talent would enable him to rapidly cultivate his consciousness." Xue Xiaoran nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What benefits arise from cultivating one's consciousness?" "It enhances one's memory capacity. And in battles among soul masters, the individual who has developed their consciousness enjoys superior speed, agility, and observational prowess," Song Xue replied candidly. "The Ice Emperor seems to currently reside within my consciousness," Xue Xiaoran expressed, revealing her ability to perceive her own consciousness, while she lamented her inability to enter it. Young master, this necessitates training. Ideally, the Xiaoyao sword sect could procure a headwise soul bone to assist you in cultivating your consciousness. That won't be necessary. Xue Xiaoran declined Song Xue's kind offer. I will devise my own methods for acquiring a soul bone, and training is not an issue. If the young master is eager to cultivate his consciousness, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share. Uncle Song Xue, there is no need for such caution. Please speak freely, Xue Xiaoran said with a wry smile as she rubbed her nose. I recommend that you attend the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. Their technology in soul engineering far surpasses that of other nations, and they possess profound insights into the theoretical aspects of consciousness. Moreover, it is in close proximity to the Xiaoyao sword sect, allowing us to be readily available should you require assistance. The Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon. Xue Xiaoran pondered, then nodded affirmatively. Let us proceed with this plan. However, for now, I must absorb the soul bone before me. She gazed at the crystalline spine bone, her tone steady. Indeed. Song Xue replied. Young master, I still need to hunt for a soul ring. I do not wish to expose the secret of my dual martial souls at the Royal Academy, especially since the first soul ring of my ultimate ice is blood red. Do you mean to say that you will only utilize your ultimate poison martial soul while at the Royal Academy? Song Xue mused, resting his chin on his hand. As they meandered through the forest, the absence of wind and snow today seemed to lighten Xue Xiaoran's spirits. Having absorbed the Ice Emperor's soul bone and soul ring, he appeared to have grown slightly taller. Though his face retained a certain youthful innocence, he had undeniably transformed from his former self. His azure eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. He did not gain any soul skills. Rather, he became more adept at controlling the ultimate ice, now exuding a chill far more intense than before. This quality mirrored that of his father. Originally, as an elemental martial soul meant to be wielded freely, it should not be confined by soul skills. A theory once articulated by his master in the divine realm, which resurfaced in Xue Xiaoran's thoughts. Now, he could envelop his entire right arm in a layer of frigid energy and employ his martial techniques to strike his adversaries. Additionally, he could manipulate small icy projectiles to launch a barrage against his foes. At present, I can only think of so much, including the lethal technique of crafting hidden weapons from the ultimate ice, which, when shot into an opponent's body, subsequently melts away, leaving no trace of the crime. This knowledge can only be acquired upon returning to the Xiaoyao sword sect. I believe the young master's caution is well-founded. Although our sect is located within the borders of the Sun-Moon Empire and not far from the imperial city, we have never pledged allegiance to any power. We stand as the foremost sect in the Douluo Continent. Though our number of disciples is limited, each one is a promising talent. The repeated visits from the Sun-Moon Empire are motivated by this very reason. They seek to draw closer to us. A hint of disdain laced Song Xue's voice. We would never deign to serve the Sun-Moon Empire like mere dogs. Xue Xiaoran offered a faint smile, recognizing that Uncle Song Xue is indeed a man of character. The young master's decision is our collective decision. I wonder what kind of soul ring the young master desires for the first ring of the ultimate poison. Song Xue inquired as he turned to the side. According to the rules of the Douluo Continent, it seems the first soul ring can only be hunted for 10 years or 100 years. However, ever since I absorbed the Ice Emperor's 100,000-year soul ring, I feel that my first soul ring can. 1,000 years, perhaps? That would be a reasonable expectation. Uncle Song Xue, I am well-read. Do not deceive me. Xue Xiaoran remarked lightly, suggesting that a ring close to 100 years would suffice. Song Xue chuckled, declaring, this first soul ring is guaranteed under my care. With that, he gestured for Xue Xiaoran to wait in place, then vanished into the snow-laden forest with a swift motion. To Xue Xiaoran's astonishment, the Wolf King, an elder, actually laughed. A surprised voice from the Ice Emperor echoed in her mind. Does Uncle Song Xue rarely smile? Xue Xiaoran had grown accustomed to conversing within her mind and was gradually adapting to the Ice Emperor's unexpected interjections. The king of the Snow Wolf clan is the Uncle Song Xue you speak of, who has led his clan through countless battles and then resolutely followed the Ice God. Truly admirable. Sighing, Xue Xiaoran sat down, feeling that the Ice Emperor's cold tone revealed no sense of admiration. As long as I possess a spiritual sea, I will be able to enter and see you, correct? Indeed. Oh, he seems to have grasped the Ice Emperor's character. Proud, aloof. Akin to a tenacious blossom of winter sweet blooming defiantly in the chill of winter with a touch of petulance. Aside from that hint of arrogance, Xue Xiaoran found her personality quite similar to that of the Ice Emperor. Before long, Song Xue returned. In his grasp was a 100-year-old giant python, its snow-white scales serving as perfect camouflage in the falling snow. The changing hues of its scales signified its nearing breakthrough into the 1,000-year mark. The great serpent was now gasping for breath, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of terror. It was an opportune moment to handle the traitor from the Snow Python clan, thus making use of a waste. Song Xue chuckled, then casually tossed the giant python to the ground. "Young master," he said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. The colossal python was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of Song Xue, leaving it with no opportunity for resistance, merely flicking its tongue in despair. Lamenting the inauspicious start of its fate, Xue Xiaoran, with a decisive motion, drew a dagger from the soul guide ring and plunged it expertly into the python's vital spot. Despite having never personally hunted a soul beast, he had absorbed considerable knowledge from his master regarding the general procedure for capturing a soul ring. The giant serpent convulsed momentarily, its thrashing tail gradually calming, as a yellow soul ring materialized before Xue Xiaoran's eyes. "Young master, I shall guard you," Song Xue declared, settling behind Xue Xiaoran. Enveloping the small forest in a faint aura, he would be alert to any disturbances at the earliest sign. Gazing at the floating yellow soul ring, Xue Xiaoran pressed his hand against it. A veil of translucent mist emanated from his hand and body, colorless and odorless, yet laden with toxicity. He pondered whether he might acquire a new poison technique. Chapter 10, Wang Donger. Xue Xiaoran cleared his throat, awakening from his meditative state. "Young master, have you succeeded?" Song Xue's voice conveyed a hint of urgency. "Indeed," Xue Xiaoran replied, opening his palm to reveal a similar wispy white fog, within which a yellow soul ring flickered in and out of visibility. With a thought, the yellow soul ring glimmered, and the white mist began to shift in hue, transforming into a dreamy azure blue, utterly devoid of scent. "This is cold poison." A trace of concealed delight tinged Xue Xiaoran's voice. This type of poison had never been taught to him by his mother, indicating that this soul ring would prove immensely beneficial. He had perused the tome of poison techniques left by his great-grandfather countless times, imprinting every type of toxin in his mind, yet cold poison was not among them. This was to be expected, as his mother's martial spirit was the green-scaled serpent venom, which had a limited range of toxic application. In contrast, Xue Xiaoran was unfettered by such constraints. The ultimate elemental martial spirit of poison represented the most potent toxins in existence. "Cold poison, you say?" Song Xue observed the ethereal blue mist, extending his hand to feel its essence, yet encountered nothing tangible. Uncle Song Xue, cold poison infiltrates the enemy's body during their breathing, inflicting internal damage, rather than causing poisoning through mere touch, Xue Xiaoran patiently explained. "Indeed, quite right," Song Xue replied, wiping his nose, acknowledging his lack of understanding. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered a soul master with a poison elemental martial spirit. It was indeed an enlightening experience. "My soul power has also surged to level 16. Could this be attributed to the Ice Emperor?" Xue Xiaoran mused, gazing at his hand. "Indeed, one could say so," Song Xue affirmed with a smile. "Young master, the 3-month period is rapidly approaching. Would you prefer to return to the Xiaoyao sword sect first, or proceed directly to the Haoyin sect?" It was only upon Song Xue's reminder that Xue Xiaoran recalled that Niu Tian from the Haoyin sect had mentioned visiting 3 months hence. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the continent's new developments, causing him to completely forget that matter. "Very well, let us head directly to the Haoyin sect." Xue Xiaoran retracted his martial soul, realizing that he needed some time to acclimate to the frigid poison. The first soul ring of his supreme poison could enable him to produce paralyzing toxins, stimulants, and various gases or mists. However, he was yet unable to create any higher-grade poisons with his current cultivation. Poison, by its nature, is colorless and tasteless. Yet Xue Xiaoran maintained the supreme poison in a white form, allowing the swirling mist to be distinctly visible, thereby deepening his understanding of his martial soul. Half a month later, Xue Xiaoran successfully arrived at the Haoyin sect. Although the number of disciples within the sect was scant, it was evident that their approach to life mirrored that of the Xiaoyao sword sect, valuing quality over quantity. Song Xue followed closely behind Xue Xiaoran, resembling a bodyguard, as the latter strode purposefully towards the stone fortress that lingered in his memory. As he drew near, a burst of laughter emanated from within the fortress. It was a sound familiar to him, one he had grown accustomed to hearing daily in the divine realm over recent years. The sound seemed to ease his tension, prompting him to knock on the fortress door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open. Niu Tian, wearing a warm smile, greeted the sight of Xue Xiaoran and the frowning Song Xue, his smile widening. "Xiaoran, brother Song Xue, please," he gestured invitingly, ushering the master and servant into the stone fortress. It appeared that the soul ring acquisition had gone exceedingly well, a testament to brother Song Xue's prowess. Niu Tian seemed quite familiar with Song Xue, and upon subtly sensing Xue Xiaoran's aura, he discerned the year of the first soul ring he had acquired. "It is my duty," Song Xue shrugged in response. "Wang Donger has awakened, yet she has no recollection of past events." She has grown up in the Haotian sect since her earliest memories, having suffered from a peculiar ailment since childhood. Her parents traversed the Douluo Continent in search of a cure for their daughter, but have yet to return. Niu Tian recounted Wang Donger's experiences, or rather, her narrative framework. The only person she currently remembers is you. According to the narrative, you are a prodigious disciple raised within the Xiaoyao sword sect, betrothed before birth. And you are the person with whom she shares the closest bond. After reading through a lengthy scroll of character details, Niu Tian couldn't help but exhale in relief. The character design was rather extensive. I shall go meet her, Xue Xiaoran said with a serene smile, then proceeded into the inner chamber. Does she resemble her father more? Or her mother? Niu Tian curiously inquired. Song Xue pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps she resembles the matriarch. The pride within the young master's heart is strikingly similar to that of the matriarch in her youth. Yet, like the elders, the young master never displays his emotions on his face. Niu Tian sighed, remarking, yet such individuals often lead the most arduous lives. The young master is no ordinary individual. The pride that resides within him is something we may never attain. Xue Xiaoran traversed the corridor, gradually moving towards the source of laughter. Second uncle, am I not remarkable? Indeed, our Donger is the most exceptional, came Titan's hearty laughter from the courtyard. Xue Xiaoran pushed open a nearby window and gazed down into the sunlight. Beneath the radiant beams, a cascade of powdery blue hair elegantly framed the girl's ears, shimmering with a warm glow. Upon seeing Tang Wudong, the current exuberance of Wang Donger brought a faint smile to Xue Xiaoran's lips. It appeared that despite the loss of her memories, her essence remained unchanged. Although she no longer recalled Tang Wudong, she resembled her former self in the divine realm perfectly. That pure smile was something worth protecting for a lifetime. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, he watched the flowing strands of hair, but found himself at a loss for words. Should he greet her as if meeting for the first time, or should he say it has been a long time? Oh, Xiaoran, you've arrived. Titan exclaimed upon noticing the boy with ice blue hair and azure eyes standing outside the courtyard. Wang Donger, upon catching sight of Xue Xiaoran, felt a wave of familiarity wash over her, as if they had crossed paths before. However, it quickly dawned on her that he was the brilliant disciple from the Carefree Sword sect, closely associated with her. Titan uncle, Wang Donger. Xue Xiaoran hesitated on how to address her, ultimately opting for her full name. Didn't you always call me Donger before? Why the formal address today? Wang Donger approached Xue Xiaoran, her powder blue pupils fixed on him. Did I used to call you Donger? Oh, Xue Xiaoran shifted his gaze to Titan, who nodded slightly. Well then, Donger, it has indeed been a while. It truly has been ages. You haven't come to play with me for 3 months. I was utterly bored to death. Wang Donger exclaimed, pulling Xue Xiaoran into the sun-drenched courtyard. This scene mirrored their time in the divine realm so closely. Bathed in sunlight, Xue Xiaoran watched as Wang Donger pouted playfully. Her perfect poker face softened with warmth. Chapter 11. Numbness. Tell me, why did it take you so long to think of visiting me? Have you forgotten about me because you found someone new? Wang Donger asked, her lips pursed. Xue Xiaoran glanced at her in surprise. Her demeanor had become rather straightforward. You're thinking about such things at your age? Xue Xiaoran replied with a hint of helplessness, realizing it would take time to fully understand her character. No. That won't do. Do you believe I'll tie you up at Haotian sect? Wang Donger retorted, hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Xue Xiaoran, feeling exasperated, looked towards Titan for help, wondering if this drastic change in personality was alarming enough for a potential split in her psyche. All right, Donger, can't you see Xiaoran is feeling awkward? Titan seized the opportune moment to step forward and interjected, by the way, now that you all possess your first spirit ring, how about a match? Winter and I? Xue Xiaoran glanced at Wang Donger, seemingly seeking her consent. No problem. I am certain I will not lose, Wang Donger replied with a cheerful smile. Stepping back to face Xue Xiaoran. Are we serious about this? Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly. Wang Donger flashed a confident smile and extended a hand. As a pair of wings emerged from her back. This is my martial spirit, the radiant goddess butterfly. At that moment, Wang Donger emanated a vigor that was absent from Tang Wudong, embodying an admirable elegance that aptly described her current demeanor. Xue Xiaoran placed his hands behind his back, a yellow spirit ring shimmering behind him. Come, witness how I will defeat you. Wang Donger cracked her knuckles. Xue Xiaoran remained silent. Casting a glance at Titan, Titan cleared his throat gently and then waved his large hand. Xue Xiaoran to Wang Donger, let the match begin. Wang Donger's long hair swayed. Her wings fluttered, and she shot toward Xue Xiaoran like an arrow released from a bow, the yellow spirit ring flickering around the radiant goddess butterfly. Wing blade, Wang Donger declared, and 4 light blades coalesced from her wings, propelled by her spirit power, soaring toward Xue Xiaoran in an instant. Unperturbed, Xue Xiaoran's emerald eyes flashed with a purplish hue as the purple extreme demon eye activated. The 4 light blades appeared to slow before him, their trajectories becoming crystal clear. Calculating their positions in his mind, he executed a backward leap while simultaneously turning to the side. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 light blades grazed past Xue Xiaoran's body, allowing him to sense the radiant essence embedded within them. Wang Donger's eyes widened in astonishment, for she had not anticipated that he would evade her blades so effortlessly. But my forte lies in close combat. A Haotian hammer materialized in her hand, swinging downwards toward Xue Xiaoran. Xue Xiaoran stood his ground, as if awaiting something. Thud! The sound of a heavy object striking the ground echoed. Wang Donger's Haotian hammer crashed to the earth, and in that instant, her limbs became numb, rendering her incapable of controlling her body. What is happening? Wang Donger struggled to move, attempting to retrieve the hammer, but her hands betrayed her, as if her body were no longer her own. Subsequently, she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Xue Xiaoran emerges victorious, Titan proclaimed, as if foreseeing the outcome. A glimmer of sadness crossed Wang Donger's face. It was a blow to her confidence, for she had not expected to lose so swiftly. Xue Xiaoran nodded, the yellow spirit ring gradually fading away. Are you all right? He offered his hand to Wang Dong. Noticing Wang Donger in a state of despondency, he gently stroked her soft, powder blue hair and whispered words of comfort. Donger, you are strong, which is why I have revealed my true abilities. I am indifferent to the outcome. A loss is simply a loss. Wang Donger turned her head away, huffing in evident frustration. Titan approached, interjecting, Xiaoran, did you attack just now? I sensed a fluctuation of soul power, yet you did not employ any soul skills. At this, Wang Donger lifted her gaze toward Xue Xiaoran. Curiosity piqued about how her fiancé had managed to best her. I utilized poison, Xue Xiaoran replied nonchalantly, spreading her hands. Wang Donger soon felt her numb body gradually regaining sensation, the most fundamental form of paralysis toxin. But during your demonstration at Haotian Sect, wasn't the ultimate toxin enveloped in green mist? Xue Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Uncle Titan, if poison were visible, how could one defeat an adversary? The poison I manipulate is generally colorless and odorless. Hearing this, Titan cast a deep, contemplative look at Xue Xiaoran, acknowledging the perilous nature of her martial soul. However, he found solace in the fact that this formidable power resided within her. Let us return to the main hall, he said with a smile, winking at Xue Xiaoran before stepping lightly into the room. Can you stand? Xue Xiaoran inquired, a hint of concern in her tone. Even after the toxin is expelled, the body will experience a lingering numbness, she had concluded from her own experiments. I cannot. Wang Donger, noticing Xue Xiaoran's face drawing closer, instinctively recoiled, her cheeks flushing. Oh, Xue Xiaoran nodded, then reached out and lifted her into an embrace. What are you doing? Wang Donger protested, playfully punching Xue Xiaoran's chest in disbelief at being swept up in a princess carry. But weren't you unable to move? A hint of mischief flickered across Xue Xiaoran's serene countenance as she strode briskly into the chamber. Ah, your earlier calm was all an act, Wang Donger exclaimed. Though Xue Xiaoran quickly resumed her stoic expression, disregarding the light swipes of Wang Donger's playful attacks. Titan, Niu Tian, and Sang Xue awaited them in the main hall. Upon witnessing Xue Xiaoran's placid demeanor as she carried Wang Donger, they exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the budding connection. Their gazes conveyed a shared sentiment. You truly are impressive, young man. Donger is about to attend Shrek Academy. What are your thoughts on this, Xiaoran? Niu Tian gently asked after Xue Xiaoran set Wang Donger down on the sofa. Xue Xiaoran, seated beside her, replied, Uncle Niu Tian. I will be attending the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. At this revelation, Wang Donger's face paled, her wide eyes fixed on Xue Xiaoran. Oh, why is that? Niu Tian did not oppose, but rather inquired curiously about the reason. He understood that Xue Xiaoran would not speak without purpose, and he believed that Xue Xiaoran was well aware of the distinctions between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Academy. I wish to explore the sea of consciousness. No, I want to accompany you to Shrek Academy. Wang Donger blinked her powder blue eyes, which revealed a profound reluctance. Donger, do not act foolishly, Niu Tian gently replied, then redirected his gaze towards Xue Xiaoran. The Sun Moon Royal Academy? Although the Sun Moon Empire has been dormant in recent years, its ambitions remain vast. Xiaoran, you must exercise caution. Thank you, Uncle Niu Tian. Observing Wang Donger's reluctant expression, Niu Tian could not help but clap his hands. How about this? Since Donger is unwilling to part with Xue Xiaoran, let him escort you to Shrek Academy. It would be beneficial to have a companion along the way. Who is unwilling to part with him? Chapter 12. Accompanying someone to register. A month later. Young master, are you certain I need not accompany you? Sang Xue bowed respectfully, gazing at the young man standing before him. Uncle Tsang Xue, I need to grow, Xue Xiaoran replied with a serene smile, standing outside the gates of Haotian sect, awaiting Wang Donger. All right, brother Tsang Xue, Xiaoran is no ordinary individual. With his temperament, traversing the Douluo Continent alone poses no challenge. Especially with such an extraordinary martial soul. He will be fine, Niu Tian remarked with a smile. Tsang Xue sighed, insisting, I will remain behind the young master. If any danger arises, I shall intervene. This is my duty. Xue Xiaoran contemplated for a moment and said, all right, thank you, Uncle Tsang Xue. Currently, traversing alone for several days to reach Shrek Academy appeared too perilous for Tsang Xue. However, since Tsang Xue was so adamant, Xue Xiaoran had no grounds to oppose. Oh, here they come. Niu Tian chuckled, prompting Xue Xiaoran to lift his gaze. A graceful young man clad in white appeared in his line of sight, causing Xue Xiaoran to raise an eyebrow. In the future, Wang Donger would disguise herself as a boy while studying at Shrek Academy to avoid unnecessary troubles. Titan remarked in a deep voice, just like the young version of Xiao Wu, her beauty is indeed captivating. Wang Donger would henceforth go by the name Wang Dong at Shrek Academy. Xiaoran, make sure not to miscall her, Titan chuckled. Xue Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement, then gently indicated towards Wang Dong, whose face was slightly flushed, clearly feeling bashful. Uncle Niu Tian, Uncle Titan, after seeing Wang Dong off, I shall proceed to study at the Sun Moon Royal Academy. If anything arises, you may contact Uncle Tsang Xue. Farewell. Xue Xiaoran clasped his fists, and Wang Donger similarly bowed deeply. Although parting with the two uncles who had accompanied her throughout her life was somewhat melancholic, her heart was now filled with dreams of the future. Xiaoran, Donger, may you have a safe journey. Niu Tian and Titan simultaneously broke into laughter. The former clasped his hands towards Tsang Xue, who stood behind them, signifying his gratitude for her protection along the journey. Their destination, Shrek Academy. Although it was renowned as the foremost institution on the continent, it was surprising to discover that it resembled a city. Wang Dong gazed at the distant urban landscape, astonishment evident in her voice. Her tone had lowered, reminiscent of a youth undergoing a change in voice. Had it not been for Xue Xiaoran's awareness of her true gender, it would have been nearly impossible to discern. Additionally, a pronounced Adam's apple had formed at her throat, its origin a mystery. Xue Xiaoran fell into a contemplative silence, observing the prominent feature on Wang Dong's alabaster neck, pondering what Titan had done. What's wrong? Wang Dong noticed Xue Xiaoran's unblinking gaze fixed upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. You must acclimatize. Are you not a boy now? Xue Xiaoran remarked nonchalantly, contemplating the potential consequences should her true identity be exposed within the academy. Humph, do you believe I disguised myself as a boy for someone else's sake? Wang Dong's murmured words were swiftly whisked away by the wind. Xue Xiaoran turned to her, inquiring, what did you just say? Nothing. Wang Dong huffed in retort. In truth, I heard every word. Xue Xiaoran's calm demeanor was momentarily disrupted by a triumphant smile, and she promptly dashed toward the city gates. Hey, you heard that. Don't run. Wang Dong's face reddened with indignation as she hurried after Xue Xiaoran, vowing to silence her teasing. Tsang Xue stood quietly in the nearby forest, watching the two as they entered Shrek City, aware that their escorting task had reached its conclusion. Once inside Shrek City, they might very well be recognized by certain ancient beings. He swiftly vanished from sight, awaiting the young master's return to escort him to the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Shrek City, located in the eastern region of the Tiando Empire on the Limas Plains, spans a vast area. It is a city in its own right. Known as Shrek City, on the Douluo Continent, Shrek City is among the largest urban centers, home to over 2 million residents. Shrek Academy possesses exclusive governance over this city. Exempt from taxation by any nation, a privilege unmatched by other academies, including those in the Sun Moon Empire. Shrek Academy is situated in the eastern part of Shrek City, which bustles with the vibrancy of a national capital. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City allow for unrestricted entry, while the eastern gate is reserved solely for Shrek Academy. The streets are teeming with students donning green uniforms, which have become a symbol of honor. The shops lining the avenues are frequently visited by Shrek students, creating a profoundly favorable first impression for Wang Dong and Xue Xiaoran. This is Shrek City. I've only seen it in books. I never imagined it would be so grand. Wang Dong exclaimed, marveling at the bustling streets. Under the age of 12, one must possess a spirit power of no less than level 20. Xue Xiaoran held a promotional pamphlet in her hand, shaking it slightly. Wang Dong, what is your soul power now? Is it over level 20? This assessment should be a breeze. Indeed, you can enter Shrek Academy now. Xue Xiaoran tucked the pamphlet away into her ring and then stepped purposefully toward the direction of Shrek Academy. Wang Dong, however, walked slowly. She understood that this was their final period together, wishing that time would stretch as long as possible. although the young man before her felt strikingly familiar. He seemed just out of reach, as if she could not touch him even if she extended her hand. Could it be that the notion of past lives held some truth? Why else would she feel no wariness toward him and possess such a profound sense of dependence? Upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Wang Dong stepped forward to begin filling out her information. The teacher instructed her to release her martial soul and soul rings, astonishing the surrounding students and faculty. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, floated above her, and a pair of beautiful wings unfurled behind her. 1,000 years. What a promising talent. The teacher, who was overseeing the registrations, nodded with a smile, then shifted his gaze to the seemingly indifferent young man standing behind her. Are you here to register as well? Xue Xiaoran, noticing the teacher addressing him, shook his head. I am merely a family member, accompanying my brother. Is that so? Do you not wish to give it a try? The teacher clearly had no intention of giving up. There is a saying that perfection is often accompanied by allure. Those who are handsome or beautiful are unlikely to achieve mediocrity in life. Conversely, those of ordinary appearance are often lost among the crowd. Though Xue Xiaoran's features still bore a hint of youthfulness, they were captivating enough to win the hearts of many girls his age. What emotions lay hidden within those azure eyes? No, I am just here to see my brother off. Xue Xiaoran once more respectfully declined. What a pity. The teacher smiled faintly, unfazed, and nodded at Wang Dong, handing him an assessment certificate. Xue Xiaoran followed behind, taking a seat in the parents section, observing Wang Dong's performance. The month of training and combat had allowed Wang Dong to grow rapidly. Endowed with remarkable talent, he made significant strides in his battles against Xue Xiaoran. Although he had no means to counter Xue Xiaoran's poison, he still managed to engage him in a fierce contest without utilizing his martial soul. Xue Xiaoran mused that these small assessments would surely pose no challenge for Wang Dong, and he promptly closed his eyes to commence his meditation. Are you certain you do not wish to participate in our Shrek Academy assessment? At some point, a figure had appeared beside Xue Xiaoran, as if conjured from thin air, signifying that the newcomer possessed a terrifyingly high level of soul power. The man, middle-aged with bright eyes and striking features, had long hair, casually resting on his shoulders, and was curiously observing Xue Xiaoran. Hello, teacher. Xue Xiaoran nodded with a smile, appearing as an ordinary child from a humble family. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. From observing the child's cultivation, he could discern that this was no ordinary boy, yet here he was, putting on an act before me. With your soul power, passing the assessment, and becoming a member of Shrek should be a mere trifle. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yin Xiaozhe, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department at Shrek Academy. Yin Xiaozhe smiled, feeling quite astonished within. It was unusual for him to speak such words to a child. Greetings, Dean Yin. I am Xue Xiaoran, the boy replied, cupping his hands in respect. Each individual has their own path and choices, and my current choice is to attend another academy. Oh, which academy might that be? The Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Xue Xiaoran replied calmly. Upon hearing this name, Yin Xiaozhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiaoran, you haven't waited long, have you? Came the voice of Wang Dong from behind. Xue Xiaoran bowed respectfully to Dean Yin, and then followed Wang Dong into the academy. Yin Xiaozhe watched the two depart, knowing in his heart that the Sun and Moon Royal Academy was likely to acquire a promising talent. How vexing. Chapter 13, I shall depart. Until we meet again in a few years. Who was that person just now? Is he a teacher? Indeed. Xue Xiaoran casually replied as he walked alongside Wang Dong into Shrek Academy. As they strolled down the broad avenue, no matter where they looked, they could see more than 10 varieties of meticulously pruned plants. After advancing 200 meters, several towering statues obscured their view. There were a total of 11 statues, each standing 10 meters tall, carved from the hardest granite. Xue Xiaoran paused for a moment, then smiled. They all appeared rather familiar. In the front row stood 3 statues. The central one depicted an elderly man with glasses, wearing a cheerful expression, of medium build and slightly plump, exuding an air of amiability. Beside him stood a gaunt middle-aged man and a beautiful woman. Xue Xiaoran thought to himself, this must be Dean Flander, Master, and Lu Erlong. I wonder if they are all safe in the divine realm. The foremost statue was that of the white tiger Douluo Daimubai. The second belonged to the sausage Douluo, Oscar, and the third was our Tang Sek's ancestor, the thousand hands Douluo, Tang San. Faint voices of conversation could be heard ahead, and Xue Xiaoran mused that perhaps the seniors were introducing the origins of these statues to the juniors. Let us take a look at the statues at the back, Wang Dong suggested, appearing quite intrigued by them. Xue Xiaoran nodded and continued along the avenue into the academy. He passed by the 7 individuals standing ahead and paused before one statue. Although this statue faced away from the crowd, it exuded a demeanor of facing the storm alone. Behind it rested an exquisitely beautiful long sword, and in its hand, a lifelike carving of an ice rose. With ice blue hair and striking blue-violet eyes, the figure exuded an air of elegance, although its gaze seemed to linger behind, as if concerned for someone following closely behind. The corners of its mouth curved into a nonchalant arc, creating an illusion of life in what was otherwise a statue. Xue Xiaoran gazed up at the statue, letting out a soft sigh before turning her attention to Wang Dong. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you to check in. Have you already made up your mind so swiftly? Then let us depart. Wang Dong nodded and hurried towards the registration area. The esteemed figure was none other than Xue Xiaoran, known as the Ice Phoenix Douluo, who held a prominent position within Shrek Academy. During her time at Shrek, her innate abilities ranked among the highest, and like the esteemed Tang San, she possessed twin martial souls. Though Xue Xiaoran did not vocalize her thoughts, she remained acutely aware of how her father was perceived by others. Upon hearing the senior's introduction conclude, she resumed her steps. After accompanying Wang Dong through the tedious processes of registration and class allocation, twilight began to descend. Thanks to the storage rings they carried, both Wang Dong and Xue Xiaoran were spared the burden of hauling heavy luggage. Walking toward the dormitory alongside Wang Dong, whose demeanor appeared somewhat somber, Xue Xiaoran refrained from speaking, aware that further words would only deepen the melancholy of parting. Seated in front of the dormitory was an elderly man who appeared to be of considerable age, dressed in a simple gray robe. His face bore wrinkles that could easily ensnare more than a dozen flies, while his eyes were clouded and drooping, embodying the fragility of old age. The sunlight filtering between the buildings cast a warm glow upon him, and he reclined comfortably in his chair. Wang Dong nodded at the old man, who seemed to serve as the dormitory supervisor. Xue Xiaoran maintained her composure, observing him with an expressionless face. He appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any fluctuations of soul power. Yet, he was not perceived as such in her heart. She sensed intuitively that he was no common individual. One who has cultivated their soul power to its zenith can conceal their aura completely, masquerading as an ordinary person. Xue Xiaoran believed he belonged to the latter category. Yet without tangible evidence and unable to discern further, she simply clasped her hands in respect before ascending the staircase with Wang Dong. The old man remained in his original position, murmuring, "Interesting." He had noticed the fleeting doubt in Xue Xiaoran's eyes. Uncertainty, after all, is a good sign. This year's seedlings seemed promising. He yawned and closed his eyes once more. As Xue Xiaoran entered their room, she discovered that while no personal belongings had been placed on the adjacent bed, a basin and a towel were set out, indicating that someone had already taken residence. Wang Dong silently began to unpack his possessions from the ring and lay them upon the bed. The two shared a comfortable silence. Before long, a young man pushed open the door, and upon seeing two individuals inside, he double-checked the dormitory number, muttering to himself, "I must not have gone astray. Who are you?" The blue-haired youth instinctively inquired. Wang Dong grunted in response, "I am your roommate. You are also from this dormitory, aren't you? Given the tidiness of your cleaning, I shall permit you to temporarily reside with me. However, there are several rules you must adhere to. Firstly, refrain from bringing anyone back to the dormitory indiscriminately. Secondly, do not cause annoyance by being undressed within these walls. Thirdly, snoring during the night is strictly prohibited. Fourthly, do not disturb me. And fifthly, the responsibility of maintaining the dormitory's cleanliness now falls upon you, though you must not touch my bed. Have you understood clearly?" Wang Dong spoke with an air of superiority, his words merely an outlet for the sadness he felt within. "Why should I?" The blue-haired youth could not help but feel anger swell at this statement. "Why should I heed your words? Wang Dong, that is enough," Xue Xiaoran said calmly, aware that Wang Dong's temper had flared again. He nodded at the blue-haired youth. A silent apology on behalf of Wang Dong. Wang Dong wiped his eyes and dashed out of the dormitory. Xue Xiaoran rose to his feet, and the blue-haired youth instinctively stepped aside as they brushed past one another. His gaze lingered on the blue-haired youth, particularly fixating on his eyes. With a slight sidestep, Xue Xiaoran exited the dormitory. As the sun began to set, Wang Dong curled up, his mood exceedingly bleak. What worsened his spirits was the impending separation from Xiaoran, compounded by their earlier discord. At this thought, his handsome visage contorted slightly, revealing a look of distress akin to that of a girl. "It's time to return. Classes commence tomorrow." Xue Xiaoran's voice resonated beside him. Wang Dong looked up to see the azure-eyed youth with his hands in the pockets of a white casual outfit, both of them gazing at the sunset. The gentle breeze tousled Xue Xiaoran's icy blue hair, and he appeared to be smiling. "How did you know I was here?" Wang Dong inquired. "Whenever you sulk, you come to the highest point to gaze at the sky in contemplation," Xue Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. "Whether in the divine realm or on Douluo Continent, it remains the same. Even with memories sealed, certain habits and preferences from the past remain unchanged." Wang Dong turned again to face the serene Xue Xiaoran, parting his lips to whisper softly, "I was wrong earlier. The intent of the conversation was not flawed. Yet the approach was indeed misguided. Your soul power rank surpasses that of your counterpart, thus expecting them to serve you is entirely reasonable on the Douluo Continent, where strength reigns supreme. However, your error lay in failing to manage your emotions and venting your frustrations. Upon hearing these words, a faint smile graced Wang Dong's face. Recognizing that Xue Xiaoran's counsel was meant to comfort him. Fool, he murmured softly. I'm leaving now. Xue Xiaoran exhaled and turned to descend the stairs. Wait. Xue Xiaoran paused, sensing an embrace from behind. Due to the seal placed upon Wang Dong by his father-in-law, Xue Xiaoran was among the few permitted to draw near him, prompting a reflection on how much the father truly cherished his daughter, leaving little room for others to intrude. If an ordinary person were to grasp Wang Dong's hand, even if by chance, they would be instantaneously repelled by the constraints imposed by the father-in-law. Surely, they would meet again, Xue Xiaoran reassured, gazing at the magnificent lights illuminating the Shrek Academy, marveling at its unparalleled scenery. Study diligently, and we shall reunite in a few years. Noticing that Wang Dong still held on, Xue Xiaoran turned around and gently patted his shoulder. I don't want to wait for years. Wang Dong's voice grew somewhat hoarse, reverting to a more feminine tone. Be obedient, Xue Xiaoran replied with a smile, her voice resolute yet comforting. He certainly was not devoid of expression. Rather, he concealed his emotions beneath his exterior. The sixth line of the Xiantian Baolu. The Mount Tai may crumble before me, yet my countenance remains unchanged. The yellow river may surge above, but I shall not be startled, was exemplified to its fullest by him. What Xue Xiaoran truly contemplated might only be known by one's own parents. If you need anything, seek Uncle Niu Tian and Uncle Titan. I'm leaving now. Xue Xiaoran forcibly created distance between herself and Wang Dong, gently stroking his powder blue short hair before descending the staircase. Let's make a pinky promise. Wang Dong extended his hand before Xue Xiaoran. Pinky promise. We will meet again in a few years, and you will come to Shrek Academy for classes. Those who deceive are merely puppies. Xue Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, as if transported back to the divine realm, recalling the crisp sound of the pinky promise and the little hand extended before her. Upon hearing the terms of their agreement, Xue Xiaoran smiled. A pinky promise binds us for 100 years, unchanging. Both softly uttered in unison. Wang Dong waved his fist, as if attempting to mask something. If you deceive me, I shall pummel you. MHM. Xue Xiaoran chuckled lightly, turning her back to Wang Dong as she walked towards the expansive evening glow. Chapter 14. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. When Xue Xiaoran stepped out of the dormitory once more, the sky had darkened. Surprisingly, the old man was still lying there. Upon seeing her descend the stairs, his squinted eyes opened a narrow slit. Xue Xiaoran clasped her hands in salute before stepping out of the dormitory entrance. Are you not a student here? The old man spoke for the first time, his voice frighteningly aged, akin to the sound of sandpaper rubbing together. I am merely escorting a friend, nothing more. Xue Xiaoran deemed there was no need for further discourse with the dormitory manager and promptly departed. The old man watched her retreating figure with open eyes, slowly exhaling. Having initially thought this child could attend Shrek Academy, it seems that reality often defies our wishes. Regardless of the old man's thoughts, once Xue Xiaoran exited the campus gates, she hastened toward the exit of Shrek City. Her mission of escorting Wang Dong into Shrek was complete, and she had no further reason to linger. Young master. Song Xue appeared beside Xue Xiaoran as she left Shrek City, materializing without a trace of presence, as if he had been there all along. The task is accomplished. Let us depart. Snow Xiaoran turned back once more to gaze at the city behind her, then clasped the large hand of Song Xue. With a gentle smile, Song Xue whisked Snow Xiaoran away in an instant. This occurrence went unnoticed by anyone, not even the teachers of Shrek Academy. As usual, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy commenced its student enrollment, welcoming primarily those of noble lineage, reminiscent of the past at the Tiando Royal Academy. Here, not only spirit masters were recruited, but the role of spirit engineers held considerable importance within the academy. As time progressed, the once insignificant spirit guidance devices had been gradually researched, developed, and manufactured into weapons of mass destruction. Their destructive power could rival that of a tidal Douluo. This underscores the reason for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's emphasis on spirit engineers. The Sun and Moon Empire is renowned for its unparalleled expertise in spirit device research, far exceeding that of any other empire. Consequently, an imbalance often arose within the academy, where most spirit masters hailed from prestigious families, while spirit engineers typically came from commoner backgrounds, leading to inevitable friction between the two factions. The process of crafting spirit devices not only honed one's mental fortitude, but also expanded the sea of consciousness. Hence, Snow Xiaoran's ambition was straightforward: to achieve dual cultivation. Naturally, many students shared this aspiration, yet the harshness of reality was undeniable. with the plethora of daily practice and assignments leaving little room for restful sleep. Young master, I can only accompany you this far, Song Xue said as they stood before a modern architectural marvel, surrounded by a throng of students and parents, all evidently there to enroll. Among them were numerous nobles, their expressions tinged with a hint of arrogance. Thank you for your escort, Uncle Song Xue. I should be fine within the academy. There is no need to worry, Xue Xiaoran replied warmly. Indeed, it is the academy, Song Xue nodded, then lowered his voice. If anyone displeases you, let your uncle and aunt know during the holidays, and we shall handle it. Understood, Xue Xiaoran chuckled, nodding in agreement, then waved farewell to Song Xue before joining peers of similar age as they entered the modern building. You really are fearless, the Ice Emperor's cold voice resonated, unaccompanied by the Wolf King, as she ventured into the unknown. I am here to learn, not to fight, Xue Xiaoran silently affirmed. Regardless, your presence here is due to my influence. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Are you expressing thanks? Xue Xiaoran retorted, bemused. What a scoundrel, who said anything about gratitude? A moment of silence ensued, as he recognized the quintessential tsundere behavior he had grown accustomed to over the years. Realizing he would need to continue navigating this dynamic, the Ice Emperor's voice seemed to fade into silence, possibly sulking, which in turn brought a sense of calm to Xue Xiaoran's heart. The line advanced swiftly, and soon it was Xue Xiaoran's turn. Name, age, martial soul, soul power level. The teacher sitting there spoke in a calm tone, holding a pen in hand. Xue Xiaoran, 11 years old, ultimate poison, level 25. As Xue Xiaoran recited each detail, the teacher's eyes sparkled with interest. Having received students all morning, this was the first time he encountered such an intriguing martial soul and a student of exceptional talent. Ultimate poison. The term ultimate is not to be taken lightly. Release your martial soul. All right. Xue Xiaoran nodded, and a faint green mist emerged, accompanied by one yellow and one purple soul ring appearing beside him. With a sudden crash, the teacher instantly stood up, his face alight with joy, nodding repeatedly in approval. I didn't expect it to be a millennium. It seems that Xiao Hongshan has found a rival, he murmured softly, swiftly jotting down notes on paper. The boys and girls lined up behind Xue Xiaoran felt a wave of suffocation. Under the pressure of such a top-tier elemental martial soul, many sensed that they could hardly release their own martial souls. Students close to Xue Xiaoran instinctively took a few steps back, feeling slightly dizzy and nauseous when in proximity. Releasing ultimate poison would generate toxins, though merely the most basic kind, barely even worthy of the title poison. All right, retract your martial soul. The teacher smiled, then handed the paper to Xue Xiaoran, making an exception to pat his shoulder, saying, work hard. Clearly, this teacher believed that Xue Xiaoran's talent was formidable even within the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Xue Xiaoran nodded, accepting the paper, and followed the directions to the next room. Originally, there was to be a power test, but those with a soul power level exceeding 23 could forego such assessments. Following the instructions, Xue Xiaoran arrived at the final room. However, it was not a room at all, but rather a vast open space resembling a soul battle arena. Numerous upperclassmen occupied the surrounding stands, while several teachers sat together, engaging in hushed conversations and diligently scribbling on paper. In the center of the battle arena, two individuals were locked in a fierce duel. Soon, the battle concluded with a clear victor. The boy in school uniform emerged triumphant, while the one dressed in extravagant attire fell to defeat. What is happening? A newcomer participating in the assessment inquired. This is the final assessment. The boy standing in front replied in a low voice. The assessment is practical. It's a battle with upperclassmen to showcase one's abilities. If the teachers deem it satisfactory, you'll pass. Wow, this assessment. Some boys and girls huddled together could not help but comment. I see, Xue Xiaoran nodded thoughtfully. This assessment seemed to possess a certain allure, even surpassing that of Shrek Academy. Chapter 15, Senior Sister Nana. Xue Xiaoran observed the students standing in the soul battle arena, particularly focusing on the upperclassmen. Standing upon the soul combat arena, the majority of participants engaged in battle with the newcomers possessed a cultivation level of the third ring, while a few seniors held the second ring. Nonetheless, the confrontations were overwhelmingly one-sided. Those seniors from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy effortlessly triumphed over the freshmen. A disparity in combat prowess that was entirely expected given their year-long academic advantage. However, what pleasantly surprised Xue Xiaoran was the atmosphere. As the seniors remained humble in victory and resilient in defeat, approaching their matches with a guiding demeanor. Next, Xue Xiaoran announced the referee with a booming voice. Xue Xiaoran acknowledged with a slight nod, aware that it was his turn to step into the arena. As he made his entrance, the seniors in the stands began to murmur, their discussions predominantly revolving around Xue Xiaoran's striking appearance. Many of the female students exchanged whispers, their cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. handing over his documentation to the teacher, maintaining order. Xue Xiaoran shook out his hands and positioned himself at the center of the arena. Though he did not employ any soul techniques or manifest his martial soul, his mere presence exuded an innate sense of ease. Silence, the teacher shouted, startled by the continued chatter from the audience, before nodding towards Xue Xiaoran. Which student will guide this newcomer? I will. Me. Several students raised their hands. Surprisingly, a majority of them were girls. An elderly man nearby cleared his throat. Enough. Nana, you go. He glanced at the students from his class in the audience before redirecting his attention. All right. The challenger, with a dark red ponytail and a tall, graceful figure clad in a yellow school uniform, radiated an air of spirited elegance. Her gentle eyes, though soft, hinted at an underlying sharpness. She strode confidently to the center of the arena and nodded at the referee. Nana, she addressed Xue Xiaoran. Realizing she was greeting him, he replied in kind, Xue Xiaoran. Both sides, manifest your martial souls. As this was merely a practice match rather than a formal duel, the referee requested both participants to release their martial souls beforehand, providing a valuable opportunity for the newcomers to learn and grow. An ethereal spirit emerged behind Nana, playfully grinning at Xue Xiaoran, seemingly imbued with life. Simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared around her, indicative of an optimal soul ring configuration. Level 31, Martial Soul, Ghost, a sensitive attack control system soul master. Nana, pleased to make your acquaintance, she smiled. Xue Xiaoran, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, made no immediate movements. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, floated beside him. A millennium, exclaimed a nearby teacher in a hushed tone, astonished by the age of the newcomer's second soul ring. What a promising talent. They exchanged glances, their eyes radiating fervent joy. In the stands, the seniors looked on in astonishment, for it was their first time witnessing a soul master with a millennium-old second spirit ring. This fellow, how did he not burst under the pressure? One senior mused to himself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xue Xiaoran slowly spoke. Level 25, Martial Spirit of Ultimate Poison, Control Type Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing the phrase Ultimate Poison, Nana couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Xue Xiaoran, clearly perplexed by its meaning. The referee gestured for both to step back a few paces, raising his hand to signal the start. Nana stood her ground, seemingly allowing Xue Xiaoran the first strike. She was confident. The 6-level disparity in soul power was glaringly apparent in battle, and should she engage, it would likely result in Xue Xiaoran being sent flying from the arena. Although it was her first encounter with him, she held a favorable impression of the handsome newcomer and decided to grant him some grace. Observing Nana's inaction, Xue Xiaoran scoffed inwardly, lightly stepping forward as he launched a straight punch aimed at Nana's face. A smile graced Nana's lips as she deftly sidestepped Xue Xiaoran's blow with a graceful twist of her waist, while the specter behind her chuckled softly, slipping into her shadow. Undeterred by the miss, Xue Xiaoran swung again, unleashing a thunderous punch that crackled with energy. He remained vigilant of the specter's movements. Upon noticing a slight smile at the corner of Nana's mouth, he executed a swift backflip, retreating several steps. Just moments ago, he narrowly evaded the specter's mental assault. The specter did not emerge from Nana's shadow, but instead materialized within Xue Xiaoran's. It made a playful grimace before re-entering Nana's body, augmenting her speed. Why does your attack resemble that of a strength-type soul master? Nana gasped slightly, the infused energy of his punches proving difficult to evade. Having landed a few hits that left her feeling a jolt and breathless, though the vast difference in their soul powers meant she felt only a minor impact. Is it over? Xue Xiaoran did not respond to Nana's query. To everyone's surprise, he refrained from launching a further assault, opting instead to remain stationary and silent. 3, 2, 1 down. He snapped his fingers lightly, and Nana, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief, gradually succumbed to the ground. Xue Xiaoran wins. The referee announced loudly. Well done. For reasons unknown, applause erupted from the newcomers, as Xue Xiaoran's victory against the odds instilled within them a sense of confidence and a shared sense of triumph. The elders sighed, remarking, Nana underestimated him. Yet that boy's talent is indeed remarkable. He intentionally approached Nana, using the force of his punches to waft the poison into her mouth and nose. Such a cunning strategy, how delightful. The elder chuckled heartily. Is it a colorless, odorless poison? This child, once cultivated, holds an unpredictable future. The teacher nearby nodded with a smile, making a conspicuous mark on the paper. The seniors in the stands also applauded, while Xue Xiaoran acknowledged them with a nod, causing the 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, to vanish, along with the paralysis toxin within Nana's body. The elder stood beside Nana, offering swift and quiet guidance regarding her gains and losses from the battle. Teacher, Nana murmured, I can't stand up. I wonder if someone could assist me. The elder nodded and called out loudly, Xue Xiaoran. Just as Xue Xiaoran stepped down from the stage, he heard his name being called. Turning around, he saw an elderly instructor beside the slumped figure of Nana. What else can I do for you? Xue Xiaoran inquired, clasping his fists in respect. My student cannot rise due to your poison. I require your assistance to take her to the infirmary. The elder coughed lightly and remarked with a hint of authority, You will take responsibility, I presume? Of course, no problem, Xue Xiaoran replied, nodding. As he approached the elder, the latter handed him a student identification card. An impressive battle. Your practical experience is commendable. Continue to strive diligently. Xue Xiaoran received the card, which resembled a simple card adorned with his photograph and name. Thank you, teacher, he said, bowing respectfully. Go ahead, the elder said, patting Xue Xiaoran's shoulder with satisfaction before returning to the judging panel. Xue Xiaoran slipped the student card into his pocket and extended his hand to Nana, asking, Senior, can you stand? Nana scrutinized Xue Xiaoran's calm demeanor and his emotionally neutral azure eyes, then nodded. I can, but walking alone is somewhat challenging. Nana grasped Xue Xiaoran's hand, using his support as they limped towards the infirmary. Meanwhile, the stands echoed with the heartbroken sounds of the seniors. Chapter 16. The Mirror of Red Dust. Why did Nana lend her shoulder to Xue Xiaoran? Perhaps it was due to the sight of his emotionless, tranquil gaze. It seemed as if everything unfolded naturally, as if it were destined. After helping Nana onto the bed, Xue Xiaoran exchanged a nod with a nearby female teacher who bore an ambiguous expression. Then he pushed the door open. Wait, Nana said once more. Xue Xiaoran turned to look at her lying on the bed. How did you defeat me just now? Nana couldn't help but ask. Having been quite attentive during the fight, she noted that there was no physical contact between them, and the wind had been in her favor. No matter how Xue Xiaoran wielded his poison, it should not have reached her. You underestimated me, senior, Xue Xiaoran replied calmly. When I struck, the force of my punch carried the poison into your mouth and nose. He added, It is only natural that you lost this time. Nana pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. I have learned from this experience. Thank you, Junior. Then, she chuckled. Junior, do you always maintain such a serious expression? You must look handsome when you smile. Oh, is that so? Xue Xiaoran's lips formed a graceful arc as he turned to close the door. Nana's mind echoed with the smile of his profile, her cheeks flushed. Did I just get flirted with by a junior? The female teacher beside her wore the knowing gaze of someone who has experienced such moments, cheerfully draping a blanket over Nana. The assessment concluded swiftly, surprisingly taking little time. Yet the freshman's performance was less than impressive. Aside from Xue Xiaoran, who triumphed over his seniors, only a handful matched his success. The majority fell to the hands of the upperclassmen. Except for a few prideful aristocrats, the other newcomers felt a deep respect, further igniting their anticipation for the courses at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Could they one day become as formidable as their seniors? On his very first day at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, Xue Xiaoran was left with a favorable impression, as nothing unpleasant occurred. However, his enigmatic prowess remained known to only a select few. In that battle, he exhibited not just the physical abilities of a control-type soul master. Remarkably, his breathing rhythm remained unchanged throughout his set of martial arts techniques, which spoke volumes. Naturally, such subtleties could only be discerned by astute observers, such as the teachers who watched intently from the sidelines. Investigate the origins of this Xue Xiaoran, rasped an elderly voice within the classroom office. The elder felt a sense of danger from the talent displayed by Xue Xiaoran. If other nations or academies had sent infiltrators to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, it would be a dire situation. No need for that. Zhou, a clear, resonant male voice interjected. A silver-haired middle-aged man had appeared behind the elder, maintaining his vitality despite his age. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, Director Jing, this Xue Xiaoran's origins are unclear, and I have my suspicions. Elder Zhou said, furrowing his brow. I have already conducted my investigation, Director Jing replied, stepping forward with grace, his gaze resting on the academy outside the window. Xue Xiaoran hails from the Carefree Sword sect, and he is likely their most exceptional disciple. He smiled slightly. Although the Carefree Sword sect resides within the Sun and Moon Empire, they have never pledged allegiance to it, and that Sword City is under their own governance. However, this does not imply that the Carefree Sword sect will remain neutral forever. We must do everything possible to draw this young man closer. He may become a pivotal factor in aligning the Carefree Sword sect with the Sun and Moon Empire. Director Jing turned back, stating, given this young man's outstanding performance in the entrance examination, he will automatically be placed in a class. If his requests are not excessive, you may extend your support. Should he wish to study the crafting of soul guide devices, provide him with the necessary materials and courses, provided he is willing to learn. Director Jing narrowed his eyes, remarking, with him around, he can motivate Xiaoer to progress, yielding numerous benefits. Understood. I shall set the wheels in motion, the elder replied. Zhou Lao chuckled softly, respectfully bowing before he exited the teacher's office. Is it the ultimate poison? Dean Jing Hongchun, removed his glasses, basking in the glow of the setting sun. If wielded appropriately, it could indeed serve as a formidable weapon. Would you not agree, naturally? The teacher's briefing for the new students concluded just as the last rays of sunlight faded. Most of the newcomers had yet to enter their dormitories or find time for a meal. What they yearned for most was to swiftly organize their rooms, head to the dining hall for a hearty feast, and then approach the next day's classes with renewed vigor. At the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon, each room accommodated 2 students. Upon entering room 1551, Xue Xiaoran sensed the presence of another person within. Are you my new roommate? I look forward to learning from you. A brown-haired youth greeted him with a smile. Suddenly, he exclaimed in a hushed tone, Aren't you the handsome guy who defeated the senior in the Seoul Duel Arena? Handsome? Xue Xiaoran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and sighed helplessly as he began to unpack his belongings, placing them hurriedly on his bed. I apologize for my earlier excitement, the brown-haired youth said with a hint of remorse, scratching his head. He extended his hand towards Xue Xiaoran, introducing himself. I am Nangong Ling. And you? Seeing that the other was amiable, Xue Xiaoran shook his hand with a calm demeanor. Xue Xiaoran, I appreciate your kindness. Let us go for dinner. I am absolutely famished, Nangong Ling said, casually patting Xue Xiaoran on the shoulder. Xue Xiaoran nodded, recognizing that Nangong Ling was quite friendly, which he found endearing rather than off-putting. Perhaps it was a testament to his charisma. After quickly preparing his belongings, Xue Xiaoran stepped out of the dormitory alongside Nangong Ling. The campus was alive with scattered laughter and joyous chatter as the freshmen reveled in the excitement of their first day. Did you know? The dean's grandson and granddaughter are in our cohort, Nangong Ling remarked, tilting his head slightly. Who are they? Xue Xiaoran inquired, eager to keep the conversation flowing. Jing Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, both are breathtakingly talented individuals. I've heard that Meng Hongchen possesses silver hair and blue eyes, and is exceptionally beautiful. I truly hope to be in the same class as her tomorrow. Xue Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement as they entered the dining hall, where he began to procure his dinner from the automated food dispenser before sitting down to eat hastily. He needed to practice later and couldn't he afford to squander time on trivial matters. His second 1,000-year soul ring had bestowed upon him a novel toxin, the 100-flower poison. This was an illusory toxin that could incapacitate foes momentarily, leaving them dizzy and weak while presenting them with a breathtaking vision of blooming flowers, an illusion that heralded death. Why do all my soul abilities seem to be offensive in nature? Xue Xiaoran pondered silently, gazing at his hands. Am I truly a control-type soul master? Chapter 17, Elimination System of Teaching. Why, oh why? Xue Xiaoran gazed at his palm, where a delicate mist swirled, carrying the fragrance of myriad blossoms. Is this the true form of the 100-flower poison, unrestrained? When he wielded the ultimate poison, he could refine it for reuse, rendering the resultant substance colorless and tasteless, truly terrifying. The 100-flower poison, too, could be employed in certain circumstances, particularly in spring, to bring about the untimely demise of the unsuspecting with a mere smile. Such offensive soul skills are simply extraordinary. Xue Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, yearning for a soul skill akin to a potent stimulant, one that could exponentially amplify the attacks of himself and his allies within a given vicinity. Although he could currently concoct a standard stimulant, he still fell short of achieving a super stimulant. Cold poison, a night of chilling rain. 100-flower poison, a whirlwind of blossoms. He patted his bright yellow school uniform and rose from the training ground, realizing that on this first day of school, he was the only one who had risen so early to utilize the training facilities. This solitude afforded him the freedom to wield the ultimate poison without concern for unwanted complications. After retracting his martial soul, the yellow and purple soul rings faded from view. Yawning, Xue Xiaoran commenced a light jog toward the cafeteria. The aristocratic meal, beneficial to the body, concluded swiftly. Upon reaching the classroom, he found it still empty. Stretching languidly, he settled into his seat, awaiting the arrival of his teacher and classmates. The class he belonged to was the most elite at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Within this institution, students were categorized into classes, each representing a distinct tier: Class A, B, C, D, and E. 5 classes in total, each signifying a different level of distinction. Xue Xiaoran had been fortunate enough to be assigned to Class A during the class allocation yesterday, a stroke of luck he deemed entirely reasonable. In contrast, his roommate, Nangong Ling, had been placed in Class B, highlighting the considerable distance between them. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a boy and a girl standing simultaneously at the entrance. They paused in surprise upon seeing Xue Xiaoran, who had arrived earlier than they had anticipated. Both were silver-haired with blue eyes. The boy was strikingly handsome, while the girl exuded a sweet and charming aura, resembling a pair of siblings. Xue Xiaoran nodded in their direction before shifting his gaze to the ceiling, appearing lost in thought while, in reality, he contemplated the applications of poison. Observing Xue Xiaoran's demeanor, the boy chose not to approach him warmly. Instead, he huffed and took a seat beside him. The young girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity upon seeing Xue Xiaoran. After the boy shot her a glance, she obediently took a seat beside him. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly heavy, yet Xue Xiaoran found it quite delightful. It was splendid that these two were not overly talkative. The girl rolled her eyes at her brother, implying that on the first day of school, a self-introduction was in order. The boy raised his eyelids, thinking, must I be the one to initiate conversation? However, he soon relented under the pressure of his sister's disapproving gaze and spoke up. I heard you showcased your talents remarkably in yesterday's soul duel. The girl covered her face in exasperation, realizing her brother's social skills had regressed into the negatives. Are you speaking to me? Xue Xiaoran waited in silence, finally opening his eyes and pointing to himself. Who else? The boy's expression darkened. He thought to himself, stop pretending. If that was what one called showcasing talents, Xue Xiaoran shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the boy, silently admonishing him not to put on airs in his presence. My name is Xiao Hongchun, and my martial soul is the three-legged golden toad. I trust you will remember this name, Xiao Hongchun declared with a scowl. Please excuse my brother's rudeness. I am his sister, Meng Hongchun, and I apologize on his behalf. The girl beside him quickly interjected, shooting a glare at Xiao Hongchun. Brother, why must you start off the first day of school by creating tension with a classmate? How can you speak up for an outsider? Xiao Hongchun incredulously pointed at Meng Hongchun, noticing a slight blush on her cheeks, which made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. I assure you, I won't be offended. Xue Xiaoran waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a tone that suggested he was on a different plane of existence compared to Xiao Hongchun. He silently scoffed, believing that such an arrogant young master needed to face a harsh fall to truly understand pain. He discerned that Xiao Hongchun's body was laden with excessive medicinal herbs, causing his soul power and aura to surge uncontrollably. This inability to maintain balance was indicative of excessive consumption of such substances. While the use of medicinal herbs was acceptable, excess was not. He observed Xiao Hongchun, knowing that over time, a resistance to these herbs would form, and progress in soul power would become painfully slow, or even come to a standstill. It seemed that Meng Hongchun, despite also consuming herbs, maintained a balanced approach without overindulgence. Though Xue Xiaoran jested, his gaze remained unruffled. My name is Xue Xiaoran. Well, I don't expect you to remember it. Xiao Hongchun's face darkened with irritation, while Meng Hongchun clenched her fists, thinking, how imposing. Soon after, several more students entered the classroom, all evidently acquainted with Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun. They had heard of Xue Xiaoran's effortless victory in the previous day's match, so they quietly took their seats, refraining from conversation. Seeing that the class had gathered, Xue Xiaoran felt a sense of relief wash over him. A gray-haired middle-aged man entered, squinting slightly and smiling. My name is Gu Tianyuan, and I shall henceforth serve as the class instructor for the martial soul department. Xue Xiaoran fell into a moment of silence, gazing at the middle-aged man. As a phrase spoken by Tang San's father flitted through her mind, those with squinting eyes are all monsters. Currently, the class comprised 20 students. However, after a year, only 10 would remain. Observing the bewildered newcomers, he grinned broadly, subtly dropping a bombshell. In other words, of the 20 of you, the last 10 will be expelled from the class. Furthermore, the final 10 will enter another class. Gu Tianyuan paused, stating that those in the last 10 would be dismissed. Let us embark on the journey of your first year of study, and strive not to be among the last 10. Gu Wubu's words sent a chill through all the students. For the first time, Xue Xiaoran revealed a smile tinged with competitiveness. This sense of rivalry was intriguing. Chapter 18, Soul Guidance System. The class consisted of merely 20 students, while the subsequent classes each boasted 100, highlighting the harshness of the rankings. The introduction of an elimination system caused the 20 students present to collectively inhale sharply. Teacher, what criteria will determine our rankings? A newcomer rose to ask solemnly. He, too, was among the class, his temperament vastly different from that of ordinary students. Examinations, assessments, classroom performance, field investigations, and soul combat scores will all factor into your evaluations. Gu Tianyuan replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. This year, I am your soul instructor, with no teaching assistants. So do not attempt to play tricks on me. Moreover, those with exceptional talent may have the opportunity to join another class, but at that time, they must be prepared to face the corresponding challenges. Are you ready for this? His voice sent a shiver down the spines of all the newcomers. However, the 10 who remain will have the honor of representing our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in the Youth Soul Master Competition, a prestigious opportunity for any student. Gu Tianyuan relished in employing the carrot and stick approach. From this moment on, you are no longer classmates, but competitors. The courses over the next few months will not involve teamwork. Every assessment will be one-on-one, with the exception of evaluations for control and support classes. He clapped his hands, casting a devilish smile at the still-dazed students. Now, let us commence the lesson. After the first class concluded, all the students in the class lay on their desks in silence. The impact of Gu Tianyuan's words weighing heavily on them. They were the 20 most gifted individuals of their cohort, distinguished by temperaments unlike those of ordinary people. While other classes lamented and complained, the students in this class quietly reviewed their notes, with not a single word exchanged. From this point onward, they were competitors. Was there still a need for conversation? After class, Xue Xiaoran tucked her notes into her ring and hurried after Gu Tianyuan's departing figure. Meng Hongqian reached out to initiate a conversation, but was halted by Xiao Hongqian's firm grip. You heard it too. We shall henceforth be rivals. For at least this year, refrain from engaging with others. A subtle air of pride adorned Xiao Hongqian's countenance, fueled by his unwavering confidence in becoming one among the 10 elite, possibly even leading the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy's team to participate in the Youth Soul Master competition in the years to come. However, Meng Hongqian furrowed her brows. After all, they were classmates. Enough, let us focus on our studies. Xiao Hongqian interrupted her. The teacher won't overlook our relation to the principal. Fine. Meng Hongqian pouted, redirecting her gaze to the textbook. Students nearby observed their interactions with a hint of wariness. These two might be the strongest among them all. Unfazed by the classroom's undercurrents, Xue Xiaoran pursued Gu Tianyuan's silhouette. Teacher Gu, she called out, bowing respectfully. You are Xue Xiaoran, right? What brings you here? Gu Tianyuan squinted, pondering her intentions. I wish to learn about soul tools. Are there any courses available? Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly. Gu Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, recalling the words relayed by the elderly teacher from the principal's office, and made a decision in his heart. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy is renowned for its soul tools. If you can participate, I, as your homeroom teacher, will certainly support you. After all, soul mentors are talents needed in our country. Gu Tianyuan smiled, patting Xue Xiaoran on the shoulder. However, are you certain you can manage two completely different courses simultaneously? To be clear, even if you excel in the Soul Tool course, should your performance in the Soul Master class falter, I will have to expel you from the class. His voice dropped to a low tone. Have you made your decision? Indeed, I have. Rest assured, Teacher Gu, my grades will not fall below the average. Xue Xiaoran replied with a gentle smile and a bow. All right, I shall take you to meet a teacher. Gu Tianyuan chuckled and, with narrowed eyes, led Xue Xiaoran in the opposite direction. As Xue Xiaoran observed this inscrutable teacher, a slight smile graced her lips. Knowing that Song Xue must have revealed her whereabouts to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy to some extent. Otherwise, this Gu teacher would not be so accommodating. They arrived at a door, and Gu Tianyuan placed a card against it, causing the door to slide open gently, unveiling an immaculate landscape within. Welcome to the most significant place in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, the Soul Tool Research Department, which is also known as Mingda Hall. Gu Tianyuan proclaimed, extending his arms to introduce Xue Xiaoran to her new surroundings. Xue Xiaoran observed the steady stream of individuals clad in white research attire, noting that the majority were students of a notably youthful age. This was the outer department, where those engaged in work, classes, and study were predominantly students. Further in, one would encounter the Teachers Research Institute. Gu Tianyuan, noticing the astonished expression on Xue Xiaoran's face, couldn't help but smile with a sense of pride, pondering how the Celestial Sword Sect had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. Before long, a bespectacled young man approached, nodding in acknowledgement to Gu Tianyuan. Teacher Gu, what brings you to Mingda Hall today? Teacher Xian, one of the students in my class is quite interested in soul guiding devices and wishes to audit the soul guiding course. Might you provide him with an opportunity to sit in? The newcomer wore a white research outfit, distinguished by golden threads adorning the collar, signaling a difference in status. By Gu Tianyuan's address, it was clear that the visitor was also an instructor. A class. Teacher Xian adjusted his glasses, contemplating that aside from the likes of Xiao Hongqian, there were other students intrigued by the soul guiding curriculum. Then follow me. I am about to commence the lesson. The young man pushed up his glasses and spoke to the silently standing Xue Xiaoran. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Xue Xiaoran clasped his hands in gratitude towards the smiling Gu Tianyuan, and then followed Teacher Xian into the depths of Mingda Hall. A playful smile graced Gu Tianyuan's lips as he turned to leave. Xue Xiaoran, let me witness why you are held in such high regard by Dean Jing. My name is Xian Ziwen. You may refer to me as Teacher Xian from now on, the young man said with a smile, his gaze falling upon Xue Xiaoran's tranquil azure eyes. Suddenly, he added, you possess remarkably keen eyes. I believe your aptitude for learning about soul guiding devices will surpass that of others. As they strolled down the spacious corridor, Xian Ziwen began imparting the first lesson. The most crucial tool for a soul master is the eye, which can observe myriad details. In the process of crafting soul-guiding devices, the hands are secondary. The eyes hold primary importance. However, above all else, the most vital aspect is a calm demeanor. Whether the endeavor results in success or failure, one must maintain a tranquil heart. Otherwise, the crafted soul-guiding device may be of poor quality, unworthy of the title Soul Master. Come, today marks your first audit class. After the lesson, I will pose a few questions to gauge your comprehension. Should you pass, you may continue your studies here. Xian Ziwen stated as they arrived at the door of a classroom. Xue Xiaoran nodded. In his heart, he felt that Xian Ziwen was much safer than Gu Tianyuan. When discussing soul-guiding devices, Xian's tone was imbued with excitement and a sense of sacredness, as if he would dedicate his life to the soul-guiding discipline. In contrast, Gu Tianyuan's expression remained inscrutable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lay behind his demeanor. Such individuals were the most perilous. As Xue Xiaoran pondered this, he realized that he too might appear quite dangerous in the eyes of others. Chapter 19, The Bet. Xian Ziwen gently pushed open the classroom door, and the previously lively chatter fell into a sudden hush. He nodded slightly and led Xue Xiaoran into the room. He refrained from introducing Xue Xiaoran or prompting him to introduce himself. In his eyes, this classmate merely harbored a fleeting interest in the soul guidance department. He believed that attending this class would suffice for Xue Xiaoran to comprehend the disparity between the soul guidance and soul master departments, ultimately leading him to abandon further pursuit. However, the students seated in the classroom evidently found Xue Xiaoran intriguing, as they were all senior students, older than him, including Nana, who had faced him in battle just days prior. Teacher Xian, is this junior here to attend class? A curious female student raised her hand and inquired. He is merely auditing the class. Should he find the course acceptable, he may become my student. But that time is not now. Xian Ziwang replied with an air of gravity, then cleared his throat, signaling that the lesson was about to commence. Xue Xiaoran surveyed the classroom, noting that all were clad in immaculate white research attire, as he searched for an available seat. Soon, he spotted Nana, who had only greeted him briefly before, discreetly beckoning him with a gesture, indicating there was space beside her. He approached her with measured steps. Junior, what sparked your sudden interest in the soul guidance department? Nana asked, while Xian Ziwang busied himself arranging various soul guiding devices on the podium, allowing a brief moment for casual conversation before the class began. One of my objectives in enrolling at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy is to study the creation and theory of soul guiding devices, Xue Xiaoran replied calmly, retrieving a notebook from his ring and placing it on the desk. Ah, so you intend to pursue both the soul master and soul guidance paths? Quite ambitious. Nana chuckled, giving his shoulder a playful pat. Does he really think he can manage both? A voice interjected with disdain. Here we go again, Xue Xiaoran thought to himself, suppressing a smirk at the interruption. The speaker, with tousled blonde hair, cast a condescending glance at Xue Xiaoran as their eyes met. Wang Xiaojia, we're all classmates here. Must you speak so dismissively? Nana admonished firmly. Who considers someone merely auditing a classmate? Talent is not bestowed upon all. And I merely advise this junior to abandon the soul guidance path, Wang Xiaojia retorted with a derisive chuckle, his followers echoing his laughter, tinged with malice, prompting Nana to raise an eyebrow in disapproval. You. In her eyes, Wang Xiaojia was once again belittling a newcomer, seeking to bolster his own tiresome pride. How about we make a wager? Xue Xiaoran interjected, grasping Nana's arm before she could rise, turning his azure gaze towards Wang Xiaojia. Why must there still be such reckless individuals, so eager to engage in verbal sparring in this Douluo Continent? Once there was Dongfang Yan, who was swiftly pulled back into the inner hall by a slap from his father, echoing the saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Now, we have Wang Xiaojia, who initiates a comprehensive and unrestrained mockery. Xue Xiaoran had originally intended to pass his days at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy in tranquility, but the arrival of Gu Tianyuan and Wang Xiaojia disrupted his plans entirely. Lowly commoner, how do you wish to wager? Or rather, can you afford to wager? Wang Xiaojia stepped closer to Xue Xiaoran as Xian Ziwen entered the Soul Guide storage room, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Everyone was aware of his pursuit of Nana, yet this junior brazenly chose to sit beside her, prompting a display to teach him a lesson. A hint of amusement danced in Xue Xiaoran's gaze. In the face of such extreme provocation, he found it intriguing. It seemed to him, in all his years as a human, he had never before been so challenged, evoking a sense of novelty. Junior, Nana thought, noticing Xue Xiaoran's silence. Could it be that Wang Xiaojia's soul power has rendered him speechless? Enough, a purple-haired youth rose, positioning himself in front of Wang Xiaojia. We are all classmates, and class is about to commence. Let us not disgrace our soul guidance department. Here it comes, the Clich D heroic rescue, Xue Xiaoran mused. I suppose he wishes to leave a good impression in someone's heart. How tedious. Wang Xiaojie seemed somewhat wary of the purple-haired youth. Observing Xue Xiaoran's reluctance to respond, he huffed in dissatisfaction and returned to his seat with a thud. Thank you, Zimu. Nana expressed her gratitude with a nod. Zimu acknowledged her with a gentlemanly smile before resuming his seat. A soft sound echoed as Xue Xiaoran placed a ring upon the table, instantly captivating everyone's attention. This senior, he declared. As for the wager you mentioned, of course, I am willing to stake. I possess a level 5 soul guide, designed for both storage and combat. This shall be my wager. What do you offer? His clear, resonant voice permeated the classroom, a smile curving upon his lips. Though he stood significantly shorter than Wang Xiaojie, he exuded an air of superiority, as if looking down upon him. When he refrained from action, he blended into the crowd, but once he made a move, all eyes were drawn to him. A level 5 soul guide. Wang Xiaojie's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed. Despite his royal lineage from the Sun and Moon Empire, he did not bear the surname Su and was ultimately not a legitimate royal. The resources and funds available to him were limited. A level 5 soul guide often fetched prices in the hundreds of thousands at auction, and one with both storage and offensive capabilities would command at least 10 times that value. He paid no mind to how Xue Xiaoran had acquired this level 5 soul guide. Most students present were merely novices or had just attained the first or second rank as soul mentors, making such an item exceedingly precious to them. Let the wager commence. Wang Xiaojie spat disdainfully, retrieving a necklace from within the ring, adorned with a large, exquisite pink-blue gemstone, exuding an air of considerable value. A 5th-level soul guiding device. What was there to wager? His heart bled slightly, yet greed overshadowed the pain. If I answer all of Teacher Xian's questions correctly after class and remain as a student, I shall emerge victorious. If I fail to answer correctly, I shall lose. All the senior students present would serve as witnesses. Xue Xiaoran calmly retrieved the 5th-level soul guiding device back into the ring, a serene smile gracing her lips. The wager was set. Wang Xiaojie chuckled, bemused. He himself was utterly bewildered by Teacher Xian's lesson. Could this newcomer, attending class for the first time, truly comprehend it? Zimu, at a loss for words, wondered how the situation, which had just calmed, had been reignited. However, the bet had been made, and he found himself powerless to intervene. In the front row, 2 young women sat together. One, a senior with flowing orange hair, glanced back before refocusing on her notes. Junior, why would you do this? Aren't you just inviting trouble? Nana shot him an exasperated look, earnestly advising, Wang Xiaojie is of royal descent. Do not provoke him lightly. Your impulsive nature is truly concerning. Xue Xiaoran's gaze returned to neutrality, her expression settling as if the momentary display of arrogance had been feigned. The senior was far too timid. When has cultivation ever been dictated by status? Xue Xiaoran's azure eyes met Nana's, her voice steady. This world does not bend to reason. It is the strength of one's fist that prevails. Nana's expression wavered, growing increasingly perplexed by this junior. Such words were not typically spoken by an 11-year-old newcomer. By the way, what is your name, senior? I've forgotten. Noticing Nana lost in thought, Xue Xiaoran abruptly interjected. Nana, remember it well. Nana snapped back to reality, shooting Xue Xiaoran an irritated glare. At that moment, Xian Ziwen had already dragged all the equipment out from the storage room, clearing his throat. He turned his gaze toward Xue Xiaoran and Wang Xiaojie. With his prowess, he had certainly overheard every word of their earlier exchange. Xue Xiaoran, the newcomer in our class, is quite confident, Xian Ziwen remarked with a faint smile. If he indeed answered everything correctly, the soul guiding department would have struck gold. Chapter 20, Perfect Memory Ability. Xue Xiaoran twirled a pen between his slender fingers, guiding it with elegance and precision. His confidence in this wager was unwavering, for he possessed the remarkable ability of perfect memory. In essence, he could recall everything he had seen and heard, permanently etched in his mind. Thus, this bet was destined for triumph. Casting a glance at the attentive seniors, Xue Xiaoran continued to twirl the pen, casually jotting down key points in his notebook. The soul guidance device can be utilized simply by inputting one's spiritual energy with the aid of such a device. Even an ordinary soul master can triumph over opponents several levels above them. Xian Ziwen endeavored to elucidate the function of the soul guidance device in a clear and straightforward manner, catering to the fundamental curriculum that Xue Xiaoran was pursuing. Despite his rather serious and stern demeanor, he was, after all, an educator. Xue Xiaoran, with a contemplative glimmer in her emerald eyes, continuously twirled her pen. Xian Ziwen introduced her to a wondrous realm where, within the world of soul guidance devices, everything adhered to predetermined arcs, allowing spiritual energy to flow gently through carved pathways. This was all meticulously arranged, ensuring the absence of unforeseen incidents or alternative outcomes. The only result was the functionality predetermined by the soul mentor. This lesson shattered all the theoretical knowledge Xue Xiaoran had previously encountered in the divine realm. With the soul guidance device, support-type soul masters could even vanquish assault-type soul masters, fundamentally altering the battlefield dynamics. The empowerment of support and control-type soul masters would redefine all existing rules. A faint smile graced Xue Xiaoran's lips, as she found the subject undeniably intriguing. The bells signaling the end of class echoed from outside. Xian Ziwen glanced out the window, noting that twilight had descended, heralding the approach of dinner time. He cleared his throat and announced, "Today's assignment is to diligently study pages 60 and 61 of the textbook. Tomorrow, some of you may begin crafting level 1 soul guidance devices and should seek guidance from level 2 soul mentors, as they possess greater experience. That is all. Class is dismissed." Xian Ziwen clapped his hands, yet no one stirred from their seats. "Kaji, let us depart," whispered the orange-haired senior, cradling her notebook and bowing respectfully to Xian Ziwen before making her exit. "Wait for me, Kiki." The girl named Kiki hurriedly shoved her tools into her bag, bowed, and hurried after her friend. Zimu's gaze followed the silhouette of the orange-haired girl until she vanished into another teaching building. Everyone seemed to be anticipating something. Xian Ziwen wore a mildly exasperated smile and, clearing his throat, asked, "Xue Xiaoran, I will pose 5 knowledge points mentioned during class. If you answer them all correctly, you may attend class again tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" Xue Xiaoran twirled her pen and nodded. Since these were points discussed in class, she felt confident. In the Douluo Continent, how many levels of soul mentors are there? Without hesitation, Xue Xiaoran responded, 11. However, for ordinary individuals, there are 10. Xian Ziwen regarded her intently, pondering the implication of for ordinary individuals. Theoretically, it is indeed possible for a human to ascend to the rank of level 11 soul mentor, but it remains merely a possibility. As Xian Ziwen articulated each question, Xue Xiaoran's responses grew increasingly rapid, seemingly bypassing any conscious thought. A glimmer of joy flickered in Nana's beautiful eyes. It appeared that this junior was indeed not merely boasting, but possessed a remarkable memory. Some inquiries demanded not only theoretical knowledge, but also personal insights and summaries. Could it be that this junior is truly a prodigy? Both Nana and their classmates were astonished, struggling to comprehend Xue Xiaoran's swift grasp of concepts. Wang Xiaojia's expression darkened. Escape was not an option now. Should he leave, rumors would circulate about his bullying of juniors, and despite his royal lineage, he would not receive leniency from the throne. After all, he was not a Su. Excellent. Xian Ziwen clapped enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He believed that with a brief period of study, Xue Xiaoran could swiftly ascend to the rank of a first-level soul master. His comprehension abilities were formidable, and his temperament was equally commendable. Xian Ziwen envisioned a burgeoning genius within the academy, with himself as the mentor. Classmates clad in white research attire also joined in applause, and many began to cheer. Most of the supporters were commoners who had long disapproved of Wang Xiaojia's bullying. Now, Xue Xiaoran's triumph was a resounding slap to Wang Xiaojia's face. Xian Ziwen proclaimed, "Xue Xiaoran, you may attend class tomorrow. I shall have Nana prepare a set of research attire for you." Within the confines of Mind Hall, research garments symbolized one's status. Noticing Nana's evident familiarity with Xue Xiaoran, he entrusted the matter to her. At that moment, all eyes were on Wang Xiaojia, many harboring a hint of mockery. There was a certain delight in witnessing the downfall of a bully. Wang Xiaojia's countenance darkened further, his subordinates lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Xue Xiaoran twirled a pen, as if everything were a matter of course. "You have won," Wang Xiaojia grunted, as if reluctantly uttering the words. He seized a necklace and hurled it onto the table, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment before he turned to leave. It was clear to all that Wang Xiaojia and Xue Xiaoran had become adversaries. Xian Ziwen swiftly departed the classroom, needing to study soul-guiding devices in the faculty dormitory and attend to other preparatory tasks. The students left the classroom in cheerful banter, casting friendly glances at Xue Xiaoran. Once Nana finished organizing her belongings, she noticed Xue Xiaoran lost in contemplation of a large powder blue gemstone. With hands on her hips, she urged, "Let us go. I'll fetch you a school uniform." Xue Xiaoran pocketed the gemstone, yet a pair of powder blue eyes flashed in his mind. "Thank you, senior," he replied with a polite smile, rising first. "Ah, this junior," Nana mused, shaking her head in bemusement. Nana whispered softly, "Come with me. Let us head to the research institute." Xue Xiaoran nodded and followed in his footsteps. Shortly thereafter, Xue Xiaoran emerged from the institute clad in a pristine white research uniform, causing Nana's beautiful eyes to sparkle like stars. With her icy blue hair and emerald eyes, her perfectly chiseled features were imbued with an elegant beauty due to the uniform. Xue Xiaoran glanced at himself in the mirror, feeling quite pleased. What? Am I so handsome? The Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon may have its flaws, but the design of the uniform is undeniably exceptional. Chapter 21. No more teasing, no more teasing. Xue Xiaoran's busy academic life commenced. After completing his martial soul course on ancient celestial elements in the morning, he hurriedly consumed a few bites of food before heading to the soul guidance department for Xianziwen's class. However, due to Xue Xiaoran's photographic memory, his studies were not as burdensome as he had anticipated. He had grown taller, his stature more upright, and the calmness in his gaze managed to perfectly conceal the last traces of his youthful innocence. The class was better than he had imagined. At least daily conversations could still be held, yet the pervasive anxiety amongst the students remained unshaken. Today, Xue Xiaoran successfully sensed a faint ripple in his sea of consciousness. Although he was not a mental-type soul master, he could perceive his own consciousness through the soul-guiding device. Junior, what's wrong? Nana noticed his momentary daze and quickly waved her hand before his eyes. It's nothing, Xue Xiaoran replied with a slight apologetic smile, refocusing his mind on the soul-guiding device. Currently, Xue Xiaoran was attempting to craft a level 1 soul-guiding device, with Nana observing and offering guidance. Should he falter in any aspect, she would be there to point it out. Her emerald eyes narrowed slightly as she wielded a carving knife with her soul power, executing a flurry of intricate movements before relaxing her hands. Let us begin. Leaning down, the carving knife in his hand flowed gracefully, etching exquisite patterns that would allow the soul power to pass through. There was not a single flaw. Everything was perfection. Xue Xiaoran was a perfectionist. When he aimed for excellence, he demanded nothing less than the best. The core of a level 1 soul-guiding device might present a considerable challenge for someone like Xue Xiaoran, who had only entered the soul guidance department a month prior. Yet he was well aware of his capabilities. As Xianziwen demonstrated, Xue Xiaoran's emerald eyes recorded each of the teacher's movements in his mind, allowing his carving to be executed without any unnecessary gestures. Every action exuded confidence and a natural beauty. A flash of violet appeared in his eyes as he swiftly sliced down with the knife. The last piece of excess material was deftly cut away. Did I succeed? Nana, the senior, couldn't help but lean forward, gazing at the exquisitely crafted core of the first-level soul guide that Xue Xiaoran had just completed, and asked with a hint of anticipation. Xue Xiaoran remained silent as he picked up the soul guide's core, gradually infusing it with his soul power. The energy flowed along the meticulously planned pathways, gradually converging at the core's center, and soon, the entire core radiated a soft glow. Although the luminescence was faint, it still elicited a smile from Xue Xiaoran. How impressive! Junior, you have already reached the status of a first-level soul master. Nana exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. It's merely good fortune, Xue Xiaoran replied with a calm smile, unaffected by accolades. If Teacher Xian were to know, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Nana's beautiful eyes narrowed in delight as she patted Xue Xiaoran's shoulder. What would you like to eat today, Junior? It's on me to celebrate your achievement. Celebrate. Xue Xiaoran paused for a moment. Then his gaze subtly shifted behind him, revealing a yellow and purple soul ring. Junior? Nana tilted her head in confusion, wondering why he suddenly released his soul ring. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to her, intending to use that paralyzing poison on her? The thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Should she resist? Xue Xiaoran's gaze returned to her, and he promptly retracted the soul ring. Senior? He observed Nana, who seemed lost in thought, and gently cleared his throat. What do you want to do? Nana stammered, stepping back with a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Aren't we celebrating? Xue Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. He stored the soul core in his ring, adjusted his research attire, and proceeded to walk out. Nana, captivated by his serene green eyes, inexplicably calmed down, as if those eyes possessed some enchanting power. Stop overthinking it. Nana, she muttered to herself, then followed Xue Xiaoran out of the research institute. Outside the classroom, in a dim corner, a man clutched his stomach and slowly collapsed. What has happened? My stomach hurts so much. The pallid-faced individual was Wang Xiaojia, who had been lying in wait to give Xue Xiaoran a hard time. Unexpectedly, just moments ago, he had been seized by a sudden and excruciating pain in his abdomen. This was neither a case of diarrhea nor food poisoning. It felt as though hands were twisting his stomach into knots. Now, Wang Xiaojia's complexion was ashen, resembling someone gravely ill. What on earth is going on? He could not fathom who was responsible for his plight, comforting himself with the notion that he might have overeaten at lunch. Clutching his belly as he unsteadily made his way to the infirmary, Nana led Xue Xiaoran to the second floor of the dining hall, a place he had never visited before. Usually, he hurriedly purchased the expensive noble Kinkara set on the first floor, as it was the only meal he could afford. He never had the time to venture upstairs. To my astonishment, the second floor of the cafeteria turned out to be an artificially constructed garden, complete with quaint bridges and flowing water. Numerous upperclassmen were engaged in soft, cheerful conversations, their faces radiating an air of relaxation. I see you rarely find the time to dine here, so allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal, Nana said as she settled down beside the pond. Addressing Xue Xiaoran. In that case, it would be remiss of me to refuse, Xue Xiaoran replied, stretching lazily and picking up the menu. Did you, perchance, employ poison just now? Nana inquired nonchalantly, her crimson eyes glancing at Xue Xiaoran. Indeed, Xue Xiaoran conceded with a decisive nod. Nana sighed, saying, Wang Xiaojie is a person of audacious arrogance. It would be wise for you, as a junior, to steer clear of him. The intricacies of the Sun and Moon royal family are quite convoluted. Thank you for your warning, Xue Xiaoran acknowledged with a nod. Whether or not he became entangled with Wang Xiaojie remained a matter for the future. Xue Xiaoran himself was indifferent. Initially, it was Wang Xiaojie who had leapt forth like a jester when all Xue Xiaoran sought was a tranquil and carefree academic life. Are you genuinely concerned for me, senior? During the wait for their meal, Xue Xiaoran felt that he had been somewhat passive in their earlier exchange, and, with a hint of mischief, posed the question. Indeed. Nana affirmed with a nod. This isn't quite following the script, is it? Aren't you supposed to blush and exclaim, Who me? Worry about you? Nana regarded Xue Xiaoran's calm azure gaze, revealing a smirk akin to that of a little devil. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely expressing my concern as a senior for my junior. Are you anticipating something? It became evident that she possessed a touch of cunning. Unfazed, Xue Xiaoran nodded and expressed, Thank you for your concern, senior. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to overt flirtation, which he preferred to avoid. A particular figure had already taken residence in his heart. Moreover, should Xue Xiaoran flirt too openly, one could imagine Tang San's father-in-law, occasionally observing from the heavens, descending to personally administer a thrashing. Chapter 22, The Freshman Competition. After a night of rigorous training, Xue Xiaoran awoke feeling invigorated. The prior day, he had conversed with Senior Nana about the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition. Yet it felt rather distant for Xue Xiaoran at this juncture. The new semester had only just begun 2 months prior, and the initial excitement of the freshmen had dissipated, giving way to the burdens of assignments. While the class itself remained unaware, the homeroom teachers of the subsequent classes had begun to foster a spirit of camaraderie, with daily tasks revolving around team battles alongside their assignments. However, Gu Tianyuan held a different perspective. Each one of you in this class is a prodigious talent. Aside from those specializing in support or culinary disciplines, each of you should possess the capability to take on 3 opponents single-handedly. If not, you may as well leave the class. In a week's time, the entire freshman year would partake in a team competition, with 3 participants per team. I expect each of you to compete under your own names, he declared, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of fervor flashing within them. A genius should tread upon the achievements of others to advance. If you are unable to conquer the trio from the other class, perhaps attending lessons is unnecessary. You have 1 week to engage in solitary combat and hone your practical skills. This was the essence of Gu Tianyuan's remarks during class yesterday, striking precisely at the pride of the students led by Xiao Hongchun. If one considers themselves a genius, what is the challenge of facing 3? Xue Xiaoran glanced at the still slumbering Nangong Ling before swiftly exiting the dormitory to commence his morning run. He maintained a steady pace while circulating his Xiantian technique, his gaze briefly flashing with a hint of purple light. For Xue Xiaoran, training in 3 distinct skills simultaneously had become second nature. A 3-person team battle? How intriguing. Upon seeing the large poster, his expression remained unchanged as he wiped his face with a towel and entered the dining hall. From a distance, he spotted the siblings Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun sharing breakfast in a secluded corner. He had no intention of approaching them. During this year, every individual in the class was a competitor. As for the haughty and unchanged little brat, Xue Xiaoran could not be bothered to waste his warmth on such coldness. Xiao Hongchun caught a glimpse of Xue Xiaoran, but refrained from speaking. However, Meng Hongchun nodded and offered him a gentle smile. Observing Xiao Hongchun's displeasure, Xue Xiaoran returned a casual grin to Meng Hongchun, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, a glimmer of shyness flashing in her eyes. Taken aback by how handsome he appeared while smiling, with a loud clap on the table, Xiao Hongchun's anger surged as he glared at Xue Xiaoran. Unable to contain his fury, how dare Xue Xiaoran flirt with his sister in public? It was intolerable. Xue Xiaoran chuckled softly, only darkening Xiao Hongchun's countenance further. Such tedious pride, Xue Xiaoran scoffed inwardly, before swiftly finishing his meal. His soul power had ascended from level 25 to 26, maintaining a decent pace. The Ice Emperor seemed to be engrossed in training during this period, not engaging him in conversation. With no need to deal with arrogance, Xue Xiaoran found solace in his leisure. Gu Tianyuan's lessons often revolved around theoretical knowledge. frequently leading him outside the classroom mid-lecture to mock the fervently training students from other classes on the playground, inciting their ire. This also led to a burgeoning resentment towards their own class. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, Xue Xiaoran quickly made his way to the classroom. Perhaps Gu Tianyuan was employing this method to identify their rivals. Xue Xiaoran felt no annoyance regarding this. Rather, he found it quite exhilarating. Having been stifled in the divine realm for too long, everything appeared interesting to him. Xue Xiaoran, what did I just say? Gu Tianyuan's calm voice broke through, and Xue Xiaoran realized he had been daydreaming during class. The teacher was discussing the precautions for the upcoming freshman competition. That was 5 minutes ago, he replied. Gu Tianyuan gently tapped Xue Xiaoran's head with a book, admonishing her to cease her daydreaming as the grand competition was fast approaching. Understood, Xue Xiaoran promptly replied. Gu Tianyuan then circled back to the podium, squinting as he rapped his knuckles against the surface. The situation for the competition is thus: our class, being unique, will not engage in the gimmick of forming triads. We have a total of 20 students, which translates to 20 distinct teams. Do you comprehend? Understood. The entire class responded loudly, their voices imbued with confidence. Only a few auxiliary system soul masters wore expressions of slight distress. However, Gu Tianyuan permitted them to borrow soul tools from the combat system, granting them at least some fighting capability. Observing the confident faces of his students, Gu Tianyuan's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he nodded. Among this batch of promising individuals, a select few would undoubtedly join the esteemed Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's battle team, representing the Academy in the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition. It remained to be seen who would earn that privilege. Xue Xiaoran offered a faint smile, then redirected her gaze to her book. Engaging in combat represented both opportunity and growth, serving as the most effective means to enhance one's soul power. After a night of cold rain and the chaos of blooming flowers, it was time to put her skills to the test. In Xiao Hongqian's eyes, a spark ignited, and his fists clenched tightly, reflecting his unwavering determination to succeed. The top 10 competitors would be prioritized for cultivation within the martial spirit system, and the school would allocate resources and soul tools preferentially to them. I hope all 10 spots are filled by our class. Did you hear me? Gu Tianyuan proclaimed loudly. We heard you, they chorused. The rewards for the top 3 included not only advanced soul tools, but also a soul bone. Gu Tianyuan elongated his words, revealing that this particular soul bone had been personally acquired by the esteemed director after defeating a 10,000-year soul beast, though its exact origin remained a mystery. Upon hearing the term soul bone, the students' breathing quickened slightly. Even Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian exchanged glances of astonishment. In these times, soul bones were truly a rarity, aptly described as something one could only encounter by chance, and their market price was astronomical, ranging from millions to billions. The likelihood of acquiring a soul bone was virtually nil for anyone outside the realm of formidable powers or royal families. My expectations are simple. Do not bring shame to our class. Gu Tianyuan, satisfied with the impact of his words, nodded approvingly and squinted as he exited the classroom. Class dismissed. As Xue Xiaoran stowed her book into her ring and rose, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Xue Xiaoran, shall we have a little competition? Xiao Hongqian raised his head, a hint of arrogance woven into his tone. Xue Xiaoran glanced at him. Compete in what? How shall we compare? Let us see who claims the title of champion in this year's freshman competition. Are you up for it? Xue Xiaoran regarded Xiao Hongqian's unyielding confidence with a touch of annoyance. Did this little brat truly believe he could carve a path to the finals? Brother, Meng Hongqian interjected, unable to contain her dissatisfaction. The gaze of Xiao Hongqian remained unwavering, clearly indicating a resolute determination. As you wish. Let us see who will seize the first place this time, Xue Xiaoran stated calmly, striding towards the classroom exit, leaving behind a poised silhouette. Those who possess genuine confidence and pride do not exhibit an attitude of superiority, proclaiming themselves as the unrivaled champions, as Xiao Hongqian does. True pride lies in the ability to conceal such feelings deep within, awaiting the opportune moment to reveal to all how a proud individual can command respect among the multitude. Chapter 23, The First Battle. Xue Xiaoran repeatedly clenched her hands, affirming the ease of her soul power. Presently, their class of 20 sat in pairs within the audience of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's Soul Arena, enveloped in a profound silence. In the adjacent section, students from other classes had already directed their battle-hungry gazes towards them. Gu Tianyuan, I must say, you are excessively confident, the homeroom teacher of the other class scoffed, criticizing the decision to allow a single student from his class to partake in this competition. Isn't that a display of unparalleled arrogance? Within the realm of educators, performance is often assessed, yet it is evident that Gu Tianyuan's teaching prowess surpasses that of the other homeroom teacher. Otherwise, he would not have held such a prestigious position. You will soon discover whether it is arrogance, Gu Tianyuan replied with a narrowed smile. Following this, he lost interest in further dialogue with the other teacher, turning away to return to his class, where he remained silent. His class was the quietest. In contrast, the other classes buzzed with activity, filled with laughter and playful banter, almost as if they were not there for an assessment at all. Shortly thereafter, Dean Jinghanshan and 3 highly qualified teachers entered the nearby audience, which also served as the judging panel. Once seated, Dean Jing addressed the loudspeaker soul device before him. Welcome to the Soul Arena of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. This new student competition will be conducted in teams of 3. He paused, casting a glance at the smiling Gu Tianyuan. I hope all students can showcase the progress made over the past 3 months and demonstrate your abilities. The top 10 competitors will be designated for intensive training. That is all. With a gentle cough, he swiftly concluded his opening remarks. 2 teachers stood within the arena, holding a sheet of paper, evidently containing the battle roster. The first match, Class Tiansha's team against Class Wei Ming's team. Thus, the inaugural battle commenced with great fervor. Xue Xiaoran focused her gaze on the arena, noting that both teams comprised a powerful attack-type Soul Master, an agile attack-type Soul Master, and a support-type Soul Master, thus forming a perfectly balanced squad. At the referee's command, both teams charged forth, with the attack-type Soul Masters clashing against one another, the agile attack types facing off, while the support types quietly provided assistance from behind. It was a straightforward clash of kings against kings. Gu Tianyuan observed with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. In contrast, the homeroom teachers of other classes were diligently explaining the composition of their teams and the key points of combat to their students. Xue Xiaoran found this laissez-faire educational approach remarkably suitable for him. After all, he was not inclined to be cajoled like a child, compelled to perform various tasks daily. Gu Tianyuan treated them as if they were already mature young adults. In a brief moment of contemplation, the battle on stage reached a conclusion, while another duel on a different platform also came to an end. The next match featured the duo Ban Lingxue against. His voice trailed off, as if confirming something. Against Ban, Xue Xiaoran. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Some were aware of Xue Xiaoran, while others were not. Hearing the referee announce his name alone, did he intend to enter the arena solo? Nangong Ling, seated at the edge of the class, felt a flutter of excitement. This roommate was impressively formidable. Would he be astonished to learn that all students from Ban were competing individually? The first match for Ban, I expect a resounding victory. Gu Tianyuan reclined with his legs crossed, his eyes barely opening a slit. Yes, Teacher Gu. Xue Xiaoran rose to his feet and strode towards the arena. The gaze of Xiao Hongqian drifted toward Xue Xiaoran, eager to assess the combat prowess of this formidable opponent. Clad in a yellow school uniform, Xue Xiaoran stepped onto the stage, discovering 3 young ladies standing opposite him. Upon seeing him approach alone, they displayed playful smiles. Are you ready? The referee inquired. It appeared that 2 of the young ladies were agility-type soul masters, while the last was a support type. All 3 had summoned their martial souls. White and yellow lights shimmered before Xue Xiaoran's eyes. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he seemed disinclined to take them out, and a yellow and purple soul ring quietly materialized, startling the 3 young ladies. 1,000 year. The audience began to murmur, and Xiao Hongqian's expression darkened. How could this be possible? Ready? Then let the match commence. The referee bellowed, and with that proclamation, the 2 agile young ladies charged towards Xue Xiaoran simultaneously, cat ears manifesting atop their heads, indicating their feline martial souls. The support-type girl wielded a staff-like weapon as her martial soul, adorned with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. The yellow ring flickered, enhancing the speed of the 2 agility-type soul masters. Xue Xiaoran remained motionless, not advancing a step. Hey, is he stunned into silence? Someone whispered from the class. A flash of purple flickered in Xue Xiaoran's eyes. To win this battle, it must be a splendid victory. The claws of the 2 young ladies lunged toward Xue Xiaoran's chest, their illusory attack soul technique immediately perceived by him. He executed a single movement, retreating slightly as a gust of wind surged toward the 2 young ladies. The soul technique eerily halted before Xue Xiaoran. It turned out the technique had already been activated. The 2 young ladies maintaining an unusual posture before retreating several steps. How is it possible that he discerned the distance of the soul technique? Is it merely a coincidence? Gu Tianyuan, intrigued, narrowed his eyes and smiled. The more formidable his students became, the greater his joy. You are indeed powerful, yet your vulnerability lies in your humanity. The spirited young woman extended her claws and charged once more towards Xue Xiaoran, while another girl circled behind her, launching an assault. Bathed in a shimmering white light, their speed surged significantly. Xue Xiaoran, hands tucked in his pockets, observed the soul technique of the spirited girl ahead, standing resolute and unflinching. His gaze as tranquil as still water. With a sudden thud, both girls stumbled and rolled to Xue Xiaoran's feet, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. What just happened? Unfazed, Xue Xiaoran stepped over one of the girls. Although the spirited girl could have easily pierced her claws into him, she found herself unable to control her body, merely gazing at Xue Xiaoran with wide eyes as he approached the final support type, Soul Master. Will you descend on your own? Or shall I assist you? Xue Xiaoran inquired nonchalantly, hands still in his pockets, as he sauntered towards the girl wielding a staff. I concede. Weighing the consequences, the support-type girl sighed and raised her hand in surrender. Thus, Xue Xiaoran emerged victorious in this battle. Throughout the encounter, his hands never left his pockets. Chapter 24, The Rematch. How did he strike? I have no idea. I didn't even witness the attack. Yet, he did unleash his martial spirit. In the stands, students buzzed with discussions, the majority in shock, unable to believe that this new student had triumphed against 3 opponents. Gu Tianyuan beamed with satisfaction as he watched Xue Xiaoran ascend to the audience, his presence increasingly pleasing to the eye. Indeed, the victory was both beautiful and decisive. As Xue Xiaoran entered the classroom, he respectfully nodded to Gu Tianyuan, signifying that he had accomplished his task. He then cast a glance at Xiao Hongchun, implying that it was now his turn. Xiao Hongchun's expression darkened, his pride refusing to be diminished as he glared back at Xue Xiaoran. Beside him, Meng Hongchun's eyes sparkled with admiration, causing a shiver to run down Xue Xiaoran's spine. He then took his seat, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Earlier, he had reacted promptly to the support type's agility attack, which could have deflected the incoming assault and subsequently delivered a kick to the agility type Soul Master's chest, incapacitating her. However, the challenge lay in facing 2 opponents. In light of his desire to conceal most of his trump cards, Xue Xiaoran could only afford to buy time, allowing his poison to infiltrate the enemy's body before triggering an explosion. The hidden weapons of Tang Min were not an option, nor could he employ the ultimate ice technique. Thus, his available skills were limited. The knowledge acquired in the divine realm is broadly categorized as eclectic learning, yet he graduated with excellence in every discipline. However, the forthcoming adversaries are unlikely to be as easily dealt with. Xue Xiaoran observed the members of the neighboring class engaged in quiet discussion and nodded inwardly, realizing that it was time to take a stimulant for a burst of excitement. The contest was between Class Xue Xiaoran and Class Starlight. Xue Xiaoran opened his eyes, yawned, and slowly descended from the spectator seats amidst the gaze of many. This marked his second and final battle of the day. It was impossible to complete all matches in one day. All that remained was to await the morrow. Nonetheless, after a round of eliminations, the number of participants had indeed diminished significantly. The entire class had survived, attributable not only to good fortune but also to their formidable strength and powerful soul-guiding devices. I appreciate uniqueness, Gu Tianyuan chuckled, lost in his own thoughts. The trio from Class Starlight grew increasingly restless as they witnessed Xue Xiaoran's leisurely entrance. Xue Xiaoran's gaze settled on the last auxiliary soul master, a girl holding a soul-guiding device. With his keen eye, Xue Xiaoran immediately recognized it as a secondary offensive soul-guiding device, capable of emitting soul-guiding rays for attack, akin to long-range soul skills. The robust young man at the forefront frowned upon seeing Xue Xiaoran casually resting his hands in his pockets. It seemed he could not comprehend why this individual could not refrain from being ostentatious. My name is Zhang Sheng, the name of the one who shall defeat you, declared the youth named Zhang Sheng, crossing his arms with a huff. Apologies, but I generally do not remember the names of insignificant individuals like you. Xue Xiaoran replied with utmost sincerity. This statement was indeed heartfelt, for it seemed he could scarcely name even 10 individuals throughout the entire academy. Zhang Sheng's expression shifted from green to black, his eyes ablaze with fury, appearing as though he might attempt to slay Xue Xiaoran with a mere glare. The youth beside him sighed in resignation, patting Zhang Sheng to signal him to calm down. Are you prepared? Inquired the referee. Ready, Xue Xiaoran nodded, a yellow and a purple soul ring manifesting on either side of his body. So are we, replied the trio led by Zhang Sheng. They simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, and it was evident that they were worthy of being students of their class, as all 3 bore 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Begin. The referee's voice boomed as he retreated, clearing the arena for the 4 combatants. Shadow Tiger. Zhang Sheng bellowed, as tiger claws emerged from his paw, glinting ominously. Simultaneously, tendrils began to emerge from the ground. However, it was clear that this was not a forest, and the number of vines was notably sparse, though sufficient to create a diversion. It appeared they remained unaware of the true nature of Xue Xiaoran's martial soul. After all, the last time they witnessed Xue Xiaoran's battle and heard of his martial soul's awakening, it was almost non-existent in their minds. Perhaps it was merely a case of Senior Nana going easy on him. Thus, apart from the instructors, no one knew what martial soul Xue Xiaoran truly possessed. There were no shadows or special effects, neither soul beasts nor plants, just an imperceptible wind that swept through, and in its wake, a figure lay unconscious on the ground. As Xue Xiaoran observed their intent to stall and engage in a drawn-out struggle, he could not help but stifle a yawn, regardless of the duration. The outcome would remain unchanged. A glimmer of purple flickered in his azure eyes as he deftly evaded the entangling assaults of the soul guide rays and the creeping vines, slightly shifting his body to once again dodge a soul guide beam. The second-level soul guide rays proved to be rather sluggish. Noticing Zhang Sheng's grim expression as he charged forward, a playful thought sparked within Xue Xiaoran. With a swift motion, he ducked to evade a furious strike that could have rendered him dazed, simultaneously extending his hands to deliver a rapid punch to Zhang Sheng's chest. The impact forced Zhang Sheng to step back, his countenance darkening. It was evident that his opponent was not a power-type soul master. Had he been, that blow would have sent him sprawling. Yet, the fact that a non-power type could land a hit and induce a sensation of constriction in his chest spoke volumes of the terrifying potency behind that punch. Xue Xiaoran swiftly maneuvered around Zhang Sheng, executing a kick aimed at his lower body, initially targeting a more lethal area, which Uncle Osro had ominously dubbed the cut-off foot. He opted instead for a less brutal strike. Zhang Sheng felt his body sway, humiliation washing over him as a crimson hue began to rise in his fierce eyes, while the yellow soul ring behind him flickered ominously. In a state of rage, he could momentarily enhance his attack and defense by 10%. Xue Xiaoran evaded the soul guide rays trailing behind him and crushed a creeping vine beneath his foot, a smile of nonchalance gracing his face. Zhang Sheng's massive fist barreled toward him, accompanied by a formidable sense of pressure. In an uncanny twist of his body, Xue Xiaoran kicked the ground, propelling himself into the air as a first-level soul guide device materialized in his hand, an offensive soul guide he had crafted himself. With a resounding thud, Zhang Sheng let out a furious roar, feeling as though a thick steel needle had pierced his back, overwhelming him with excruciating pain as sweat poured down his face. "You foolish tiger, it's time to lie down," Xue Xiaoran declared as he executed a backflip, landing on Zhang Sheng's back, while the paralyzing poison hidden within Zhang Sheng erupted with full force. Staring in disbelief, Zhang Sheng collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. Under the watchful gaze of his two companions, the audacity to engage me in close combat. How bold. Xue Xiaoran sighed, seemingly bored, directing the first-level soul guide toward the remaining two. "Do you wish to continue this fight?" "We concede." Their faces pale. They exchanged glances and forced a bitter smile. Even Zhang Sheng, possessing the highest soul power among them, was no match for Xue Xiaoran. It was clear that they should refrain from further foolishness. Attention successfully drawn, Xue Xiaoran respectfully nodded toward the referee. Feeling the intensity of several scorching gazes from the teacher's table, they would undoubtedly be fervently eager to recruit me now. Should they succeed, I would be assured of a steady supply of cultivation resources and soul guide materials in the near future. Chapter 25, A Flourish of Blossoms. The first day of the competition swiftly came to a close. To everyone's astonishment, the entire class advanced collectively, bringing great delight to Gu Tianyuan throughout the day. Undoubtedly, the most striking performances were delivered by Xue Xiaoran and Xiao Hongqian. Given that both belonged to the same class, the other students found this entirely reasonable. Xiao Hongqian's proud spirit had been severely wounded twice by Xue Xiaoran. He believed that he could never defeat his opponents with such simplicity as Xue Xiaoran did, which gravely bruised his sense of self-worth. The instructors discreetly informed the students about Xue Xiaoran's martial soul, and they did not wish for the entire class to claim the championship. "You feast on the meat. At least let us savor the broth," they mused, hoping fervently not to encounter them the following day. Nangong Ling sat on her bed, sighing softly. "If we do cross paths, I shall show no mercy." Xue Xiaoran stretched lazily, picked up his towel, and began his ablutions. "We feel the same," came Nangong Ling's voice, prompting a nod from Xue Xiaoran. He had no desire to be spared by a peer in battle. Such an act would be an affront to him. Class Yusei battle team versus class Xue Xiaoran. Xue Xiaoran opened his eyes, which had been closed in meditation, and descended step by step from the arena. Another class, indeed. So far, today had offered him but this single match, while two support-type soul masters from the opposing class had been eliminated. Gu Tianyuan refrained from casting blame. For a support-type soul master to fight their way to the second day was already a commendable feat. "Are you ready?" The referee, evidently impressed by Xue Xiaoran, inquired with a smile. Xue Xiaoran nodded, directing his gaze towards the opposing team of two females and one male. They promptly retrieved cloth strips from their pockets, securing them tightly over their mouths and noses. A suppressed urge to laugh welled up within Xue Xiaoran, who had informed them that poison entered the body through the respiratory system. Unless they sealed every pore on their bodies, his toxins would still infiltrate their systems. A cryptic smile graced Xue Xiaoran's face, causing the trio across from him to furrow their brows in concern. Do not waste time with him. Beware of his poison. The male, their leader, whispered, prompting immediate nods from the two females. After their homeroom teacher had revealed Xue Xiaoran's martial soul as poison the previous day, they swiftly devised their strategy for encountering him. A swift resolution: defeat him before his poison could take effect, and victory would be theirs. Begin, all three shouted in unison, rushing towards Xue Xiaoran with a configuration of 1 powerful attack soul master and 2 agile attack soul masters. Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar arrangement. However, before he could dwell on it further, the powerful attack soul master had already closed in, his yellow soul rings flickering behind him as his claw, glinting with bloodlust, lunged towards Xue Xiaoran's chest. Observing his formidable presence, one could discern that he was a higher-ranking soul master among the 2 ringed practitioners, instilling in Xue Xiaoran a sense of apprehension. Should they engage in a direct confrontation, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. In such a scenario, the unparalleled techniques of the Tang sect, particularly the ghost shadow stealth, proved to be of utmost significance. A flicker of purple glimmered in Xue Xiaoran's azure eyes as he deftly pivoted his waist, narrowly evading a ferocious claw that threatened to eviscerate him. With a faint luminescence emanating from his hand, he thwarted the second soul skill of the 2 agile attack-type soul masters, executing a series of precise steps that dissipated the ensuing shockwave. This was one of the Tang sect's signature techniques, the control crane and capture dragon, a method of leveraging minimal force to counteract overwhelming power. A smile spread across Xue Xiaoran's lips. Since his martial soul was no longer a secret, he decided to unleash a dramatic display. The violet soul ring behind him shimmered brightly, and a kaleidoscope of mist began to swirl around him, accompanied by an enchanting floral fragrance. Although Xue Xiaoran could have eradicated the colors and scents of the 100 flowers poison and the mesmerizing floral chaos, he opted to maintain them to disorient his opponents and preserve his trump card. Should his instructors discover that his soul skills were devoid of color and scent, how could he ever outwit them in the future? 100 flowers in chaos. I seek your guidance. Xue Xiaoran's crisp voice resonated through the mist, causing the 3 adversaries to falter. His figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the haze, his azure eyes akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, coldly scrutinizing its prey. We concede. The leader of the trio, weighing the situation, gritted his teeth and declared. He had felt an insidious tingling coursing through his body, realizing he had succumbed to the poison, thus resigning himself to defeat. The 2 agile attack-type soul masters, evidently lacking his depth of soul power, bore the effects of the toxin, their faces resembling the mist itself, an unsettling mix of red and green hues. Xue Xiaoran waved his hand, dispelling the mist and simultaneously extracting the poisonous elements from their bodies, offering a respectful gesture to the referee. This battle concluded with Xue Xiaoran emerging victorious. The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter, akin to the bustle of a marketplace. He had achieved 3 consecutive victories. Was there truly no one capable of countering him? How could one evade Xue Xiaoran's poison? Despite their efforts to shield their mouths and noses, the trio still succumbed to its effects. Is there no one who can defeat him? Jing Hongqian cleared his throat, his voice amplified through the sound-enhancing soul device. Silence. He reiterated the referee's announcement, confirming Xue Xiaoran's triumph before severing the connection. Xiao Hongqian's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Xue Xiaoran's martial soul was the epitome of toxicity. While he had no concerns about poison, his own martial soul, the 3-legged golden toad, possessed toxins potent enough to incapacitate the majority of soul masters. Xue Xiaoran's martial soul represented an unparalleled level of toxicity. The term ultimate was no jest. It utterly suppressed Xiao Hongqian. Regardless of how diligently he refined his toxins, the ultimate poison produced by Xue Xiaoran would always surpass his efforts by a significant margin. Moreover, Xue Xiaoran had yet to unleash the potent toxins of the Tang sect, and he had already managed to dominate the situation over Xiao Hongqian. At present, Xiao Hongqian's soul power had ascended to the 29th level, while Xue Xiaoran stood at the 27th, and he could already sense a looming threat from the latter. However, Meng Hongqian held a different perspective. She clapped her hands and laughed, as if she were the victor herself. Xiao Hongqian glanced at his sister, realizing it was time to consult their grandfather regarding Xue Xiaoran's stance. Upon returning to his designated area, Xue Xiaoran noticed Xiao Hongqian deep in thought. He smiled and took his original seat. The battle was set to conclude the following day, but prior to that, a significant number of contestants would be eliminated. Xue Xiaoran shifted his gaze to Gu Tianyuan's silhouette, sensing his intent to impart the significance of teamwork to everyone. Although he professed that this year had been a solitary endeavor, With classmates merely rivals, he wished for them to grasp the importance of collaboration through this freshman competition. The distinction between personal understanding and being forcefully instructed was indeed profound. It appeared that Gu Tianyuan genuinely aimed to integrate them into the reserve team for the Youth Soul Master Tournament. How intriguing. Chapter 26, A Pleasing Flavor. A few more from the class had been eliminated, seemingly having come to a realization as they directed their focus towards the trio competing in the arena. Their combined strength was now sufficient to easily overcome their adversaries. What would happen in a 7-person team battle? The Youth Soul Master Tournament required 7 participants to find their roles and strategies within the group, a lesson they aspired to learn for the future. Even Xiao Hongchen's eyes reflected a hint of contemplation. Though he had fought valiantly thus far, each battle grew increasingly arduous, consuming more of his soul power. Xue Xiaoran lifted his azure eyes, resolute in his participation in the Youth Soul Master Tournament, for it was his moment to shine, a chance to truly dazzle. At that juncture, there would be no need for restraint. He savored the abundance of Tang's sect hidden weapons stored within his ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What are you pondering, Junior?" Nana inquired softly, waving her hand in front of him. It was then that Xue Xiaoran realized he had momentarily lost focus. Grateful that he wasn't operating a soul guide device, lest he incur a scolding from Teacher Xian. "Nothing, merely contemplating tomorrow's competition," Xue Xiaoran replied calmly. "Are you referring to the freshman tournament?" Nana tilted her head in curiosity. "Indeed," Xue Xiaoran affirmed, flipping back a page in his textbook. He had already committed all the knowledge from the previous page to memory, deeming further review unnecessary. I wonder if I will have the time to attend the freshman tournament tomorrow," Nana mused softly, counting on her fingers. "Tomorrow is the finals," Xue Xiaoran nodded. If he was unavailable the next day, the freshman tournament would come to an end. He paused momentarily, then declared, "Tomorrow, I shall also take to the field and seize the championship of the freshman competition." "Is the junior so self-assured?" Nana burst into a radiant smile. While Teacher Xian coughed vehemently, prompting Nana to shrink back, her laughter gradually subsiding. "I have always held great confidence in myself." Xue Xiaoran sensed the dark, envious gaze of Wang Xiaojie beside her and, with a huff, shrugged in response. "Is that so?" Nana playfully tapped her chin, oblivious to how endearing her little gestures were. "Then I must certainly come to witness it." With a smile, Nana observed that Xue Xiaoran's attention remained fixed on his book, showing no inclination to look up. She couldn't help but let out a delicate huff, saying, "Junior, when conversing with someone, it is basic etiquette to look them in the eye." "Apologies." Xue Xiaoran was compelled to devote himself entirely to his courses in the soul guiding department. Failing to complete a requisite amount of reading would encroach upon his evening cultivation time, disrupting his entire daily schedule. "Xue Xiaoran, if you wish to rest, I can permit you to leave class early." Teacher Xian's gentle voice broke through the quiet study session, capturing everyone's attention. Xue Xiaoran lifted his head, a flicker of confusion dancing in his azure eyes. "Haven't you been participating in the freshman competition these past few days? I've heard you've been quite the dark horse in class." Teacher Xian coughed lightly. "The finals are tomorrow, and the hour is growing late. If you wish to return to your dormitory to prepare, I shall allow you to leave early." The classmates chuckled in unison, their gazes now directed at Xue Xiaoran. Over the past few months, they had grown accustomed to this previously silent newcomer, whose learning pace was remarkably swift, devoid of any complaints or signs of fatigue. This alone had earned him the acceptance of many senior students of considerable prowess. "No need, Teacher Xian," Xue Xiaoran replied with a smile, graciously declining his kind offer. In his view, regardless of how he practiced that evening, the outcome would remain unchanged come the morrow. "Very well, best of luck tomorrow," Teacher Xian smiled back, donning his glasses once more to continue reading the report, restoring silence to the study room. The competition swiftly approached its third and final day. Only Xue Xiaoran and Xiao Hongchun remained from their class, while other classes had dwindled down to merely 1 or 2 teams. Their class had been completely eliminated. Xue Xiaoran maintained an enviable record of 5 effortless victories, yet the discerning observers could discern that he had evidently trained rigorously. Just as one can ascertain whether a person is an amateur not by their words, but by their actions, Xue Xiaoran's movements and strikes were imbued with purpose, succinct, decisive, devoid of any unnecessary encumbrance, aimed directly at the target. Each action exuded a sense of practiced ease, as if he had honed these skills for years. Gu Tianyuan glanced sideways, squinting at the taciturn Xue Xiaoran and Xiao Hongchun, anticipating that it was only natural for these two to advance. Class Xue Xiaoran versus Class Xiao Hongchun. The two remained silent, clearly having heard the referee's announcement. Xiao Hongchun, having made his way down from the audience, understood that this was a battle for his honor. As the grandson of the dean, he felt compelled to prove himself before the entire academy. Xue Xiaoran's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity, but he quickly shook his head with a smile and descended from the stance. The students in the audience fell into a hushed silence, eager to witness the fierce clash between two prodigies of their class. Xue Xiaoran stood before Xiao Hongchun, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding the same calm demeanor as always. It seemed that no matter who his opponent was, he found them unworthy of his interest. "I will defeat you," Xiao Hongchun declared coldly, his blue eyes glinting with determination. He was resolute in proving his strength and solidifying his status as the top newcomer. "Let us begin," Xue Xiaoran said, seemingly uninterested in idle conversation, as he bowed respectfully to the referee. Upon seeing that both participants had summoned their martial souls, the referee shouted, "The match begins." Xiao Hongchun swiftly unleashed his martial soul, the three-legged golden toad, while a torrent of black mist surged from his side of the arena, launching an all-out offensive. This black mist was nothing less than the purest form of toad venom. Xue Xiaoran, still with his hands in his pockets, watched the toxic fog with keen interest, patiently awaiting its enveloping embrace. On the stands, Meng Hongchun and senior sister Nana closed their eyes simultaneously, unable to bear the sight. Xue Xiaoran was destined to suffer the same fate as Xiao Hongchun's previous opponents, writhing in agony from the venom. As the black smoke surrounded him, Xue Xiaoran finally withdrew his hands from his pockets. He reached out towards the toxic mist, caressing it as a musician would an instrument, with a sense of ease. Xiao Hongchun's eyes widened in shock as he noticed that the black mist enveloping Xue Xiaoran was gradually dissipating, and the expected cries of anguish were absent. In a panic, he activated his second soul ring, causing the black mist to surge forth more rapidly, yet it vanished just as swiftly. "What is happening?" Xiao Hongchun gritted his teeth, incredulous. As the mist continued to dissipate, Xue Xiaoran remained standing calmly, his azure eyes as tranquil as water. "Not bad," he remarked, a smile spreading across his face as he extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Chapter 27, Bloodthirst, the Final Battle. "Not bad," Xue Xiaoran repeated, licking his lips in appreciation. Moments before, he had absorbed all of Xiao Hongchun's toad venom into his own body, channeling his soul power to analyze and digest it step by step. In doing so, he learned how to wield the toad venom. The phrase "the ultimate poison" is not to be taken lightly. Xue Xiaoran's physique allows him to absorb any toxin without any adverse effects, further analyzing and mastering it. To learn a poison, one must first experience it. The first page of the toxic treatise, penned by Douluo Bo himself, states just that. Strange, a monster. Xiao Hongchun's face contorted in distress, prompting Jing Hongchun, seated nearby, to narrow his eyes. This individual is truly formidable, nearly a nemesis to one's own grandchildren. What if he were to find himself on the opposing side in the future? The only recourse would be to attempt to befriend Xue Xiaoran. If that fails, then elimination would be the only option. He murmured to himself. Should Xue Xiaoran choose to stand against them, he would pose a tremendous threat. Xue Xiaoran raised his hand. Black mist, infused with toad venom, wafting slowly from his palm, casting a significant glance at Xiao Hongchun, as if to say, "Is there any point in continuing when I have already mastered the poison within your martial spirit?" Xiao Hongchun's expression darkened. It was impossible to coax the proud individual into admitting defeat. "Attack!" Xiao Hongchun bellowed, donning a two-level offensive soul-guiding device that resembled a gauntlet from a distance. His speed suddenly surged as he charged directly at Xue Xiaoran, the device emanating a faint red glow, clearly indicating that he was unleashing his full power. With a flick of his right hand, the mist dissipated. He then assumed a stance as though to strike, leaving all present bewildered as to which sect's martial art this might belong. They were, of course, unaware that this was the initial move of the Thunder God Fist, thunder from the clear sky. With a huff, Xue Xiaoran twisted his waist, slipping out of the attack range of the two-level soul-guiding device. Simultaneously, he intertwined his hands, using his elbow as a weapon to jab at Xiao Hongchun's chest. Gasp! Xiao Hongchun was struck in the chest, his face turning a shade of blue as he struggled to breathe. Yet, to fall here would render him unworthy of the name Xiao Hongchun. "Fight!" He forcefully expelled a breath of stagnant air and lunged forward once more. Though both were poison element soul masters, their struggle resembled that of two melee combat specialists, eschewing soul techniques entirely in favor of the raw physical power and tenacity infused with their soul force. Despite Xue Xiaoran facing off against a two-level soul-guiding device, and Xiao Hongchun possessing a higher level of soul power, his execution of the Thunder God Fist held its ground, as though the spectators could hear the subtle rumble of thunder accompanying each strike. A flicker of scarcely perceptible admiration crossed Xue Xiaoran's countenance. Though the young lad remained prideful, he was certainly not the weakling he had imagined. Having endured this long against him, courage and ferocity were indispensable traits. It ends now. Xue Xiaoran's yellow uniform bore several rips. His fist stained crimson with blood, a testament to the brutal clash with the two-level soul guiding device. Xiao Hongchen's audacity had earned him Xue Xiaoran's respect and acknowledgement. Xue Xiaoran only recognized those with profound inner strength, and Xiao Hongchen had undeniably earned his esteem. Nonsense, it is far from over. Xiao Hongchen erupted into a violent fit of coughs as the internal force bestowed by the Thunder God fist manifested at that very moment. He felt as if the area struck was entirely numb, as though he might collapse at any instant. Blood flowed from his secondary soul guiding device, remnants of Xue Xiaoran's essence. A trickle of blood dripped from his forehead, obscuring half of his vision. You have earned my respect, Xue Xiaoran remarked with a furrowed brow. You are no longer capable of continuing this battle. Concede. Standing tall, Xiao Hongchen declared, if I concede here, I am unworthy to be a member of the class. Unworthy to bear the name Xiao Hongchen. Very well, let it be as you wish. Xue Xiaoran took a deep breath, raising both fists. Drink. Xiao Hongchen shouted, the light of his secondary soul guiding device flaring brilliantly. That ominous red glow signified the activation of its most formidable assault. Xue Xiaoran remained silent, her azure eyes flashing with a hint of violet as she lowered her head to evade the straight punch aimed at her face, deftly countering with a powerful strike to Xiao Hongchen's jaw. He was knocked back several steps before collapsing to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. The victor is Xue Xiaoran, the referee finally proclaimed, regaining composure. The students in the audience erupted into applause, a tribute not only to the victor but also to Xiao Hongchen's unwavering spirit and tenacity until the very end. Jing Hongchen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of pride, visible only to the discerning. A faint smile graced his lips, recognizing that with such a rival, Xiao Hongchen's progress would undoubtedly soar. He was pleasantly surprised to witness a strength within his grandson that he had not previously possessed. The courage to fight until the last moment elicited a nod of approval from Jing Hongchen. Even in defeat, this loss served as a spur for Xiao Hongchen, reminding him that there were other prodigies in this vast continent. With this thought, Jing Hongchen joined in the applause, setting aside his earlier desire to eliminate Xue Xiaoran. Standing in the arena, Xue Xiaoran wiped the blood from her hands, devoid of any desire to heal, letting her arms hang by her sides. Her match was far from over. Indeed, as she cast aside the blood, the referee announced loudly, in the finals of the freshman tournament, Class Xue Xiaoran faces Class Yinma. Under the collective gaze of the audience, the Yinma team descended the stands. The captain of the Yinma team, with her flowing crimson hair, became clearer to Xue Xiaoran as she approached. An air of aloofness surrounded her, as if stepping closer would incinerate one to ashes. Her alluring figure, incongruous with her age, left many in the audience speechless. The young lady stood before Xue Xiaoran and said coolly, I am Yin Yuyan, the captain of the Yinma team. I will not take advantage of you. We can battle once you have regained your composure. That will not be necessary. Xue Xiaoran maintained her calm demeanor, her expression unchanged as she gestured slightly, indicating that the flow of blood had ceased. Yin Yuyan cast a penetrating glance at Xue Xiaoran before nodding to the two young women behind her. The members of the Yinma team were all female, which compelled Xue Xiaoran to regard them with newfound respect. It is perplexing how your class could choose to send a solitary participant to this grand competition. It can only be said that your downfall stems from excessive pride. One day, I shall usurp your position, Yin Yuyan declared coldly, a resolute determination flickering in her pale red eyes. Then let us see what you can do, Xue Xiaoran replied. Her hands nestled in her pockets as her yellow and purple soul rings pulsed around her. The pride of our class is something you fail to comprehend. My pride is equally beyond your grasp. Chapter 28, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. This woman is formidable, the Ice Emperor remarked, having awakened at some point. Observing Yin Yuyan from across the way, what leads you to that conclusion? Xue Xiaoran inquired with a calm mind. Her martial soul is merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle of martial souls, which is the ultimate fire, the Ice Emperor explained. Yet, her martial soul has already solidified, and she perpetually falls short of that final leap, unable to attain such heights. Xiaoran, you must exercise caution. She may prove to be quite challenging. I shall not expose my dual martial souls, rest assured, Xue Xiaoran smiled, then nodded respectfully to the referee at the side, signaling that she was ready. Yin Yuyan unleashed her martial soul, and a humanoid figure emerged behind her, engulfed in fierce flames, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. Beside her, a long-haired girl, appearing as close as sisters to Yin Yuyan, subtly moved her hand, causing thorns to erupt from the ground, ignited by flames. The remaining girl, specializing in food-related abilities, summoned a steamed bun and consumed it. The finals begin. The second soul ring behind Yin Yuyan flickered slightly, flames gradually materializing around her, forming a fiery shield of armor that enveloped the three of them. Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. This tactic was indeed clever, using a flame shield to incinerate the toxic elements. However, my toxic elements are not so easily dispersed. While releasing toxins, she adeptly evaded the fiery thorns that erupted from the ground, which proved to be more of an annoyance than a threat. The three of them struggled to discern Xue Xiaoran's movements. "I'm up," Yin Yuyin said coolly, stepping forward, with the fiery humanoid closely trailing her. This could be considered a last-minute effort. She had researched that fire effectively counters poison. Flames can consume all toxic elements, especially since her fire was already nearing the ultimate fire. Yet, she seemed to overlook that Xue Xiaoran possessed the ultimate poison, and even if her flames were more potent, they had yet to reach their pinnacle and would theoretically remain suppressed by Xue Xiaoran's mastery. A fleeting glimmer danced in Xue Xiaoran's gaze as the yellow soul ring shimmered subtly. A visible mist of cold air swiftly enveloped the arena, shrouding it in obscurity. Yin Yuyin furrowed her brow, the flames engulfing her intensifying, yet they could not penetrate Xue Xiaoran's toxic fog. In other words, while she could effectively mitigate the damage, complete avoidance was unattainable. Realizing this grim truth, Yin Yuyin gritted her teeth, a hint of reluctance etching her features. Suddenly recalling something, she pivoted and shouted, "Be cautious." At that moment, a pair of luminous azure eyes emerged behind the food system girl. Concealed within the toxic mist, Xue Xiaoran surged forward towards the rear of their team, intent on neutralizing the food system soul master first. Grasping the girl's throat, the chilling fog consumed her. Yin Yuyin let out a sharp cry, unleashing a jet of flames directly at Xue Xiaoran, who was positioned behind her teammate. Xue Xiaoran smirked, casting the food system girl to the ground before once more vanishing into the toxic haze. His speed had noticeably increased, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, clearly a sign of stimulant use. Although the venom had somewhat healed his wounds, the lingering sharp pain remained unavoidable. "Are you all right?" The control system's soul master girl hastily retreated. Upon seeing the food system's soul master's face, her complexion paled instantly. The girl, engulfed by Xue Xiaoran's chilling poison, convulsed as she clutched her arms, as if trapped in an eternal ice cellar, her face tinged with a ghastly blue and her lips deathly pale. "Damn it!" The long-haired girl seethed through gritted teeth. Even with one of their members incapacitated, they would not be deemed defeated. Could they truly waste time on the stage like this? Observing her classmates' torment, the long-haired girl cast a resolute glance at Yin Yuyin. At that moment, Yin Yuyin also turned her gaze toward the long-haired girl. Gradually, flames enveloped both of them, their hands intertwining. The burning thorns gently entwined around the fiery figure behind Yin Yuyin, and the two girls exchanged a smile, recognizing a shared determination in each other's eyes. "Go forth, Flame Demon King." A clear voice resonated across the arena, followed by a tremendous explosion erupting from the center of the stage. Flames, flames, flames began to blaze, clashing violently with the cold mist. The fiery figure that had been hovering behind Yin Yuyin appeared to swell slightly, wielding a massive flame blade entwined with thorns. Its entire form wrapped in thorns akin to armor. Beneath its helmet blazed two vibrant flames, as though this figure possessed consciousness. At that moment, the cold mist was partially dispersed by the red flames, revealing the towering fire giant to the audience. Indeed, it was a martial soul fusion technique, Gu Tianyuan murmured, paying no heed to the triumphant gaze of their homeroom teacher, curling his lip in disdain. With a squint, Xiao Hongqian gazed at the towering flame giant, remaining silent alongside Meng Hongqian. "Which is stronger, our abilities or theirs?" Meng Hongqian inquired softly. Although her question lacked clarity and was devoid of many words, it was evident that Xiao Hongqian comprehended it. "Ours," Xiao Hongqian replied with a subtle air of contemplation glimmering in her eyes, subsequently affirming her own deduction with a nod. "That's reassuring," Meng Hongqian said, patting her burgeoning chest, her worried gaze fixed on Xue Xiaoran, who stood at the edge of the arena with his hands tucked into his pockets. Meanwhile, senior sister Nana also clenched her hands tightly, her heart racing as she observed the unfolding scene, pondering the calm expression on the face of her curious junior, silently offering up a prayer for him. How effective is this soul skill? Yin Yuyin coldly scrutinized the seemingly indifferent Xue Xiaoran, who maintained his nonchalant posture with his hands still in his pockets. Unable to suppress a derisive scoff, was he intent on maintaining this facade until the very end? Was this mere martial soul fusion technique truly their only asset? Xue Xiaoran appeared to regard the flame giant as if it were a mere illusion, his voice laced with a hint of arrogance that not only the two young women heard, but also the students and teachers present on the platform. "Flame Demon King, we shall take our turn." Yin Yuyin's chest heaved with indignation, revealing enticing curves, yet no one was focused on her. All eyes were fixated on the blazing flame giant. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering the words to eliminate him. The Flame Demon King silently raised its colossal blade, while the two girls behind him gripped tightly, evidently summoning all their strength. The blade was directed toward the tranquil Xue Xiaoran, whose icy blue hair was tousled by the heat waves as he murmured softly, inaudible to all but himself, "I truly do not favor fire." Chapter 29, The Swift Sword. The Flame Demon King, under the control of the two young women, could only unleash a singular strike. However, this strike had the potential to obliterate the very arena upon which Xue Xiaoran stood. Observing the two girls exerting their efforts, his expression remained unchanged. A glimmer emanated from his ring, revealing a sword in his hand. Though Xue Xiaoran had not inherited the blue rose sword of his father, Xue Leihan, it did not imply that he had not mastered his father's swordsmanship. In fact, the first skill he acquired after his birth was that of the sword. The sword shimmered like a pool of autumn water, clearly forged from materials of immense value. One among many in Xue Xiaoran's ring. While journeying to the Carefree Sword sect, he had placed several swords into his ring, prepared for any predicament that his unparalleled poison could not counter. However, a sword is not a martial soul, it remains a consumable. Thus, Xue Xiaoran's current actions could be viewed as a lavish expenditure. Did he dare to clash with the Flame Demon King's colossal blade? Such bravery! Yin Yuyin exclaimed sharply, simultaneously with the long-haired girl, as they forcefully swung their hands downward. The blazing flame demon unsheathed its colossal blade, and, guided by the soul energy of the two young women, swung it down with ferocity. Xue Xiaoran stood motionless, his eyes narrowed as he gazed at the descending blade. "Junior!" Nana exclaimed involuntarily. Just when everyone believed Xue Xiaoran was resigned to his fate, he stirred. Only his hand moved. Behind him, the two soul rings shimmered brilliantly, indicating he had summoned all his soul power to his hand. Xue Xiaoran discerned that this immense blade could shatter the entire arena, if not halted by his teacher. The shockwave would send both young women flying. Although he might not necessarily lose, such a victory would be utterly disgraceful. With his sword in hand, Xue Xiaoran transformed into a fleeting shadow. None present, including the teacher, could capture the motion of his right hand. They questioned whether his hand had vanished. Yet the flickering white sword light revealed that Xue Xiaoran was executing rapid thrusts at an incomprehensible speed. The quick sword, as its name suggests, was a technique that relied on speed, originally conceived by his father, Xue Leihan, during a moment of boredom, and unknowingly mastered by Xue Xiaoran. Now, the thrusts of his quick sword converged at a single point, colliding fiercely with the colossal blade. He felt as if he were engulfed in molten lava, the intense heat wave consuming him instantly. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, sending debris soaring and obscuring everyone's view. Yin Yuyin and the long-haired girl sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, with Yin Yuyin drenched in sweat, using their martial soul fusion technique had drained their soul power. They believed Xue Xiaoran had likely been knocked off the stage by the heat wave. Their gazes shifted to the referee, who did not declare the match over but instead observed the thick smoke with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, I still detest fire." Xue Xiaoran's appearance was a sight to behold. His school uniform was nearly incinerated, revealing his muscular physique, and his icy blue hair was in disarray. Blood dripped continuously from his hands, the temperature of which was searing. Nevertheless, his voice remained calm, devoid of emotion, as his gaze fixated on the two girls slumped on the ground. "This lad has actually severed the martial soul fusion technique." Jing Hongchan adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He had witnessed every swift motion of Xue Xiaoran's sword, clearly noting how the rapid thrusts converged to disrupt the fusion technique. To rephrase, the martial soul fusion technique had been akin to an egg, and Xue Xiaoran punctured a hole in it, causing the egg white and yolk to spill forth. He adjusted his glasses again, nodding in acknowledgement. Recognizing the prowess of the Xiaoyao sword sect, the sharpness of their swordsmanship was indeed a revelation. Xue Xiaoran shook his hand and cast aside the hilt of his sword. The blade had been completely ravaged by the flames of the martial soul fusion technique. Should he continue? He appeared to be unsteady on his feet, his body in tatters. Yet his cerulean eyes shone with an air of haughty superiority. It was clear to even the most obtuse observer, your martial soul fusion technique is far too feeble. Yin Yuyin was evidently taken aback. How could he have shattered his own martial soul fusion technique? Yet, this was the stark reality. Xue Xiaoran attempted to place his hands in his pockets, only to realize that his school uniform had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self by the flames. After a brief moment of surprise, he managed a calm smile. Behind him floated two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, while his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, fixated on the two girls slumped on the ground. "We concede." Yin Yuyin exhaled deeply, casting a lingering glance at Xue Xiaoran, as if wishing to etch his visage into her memory before collapsing into unconsciousness. "Xue Xiaoran wins," the referee announced with fervor, waving his hand dramatically. The applause engulfed Xue Xiaoran entirely. He smiled, bowing lightly towards the teacher's podium, a clear indication of his satisfaction in fulfilling his duty. Gu Tianyuan's face beamed with joy, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man could dismantle a martial soul fusion technique. What a prodigy he was. Jing Hongqian nodded in approval, taking a deep breath and resolving to adopt a strategy of cooperation with Xue Xiaoran, avoiding any offense. Despite being backed by the Sun Moon Empire, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy could not afford to provoke the Xianyao Sword Sect. There were no fewer than 5 titled Douluos belonging to the Xianyao Sword Sect, and numerous sword-wielding soul masters resided in the Sword City, making it a formidable force that the Sun Moon Empire could not contend with. You all performed admirably. The closing ceremony of the competition will take place tomorrow, and the list of prizes and key training candidates will be announced then. Dismissed. Jing Hongqian concluded succinctly with a smile before exiting the stage. The other teachers seated beside him followed suit, and Gu Tianyuan left with a pleased expression as well. Xue Xiaoran swayed slightly, aware that this was the consequence of his exhausted soul power. He respectfully nodded to the referee, then dragged his weary body toward the infirmary. At that moment, someone lifted one of his arms, draping it around their neck. Xue Xiaoran turned to see a cascade of silver hair. Xiao Hongqian appeared somewhat awkward, yet silently bore the weight of Xue Xiaoran. Meng Hongqian giggled, taking hold of Xue Xiaoran's other arm, her gentle demeanor further irritating Xiao Hongqian. Thank you. Xue Xiaoran was straightforward in expressing his gratitude when it was due. No need to mention it. In the realm of dreams, shimmering reflections danced in the eyes of a young maiden, whose fragrant presence elicited a silent confession of guilt from Xue Xiaoran. Father-in-law, she had approached him willingly. It was not my intention. Please, allow me to explain. Chapter 30. Rewards of the competition, focused nurturing. When Xue Xiaoran regained his senses, the night had deepened. He opened his eyes, feeling the searing pain of his injuries, wrapped tightly in bandages, and winced slightly. The relentless agony lingered, yet after consuming medicinal pills, there was a noticeable improvement. His sword, carelessly discarded, now lay beside him, its blade marked with scars, a testament to the battle fought. The infirmary was deserted, enveloped in profound silence. After the siblings, Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, assisted him to the medical room, their teacher had instructed them to leave. For Xue Xiaoran needed absolute tranquility to heal swiftly. Senior Nana had previously brought him meals from the cafeteria, although visitors were not permitted. The food had found its way inside, still warm and now resting nearby. Grateful, Xue Xiaoran expressed his thanks silently to Senior Nana, lifting the meal to consume it hastily. This battle had earned him renown within the academy. Unbeknownst to him, his peers had already bestowed upon him the title of Toxic King. Naturally, the ability to overpower all opponents with a single hand, coupled with the secretive and perilous nature of his poison, instilled both respect and fear among his classmates. Gold shines wherever it may be, and the concerns once voiced by Yin Xiaozhe of Shrek Academy had materialized. Should they wish to recruit Xue Xiaoran, they would have to reckon with the formidable fists of Jing Hongqian. However, should Xue Xiaoran's intentions come to Jing Hongqian's knowledge, he might be promptly eliminated at the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. His aspiration was to transfer to Shrek Academy after unlocking his sea of consciousness. Such thoughts would surely cause Jing Hongqian, who was intent on bringing Xue Xiaoran into the fold, to cough up blood on the spot. To seek to attract someone who remains indifferent is an exercise in futility. His emerald eyes gazed out the window, fixated on the luminous moon. I wonder how you are faring. Are you diligently applying yourself? Have you quelled the temper of a young lady? Has your soul power advanced? An abundance of questions lingered in his heart, and this curiosity drew a bittersweet smile upon his lips. As Xue Xiaoran contemplated the moon's gentle glow, a solitary figure in a distant land also gazed upon it. I miss you. Her once boyish voice had softened into a more feminine tone, and only during these solitary nights, atop an empty rooftop, could she remove her mask. I have won the championship of the New Life competition, she murmured, burying her powder blue hair in her knees. I can no longer wait for these years. I long to be with you now. She frowned, a hint of grievance lacing her voice. The soft cerulean locks danced in the breeze, accompanied by words that seemed to spill forth as if confiding in someone dear. Xiaoran, allow me to express my thoughts. Our homeroom teacher is exceedingly strict, to the point where I suspect she has never smiled. Moreover, it seems a young lady harbors a certain interest in me. What should I do? The stars twinkled above, yet before her stood a pair of tranquil, smiling azure eyes. Ultimately, no one took notice of this enchanting scene. I now announce the champion of the Royal Soul Guidance Academy's freshman competition. It is none other than Xue Xiaoran. Jing Hongqian spoke in a clear voice, leading the applause that soon erupted from the students in the grand hall, who expressed their admiration, a mixture of respect and envy, for the young man. Though Xue Xiaoran's injuries had not yet healed, with a white bandage still wrapped around his shoulder, The situation had improved significantly after he had employed the ultimate ice technique to cool the burnt areas on his body, yielding results far better than he had anticipated. However, he chose to maintain the FAAD of being gravely injured while still attending the award ceremony. Rising to his feet, Xue Xiaoran respectfully bowed to Jing Hongquan and the other teachers. Regardless of the circumstances, the fusion technique of the Flame Demon King had undoubtedly caused him considerable trouble. Had he not utilized the ultimate ice and Tang Sect's hidden weapons, his only means of overcoming the flames would have been through his sword. Xue Xiaoran. This is a leg soul bone personally hunted by the Dean, awarded to you as the champion. I hope you will continue to strive and shine in future youth soul master competitions, Elder Zhou said with a gentle cough and a warm smile. Handing a wooden box to Xue Xiaoran. Sensing the weight within, Xue Xiaoran graciously thanked him with a clasped hands gesture. This is well-deserved, Elder Zhou chuckled, patting Xue Xiaoran's shoulder. After Xue Xiaoran returned to his seat, he nodded at Jing Hongquan. The next announcement was for this year's key training roster. Jing Hongquan adjusted his glasses and began to read aloud the pre-established list of students slated for special focus. Xue Xiaoran, Xiao Hongquan, Ming Hongquan, Yin Yuyan. Jing Hongquan utilized the amplification soul guidance device to announce those who had excelled in the finals or throughout the competition, yet there were only 10 groups, totaling around 20 individuals. In Jing Hongquan's eyes, each of these 20-plus students possessed great potential. From approximately 420 students across 5 classes, only 20 had emerged victorious. The world of cultivation is indeed harsh. As their names were called, the students stood tall, for they would now have access to greater cultivation resources and preferential treatment. The teachers would occasionally offer them additional guidance, and the Mingda Hall would be open to them. The Soul Guidance Department would no longer remain a place shrouded in mystery for them. They could access and utilize soul guidance devices at any time. For Xue Xiaoran, this was welcome news. He would receive more resources in the Soul Guidance Department courses, enabling him to expedite the expansion of his spiritual sea. After the dispersal of the Mirror Red Dust event, the students returned to their respective classrooms in groups. Although the freshman competition had concluded splendidly, the journey of cultivation was just beginning. Many students resolved to exert themselves diligently, aspiring to advance to higher classes in pursuit of superior educational resources and to satisfy their own sense of pride. It must be said that Xue Xiaoran garnered considerable credit for his performance. His effortless defeat of opponents stirred a sense of envy among many students. And in a fleeting moment, Xue Xiaoran became a figure of collective rivalry, with everyone eager to surpass him as a means of self-validation. Currently, the so-called public enemy, Xue Xiaoran, sat in the classroom, perusing the Encyclopedia of Martial Spirits, particularly the section on spirit fusion techniques. His slight disarray under the Flame Demon King's fusion technique served as a powerful motivation for self-improvement. The atmosphere in the class had significantly improved compared to before. Through this battle, they had all come to appreciate the importance of teamwork, leading to a flurry of self-introductions and lighthearted banter. It could be said that this class now resembled a true community. Only Xiao Hongquan continually cast glances at Xue Xiaoran, although still reluctant to concede. There was now a hint of admiration in her demeanor. This individual truly deserved to be hailed as the top newcomer. For the first time in her life, she experienced a sense of respect for her peers. Then, Xiao Hongquan's gaze shifted to Ming Hongquan, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes instantly sparkled with intensity. If anyone dared to harm my sister, I would gladly risk everything to confront them one-on-one. Chapter 31. The Outdoor Assessment Unbeknownst to them. A month had passed since the freshman competition. Xue Xiaoran successfully elevated his spirit power level to 29, just a step away from the coveted 30. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongquan had already reached level 30, eagerly awaiting a spirit ring to cross into level 31. However, she was not in a rush. She understood that her excessive consumption of medicinal herbs had slowed her progress, prompting her to focus on calm and steady cultivation. Xue Xiaoran, on the other hand, reveled in his daily travels between the Soul Guidance and Martial Spirit departments. Despite his busy schedule, he felt no fatigue. The information from the Soul Guidance department was easily retained in his mind, while the martial cultivation methods had long been imparted to him by his numerous instructors. Indeed, in the realm of martial spirits, Xue Xiaoran found himself capable of instructing others, having surpassed the need for guidance himself. In a few days, our class, along with the adjacent one, would embark on a short excursion, serving as a minor assessment and a splendid opportunity for you to hunt for spirit rings. Gu Tianyuan closed the textbook and began outlining the details for the upcoming event. Many students in the class had broken through to level 20, and within their ranks, Xiao Hongquan had achieved level 30, making it an opportune moment to acquire a spirit ring. Teacher, may I inquire where we will be conducting this assessment? A student raised their hand to ask. Gu Tianyuan smiled faintly and replied, "We are preparing to hold the assessment in the Stardow Forest." "But isn't the Stardow Forest located near Shrek Academy?" The voice of the student was somewhat husky. "Is there a problem?" Gu Tianyuan's eyes narrowed as he smiled joyfully. Xue Xiaoran was taken aback. The operations of the Sun Moon Royal Academy were rather audacious, opting to train right at their doorstep instead of seeking challenges elsewhere. It seemed that this was either a blatant display of arrogance or an invitation for confrontation. Although Xue Xiaoran was unsure of the overall caliber of the new students at Shrek Academy, she perceived that the newcomers from Sun Moon Royal Academy were at least commendable. "Make sure to perform well. This time, you are representing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Do not bring shame upon us before Shrek," Gu Tianyuan asserted, hands on his hips. "By the way, this time you will not be acting alone, as the Stardow Forest is exceedingly perilous. You 5 will form a small team to enter the forest. A title Douluo and 2 soul Douluos will accompany you for protection. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, activate the Alarm Soul tool provided by the Academy. Do you understand?" Gu Tianyuan produced a wristband-like device, demonstrating its use. He pressed a button, and a beam of red light burst forth, illuminating the classroom in a crimson hue. "I sincerely hope that none of you will need to use this soul tool, nor do I anticipate that any of you would foolishly venture into the depths of the Stardow Forest," he declared. At this point, laughter erupted among the students. "Teacher, what should we do if we encounter students from Shrek Academy?" Another student raised his hand to inquire. The classmates nodded in agreement. After all, the Stardow Forest was in close proximity to Shrek. What stance should they adopt if they were to meet them? Should they confront them or simply ignore them? Gu Tianyuan pondered for a moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his narrowed eyes. "If you encounter students from Shrek, remain calm and treat them normally. Our dean has already made prior arrangements with their dean. However, if a dispute arises regarding soul rings, I can offer you only one piece of advice. Seize the opportunity." His words elicited surprise from the seated students. Students from Shrek are known to be protective of their own, but that does not imply we cannot compete with them. Gu Tianyuan frowned. "If you only come across a group of students, do not be intimidated, just take what you need. If you encounter a teacher leading a group, however, it would be wise to retreat, as you are no match for them." This statement provoked more laughter from the students. "The 5-person team will depart in 3 days. You are dismissed." Gu Tianyuan clapped his hands and, with textbooks in tow, exited the classroom. He had conveyed all necessary information and did not intend to micromanage every detail. His goal was to cultivate students who were independent and capable of self-discovery. The classroom fell into a sudden silence as everyone exchanged glances, engulfed in a tranquil stillness. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the explosive news. It is quite astonishing that first-year students would dare to challenge the Shrek Academy. The dean is rather. At this moment, Meng Hongchen rose to her feet, instantly capturing the attention of all. She gracefully approached Xue Xiaoran's table, gazing into his pair of azure eyes. His composure was unwavering, as if panic and anxiety were emotions that could never touch him, leaving Meng Hongchen momentarily entranced. "Is something the matter?" Xue Xiaoran inquired. Noticing Meng Hongchen's sudden pause before him, he waved his hand gently in front of her, prompting her to regain her composure. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly spoke. "Xue Xiaoran, you heard Teacher Gu mention the group of 5, right? May we form a group together?" She pointed to herself and the visibly distressed Xiao Hongchun, then indicated Xue Xiaoran. "Certainly, no problem at all," Xue Xiaoran replied succinctly. Being with intelligent individuals would at least ensure a lack of exhaustion, and combining the toxins of the 2 siblings with his own would yield an unpredictable potency. "Brother, it's settled then," Meng Hongchen chimed with a playful smile. "Humph," Xiao Hongchen huffed, clearly in a petulant mood but offered no objections. The others exchanged glances and hurried to Xue Xiaoran's table. Their intention was clear, to join the strongest group, which would likely yield better results in assessments and offer greater safety within the Stardow Forest. "Xue Xiaoran, would you mind if we 2 joined your team?" came the voice of a cool, composed girl from the entrance of the classroom. Everyone turned to find Yen Yuyan, her scarlet ponytail swaying beside the long-haired girl who had fused with her martial spirit. Yen Yuyan was the one who had spoken. Xue Xiaoran's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. It seemed Yen Yuyan had no particular connection to him. "Our strength is formidable, and should we employ our martial spirit fusion technique, I assure you that most present would not stand a chance against us." Yen Yuyan's cold assertion drew fierce glares from many classmates. "What do you think, Xue Xiaoran?" Yen Yuyan inched closer, her long legs gracefully moving forward as her peers parted to make way. "I am indifferent, as long as they do not mind." He gestured toward Meng Hongchen and the still-seated Xiao Hongchen. "I have no objections," Xiao Hongchen replied flatly, stowing his books in his ring, as their soul guidance class was about to commence. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Meng Hongchen's gaze as she pouted. I don't mind either." Then I look forward to working with you, Yin Yuyan said, crossing her arms as she departed. Throughout, her focus remained solely on the youth with icy blue hair and verdant eyes. Chapter 32, The Eve of Departure. I say, could you two behave a bit more seriously? Xue Xiaoran's calm tone bore a hint of exasperation, conveying his growing impatience. He gazed at the two girls before him, locked in a silent exchange. As he sank deeper into the soft embrace of the sofa, evidently relinquishing his voice, the five of them sat in the bustling cafeteria, savoring their final meal before embarking on their journey to the starry forest. Please, he gestured toward Xiao Hongchun. Xiao Hongchun's expression flickered as he observed his sister, Meng Hongchun, and Yin Yuyan, who were inexplicably locked in their gaze, and let out a heartfelt sigh. The long-haired girl, who had fused her martial soul with Yin Yuyan, was named Yulinglin. Despite the presence of two water characters in her name, her martial soul possessed the fire attribute. She tugged at Yin Yuyan's arm, signaling her to pay attention as Xue Xiaoran was speaking. Yin Yuyan scoffed, then averted her gaze. She believed that only Xue Xiaoran, who had previously defeated their martial soul fusion technique, was worthy of her regard. She was a true powerhouse. It's time to get serious. We're about to depart. Xiao Hongchun remarked with a furrowed brow, exchanging a glance with Meng Hongchun before shaking his head. This time, we are acting as a team, primarily to showcase ourselves in front of the teachers, Xue Xiaoran stated nonchalantly, adjusting the second-level soul guide device on her wrist. This was a gift from senior sister Nana for self-defense. By channeling a certain amount of soul power, it can manifest a shield of moderate size to defend against attacks from soul masters. Xue Xiaoran gratefully accepted it, though she felt it might not be necessary to utilize this second-level soul guide. How absurd. To engage in close combat with Xue Xiaoran would be sheer folly, she mused. Her familiarity with martial arts techniques enabled her to send opponents of equal rank flying with the aid of soul power, despite not being a powerful attack-type soul master. Though uncertain of the teacher's criteria for scoring, she surmised it would revolve around teamwork, responses to soul beasts, and competition among peers. Xue Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Xiao Hongchun pondered for a moment before continuing. The principal has already informed Shrek Academy, so it seems an encounter with them is inevitable. In the presence of outsiders. He never referred to his grandfather, Jing Hongchun, as such. At the Sun Moon Royal Academy, he was merely a student. It is certain that Shrek will respond to the provocation from Sun Moon Royal Academy. While a teacher-led reprimand is unlikely, their students will surely appear to compete with us. Xue Xiaoran concurred. Yin Yuyan nodded, her words typically few and far between. Yulinglin clapped her hands and suggested, how about this? Since we are all part of the same team, why not introduce ourselves? Her smile was gentle, disarming even Yin Yuyan's inclination to oppose. I'll go first. I am Yulinglin, a control-type soul master with the martial soul of Crimson Flame Thorn, possessing a soul power level of 25. With that, she gently tugged at Yin Yuyan. The latter cast a helpless glance at her friend, sighed, and succinctly stated, Yin Yuyan, martial soul, Flame Demon King, soul power level, 28. A strong assault-type soul master. Meng Hongchun responded with her usual elegance, lowering her gaze as she spoke. Meng Hongchun, martial soul, Vermilion-eyed Ice Toad, soul power level, 26. A control-type soul master. Xiao Hongchun, martial soul, three-legged golden toad, soul power level, 30, control-type soul master. Xue Xiaoran, master of ultimate poison, level 29, control-type soul master. Xiao Hongchun and Xue Xiaoran exchanged glances, noting a distinct imbalance within their team. 1 assault type and 4 control types. Were they truly preparing to subdue their enemies entirely? Xue Xiaoran, are you certain you belong to the control category? Yin Yuyan, arms crossed, blinked her dark eyes. You are incredibly formidable in close combat during competitions. And your proficiency with a sword is quite high. Shouldn't you identify as an assault type? Xue Xiaoran's expression twitched slightly as she recalled that both of her current soul skills were offensive, with her only supportive ability being a self-made stimulant, which paled in comparison to her soul skills. Then I suppose I can reluctantly consider myself an assault type, but I won't be leading the charge. She nodded in agreement. Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun exchanged a glance. Their team already possessed 2 types of martial soul fusion techniques, and they should not fear opponents even a few levels higher in soul power. Moreover, they had Xue Xiaoran, the top freshman of this cohort. Who will take on the role of captain? Yin Yuyan asked directly. Xue Xiaoran averted her gaze, showing no interest in such superficial titles. Rather than competing for this position, she preferred to earn more credits and rewards to exchange for items at the Day Moon Royal Academy's auction house. The auction house not only accepted golden soul coins, but also credits, providing an excellent benefit for common soul masters or soul mentors who couldn't afford to spend so much money. Some items, however, could only be purchased with credits. Noticing the silence among her companions, Xue Xiaoran inquired, what is the matter? I think Xiao Hongchun would be a great choice. I oppose, Yin Yuyan raised her hand, glancing at the silver-haired, blue-eyed Xiao Hongchen, stating coolly, "Let him defeat me first." Xiao Hongchen looked at Yin Yuyan in disbelief. Why was she always so eager for a fight? However, after encountering Xue Xiaoran, his worldview had evidently shifted, though still proud. He was no longer the same child whose emotions were always on display. Through that battle and their ensuing conversations, Xiao Hongchen had matured. Then let it be Xue Xiaoran. I have no objections. Ming Hongchen smiled at her. Yin Yuyan remained silent, offering no dissent. I also agree. The consensus from Xiao Hongchen and Yu Linglin firmly established Xue Xiaoran as the captain. Xue Xiaoran nodded. Since he was there, he would accept the role. He turned to Xiao Hongchen and said, "You will be the vice-captain. Should I lose my ability to fight, you shall lead the team." Understood, Xiao Hongchen replied solemnly. After selecting their leader, the five swiftly indulged in food and drink, aware that they might not return to this cafeteria for several months. The journey from the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon to the Stardow Forest would take at least 10 days, making the round trip exceed half a month. Training in the Stardow Forest would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time, likely spanning several months. Xue Xiaoran sighed, silently apologizing to Teacher Xian. It was not that he did not wish to attend class, but circumstances did not permit it. The Stardow Forest. He recalled hearing his father and father-in-law mention it, where fierce beasts and soul beasts with cultivation over 100,000 years resided. He hoped to avoid any encounters. Should they cross paths with such creatures, they might very well perish before their teacher could arrive. Chapter 33. Entering the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest lay nearly half a month's journey from the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, yet with their teacher leading, their pace was considerably hastened. Accompanying the students on this expedition was an elder from the Mingda Hall, a titled Douluo, along with 2 soul Douluos. Though prior arrangements had been made, caution was still necessary in enemy territory. Additionally, 2 class instructors, alongside an assistant class instructor, accompanied the students, totaling 6 teachers guiding the students on this venture. The elder from Mingda Hall presented a solitary demeanor, remaining silent and deep in thought throughout the journey. They traversed a narrow path to bypass the city and expedite their arrival at the Stardow Forest. On this day, they could faintly glimpse the distant, lush forest merging with the sky. Before the forest stood an elder and a young girl, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Xue Xiaoran's gaze sharpened as he recognized the middle-aged man as Yin Xiaozha, who had previously struck up a conversation with him at Shrek Academy. The girl beside him, veiled and possessing flowing crimson hair, bore a resemblance to Yin Yuya, both being fire element soul masters. Xue Xiaoran murmured to himself. The leading elder stepped forward and nodded to Yin Xiaozha, who reciprocated the gesture. Despite their competitive relationship, decorum was maintained. How many students have come this time? Yin Xiaozha inquired gently. The elder from Mingda Hall clasped his hands and replied, 120. 120 students? The Stardow Forest is vast. Exercise caution, Yin Xiaozha warned without a hint of mockery, merely offering a straightforward caution, noting that even Shrek Academy would hesitate to bring so many students into the Stardow Forest. And you? The elder asked. We have 104 students from 3 classes, Yin Xiaozha responded with a slight smile, extending his hand. May our cooperation be fruitful. The elder from Mingda Hall internally scoffed, muttering, May our cooperation be fruitful. 2 academies are seizing this opportunity to hone their student survival skills in the wilderness and their ability to capture soul rings. While competition is undoubtedly present, the instructors from both academies remain uninvolved, focusing instead on ensuring the safety of their students during critical moments. It appears that Shrek Academy is led by Yin Xiaozha. The elder from the Mind Hall clasped his fists together and returned to the group, nodding at the 2 soul Douluos. He merely remarked, Remember, if you wish to survive, do not venture into the heart of the Stardow Forest. With that, he fell silent. Thus begins a 2-week wilderness survival course. As soon as the words left his lips, students surged into the Stardow Forest in groups. Xue Xiaoran's team was the last to enter. He lacked the enthusiasm to rush in and instead strolled towards the forest at a leisurely pace. As he passed Yin Xiaozha, he bowed respectfully and called out, Xiao Hongchen, Ming Hongchen, Yin Yuyan, and Yu Linglin promptly followed suit. Yin Xiaozha watched Xue Xiaoran's retreating figure with a hint of regret. After all, he had ultimately chosen to join the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Clearly, he had already emerged as a leader among the students. The new generation of Shrek Academy is in dire need of a leader like him, but alas, the whims of fate are seldom as we desire. The red-haired woman beside him opened her eyes, her crimson gaze filled with curiosity as she observed Xue Xiaoran's figure. What troubles you, Xiaotao? Yin Xiaozha inquired. I sensed a presence from that boy that calmed my flames, a comforting aura, but it vanished so swiftly. Was it merely an illusion? Ma Xiaotao murmured, uncertainty lacing her voice. To calm your flames, are you suggesting he possesses ice attributes, capable of suppressing you on a soul level? An extreme attribute? Yin Xiao's eyes narrowed. If that were the case, Shrek Academy must do everything in their power to recruit Xue Xiaoran. Perhaps I misinterpreted. That aura appeared for but a fleeting moment. Ma Xiaotao shook her head, a lingering doubt in her beautiful eyes. We shall closely observe him in the days to come. If this is indeed true, we will spare no effort to keep him at Shrek. I mean it, at any cost, Yin Xiaozhe replied calmly, before vanishing in an instant. As Xue Xiaoran took his first steps into the Star-Do forest, he couldn't help but sigh in awe. After days under the sun, he felt nearly dazed. Indeed, nothing compares to the cool shade of a great tree. He noticed some students lingering ahead, discussing strategies for surviving 2 weeks in this vast wilderness. Xiaoran. The Ice Emperor's voice suddenly resonated within his consciousness. He had begun to open a small portion of his mind, and although he still saw little, the Ice Emperor's voice was now much clearer. What is it? Xue Xiaoran inquired. The fiery-haired woman's martial soul is remarkably close to the ultimate flame. I sensed it from afar, the Ice Emperor remarked mildly. Then I shall maintain my distance from her. Xue Xiaoran nodded, reluctant to expose his ultimate ice martial soul, harboring an inherent aversion to the fire element. It is not that he despises fire-type soul masters. Even though he has learned the art of flames from Uncle Ma Hongjun and Sister Lian, physiologically, ice and fire are incompatible. Be cautious if she discovers your abilities. She may attempt to eliminate you, as you are the only one who poses a threat to her, the Ice Emperor warned. Thank you, Ice Emperor, Xue Xiaoran smiled. Who asked for your gratitude? I merely consider my own future and wish for you to survive, came the Ice Emperor's haughty response, prompting a faint smile from Xue Xiaoran. What shall we do next, Xue Xiaoran? Asked Xiao Honchun, spreading his hands in inquiry. The 5 of them were currently gathered at the edge of the Star-Do forest, yet to enter its depths. After a moment's reflection, Xue Xiaoran spoke. Let us first explore an area and seek a suitable place to settle, ideally near a water source. We can determine our course thereafter. His words echoed the wisdom of their elders. Understood, the 4 nodded in agreement. They activated their soul powers and began their first day's journey. If I am not mistaken, the students of Shrek Academy should be at the opposite end of the Star-Do forest, and we are unlikely to encounter them in the short term. Xue Xiaoran whispered to the group after deftly maneuvering past a thick tree trunk and avoiding a pack of 10-year-old ferocious baboons. Xiao Honchun, concerning your soul ring. Let us discuss it once we are settled. We are unfamiliar with the Star-Do forest for now, Xiao Honchun replied with a wry smile. Very well. A pair of azure eyes emanated a soft green glow beneath the forest canopy. Across the forest, a pair of powder blue eyes blinked rhythmically. Chapter 34, Night in the Star-Do Forest. Xue Xiaoran swiftly severed the artery of a 10-year-old ferocious boar, a white soul ring appearing on the ground. He wiped his hands clean and, ensuring he was unsoiled, stored the deceased boar in his ring. If one were to describe the Star-Do forest in a single word, it would be vast. In 2 words, exceedingly vast. In 3, unimaginably vast. The combined presence of over 200 students was akin to a cow sinking into the sea, dispersed throughout the expansive Star-Do forest. Aside from Xue Xiaoran's group, who had initially encountered another team, they had not seen any fellow students along their journey. The group encountered no particularly powerful soul beasts, only a few dozen 10-year-olds and a handful of century-old ones. With no ill intentions, they merely exchanged glances before parting ways amicably. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon offers limited provisions, implying that they encourage students to hunt soul beasts for sustenance. Although it remains uncertain whether Shrek engages in such practices, their long-standing harmonious coexistence with the soul beasts of the Star-Do forest suggests they would not resort to such measures. With a sigh, Xue Xiaoran silently apologized to the fierce boar, then turned and leapt towards a tree. In the distance, he discerned the faint sound of flowing water. After determining the direction, he sprinted forth. With each step, utilizing the shadowless steps taught to him by Uncle Oslo, Xue Xiaoran maximized its potential only in such terrain. Every stride he took rendered him as elusive as a shadow, concealed within the foliage, leaving anyone who glanced his way oblivious to the presence of a human among the shadows. He was acutely aware that the teachers were constantly scrutinizing the actions of all students, including his own. This necessitated vigilance in the forest, avoiding the use of skills that should not be associated with him, such as another martial spirit or techniques from the Tang sect. Although he employed the ghostly shadow stealth, he had never utilized Tang sect's hidden weapons, nor had he practiced them even at school. Upon returning to the camp, he found Xiao Honchun organizing the covered tents. They had opted not to set up their tent on the ground, but rather among the trees, exploiting the fact that many soul beasts were unable to climb. Observing Xiao Honchun and Meng Honchun draping a piece of cloth between the branches, he realized that it would serve as their temporary roof. With no one else nearby, Xue Xiaoran retrieved the fierce boar from his ring and handed it to Yan Yuyan, who had already kindled a fire. she muttered awkwardly to herself, questioning whether her prowess as a formidable fire element soul master was solely meant for igniting flames. Xue Xiaoran merely smiled at her comment. The five of them sat around the fire, watching as the pork gradually released its fat on the stone slab, the enticing aroma wafting into the air. Leaning against a large tree with a blade of grass between his lips, Xue Xiaoran felt a sense of leisure. The outcome of the first day had settled into a comfortable routine. However, they were certain to encounter more soul beasts and classmates in the days to come. In the worst-case scenario, facing a 10,000-year-old soul beast would spell disaster. Is our base camp here? Should we seek something new tomorrow? Yu Linglin inquired, rummaging through her backpack for a wooden comb to style her hair. They had now come to recognize Xue Xiaoran as their leader. Aware that this young man possessed a quality that set him apart, he seemed to have a smattering of knowledge across various realms, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. With no one able to gauge the limits of his capabilities, the method of constructing the tent was guided by Xue Xiaoran, and he had also sliced the pork with his sword. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding Yan Yuyan's proposal, they were now completely convinced of Xue Xiaoran's competence. There was no need for further hesitation. Xue Xiaoran, with grass in his mouth, gazed at the sky above the forest, which had turned dark much earlier than usual. A subtle smile graced his lips. If our pace were to remain consistent, we would have traversed approximately 6 hours from morning to noon. Nearing the heart of the Stardow forest, while foraging for food, I encountered several 100-year-old soul beasts and a 1,000-year-old one, likely out on a hunt or patrol, indicating our proximity to the inner sanctum of the Stardow forest. There was no need to relocate our base. This location was quite satisfactory, with a nearby water source. With his emerald eyes slightly narrowed, Xue Xiaoran stretched lazily before sitting up to turn the pork, the aroma becoming increasingly enticing. However, he furrowed his brow and raised his hand, summoning a yellow and purple soul ring behind him. A faintly malodorous powder emerged from his hand and was propelled into the sky. The spherical cloud of powder emitted a soft hissing sound before bursting apart. The unpleasant odor mingled with the delectable scent, gradually neutralizing each other. Before long, the appetizing aroma faded, lingering only faintly, ensuring that it would not travel as far as before. To conceal his location and secure a peaceful night's rest, free from the detection of soul beasts. This was a necessary measure. Xiao Hongxin remained silent, surprised by the unconventional application of poison. Every moment spent with Xue Xiaoran made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. If Xue Xiaoran had merely surpassed him slightly, he might have felt a twinge of jealousy. However, Xue Xiaoran had far outstripped him. And now Xiao Hongxin felt only a gentle admiration towards him. Xiao Hongxin, Xue Xiaoran's voice suddenly broke the silence, drawing Xiao Hongxin's thoughts back. He looked into those verdant eyes and inquired, "What is the matter? Tonight, you and Meng Hongxin will spread toad poison around, while I will also disperse toxins to repel soul beasts. This will be our daily routine henceforth." "I have no objections," Xiao Hongxin replied with a smile. Exchanging a knowing glance with Meng Hongxin, they were adept in the art of poison. After a hearty meal, Yu Linglin climbed a tree to rest. Though she was a control-type soul master, she possessed the lowest soul power among the five and was weary after a day's journey, thus excusing herself to retire early. In contrast, Yan Yuyan sat silently, hugging her knees as she stared into the flickering campfire. After clearing away the remnants of the meal, Xue Xiaoran split from Xiao Hongxin and Meng Hongxin to disperse the repelling toxins and powders around the periphery of their base. The powders Xue Xiaoran employed not only deterred soul beasts, but also contained paralyzing toxins to incapacitate intruders, along with a chilling poison that would render invaders unconscious, forcing them to endure a night in the cold. Since every group had been competitors since their departure, Xue Xiaoran's decision to refrain from unleashing more potent toxins was a gesture of restraint. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the distant forest, accompanied by a brilliant red light shooting skyward. Xue Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, swiftly leaping onto a nearby tree and squinting his azure eyes at the distant billowing smoke. Although he was unaware of which group it was, he knew that their scores would undoubtedly diminish due to the penalties incurred each time they activated the wristbands on their arms. The evening breeze tousled his short hair, while he silently hoped that this trial would spare him from encountering the ancient soul beasts. Chapter 35, The Fisherman's Advantage. Xue Xiaoran gazed intently towards the smoke, but alas, the darkness of night obscured his vision. All he could discern were the distant roars of soul beasts, possibly indicating that he had inadvertently wandered into their territory. After a moment of contemplation, he turned away, confident that the traps and powders he had set would effectively deter any intruding soul beasts. Moreover, not all soul beasts possessed the ability to climb trees. The night passed in silence, save for the distant thunderous roar that captured everyone's attention. On the following day, Xue Xiaoran was the first to rise from the tree. He had spent the night in a hammock strung between two branches, although the rest was comfortable. He could not escape the lingering soreness in his body. Yawning, he noticed that dawn had yet to break and quietly descended from the tree, making his way to the creek to freshen up. Before long, Xiao Hongqian arrived, observing the twitching of Xue Xiaoran's face, a clear indication of his restless night. "What are the plans for today?" she inquired, submerging her face in the flowing water in an attempt to awaken herself. "Let us venture deeper into the starry forest. You still need to search for the soul beast, right?" Xue Xiaoran replied, all the while drying himself off and contemplating their route. "Don't stray too far. I suspect that roar from last night was a sign they encountered an ancient soul beast," she warned. "Don't be such a harbinger of doom," Xue Xiaoran retorted with a huff, pulling out their breakfast as they quickly began to eat. Girls often have a penchant for sleeping in, especially after a strenuous journey, and they had similarly struggled the previous night. By the time the three of them roused, the sun had fully risen, while Xue Xiaoran and Xiao Hongqian had already scoured their surroundings multiple times. As Xue Xiaoran assessed the toxins deployed the night before, he found no signs of invaders and nodded in approval. "We are ready," Ming Hongqian said with a bright smile, her enthusiasm palpable. "Indeed," Xue Xiaoran affirmed, clapping his hands to gather everyone. "Today's task, or rather the task for the coming days, is to assist Xiao Hongqian in hunting for her third soul ring. We will consider soul beasts related to poison, especially those of a millennium age." His tone was calm, outlining the plan ahead. "Today will primarily focus on exploration. Let us not venture too close to the heart of their territory." All four nodded in agreement, none wishing to encounter the fiercely territorial ancient soul beasts. "Let us proceed," Xue Xiaoran declared, leaping onto a tree and setting forth with determined strides, firmly establishing their direction as they sped away. The others followed suit, mimicking Xue Xiaoran's agile movements to avoid direct contact with any soul beasts. If anyone could perceive the current direction in which Xue Xiaoran is advancing, it would be a circular path around the heart of the starry forest. The ranks consist entirely of second-ring spirit masters, capable of a desperate struggle against those of a millennium age, but encountering those of 10 millennia would spell certain doom. Along his journey, Xue Xiaoran passed by 2 small encampments belonging to other students, who had opted for the conventional camping method of pitching tents on the ground. Upon seeing Xue Xiaoran approach, a flicker of surprise illuminated their expressions. "It's merely a patrol," his voice carried from afar, and the 5 students felt reassured, as they had initially feared that Xue Xiaoran was fleeing from a pursuing spirit beast. The following day unfolded with an air of tranquility. The group conducted a sweep, evading several patrols of millennium spirit beasts before returning to their camp. Unless particularly confident or foolish, no one would dare provoke a spirit beast. On the 5th day, the presence of millennium beasts became evident. The rain spirit whispers behind Xue Xiaoran. "Indeed, we are drawing nearer to the center." Xue Xiaoran nodded in agreement with her assertion. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he halted by a tree, coming to an abrupt stop. The 4 companions, noticing his pause, instinctively ceased their movements, realizing that Xue Xiaoran must have detected something significant. Otherwise, he would not have halted so suddenly. Xue Xiaoran's azure eyes gleamed, a flicker of violet passing through them as he subtly activated his purple magic eyes. Beyond the layers of dense foliage, he discerned a small team locked in combat with a spirit beast, a millennium jungle venomous scaled python. "We have a situation," Xue Xiaoran remarked calmly. "A battle has erupted ahead. A team has encountered a millennium jungle venomous scaled python and is currently engaged in fierce combat." Upon hearing the term millennium jungle venomous scaled python, a spark ignited in the blue eyes of Xiao Hongqian. It was indeed a serendipitous find, one that required no arduous searching. "Do not rush, let us first observe. If there are surrounding creatures of its kind, it could complicate matters," Xue Xiaoran advised, gently patting Xiao Hongqian's shoulder to signal him to remain composed. Xiao Hongqian nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am fine. I shall take the lead. You all follow closely behind," Xue Xiaoran whispered, moving with the stealth of a shadow through the trees. Even the 4 who watched him depart soon found themselves unable to trace his figure. Yin Yuyan's dark eyes narrowed, murmuring to herself, "What a formidable peer." Initially, she had assumed Xue Xiaoran's prowess lay solely in his combat abilities, but through these days of interaction, her perception had transformed into profound admiration. While she had previously underestimated Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian, their demonstrated actions and cultivated experience made her realize that they were indeed worthy students of the class. Not far from his departure, Xue Xiaoran concealed himself in the shadows of a tree, peering out through the branches. What met his gaze was a group clad in green uniforms. To his surprise, they were none other than students from Shrek Academy. Xue Xiaoran murmured to himself, surprised at how far he had wandered. Among the group, a particularly striking youth with golden hair, whose martial spirit was the white tiger, stood out, alongside a girl with long black hair and a cold demeanor. whose martial spirit was a cat. Xue Xiaoran blinked, noticing that these two bore a resemblance to his uncle and aunt in his memories. Could they be descendants of their families? What shall we do? Xiao Hongxian followed the steps that Xue Xiaoran had taken and arrived by his side, clearly having witnessed the battle at Shrek Academy. Shall we wait and reap the benefits? I doubt they will resolve this quickly. Dream Hongxian smiled mischievously, pointing at them. Those Shrek students must have stumbled upon this Millennium Soul Beast while patrolling. None of them have reached level 30. They cannot escape. And now they find themselves in a stalemate. Xue Xiaoran agreed with Dream Hongxian's assessment and settled onto a sturdy branch, leaning against the trunk with a blade of grass idly held in his mouth. Noticing the gazes of the others, he explained, "Let us wait until their stamina is depleted from battling the jungle python. Otherwise, if we reveal ourselves now, how will Shrek perceive us? It would become a luxury for Xiao Hongxian to absorb soul rings in a tranquil environment." Understood. The four shared a knowing laugh, their amusement tinged with a hint of malice. This tactic is indeed clever. Chapter 36. He is our prey. The battle within the forest raged on. Xue Xiaoran observed the movements of the 5 students and concluded that they must have been slacking off during classes and training. Otherwise, they would have dispatched the jungle python in the clearing long ago. Yet now they found themselves ensnared in a protracted struggle, a testament to their lack of skill. Xue Xiaoran frowned as he gazed at the golden-haired youth and the black-haired girl, pondering how they could bring such shame as descendants of Uncle Dai Mubai. In the ranks of the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Mubai was a formidable presence in close combat. How could his descendants fight so ineffectively? He watched as the golden-haired youth was flung away by the python's tail, closing his eyes in dismay, unwilling to witness any further. "I can't bear to watch. They remind me of my foolish classmates," Yin Yuyin whispered, hugging her knees, noting how the 5 lacked proficiency in combat, hesitating and faltering. "Aren't you one of them?" Dream Hongxian retorted with a playful huff, to which Yin Yuyin shot her a glare, their eyes sparking with impending quarrel. "Enough." Xiao Hongxian sighed in exasperation, his tranquil mood disrupted. Yu Linglin, meanwhile, sat cheerfully to the side, feeling delighted that her friend had made companions. "Let us go. If this continues, they might fight until dark." Xue Xiaoran yawned and stretched, incredulously questioning, "Is this truly the caliber of students at Shrek Academy? Are they this weak?" With a disdainful pout, Xiahonkin remarked, "It surely isn't from our class. What are you talking about?" Xue Xiaoran shrugged, with such a weak combat awareness, even if they were in the class, they'd be expelled. Suddenly, the jungle python felt an unsettling chill along its spine. It whipped its tail and sent a young boy flying, its serpentine eyes scanning the forest where Xue Xiaoran and others were concealed. "What is happening?" The blonde-haired youth gasped, concerned as to who had drawn the creature's attention. The black-haired girl with cat ears whispered, "Who is it?" In the python's perception, a pair of emerald eyes glimmered quietly amidst the trees, observing him with an emotionless stare, akin to gazing at a lifeless corpse. The jungle python hissed sharply and slithered away towards the nearby thicket, yearning to reach the safety of its kin. "Are you trying to escape?" the blonde youth shouted, only to be savagely bitten on the shoulder by the python, collapsing to the ground. "Ah!" He clutched his shoulder, realizing that the serpent's venom was coursing through him, paralyzing half his body and dimming the light in his eyes. The poison, direct to his heart, could claim the young life if timely aid was not rendered. So, lack of combat experience means nothing, a faintly mocking voice echoed from a nearby tree. "Who goes there?" The black-haired girl cried out, realizing they had been watched unnoticed, marking their utter failure. "If we had acted earlier, you would have perished." The foliage parted, revealing a group of 2 boys and 3 girls clad in yellow uniforms. The silver-haired boy with blue eyes, who had just spoken, bore a hint of disdain. He was indeed Xiahonkin. "If you speak to us again, your companion will die," Xiahonkin warned coolly, before instructing Yin Yuyin, Meng Hongxian, "Intercept that serpent." The black-haired girl, with tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, knelt beside the blonde youth, repeatedly calling out to him, but his body was growing colder, succumbing to the millennium-old serpent's venom. "Don't command me," Yin Yuyin retorted, then descended from the tree with Yuling Lin, a fierce flame erupting around them. The ice-haired boy with emerald eyes remained leaning against the tree, yet with a gentle wave of his hand, he infused Yin Yuyin, Yuling Lin, and Meng Hongxian with newfound vigor, their bodies brimming with untold strength. Their cheeks flushed, they felt a fire igniting within, accelerating their soul power. An exhilarating boost, they realized, as Xue Xiaoran employed this skill on others for the first time, a novel endeavor. At that moment, Xiahonkin leaped from the tree, aiming directly for the millennium-old jungle python. As he soared through the air, a plume of black mist began to envelop him. The python, inherently frigid, was already troubled by the combined assault of Yin Yuyin and Yuling Lin, now further hindered by the venom's suppression. The level of the three-legged golden toad's martial spirit was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the enhancement provided by the stimulant Xue Xiaoran, their overall capabilities surged by 10%. Step aside. Xue Xiaoran approached the tearful, black-haired girl with cat ears, speaking softly. What do you intend to do? Are the students from the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of Sun and Moon planning to attack us from Shrek? Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 students from Shrek Academy turned their gazes towards Xue Xiaoran, a hint of hostility evident in their expressions. You are overthinking. Xue Xiaoran shook his head with a sense of resignation. If you continue to obstruct me, by the time I arrive to rescue him, your beloved may already be dead. Having said this, he moved directly to the side of the golden-haired youth. Though the young man was enveloped in a chilling aura, his lips remained tightly pressed, revealing a proud and jealous disposition that would not allow for failure. Xue Xiaoran remained silent, disregarding the disarray of the 4 Shrek members, and placed his hand upon the youth's shoulder. A yellow and a purple soul ring materialized behind him, causing the girl to gasp in astonishment. Xue Xiaoran cast her a fleeting glance before plunging his hand directly into the wound. The golden-haired youth let out a piercing scream. What are you doing? The black-haired girl asked through gritted teeth. As you can see, I am concocting a poison. Xue Xiaoran replied calmly, as a stream of toxin flowed from his hand into the golden-haired youth's body. In such a scenario, using poison against poison is the optimal strategy. Xue Xiaoran's toxin harmonized invisibly with the snake venom, subsequently breaking it down. The golden-haired youth's gasps gradually steadied, and the pallor of his face regained a modicum of color. Truly, you are a source of worry. Xue Xiaoran withdrew his hand from the wound, shaking it off before turning towards the jungle python. Thank you. The black-haired girl sincerely expressed, my name is Zhu Lu, a member of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. And I owe you a favor from this day forth. No, it is I who owes a debt to Aunt Zhu Zhuqing. Xue Xiaoran's words drifted into the wind, inaudible to anyone else. Regardless, I will surely repay this favor. Zhu Lu nodded once more, retreating a few steps while cradling the golden-haired youth's body. Do you require our assistance? The other 3 Shrek students inquired. No, he is our quarry. Xue Xiaoran replied with a faint smile, his left hand grasping at the air, capturing a wisp of blue, dreamlike mist. This was the most striking manifestation of his martial soul that he had envisioned. Chapter 37 Run. Xue Xiaoran stepped onto the battlefield, clutching the ethereal blue mist. After applying the stimulant to himself, the mist intensified its spread. The snake, inherently cold-blooded, could hardly withstand this chilling toxin. The cold poison bore an overwhelming pressure of extreme ice, a final straw for the jungle python. The serpent's eyes glinted with ferocity as it lunged at Xue Xiaoran with its jaws agape. It has been determined that Xue Xiaoran poses the greatest threat to him here, and he must be eliminated immediately. Be careful, Meng Hanshan hastily warned. A flicker of purple glimmered in Xue Xiaoran's eyes as he leapt to the right. The foul wind whistled past him, prompting a frown. How unpleasant. He sprang onto a nearby tree trunk, leveraging the force to vault onto the back of the jungle python. You cannot escape. Xue Xiaoran's calm voice seemed to herald death as his hands, tinged with blue mist, grasped the python's head, unleashing a torrent of power. With a resounding slap, he struck its forehead and landed gracefully before the 4. The serpent hissed in agony, its eyes clouded with confusion, its body curling in pain. The chilling energy from the night's rain was no mere jest. Xiao Hanshan, prepare yourself, Xue Xiaoran instructed his companion. The latter nodded, a dagger silently manifesting in his hand. Yin Yuyan, I entrust this to you. Xue Xiaoran clasped his hands together, an exhilarating energy immediately swirling around him. Understood. Yin Yuyan inhaled deeply, her fiery demon behind her growing taller, the flames raging more fiercely as fire ignited around her. Flame slash. Her second soul ring burst forth with brilliant yellow light, and a dense mass of fire elements coalesced into a blade of flame in her grasp. Charge, she commanded, leading the charge forward. Meng Hanshan and Xue Xiaoran followed closely behind, as fiery thorns of rain's spirit entwined the jungle python, binding it firmly. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Xue Xiaoran unexpectedly surged ahead, surpassing Yin Yuyan's pace, delivering a swift kick to the python's head. A twinge of pain shot through his right leg. Indeed, the python's skin was remarkably tough. The creature, struck, found its head spinning, and with the surge of frost poison, its eyes began to lose their luster. Flash! The flame blade was unleashed by Yin Yuyan, severing the python's most agile tail. The jungle python shrieked in distress, thrashing against the ground and raising clouds of dust. Stay still, Xue Xiaoran stated with indifference. After a moment of thrashing, the python gradually calmed, its eyes blinking, now reflecting a glimmer of fear. Xue Xiaoran stepped closer, gazing into the python's eyes. What emotions lay within those verdant depths? He gently brushed the serpent's forehead, whispering, Farewell. May your journey be peaceful. The python seemed to comprehend, its struggles ceasing altogether. Xiao Hongshan, finish it quickly, he instructed his companion behind him. With a gentle nod and a smile, Xiao Hongshan clasped his hands in greeting to the 4 individuals before him. He then plunged his blade into the 7 inches of the jungle python. The serpent writhed a few times in a final, symbolic gesture, and a purple soul ring subsequently materialized in the air. Xue Xiaoran exhaled in relief, grateful that no one had intervened at the last moment. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. Xiao Hongshan sighed, reminiscing that the previous 200-year soul rings were acquired during hunts led by his grandfather, where he played the role of a mere spectator. Yet, at this moment, he had successfully earned his 3rd soul ring through his own strength, and it was a 1,000-year one at that. With this thought, he nodded once more to the 4, particularly to Yan Yuyan, aware that without her fire attribute suppression, the jungle python would not have been so easily vanquished. Yan Yuyan, however, averted her gaze from Xiao Hongshan. His expression darkened, realizing that she still held a grudge against him. Yu Linglin, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, interpreting Yan Yuyan's behavior as embarrassment. Xiao Hongshan reached out to touch the purple soul ring before sitting cross-legged to begin the absorption process. As they engaged in battle, the Shrek team, who had previously contended with the jungle python, had mysteriously vanished at some point. Xue Xiaoran was unconcerned, instead feeling relieved that he did not wish for any mishaps to occur while his companions absorbed their soul rings. He was indifferent to their retreat, as it was a 1,000-year soul beast that they could not contend with. Any other group would have made the same choice. Noticing Meng Hongshan positioning herself behind Xiao Hongshan to provide protection, Xue Xiaoran instinctively moved around, scattering powder to repel soul beasts, while also spreading a layer of paralyzing poison. Once all was completed, he glanced at the sky, observing that the sun had set, and he sighed softly, realizing that they would likely have to spend the night there. When Xue Xiaoran concluded his meditation and opened his eyes, dawn had broken, and the remnants of last night's campfire still flickered gently. He looked at Xiao Hongshan, whose complexion appeared radiant, knowing that the soul ring had been absorbed successfully without any backlash. Rising to his feet, he stretched, feeling the discomfort in his backside from sitting on the tree trunk during his meditation, but he accepted it as a necessary ordeal. He began to retrieve provisions from his ring, preparing breakfast. With a long sigh, Xiao Hongshan exhaled, revealing 3 distinct soul rings of yellow, purple, and another hue. Meng Hongshan also opened her eyes, gazing at her brother, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of ease and joy. Let us eat after the absorption, she said. Xue Xiaoran placed the breakfast on a wooden table he carried in his ring, inviting everyone to partake. Yan Yuyan and Yu Linglin, who had been meditating as protectors, also approached and began to quietly discuss the gains and losses from the previous day's battle. The 5 gradually formed 3 circles. Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan constituted one, while Yan Yuyan and Yu Linglin formed another. They all regarded Xue Xiaoran as a member of their circle, but in truth, he stood apart. After we finish eating, let's return to the base, he suggested. Xue Xiaoran spoke softly, noting that their current location was still too close to the heart of the starry forest. Under such circumstances, the emergence of a 10,000-year soul beast was not an unusual occurrence. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the distant woods, followed by a wolf's howl. Xue Xiaoran's cheek twitched slightly. One must not fear what is to come. A Zhanghua wolf emerged from the thicket, its sharp fangs and scarred visage exuding an overwhelming pressure, unmistakably marking it as a 10,000-year soul beast. Run! Xue Xiaoran exclaimed, abandoning her half-eaten meal and the table, dashing toward their base camp. 10,000-year soul beast, run! Laughing Hongshan swiftly pulled her dazed sister along, fleeing in Xue Xiaoran's wake. Yan Yuyan and Yu Linglin followed closely, their expressions strained yet determined. Behind them, the Zhanghua wolf, perceiving the intrusion of the 5 into its territory, howled and charged forward, its presence drawing ever nearer. Chapter 38, Leap of Faith. Damn, it won't let us go. Laughing Hongshan glanced back, realizing that the 10,000-year Zhanghua wolf was still hot on their heels, its teeth bared in a predatory snarl. What about your poison? Yu Linglin urged urgently, her face taut with anxiety. Do you think using it guarantees success? My soul power can only affect soul beasts that have just crossed into their millennium. Why don't you let me poison a tidal Douluo instead? Xue Xiaoran retorted, exasperated by the girl's naivety. Though the paralyzing toxin had infiltrated the Zhanghua wolf's body, it was still a creature of 10,000 years. With her nascent cultivation, she could not hope to contend with it. The 5 of them cursed inwardly as they sprinted through the forest. We cannot allow it to encroach upon our territory. Xue Xiaoran shouted from the front, turning her head to declare, I will draw it away. Laughing Hongshan nodded, exchanging a glance with Meng Hongshan. Both aware that this was not the time for debate, he trusted Xue Xiaoran and her instinct for survival. Absolutely not. Yan Yuyin protested, her face set in determination. Are we to let Xue Xiaoran face it alone and court death? You would only add to the chaos. Xue Xiaoran maintained her composure, chiding. Is this really the time for your childish antics? Move. With a mighty shout, she summoned a long sword to her hand and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled it towards the beast. Laughing Han Shun grasped the reluctant Meng Han Shun, gritting his teeth as he, along with Yan Yin and Yu Ling Lin, veered into the adjacent woods. If Xue Xiaoran were to falter, their teacher would surely come to her aid. Laughing Han Shun rationalized to himself as they raced toward their base. The flying sword embedded itself before the Tsanghua wolf, causing it to momentarily halt. Why pursue annihilation? Xue Xiaoran stood atop a tree, gazing down at the 10,000-year-soul beast. Her azure eyes betraying no emotion. Soul beasts of such age had developed a modicum of intelligence, marking the greatest distinction from those merely driven by instinct at the millennium stage. He understood that he comprehended the words spoken. We have no intention of harming you, Xue Xiaoran earnestly explained. That serpent was merely a soul ring we hunted. We harbor no further intentions of pursuing. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. A hint of mockery flickered in the wolf's eyes as it regarded Xue Xiaoran, as if to say, did this young man dare negotiate with him? He was not even worthy of a dialogue with himself. The fangs of the Tsanghua wolf glimmered slightly, causing Xue Xiaoran's expression to turn cold. I see. You do not intend to end this peacefully? He scoffed, and with a swift motion of his foot, he vanished into the forest. The ancient Tsanghua wolf let out a howl that echoed through the trees, then leaped high, charging after Xue Xiaoran. TCH, how bothersome, Xue Xiaoran muttered in annoyance, deftly dodging the branches and stones that flew towards him from behind. His current trajectory led him further away from the main camp, racing towards the periphery of the Stardow forest. The sounds of the wolf's roar, the crashing of trees, and the thunderous booms reverberated throughout the entire forest. The Tsanghua wolf was equally frustrated. Despite the proximity of its claws to this human, it could not reach him. It could not help but roar in fury. Xue Xiaoran let out a snort, thinking to himself, could the combination of Wu Foot and Ghost Shadow Slip be discerned by you? Simultaneously, he sought to attract attention. If a teacher happened to be nearby, it would be fortuitous for his rescue. If not, he could lead the beast to the pond and wait underwater for the Tsanghua wolf to depart. The poison is ineffective, truly troublesome, Xue Xiaoran sighed. Regardless of how he manipulated the cold poison and 100-flower poison, it remained exceedingly difficult to inflict lasting harm on a 10,000-year-soul beast. Although the toxins could impact the Tsanghua wolf, they posed no hindrance to its overall actions. While pondering future strategies, Xue Xiaoran dashed towards the water source. He absolutely could not utilize the ultimate power of ice or Tang Sec's hidden weapons. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly leapt over a decrepit old tree, only for a branch to snap with a sharp crack. The Tsanghua wolf grinned menacingly, its claws swiftly reaching for Xue Xiaoran, who was airborne. In midair, he twisted his body, producing a sword once more, which clashed forcefully against the wolf's claw. With a thud, Xue Xiaoran was sent flying, as if struck by lightning. Though he held onto the sword, his grip was numbed. He crashed against a tree, feeling as though a colossal hand had slammed him to the ground. Using the momentum, he pivoted and leaped towards the large tree behind him. The pond was now within sight. In the distance, he could hear the sound of a waterfall, indicating a possible drop ahead. A slight smile crept across his lips as he dragged his pained body forward, his steps unyielding. Swish, swish. His clothing was torn, and thorns had lacerated his skin, drawing forth blood. Yet, his visage bore no trace of negativity. The Tsanghua wolf, upon hearing the distant sound of a waterfall, displayed a flicker of reluctance and trepidation in its eyes, as if a dreadful presence loomed ahead. Xue Xiaoran spotted the source of the water and hurriedly ascended the prominent stone in the stream. Glancing back, he observed the Tsanghua wolf lurking within the forest, its wolfish eyes gleaming with resentment and wariness. Farewell, Xue Xiaoran murmured with a faint smile before leaping backward. The leap of faith. Yet it faltered. The last image that graced his sight was the retreating silhouette of the Tsanghua wolf, followed by the sensation of his body plummeting rapidly downward. Even though the surface below was water, the impact alone could easily shatter his bones. With a swift motion, Xue Xiaoran unleashed a flurry of sword energy, slicing through the air to create a cascade of shimmering light. The water soared high, successfully enveloping him in its embrace. Indeed, the venture had commenced poorly. Xue Xiaoran placed his tattered and soaked school uniform by the fire to dry while donning a fresh, white leisure outfit. Alas, he possessed but one spare uniform. His back ached grievously. During the fray, he had scarcely noticed the pain, but now that he sat, the agony surged through his spine, which had endured a significant blow. Thankfully, it remained intact. Otherwise, Xue Xiaoran would have faced a life of paralysis. He retrieved provisions from his ring, sprinkling a bit of powder to ward off soul beasts around him, and gazed upward at the setting sun. The sounds of the waterfall, the rustling of leaves, and the whispering breeze lulled Xue Xiaoran into a relaxed smile. Indeed, Douluo Continent is a beguiling realm. The mere nocturnal vistas of the Stardo Forest are enchanting in their own right. As he consumed the provisions voraciously, he hoped fate would spare him from any unforeseen encounters with ancient soul beasts. Not far from Xue Xiaoran, within the depths of the forest, 3 curious eyes observed him with an unsettling calm. These eyes, arranged in a triangular formation, sparkled gold in 2 normal orbs, while the slit pupil emanated a hint of alluring crimson. Chapter 39. The Imperial Auspicious Beast. Xue Xiaoran rubbed his thigh, inhaling deeply. Fortunately, the soul bone had significantly enhanced his speed, otherwise he might have sustained even greater injuries. However, I remain unaccustomed to utilizing soul-guiding devices. He raised his wrist, gazing at the bracelet gifted by senior sister Nana, offering a wry smile. He had managed to repeatedly employ his shield to deflect the Tsangwo Wolf's attacks. Yet in moments of peril, he had failed to recall the use of the soul-guiding device. This was inevitable. Having studied traditional martial arts extensively in the divine realm, he was naturally unfamiliar with such a novel entity. Xue Xiaoran extracted a tent from his ring and kindled a small fire, directing his gaze toward the waterfall, where the water shimmered, despite the resounding noise. Xue Xiaoran gently rubbed his ears, pondering the distance to the main camp, uncertain if he would find his way back the following day. Illuminated by the flickering starlight, his profile exuded an exceptional softness and tranquility. His ice-blue hair, slightly damp, created an illusion that he was the very embodiment of the Stardo Forest's ethereal beauty. At that moment, the nearby woods rustled softly, prompting Xue Xiaoran to reluctantly close his eyes. "Who goes there?" he inquired. With the sound of light footsteps, a spirit beast emerged from the shadows. Its golden fur shimmered, resembling a translucent crystal imbued with an otherworldly texture. The creature bore a lion-like form, yet its claws were akin to those of a dragon, each encircled by a halo of golden flames. Its muzzle was elongated compared to that of typical lion spirit beasts, and beneath its fur glimmered fine golden scales. In addition to its ordinary eyes, it possessed a third eye, a vertical pupil radiating an enchanting crimson light. It regarded Xue Xiaoran with calm curiosity. The Emperor's auspicious beast. Xue Xiaoran uttered hoarsely, instinctively retreating several steps. He finally understood why the ancient Tsangwo wolf dared not enter the waterfall's domain, not out of fear of water, but due to the presence of the Emperor's auspicious beast. A wave of despair washed over him. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. The beast's cultivation and power were disproportionate. A millennium of cultivation equated to 10,000 years, and a 10,000-year cultivation could rival one approaching 100,000 years. Despite these thoughts, Xue Xiaoran maintained an outward calm. "I truly apologize for inadvertently trespassing into your territory. I shall take my leave at once," he proclaimed with a respectful clasp of his hands. Unsure if this Emperor's auspicious beast shared the Tsangwo wolf's temperament, he felt compelled to attempt a peaceful resolution. The thought of slaying the Emperor's auspicious beast had never crossed his mind, regardless of whether he could achieve such a feat. Doing so would incite the wrath of the entire spirit beast community in the Stardo Forest, leading to a relentless vendetta until one side perished. The Emperor's auspicious beast symbolized the lifeblood of the Stardo Forest itself. Xue Xiaoran touched his nose, reflecting on his familial ties with Aunt Xiao Wu, which implied a connection to the Stardo Forest. To his surprise, the Emperor's auspicious beast did not cast him another glance, but instead leaped into the pond beneath the waterfall, seemingly indulging in a bath. Xue Xiaoran stood awkwardly to the side, realizing that his own weakness was a relief, as the creature did not perceive him as a threat. However, standing idly was exhausting, so he promptly sat cross-legged to recuperate. The Emperor's auspicious beast observed him with intrigue, seemingly less wary of this human than expected. This is the advantage that Xue Xiaoran has gained from playing alongside Tang Wutong since childhood. Tang Wutong, possessing the bloodline and aura of a soul beast, has imparted a faint, almost imperceptible essence of soul beasts upon Xue Xiaoran, who has always been inseparable from her. This is one of the reasons why the Imperial Divine Beast feels no wariness towards this human. Noticing that the Imperial Divine Beast showed no inclination to come ashore, Xue Xiaoran felt a slight sense of relief and retrieved some provisions from the side, beginning to eat them in small bites. As he ate, he gazed up at the night sky, marveling at the beauty of the stars in the Douluo Continent. The moon hanging in the sky shone as brightly as in the divine realm. Stretching lazily, Xue Xiaoran, though unaware of why the Imperial Divine Beast was so amiable, addressed it while it bathed. "Senior, would you mind if I took refuge here for the night?" After a long pause, the Imperial Divine Beast playfully flicked its tail, signifying consent. Xue Xiaoran sighed in relief, knowing he would at least be safe for the night. The surrounding areas were uncharted territories, and venturing out to find a campsite in the dead of night could lead to encounters with hunting soul beasts or inadvertent trespasses into their domains. Within the territory of the Imperial Divine Beast, however, no soul beast dared to intrude. Xue Xiaoran slightly dampened the flames of the campfire, then turned to enter the tent. He felt quite fatigued today and lacked the desire to practice further. In the Stardow Forest, sleep was the best means of recuperating strength. Thus, he made one of the most significant decisions of his life, completely unaware, as he covered himself with a blanket and soon fell into slumber. In the deep of night, the crackling of the campfire echoed in the stillness, while the distant waterfall continued its thunderous roar. A shadow stood before the tent, its 3 eyes twinkling with curiosity. The Imperial Divine Beast paused for a moment and then poked its head into the tent. Had Xue Xiaoran been awake or in a state of cultivation, he would undoubtedly have been startled by the sight before him. Imagine, in the quiet of the night, a soul beast's head suddenly emerging from outside the tent. Would it not seem like a prelude to chaos? The Imperial Divine Beast studied Xue Xiaoran's sleeping face, momentarily lost in thought. The originally resolute and handsome features, now at rest, displayed an exquisite beauty. A hint of youthfulness rendered Xue Xiaoran's sleeping visage particularly gentle under the flickering firelight. It was only in slumber that he revealed such emotions. After all, every wanderer harbors a longing for home. Although returning home may require traversing mountains and rivers, for Xue Xiaoran, it signified the essence of 2 worlds. He savored this journey, all the while growing stronger. He had never spoken of his parents in front of others. He simply held his love for them deep within his heart. Having long surpassed the age of childishness, he often dreamed of returning to the divine realm to live with his parents while in deep sleep. The Imperial Beast gazed upon his slumbering visage, its luminous eyes swirling with thoughts indecipherable. Then, as if compelled by an unseen force, it pressed its head against Xue Xiaoran's forehead. The crimson light emanating from its singular vertical pupil, in that moment, transformed from the eerie to a hue reminiscent of blooming flowers. Scenes flitted before its eyes, and the flickering images caused it to close its 3 eyes. Darkness enveloped. Light re-emerged. The first figure it beheld was a young man with ice-blue hair and heterochromatic eyes, radiating a joyful smile, alongside a green-haired, aquamarine-eyed woman. Her complexion pale, yet equally adorned with a blissful grin. What shall we name our child? Let it be Xue Xiaoran. May my child find tranquility throughout his life. Chapter 40. A Dream or Not a Dream. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped Xue Xiaoran, compelling him to open his eyes. He was not nestled in the warmth of a tent nor cocooned in blankets, but rather sprawled upon the verdant grass. Powerless to act or speak, he could only gaze upon the swiftly unfolding scenes before him. He witnessed the evolution of a soul beast, from taking its first steps to mastering the art of hunting and constructing its own abode. Xue Xiaoran observed the growth of this creature. One day, as he peered into a lake, he realized he was perceiving life through the eyes of the Imperial Beast. Is this a dream? A silence enveloped him. If it were a dream, it was undeniably wondrous. He witnessed its solitary journey through life. How lonely it seemed. Xue Xiaoran stared into the distant forest, filled with both contemplation and sympathy. In this moment, an eternity unfolded before him. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye, revealing countless deaths, tragedies, and the cyclical nature of existence. He sighed. If this were the life of a soul beast, it was indeed a constraining fate. Protected for 100,000 years from the outside world, the Imperial Beast resembled a canary trapped within a gilded cage. In the final scene, he beheld himself leaping from a waterfall, descending into the depths of the lake. His vision faded into darkness. The dawn broke gently. Awakened by his natural circadian rhythm, Xue Xiaoran yawned, realizing that slumber amidst the vast starry forest had rejuvenated him far more efficiently than arduous training. How is it that after a mere nap, my consciousness has expanded so significantly? He murmured in disbelief. His purple-level magical eyes had ascended, all due to a simple rest. Xue Xiaoran found himself both amused and bewildered, recognizing that the pressure from the ancient Songhua wolf had likely triggered this latent potential. Rising, he parted the tent flaps and stepped outside. The Imperial Beast lay nearby, half-closed eyes watching him emerge, squinting in the sunlight. Senior, Xue Xiaoran greeted with a respectful nod. The Emperor Beast lowered its massive head, its eyes filled with confusion and complexity, and gave a slight nod. Xue Xiaoran exhaled in relief. It seemed that the Emperor Beast's temperament was unlike that of other spirit beasts. Noticing that the sky was still somewhat early, Xue Xiaoran decided to take a bath. As yesterday he had been drenched like a drowned rat, and he hadn't thoroughly cleansed himself beforehand. With such a splendid water source at hand, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. Swiftly, he stowed his clothes into his ring and, unclothed, leaped into the lake. The Emperor Beast, irritated, scratched the ground with its claw. It was still watching him. It then closed its 3 eyes, truly a sight that was hard to bear. If it continued to look, it might just lose its temper and give Xue Xiaoran a sound thrashing. How dare he undress in front of a lady? Xue Xiaoran might not have been aware that the Emperor Beast was female. Had he known, he would likely have thought differently. Please, the Emperor Beast is a female. Surely she wouldn't take an interest in me, would she? After washing and changing, Xue Xiaoran emerged from the water, clutching several fish that swam beneath the surface. Care for some? He calmly inquired, placing the fish before the Emperor Beast. If he were to recount his experiences, the master might pester him daily with questions regarding the Emperor Beast. The Emperor Beast nodded once more, its claw moving to toss a fish into its mouth. Xue Xiaoran chuckled. In his memories, he recalled that this Emperor Beast particularly favored fish. He settled down nearby, kindling a fire and beginning to eat his rations. Although he enjoyed eating fish, preparing them was far too time-consuming. Before long, he had finished his meal, tidied up his tent, and changed into a fresh set of casual clothes. He approached the Emperor Beast and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed one, thank you. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. The Emperor Beast silently nodded. Xue Xiaoran once again clasped his hands and smiled, then began to climb the rocks beside the waterfall. The 3 eyes of the Emperor Beast followed his retreating figure. Indeed, until we meet again. After ascending the waterfall, Xue Xiaoran retraced his steps along the path marked by his battle from the previous day. It must be said that the commotion caused by 1 human and 1 spirit beast in pursuit was rather significant, deterring other spirit beasts from approaching, thus allowing Xue Xiaoran to easily find his way back. The trees were askew, and the muddy ground bore the paw prints of wolves. Following the tracks, Xue Xiaoran spent half the day reaching the spot where he had parted ways with Xiao Hongchen and the others. Taking a deep breath, he hurried toward the camp. From a distance, he could hear voices and heated debate. Can you Shrek Academy students refrain from appearing near our stronghold? Don't you have tents of your own? What is wrong with staying next to you? We could fight against spirit beasts together. If you're unwilling to cooperate, we can handle things on our own. We don't need your assistance. As Xue Xiaoran stepped into the base, she was immediately met with the contentious voices of Meng Hongchen and another young lady, prompting her to furrow her brow in surprise. What a coincidence it was to encounter a team of Shrek Academy students. Was it merely serendipity? Well, let them be. Their comings and goings were of no concern to her. Meng Hongchen's tone was imbued with arrogance, as if she regarded them with disdain. You, the other girl huffed, akin to a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Hearing this, Xue Xiaoran felt a headache brewing and leapt down from the tree. What is happening? She inquired, rubbing her temples in a display of displeasure. Xiaoran, you're back, Meng Hongchen exclaimed with delight, and Xiao Hongchen appeared visibly relieved. Xue Xiaoran smiled lightly and asked, where are Yin Yuyin and Yu Linglin? They went to look for you, Xiao Hongchen replied, but they will return shortly. Nodding in understanding, Xue Xiaoran then turned her attention to the girl clad in the green Shrek uniform and asked, what brings your team to the base of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy? Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any condescending air, resembling that of a diplomat. I am Xiao Xiao from Shrek, the girl replied. Our base was devastated by an attack from soul beasts, leaving us homeless. May we reside with you until the training concludes? Of course, we will assist with patrols and food gathering or hunting for soul rings. Xiao Xiao, a girl with a green ponytail, smiled as she made her request, sensing no malice in Xue Xiaoran's demeanor. We defer to your judgment. Xiao Hongchen interjected without waiting for Xue Xiaoran to respond, as Xue Xiaoran was ostensibly the captain of their small team. However, the underlying dynamics were a mystery. That is a minor issue, Xue Xiaoran replied calmly. As long as the workload for patrols and food gathering is evenly distributed, you may stay. That is wonderful. Thank you. It seems there are kind-hearted individuals at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Both Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of irritation, as though implying that they were not considered good people. Chapter 41. Reunion with Wang Dong. What about your teammates? Xue Xiaoran reignited the campfire and inquired of the demure Xiao Xiao seated beside her. Yin Yuyin and Yu Linglin had returned, relieved to find Xue Xiaoran safe and sound. However, Xiao Xiao remained anxious, feeling the tension of being alone in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's base. Upon hearing Xue Xiaoran's question, Xiao Xiao promptly responded. They went out to gather food and should be back shortly. 4 of you went out to procure food? Xue Xiaoran remarked, turning her gaze towards Xiao Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen nodded, affirming the truth of Xiao Xiao's words. Xue Xiaoran gazed silently at the flickering campfire, an array of words poised on the tip of his tongue. Yet the presence of others deterred him from speaking. Simultaneously, he sensed an insidious feeling of unease, akin to the sensation of being watched while traversing a solitary night path. The hair on the back of his neck bristling in response. With a slight huff, he discerned that the teachers from Shrek were still wary, keeping their watchful eyes fixed upon this spot. Had Meng Hongqun made a move earlier, he pondered, what might have been the outcome? The feeling of being scrutinized was decidedly uncomfortable, prompting him to furrow his brow. Are you certain your companions will return? Xiao Hongqun inquired, his frown reflecting his burgeoning skepticism regarding Xiao Zhao's assurances. Believe it or not, the young girl retorted, her attitude toward Xiao Hongqun markedly dismissive, accompanied by a haughty huff. Unperturbed, Xiao Hongqun merely shrugged, finding the exchange monotonous. We're back. A vibrant voice rang out from beyond the camp, causing Xiao Xiao to leap up in excitement, sticking her tongue out at Xiao Hongqun and Meng Hongqun, exclaiming, I told you they would return. She dashed forward a few paces, waving enthusiastically at the camp's entrance. Xue Xiaoran remained silent, retrieving provisions from his ring and placing them over the fire to cook slowly. His thoughts were resolute. They would tend to their own affairs while others managed theirs. At present, the primary task was to play the role of a student from the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Upon witnessing him starting to roast meat, Yin Yin joined in to assist. Hey, aren't you all going to eat? Xiao Xiao approached, hands on her hips, observing Xue Xiaoran and the others as they busily prepared dinner. Her tone tinged with annoyance. Xue Xiaoran simply shook his head in response. Yuhua's grilled fish is delicious. Are you sure you don't want to join? Xiao Xiao pressed once more. All right, Xiao Xiao, let them be, a male voice interjected, prompting Xue Xiaoran to lift his gaze. Before him stood a figure with short, pink-blue hair. You, Xiaoran. It was Wang Dong, an encounter both fortuitous and unfortunate. Long time no see, Xue Xiaoran smiled faintly, intending to greet him, only to be abruptly enveloped in a bear hug. Xiao Hongqun and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Watching as Xue Xiaoran was swept off his feet by the student from Shrek in one fluid motion, leaving them momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Meng Hongqun shouted, causing the four to fix their glares upon Xiao Xiao, who instinctively took a step back, sensing the palpable tension. I'm fine. He.S. my brother, Xue Xiaoran stated, extricating himself from Wang Dong's embrace with a sigh of exasperation. Oh, upon hearing the word brother, the tension among Xiao Hongqun and the others dissipated. Wang Dong, he truly is your brother? Xiao Xiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. At this moment, Wang Dong had concealed the excitement of their recent encounter and the longing within his heart. He nodded and, with the voice of a boy in the throes of adolescence, remarked, Indeed, we have known each other since childhood. What a coincidence. Xue Xiaoran also nodded in agreement. The others, including Xiao Hongqun, blinked in surprise, sensing that the plot was unfolding rather swiftly. Come on, Xiaoran. Let us go eat grilled fish, Wang Dong asserted, seizing Xue Xiaoran's hand and leading her forward, prompting her inner thoughts to exclaim, Young lady, there are so many people here. Should you not exercise some discretion? A slight flush adorned Wang Dong's cheeks, which others interpreted as a sign of youthful vitality. Wait. Xue Xiaoran raised her hand, to which Wang Dong reluctantly released his grip. She cast a glance back at the still bewildered quartet from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and sighed. Let us all dine on grilled fish together. The 10 of them sat around the campfire, savoring the fish grilled by a blue-haired youth from Shrek Academy. Even the discerning Meng Hongqun and Yu Linglin displayed expressions of appreciation, declaring it exceptionally delectable. Seated next to Wang Dong, Xue Xiaoran patiently answered his frequent inquiries, the two of them seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Surely, Xue Xiaoran and Wang Dong do not harbor mutual affection? Xiao Hongqun chuckled. With the food served, conversation flowed freely. Xiao Hongqun shrugged nonchalantly, stating, Impossible. During her time in the academy, Xue Xiaoran was inseparable from a senior sister in the soul guidance department. The glance Xue Xiaoran directed at Xiao Hongqun was devoid of life, resembling the gaze of one resigned to fate. As anticipated, Wang Dong suddenly grasped Xue Xiaoran's arm and began to squeeze it firmly. Xiao Hongqun, just wait. Xue Xiaoran clicked her tongue in annoyance and replied flatly. Sister Nana and I share merely a typical senior-junior relationship. In truth, much of my knowledge about soul tools comes from consulting her. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's grip loosened slightly. But someone mentioned that you were teasing Sister Nana in the second-floor dining hall, causing her to blush? Xiao Hongqun inquired, bewildered. He spoke with conviction, utterly unrepentant. Had he known the individual seated beside Xue Xiaoran was female, he would undoubtedly have refrained from uttering such betrayals. Oh! Xue Xiaoran felt a sharp twist in her lower back, while Wang Dong wore a faint smile, seemingly engaged in the conversation, though his hand was engaged in mischief. It is merely a celebration of my becoming a soul master, Xue Xiaoran shrugged. What should have been a peaceful meal turned into a nerve-wracking affair. As Wang Dong's smile grew increasingly radiant, prompting Xue Xiaoran to distance herself. Xiaoran, you are not full now. I am off to rest, Xue Xiaoran decisively surrendered, casting the stick into the flames and then turning to head towards her campsite. Xiao Hongchun gazed curiously at his retreating figure, pondering the peculiar demeanor of Xue Xiaoran amidst the snowfall. Is there anything more regarding Xue Xiaoran? My curiosity is piqued, Wang Dong inquired with a cheerful smile. Allow me to elaborate, Dream Hongchun replied, noting that his observations surpassed those of his brother, particularly concerning Xue Xiaoran. He proceeded to recount the daily routine of Xue Xiaoran with great detail. From a distance, Xue Xiaoran listened to the laughter around the campfire, casting a wistful glance at the starry sky. What a misjudgment in friendship, he mused. Chapter 42, Nocturne, Spirit Eyes. Xue Xiaoran stood in silence, gazing up at the celestial expanse. He had just concluded his daily task of administering tranquilizers outside the camp and stretched lazily, reflecting on a day filled with labor. Regardless, the training in the starry forest was nearing its conclusion, and encountering Wang Dong was indeed a surprise. Yet, it posed a certain complication. Xiaoran, you are not difficult to find, Wang Dong's voice called from behind, prompting him to turn and smile. What is it? Do you need something from me? Upon hearing the question, Wang Dong's gaze dimmed slightly. It's nothing. Is it not permissible to seek you out? Of course it is. Xue Xiaoran responded with a grin, affectionately tousling Wang Dong's short hair before taking a seat beside her. Speak freely, I am all ears. Beneath the starlight, he observed the soft features of Wang Dong's face. Why do you withhold so many matters from me? She asked, her tone sulky as she settled beside him, huffing slightly. Clearly, I keep no secrets from you. Why do you have so many concealed from me? Xue Xiaoran blinked his azure eyes, inquiring, what secrets could I possibly harbor? Senior. Xue Xiaoran chuckled softly, shaking his head. Wang Dong, do not overthink it. Our relationship is merely that of senior and junior. Even if she has feelings for me, I would not reciprocate. Is that truly so? Wang Dong's voice quivered with a hint of sorrow, causing Xue Xiaoran to widen his eyes in astonishment at her unwavering affection. Taking a deep breath, he gently caressed Wang Dong's pastel blue locks, softly reassuring her, indeed. Within my heart, there exists only you. Oh, Wang Dong, resembling a forsaken creature, curled up in a ball, prompting Xue Xiaoran to shake his head in exasperation. Love is everlasting, Xue Xiaoran remarked with a smile. While it may be premature to entertain romantic notions with the 12-year-old Wang Dong, he leaned against her, pulling her into his embrace. Let her indulge in a bit of affection. Wang Dong silently pounded her fists against Xue Xiaoran's chest, her mood gradually calming and then igniting with warmth. How is your studying progressing? Xue Xiaoran discreetly distanced himself, aware that they were still within the starry forest, where their teachers might misconstrue their closeness. I am putting forth great effort and even secured first place in the freshman competition. Ah, splendid. Xue Xiaoran smiled as he spoke, expressing sincere congratulations despite the predictability of the situation. Our team relies on me, Wang Dong declared proudly, thumping his chest with a playful grin. Indeed. Has the secret of your twin martial souls been revealed? Oh, of course. I hail from the Haotian sect, so I can't keep it hidden from the teacher. Wang Dong replied, stretching his body and swaying his feet. By the way, I have joined the Tang sect. Wang Dong exclaimed, gripping Xue Xiaoran's shoulder like a child boasting to an adult, his voice brimming with excitement. The Tang sect? Are there members of the Tang sect in Shrek Academy? Xue Xiaoran inquired, taken aback by the unexpected discovery. Indeed, Wang Dong replied enthusiastically, though his tone softened, but the number of Tang sect members is quite sparse now. How many are there? Surely a few hundred? Xue Xiaoran asked curiously, recalling his father-in-law's words that each branch of the original Tang sect had hundreds of disciples. And at its peak, the Tang sect had reached 2,000 members. Including me, there are only 4. Xue Xiaoran's expression faltered slightly. He had not anticipated that the decline his father-in-law mentioned referred to such a stark reduction. Only 4? Do 4 represent the 4 branch leaders? A mere handful? Xue Xiaoran concealed his emotions, sighing at the stark reality. Indeed, Wang Dong said, his spirits dampened. I have an idea, she said, playfully gripping Xue Xiaoran's shoulder, instilling in him a premonition of impending mischief. Xiaoran, would you like to join our Tang sect? Xue Xiaoran paused, neither agreeing nor refusing. I need to meet your current leader, he stated, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he intended to honor his father-in-law's promise to join the Tang sect, he was prepared to elevate Wang Dong to the position of leader if that leader proved ineffective or even take the role himself. That would be splendid. Teacher Xiaoya will be thrilled, Wang Dong clapped excitedly. Let us wait until after this holiday, and then I will visit Shrek Academy. Xue Xiaoran blinked his azure eyes and smiled faintly. The night passed quietly, serene and undisturbed. As Xue Xiaoran arose in the morning for his training, he unexpectedly discovered numerous footprints while inspecting the area around the camp. What is this? He murmured, puzzled. Their base was not established within the territory of soul beasts, yet these footprints were a mystery. His purple magical eyes flickered subtly as he surveyed the chaotic prints, remaining contemplative. After pondering for a moment, Xue Xiaoran returned to the camp, only to find the blue-haired youth from Shrek Academy, who had grilled fish for them the previous day. Already up and practicing in the morning light. Upon closer inspection, Xue Xiaoran recalled a brief encounter with this blue-haired youth in front of Wang Dong's dormitory. The youth nodded politely upon seeing Xue Xiaoran's figure. Xue Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement, then began to climb back up the great tree, settling upon a branch while gazing into the distant sky, initiating her quiet cultivation. Her consciousness expanded significantly due to a restful slumber, which elicited exclamations of delight from the Ice Emperor. Xue Xiaoran found it curious. If a mere nap could lead to such an expansion, one might as well sleep every day. That peculiar dream offered no explanation, and she squinted her eyes, recalling the extraordinary perspective from which she viewed the Emperor's divine beast throughout the eons. Hello, my name is Hui Yuhao. Xue Xiaoran blinked in surprise upon hearing someone address her, raising her emerald eyes to see a blue-haired youth greeting her. Xue Xiaoran, I look forward to your guidance during this time. She nodded calmly in response. Hui Yuhao hesitated for a moment before politely inquiring, though this may be abrupt. May I ask what your martial soul is? Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. However, the nature of her martial soul was not a secret, so she deemed it acceptable to share. My martial soul is the ultimate poison. She lifted her hand, revealing a swirling green mist emanating from her palm. That question is indeed rather unexpected, she thought with a hint of resignation. Thank you, my martial soul is my eyes. Hui Yuhao smiled, gesturing towards his own eyes. So, it is indeed the eyes, such a rare martial soul. Brother Tianming, this is quite impolite. She mused, perplexed by the strangely familiar aura she sensed from him. Chapter 43, Wang Dong's sister? After a brief conversation with Hui Yuhao, the sky began to brighten. Xue Xiaoran concluded their dialogue and set about tending to the campfire to prepare breakfast, while Hui Yuhao assisted her. Xue Xiaoran held a generally indifferent impression of Hui Yuhao, noting that his soul power seemed rather low, likely not even reaching level 20. She found herself wondering how he had managed to enter Shrek Academy. However, she was too apathetic to inquire further, instead removing the remaining dry rations from her ring and placing them into a stone pot to simmer over a gentle flame. You and Wang Dong certainly get along like brothers, Hui Yuhao remarked with a wry smile as he rubbed his nose. What is the matter? Xue Xiaoran inquired, flicking the knife in her hand and turning her head to face him. Nothing, it's just that Wang Dong tends to be quite proud in the academy. Perhaps he isn't adept at socializing, Hui Yuhao replied with a sigh, adding that he only relaxed in the company of Bei Bei and teacher Xiaoya. Brother Bei Bei? Teacher Xiaoya? Xue Xiaoran continued the conversation. I forgot to mention, Wang Dong and I are both disciples of the Tang sect. And Bei Bei and Xiaoya are our seniors, as well as our mentor and teacher. Wang Dong mentioned there are 4 individuals in the Tang sect. You wouldn't happen to be the last one, would you? Xue Xiaoran smiled calmly, causing Hui Yuhao to sheepishly scratch his head. What kind of person is your teacher, Xiaoya? Xue Xiaoran asked, having finished preparing the food and now departing the camp to commence her morning patrol. Hui Yuhao automatically followed his footsteps, having already discussed the division of patrol duties and food supplies with Shrek the night before. Teacher Xiaoya. Hui Yuhao expressed a hint of gratitude, recalling her kindness in bringing him to Shrek Academy and imparting the Tang sect's techniques. Is that so? Xue Xiaoran shrugged, parting the bushes to reveal a cold expression. What is the matter? Hui Yuhao crouched down, scrutinizing the puddle of footprints. These are wolf tracks, he remarked. Xue Xiaoran sighed softly, acknowledging the trouble ahead. Wolves, once offended, were relentless foes. We need to find a new base. This place has become perilous. She carefully placed the leaves back and gazed towards the distant forest, speaking with a calm demeanor. What happened? Hui Yuhao exclaimed, hastily inquiring. Is it because of those spirit beast tracks? Yes, Xue Xiaoran nodded, leading Hui Yuhao back as she elaborated. The spirit beast is a wolf spirit, known for its highly social nature. If there's an alpha wolf, its combat prowess cannot be underestimated. We must evacuate before nightfall. We can no longer remain here, she instructed, and the two swiftly returned to their camp. Students from both the Sun Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy sat at separate tables, voraciously consuming their breakfast. Restoring stamina in the forest was of utmost importance. Upon seeing Xue Xiaoran and Hui Yuhao return from their patrol, they beckoned them over. Xue Xiaoran clapped her hands, capturing everyone's attention. During our patrol, we discovered fresh wolf spirit tracks outside the camp, Hui Yuhao affirmed, nodding in agreement. This base is no longer safe. We must evacuate quickly before darkness falls and find a location with a water source. But, it's just a wolf spirit, isn't it? A boy from the Shrek Academy inquired, raising his hand. Wolf spirits are known for their collective behavior. We cannot contend with them, Xue Xiaoran patiently explained. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian's expressions darkened, clearly recalling the relentless pursuit of the 10,000-year-old Sanhua wolf. Xue Xiaoran nodded, confirming their fears. We must not delay. Let us gather our belongings and leave immediately. She waved her hand and advanced to the front of the tent, stowing away the covering curtain into her ring. Are we moving together? Wang Dong asked. Xue Xiaoran glanced back, noticing Wang Dong's eyes filled with reluctance and a glimmer of hope, prompting her to smile slightly. If you wish to join, then do so. More hands make for better defense against spirit beasts. That's wonderful, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, jumping up and clapping her hands in delight. Meng Hongqian let out a soft huff but obediently complied with Xue Xiaoran's instructions, beginning to organize their belongings for the days ahead. Yin Yuyin and Yu Linglin began to share the burden of cleaning up, as the waste they produced could not be left to accumulate within the starry forest. This much their upbringing had taught them. I am a powerful fire element soul master. Why am I burning trash? Yin Yuyin's delicate face furrowed in contemplation, as if she were ensnared by a cloud of gloom. Yu Linglin comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. How swiftly they arrived. Xue Xiaoran furrowed his brow in quiet murmurs, gazing at the towering ancient tree, and couldn't help but sigh once more. This is the campsite they had worked so hard to find. Is it that Sanhua wolf? At that moment, Meng Hongqian leaned closer and whispered the question. It should be. Xue Xiaoran replied. What are you two doing? A voice called from behind. It was Wang Dong. Meng Hongqian turned with a cheerful smile and replied. We were just sharing a secret. Secrets? Wang Dong seemed struck by a heavy blow, taking a few steps back, his face flushed as he shouted, Xiaoran. How could you do this to me? To my sister? Xue Xiaoran instinctively leaned back, clearly startled. Your sister? What does she have to do with Xue Xiaoran? Meng Hongqian inquired, her brows slightly furrowed. Wang Dong, hands on hips, wore a victorious smile as he declared, it refers to an engagement by betrothal. What? Meng Hongqian exclaimed incredulously. Xiaoran, is this true? Feeling the piercing gaze from Wang Dong, Xue Xiaoran could only nod decisively. Then it seems I must seize the love that is rightfully mine. Meng Hongqian chuckled, sending a chill down Xue Xiaoran's spine. What do you intend to do? Wang Dong shouted. Nothing much, merely claiming what is mine. Meng Hongqian laughed lightly, stepping out of their line of sight. Xiao Hongqian, overhearing the trio's conversation, felt her face grow dark with anger. As a member of the Hongqian family, this was utterly disgraceful. I must have a serious talk with grandfather about this. Sigh. Xue Xiaoran found humor in Wang Dong's triumphant expression and resumed packing his belongings. Wang Dong stuck out his tongue at Xue Xiaoran's back, sitting nearby and admiring her figure. The more he looked, the more enchanting she became. You're quite flushed, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao remarked curiously as she approached. It's a mere side effect from practicing the Xintian technique. It will pass soon, he replied dismissively. Really? Xue Xiaoran chuckled, prompting Wang Dong to leap forward in a fit of anger. I'll beat you for abandoning my sister. With a swift kick, Xue Xiaoran turned and fled, with Wang Dong hot on her heels. Chapter 44, A Poisonous Journey of Thousands of Miles. Xue Xiaoran quickly organized her belongings for the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. It was merely a matter of stowing them away in their rings, while for the students of Shrek Academy, it meant trudging onward with burdens. It appears that their teacher has factored the burden into their training. Xue Xiaoran thought this as she observed the breathless Hui Yuhao. However, they had traversed beyond their original territory for approximately 2 hours, certainly at the pace of Shrek Academy. After all, the weight on their backs constrained their speed. Along the way, Wang Dong declined the suggestion to stow his backpack within Xue Xiaoran's ring, perhaps out of a momentary tantrum. Yet it was evident he had made considerable progress compared to before. Meng Hongqian busied himself with flattery before Xue Xiaoran, eliciting a mix of irritation and amusement from both Hongqian and Wang Dong, who contemplated dragging the nonchalant Xue Xiaoran down from her position at the front to give her a good thrashing. Let us take a brief respite. I can hardly proceed any further, Xiao Xiao said, leaning on her knees, breathless. Hui Yuhao, nearby, wore a grim expression, though he maintained a semblance of maturity. Very well. A short break then. We cannot linger, Xue Xiaoran commanded, leaping onto a sturdy branch of a nearby tree to survey the surroundings of the Star Doe forest. A misstep could necessitate an immediate retreat. He retrieved a water bottle from his ring, feeling a sense of relief. Thus far, his group's performance appeared commendable. However, he was uncertain of the evaluation criteria. Credits could easily procure the materials for soul-guiding devices that would otherwise require a hefty sum. Xue Xiaoran was not one to squander resources, thus he sought ways to utilize local materials. Thanks to the absorption of leg bones, he felt no fatigue during their swift journey. This enhancement bestowed upon him a skill known as Shadow Strike, allowing him to manipulate soul power into shadows as he tread upon the ground, enabling stealthy assaults, an invaluable asset for a nocturnal operative. As Xue Xiaoran gazed at the gathering dark clouds, he mused to himself, a heavy rain is approaching. That lad is quite intriguing, Yin Xiaozhi remarked, seated upon a cliff, his tone laced with contemplation. However, it is fortunate that you restrained your team from confronting the students of Shrek, otherwise. His musings were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A woman with crimson hair concealed by a veil approached, none other than Ma Xiaotao, who slightly bowed and reported. Teacher, currently only one group of Shrek Academy students has sustained minor injuries. The rest are unharmed. You have worked hard, Yin Xiaozhi replied with a smile, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the location of Xue Xiaoran and his companions. Is it true that Wang Dong and Xue Xiaoran share a brotherly bond? It could serve as an excellent means of recruitment. Ma Xiaotao sighed. Teacher, are you considering poaching? Indeed, you speak wisely. I am pondering how to entice Xue Xiaoran to join us. This lad is truly remarkable, shrouded in mystery, Yin Xiaozhi replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Have you noticed? Whether in the forest or elsewhere, his demeanor remains unchanged. Even if it does, we cannot discern it. Who, indeed, has instilled such a dreadful sense of concealment within him? In truth, I have begun to question whether he might be a prince of the Doling Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Xiaotao nodded. The royal surname of the Doling Empire is indeed Xue. Should this youth become our adversary, I fear that few among our new cohort would be able to vanquish him. Is that so? Yin Xiaozhi stroked his short beard, pondering aloud. We must find a way to win him over, for he undoubtedly possesses backing from a formidable force, which I shall investigate thoroughly. If all else fails, I could enlist Elder Xian's assistance. After all, capturing him could prove to be an astute strategy. Yin Xiaozhi chuckled, while Ma Xiaotao sighed in resignation. Oh, there seems to be a situation. Yin Xiaozhi narrowed his eyes slightly, then remarked, it is a pack of wolves. Teacher, we must go to their aid. Ma Xiaotao had just turned when Yin Xiaozhi halted her. He spoke softly. This is a trial for them. Unless their lives are in imminent danger, we cannot intervene. Very well, Ma Xiaotao replied, somewhat helplessly. As Xue Xiaoran and the others traversed the path, he suddenly halted and turned back. Behind them lay the dimly lit forest, devoid of any signs of life. Just moments ago, he thought he had heard a brief wolf howl, and now he questioned whether he had misheard. What is it? Xiao Hongqian inquired softly. I heard the sound of wolves. Xue Xiaoran gestured for silence, swiftly leaping up a large tree. As he surveyed the path behind, his eyes widened in alarm. Run! Xue Xiaoran quickly descended and urged them with urgency. What is happening? Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao asked in unison, bewildered. The pack of wolves is coming, Xue Xiaoran shouted, bolting down the narrow path. Yan Yuyan seized Xiao Xiao, who stood frozen in place, and pulled her along to chase after Xue Xiaoran. The wolves, having detected their fleeing quarry, erupted into a cacophony of howls. The sheer force of their numbers suggested at least 100 beasts. With a grim expression, Xue Xiaoran yelled to the siblings, Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian, we shall release the poison. Oh, they responded in unison, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and instinctively moved to the rear of the group. 5 soul rings materializing around them. A wisp of black mist began to drift back. Stay close behind Yan Yuyan and run ahead, Xue Xiaoran instructed succinctly, but was abruptly halted by Wang Dong. He pressed his lips together, as if about to voice something, his peculiar pink-blue eyes seemingly possessing an enchanting allure that captivated Xue Xiaoran's gaze. Even disguised as a boy, her beauty remained undeniable. He could not help but recall a phrase. The moment I first laid eyes on you, my heart exploded like fireworks, requiring a lifetime to clear away the ashes. Be cautious, Wang Dong finally whispered after a prolonged silence. I shall return shortly, Xue Xiaoran replied. Xue Xiaoran smiled gently, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged around her. The physiology of soul beasts diverges significantly from that of humans. Their bodies possess the remarkable ability to self-heal. Although they remain vulnerable to toxins, with sufficient rest, they can expel poisonous elements from their systems. I will assist you, but only for a brief moment, shouted Hui Yuhao from the front. Instantly, Xue Xiaoran felt her vision broaden, allowing her to clearly discern the number of wolves trailing behind. She nodded in acknowledgement. The eyes of a control-type soul master indeed serve as a commendable spirit. Extending her right hand, she grasped the air, summoning a swirling mist of ice-blue vapor that materialized before her. Behold my poison that spans thousands of miles, Xue Xiaoran remarked calmly, as the icy mist intermingled with the black toad poison, surging ominously toward the wolf pack. Chapter 45. The Ice Silkworm Poison Palm. A dense black fog enveloped the sky. Xue Xiaoran, Xiao Hongqian, and Ming Hongqian raced at the rear of the group, their soul rings visible as the swirling toxic mist dissipated behind them, engulfing the pursuing wolf soul beasts. However, the stamina of the wolf soul beasts was evidently not as fragile as that of humans. After the black fog passed, they merely stumbled slightly. Xue Xiaoran remained silent, raising her hands as a vibrant array of gases wafted gently backward like a spring breeze. All she could hope for was the absence of the 10,000-year-old Songhua wolf. As for the 1,000-year and 100-year variants, they would undoubtedly falter under the effects of their collective poison. Indeed, not long after, a 100-year-old Songhua wolf howled in agony, losing its footing and crashing to the ground. The wolf-soul beasts behind quickly rushed to retrieve it, unaware that its mouth had also been tainted by poison. In an instant, like a cascade of dominoes, groups of 100-year soul beasts collapsed to the ground, their howls reverberating through the air. Yet, dozens of 1,000-year Songhua wolves remained in hot pursuit. Once more, Xue Xiaoran raised her right hand, her complexion slightly flushed, and her speed increased considerably. Not good, Xiao Hongchen shouted ahead. Noticing that several 100-year and 1,000-year Songhua wolves had long been lying in ambush on either side. They were caught in a perilous trap. Xue Xiaoran, be careful. A 1,000-year Songhua wolf leapt from the side, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, lunging at Xue Xiaoran. Xiao Hongchen urgently warned her. Xue Xiaoran leaped into the air, realizing she could not evade in time, and quickly raised her hands in defense. A semi-transparent yellow shield appeared before her. A second-level defensive soul tool gifted by senior sister Nana. Remarkably sturdy, the soul tool withstood the collision with the 1,000-year Songhua wolf, producing a thunderous sound without shattering. Seizing the momentum, Xue Xiaoran propelled herself toward a nearby tree. Yet, beneath that tree lurked several 100-year Songhua wolves, their glistening fangs starkly visible in the dim light of the Star-Dough forest. Xue Xiaoran let out a soft hum, stepping onto the head of a century-old Songhua wolf. With a swift twist of his foot, he leapt back onto the tree. Splendid. Xiao Hongchen couldn't help but cheer inwardly at the sight. Meanwhile, a skirmish had unfolded ahead of the team, yet with the offensive maneuvers of Yan Yuyan, Yu Linglin, Wang Dong, and others, their pace remained unyielding, even accelerating. The wolves lurking nearby could no longer contain themselves, howling in unison as they joined the fray, lunging towards the trio of Xiao Hongchen, Meng Hongchen, and Xue Xiaoran at the rear. Xue Xiaoran's expression remained unchanged. The spreading cold poison was instantly absorbed into his palm, and then he delivered a flat-handed strike. A Songhua wolf leaping through the air was immediately encased in ice, transforming into a snow-covered carcass that plummeted to the ground. This was the ice silkworm poison palm, a technique he had devised himself. In an instant, the cold mist surrounding Xue Xiaoran dissipated, replaced by the 100 flowers poison. While the cold poison was contained in his palm, ready to unleash upon any soul beast at any moment, Xue Xiaoran executed several more strikes, and 3 additional soul beasts fell victim to his palm, their bodies freezing into solid ice before crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, both Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen unleashed their signature skills. At this juncture, there was no need for restraint, as a thick black mist swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Xue Xiaoran chuckled, realizing they were all employing poison, thus allowing them to eliminate soul beasts without engaging in close combat. He even drew a sword from his ring, the blade shimmering as it cleaved through the approaching soul beasts. Although the sword was not his martial soul, its light was not something easily countered. Many Songhua wolves leaping in midair felt a sharp pain in their chests before being struck down by the blade. Though he could not kill them outright, Xue Xiaoran was certainly capable of rendering them incapable of fighting. After a long afternoon of running, the group was thoroughly exhausted. The wolves had mysteriously vanished, perhaps frightened away or preparing for another ambush, disappearing entirely from Xue Xiaoran and his companion's sight. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing at the sky, they noted that night had completely fallen. Meng Hongchen, you go ahead and scout the territory. I will remain here at the rear, Xue Xiaoran instructed. To which Meng Hongchen obediently nodded. Once Meng Hongchen departed, Xiao Hongchen furrowed her brow and asked, Xue Xiaoran, do you think they have given up? Who knows? The wolf pack has always been vengeful. It remains to be seen whether they will attempt a night raid again, he replied. Xiao Hongchen sighed, feeling her body weaken after disengaging from battle, her spirit also flagging. It would be best to find a cave, as long as we guard the entrance. We should be safe, Xue Xiaoran murmured. And what if the Songhua wolves employ fire attacks? Xiao Hongchen, dripping with cold sweat, expressed his thoughts. Initially, he regarded soul beasts as rather foolish entities, mere tools for humans to slay in order to acquire soul rings. However, after enduring several days of relentless pursuit, he retracted his earlier assumptions. The coordination exhibited by the wolf soul beast pack today was indeed formidable. Had it not been for Xue Xiaoran drawing their attention, they might have met their demise much earlier. Do not utter such ominous words, Xue Xiaoran sighed, scattering a powder behind him to mask their scent. He surmised that the Songhua wolves had located their camp through their distinct odors and auras. Thus, his current task was to obliterate all traces of their presence. As they dashed forward, the group finally halted. What is the matter? Xue Xiaoran inquired upon noticing the stillness of his companions. Xiaoran, it seems we may have taken a wrong turn, Wang Dong stated dryly. What do you mean by that? Xue Xiaoran, his expression as serene as still water, asked Yen Yuyan, who stood beside him. It appears we are now deep within the Star Do Forest, Yen Yuyan remarked, glancing at the map with a hint of exasperation. Even Xue Xiaoran felt a swell of concern upon hearing this. The group had inadvertently wandered into the heart of the Star Do Forest, likely drawing the attention of the ancient soul beasts residing there. Now that we are aware, we must move quickly, Yen Yuyan urged, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. Feeling utterly drained after the battle, she turned to the 5 from Shrek Academy, noting that apart from Wang Dong, who remained standing, the others were seated on the ground, panting heavily, 2 of them bearing injuries. What do you think? If we are to leave, we could abandon the dead weight and proceed, Xiao Hongshan suggested softly, indicating the Shrek members. His blue eyes were calm, indicating he had mulled over this decision extensively. Chapter 46, the second of the 10 fearsome beasts. Xue Xiaoran pondered for a moment before leaning closer to Xiao Hongshan. Do you believe the teachers from Shrek are unaware of our plight while being pursued by the wolf pack? If we were to abandon them here, while they may not kill us, it is highly likely we would endure some hardships. He paused, adding, moreover, Wang Dong is my brother. I cannot leave him to fend for himself. Xiao Hongshan sighed, seemingly resigned, shrugged, and then settled to the side, assuming a meditative posture to quietly restore his soul power. Though he had sustained minor injuries during the chase, it was evident that recovering his soul power was of utmost importance. Without it, he would be unable to utilize even the most basic techniques. Xue Xiaoran scattered the powder meant to repel soul beasts around them. While its efficacy against ancient beings was minimal, it provided a modicum of psychological comfort. After a brief respite, during which no fire was kindled, Hui Yuhao's attempts to cook fish were futile. The group hastily consumed a few bites of their provisions, casting anxious glances at the deepening twilight. To dwell within the heart of the Star Do Forest was akin to courting death, as was embarking on a journey during its nocturnal hours. Thus, despite their exhaustion and the biting cold of the night, the absence of a fire was a matter of survival. Due to her inherent connection to the ultimate ice, Xue Xiaoran felt no chill, while her companions fared far worse. Except for a few whose soul power levels were the highest, the rest curled up, hugging their knees for warmth. One could not help but remark upon the audacity of the youth in this era. A young man with black hair stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, observing the 10 individuals with a hint of derision. 2 long dragon horns adorned his head, and a dark aura flickered around him, indicating his transformation into a soul beast. Should I annihilate them all? His right hand grasped an unstable mass of black energy, ready to strike at a moment's thought, poised to rain death upon Xue Xiaoran and her companions. Yet, they are merely children. A gentle voice emerged from behind the youth, causing the chaotic energy in his grasp to dissipate. Nevertheless, they are human. The young man spoke rigidly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. By G, you saw it too, didn't you? They stumbled into the depths of the Star Do Forest out of sheer desperation, not with the intent to harm us. The green-haired woman smiled softly in response. Di Tian, you must temper your temper. Should you act, the ancient beings from Shrek Academy would intervene. Regardless of the outcome, the Star Do Forest would suffer greatly. Di Tian's resolute expression betrayed no emotion as he sighed. It is said that the Imperial Divine Beast has bestowed a fragment of its fortune upon one of the boys. Even if I wish to strike, for the sake of the Star Do Forest's future, I cannot eliminate them. That child has encountered a human. Fortunately, he has not been harmed. Bai Ji exhaled in relief, then curiously inquired, I wonder which boy he has chosen, and which special youth has captured the favor of the Imperial Divine Beast. Di Tian sighed, his expression complicated. He raised his hand, pointing toward a boy with icy blue hair and emerald green eyes who was observing them intently. He has noticed us? Bai Ji gasped softly at the cold gaze directed their way. We did not conceal our presence. It is only natural to be discovered. Di Tian scoffed, seemingly displeased at having been noticed by such a weakling, before turning to leave. Bai Ji offered the boy a gentle smile as she followed Di Tian away. What a terrifying individual. Xue Xiaoran averted her gaze, cold sweat trickling down her brow. As he was cultivating his spiritual sea, the Ice Emperor suddenly issued a warning, indicating that they were being observed. Snow Xiao ran instinctively towards the source of the gaze, only to behold a man and a woman standing there. To his astonishment, they were 2 of the 10 great beasts. The Ice Emperor murmured softly, while Snow Xiao returned their gaze with a chilling stare. Surprisingly, despite Snow Xiao's provocation, the couple ultimately turned and departed, their barely perceptible presence fading into oblivion. Who are those 2? Snow Xiao inquired of the Ice Emperor within the spiritual sea. They are Emperor Tian and Bai Ji, the 1st and 4th of the 10 great beasts, and they are husband and wife. By the way, I rank 7th, while the Ice Emperor ranks 3rd. Ah, so they are soul beasts, Snow Xiao remarked with a smile. Indeed, they were likely observing you to monitor your actions. The Ice Emperor sighed, acknowledging the situation as reasonable. How do they compare to Uncle Tsang Xue? This seems difficult to ascertain. The bodies of the Wolf King and others are already imbued with divinity, their cultivation having long surpassed the legendary 1,000,000 years. If they were to engage, Emperor Tian would not stand a chance. The Ice Emperor replied candidly. I see, Snow Xiao nodded. I shall return to my cultivation. My progress within the spiritual sea is remarkably swift. In just a few years, I may successfully transcend and become a soul beast of 400,000 years. Is that so? I must also strive harder. With their conversation concluded, Snow Xiao resumed his cultivation, while the Ice Emperor entered the spiritual sea to consolidate his power. The night swiftly passed, with several individuals awakening from the cold, but ultimately refraining from making a fire, forcing themselves to sleep once more. When Snow Xiao awakened again, a heaviness settled in his heart. Xiao Xiao had fallen ill. The reckless escape from the previous day and the chill of the night had caused her to cough, her complexion appearing rather pale. This ailment was discernible only to Snow Xiao, who had recognized the toxins within her body. Upon discovering Xiao Xiao alone at the riverbank, washing her face, he noticed 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, flash behind him before he approached her slowly. You are unwell, he said, squatting beside her, his azure eyes reflecting the clear waters. I know, Xiao Xiao replied with a faint smile, whispering, but please do not tell them. I fear they would worry for me. At her words, Snow Xiao cast a sideways glance at her, a flicker of admiration and astonishment illuminating his eyes. This young girl is remarkable, he mused silently, before. For the first time, using a gentle tone to speak, I have introduced a toxin into your body, employing poison to counteract poison. You will feel quite fatigued, but after a good sleep, you will be nearly recovered. Really? When did you poison me? Xiao Xiao asked, her small mouth agape in surprise. Just a moment ago. Snow Xiao calmly explained. Thank you, Xue Xiaoran, chuckled Xiao Xiao. At times, I genuinely feel as though you are like an older brother to me. Do you have a brother? Xue Xiaoran found himself at a loss, pondering why such a commonplace interaction could evoke a sense of sibling-like familiarity. No, I mean, if I had a brother. It would feel like this, perhaps. Xiao Xiao beamed brightly, then reclined on the grass behind her, succumbing to slumber. Why do I attract the affection of young women? Xue Xiaoran questioned himself. Could it be that my striking resemblance to the author is the reason? Chapter 47. Familiarity with the Sea of Consciousnous and Mischief. Xue Xiaoran entrusted Xiao Xiao to Wang Dong, and the group once more embarked on their journey, albeit this time with heightened caution. Deep within the Douluo forest, they remained vigilant, ever aware of the potential emergence of formidable 1,000-year soul beasts. However, to their surprise, the situation unfolded favorably. Perhaps due to a prior arrangement between Shrek Academy and the Beast God, the group encountered only a few non-aggressive 1,000-year soul beasts, with no sight of the daunting 10,000-year beasts. With a sigh of relief, Xue Xiaoran appreciated the absence of being followed. Upon exiting the heart of the Douluo forest, they collectively exhaled in relief. Turning back, Xue Xiaoran caught a glimpse of a woman with flowing green hair, who smiled gently at him and nodded. In the blink of an eye, she vanished as if she had never existed. The 10 great ferocious beasts, BG, Xue Xiaoran murmured, pondering the peculiar behavior of these formidable creatures towards him. Nevertheless, all was concluded. He glanced at the sky, called out, and led the way forward. During their escape, he had discovered a cave that was quite suitable for habitation, and now he directed everyone towards it. Not many days remained. Xue Xiaoran calculated the time and sighed. Xiao Xiao had recovered, and their wilderness training in the Douluo forest had come to an end. On that day, 2 beams of light ascended simultaneously from opposite directions of the forest, one green, the other red. The green represented Shrek Academy, while the red signified the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. It is over. Xiao Hongchun sighed in relief. The past 2 weeks of wilderness training had felt particularly lengthy for him. He had hunted a 1,000-year soul beast through his own efforts, transforming it into his 3rd soul ring. Reflecting on this, he observed Xue Xiaoran, who stood nearby conversing with Wang Dong, his gaze contemplative. Let us return. Xue Xiaoran patted Wang Dong on the shoulder, deliberately avoiding the gaze of those wistful pink-blue eyes. The two remained motionless in place. Seemingly resigned, Xue Xiaoran sighed deeply, ruffling Wang Dong's short pink-blue hair, and said, I will seek you out once the semester concludes. This place is not meant for lingering. It was agreed that at the conclusion of this semester, you would come. Should you fail to appear, I shall infiltrate the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon and bring you back. At that moment, Wang Dong seemed to transform into a younger version of himself. A blush gracing his cheeks, causing Xue Xiaoran to momentarily be taken aback. Realizing his lapse in composure, he cleared his throat and turned to leave. He chuckled softly. See you at the semester's end. Xue Xiaoran did not look back, merely raising a hand in farewell. Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao exchanged nods with the 5 members of Xue Xiaoran's team. Despite their differing affiliations, the shared experience of combat had fostered a mutual respect among them. Xiao Hongxin seemed too weary to lift his gaze, huffing dismissively. We shall meet at the Youth Soul Master competition, if circumstances allow. With that, he and Meng Hongxin turned to depart. Yen Yuyan and Yu Linglin followed suit in silence, trailing behind them as they gradually exited. Until we meet again at the Youth Soul Master competition, Xue Xiaoran remarked calmly, hands tucked into his pockets. As he strode purposefully toward the radiant light ahead, their next encounter would likely occur during the competition, and he resolved to show no mercy then. A slight smile curled at the corners of Xue Xiaoran's lips as he employed the shadowless step, swiftly overtaking the 4 ahead and racing toward the glow. When the group encountered Gu Tianyuan again, he was clad in the casual attire of summer, enjoying a chilled beverage alone in a small town adjacent to the Douluo Forest. Once all students from the Royal Academy of Soul Engineering had gathered, the elder granted them a half-day holiday, with the journey to the academy to resume the following day. The moment the students heard of the holiday, they dispersed like startled birds. However, Xue Xiaoran and his companions found wandering aimlessly rather tedious and deemed it more prudent to sit down and savor the moment. 5 cups of juice, chilled, Xiao Hongxin requested of the busy attendant behind the counter, then leaned back against the nearby sofa, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The harrowing days were finally behind them. Xue Xiaoran concurred. Within the Douluo Forest, every moment demanded heightened vigilance against the sudden appearance of soul beasts, and now, in this safe haven, they felt somewhat out of sorts. Casting a glance at the partially damaged bracelet, he noted that the 2nd-level defensive soul guide had sustained numerous blows during that night's chase and was nearing the brink of ruin. He thought to himself that he owed an apology to senior sister Nana. Accepting the juice handed to him by the attendant, he took a sip. The 5 of them were not particularly talkative, sitting in silence as they drank, the oppressive atmosphere causing the surrounding diners to lower their voices, lest they disturb the peace. Although the patrons were unaware of which academy Xue Xiaoran and his companions belonged to, their uniforms clearly indicated their status as soul masters, a distinction that rendered them formidable against ordinary civilians or mercenary groups. The number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters remained scarce, much like it was a millennium ago. After finishing his juice, Xue Xiaoran placed a silver soul coin on the table and ascended the staircase, feeling quite fatigued. Simultaneously, he needed to ascertain something. Upon entering a modest guest room, he locked the door and began to sit cross-legged, directing his consciousness inward. He attempted to initiate contact with the Ice Emperor, as he had previously only been in a passive position, receiving calls from the Ice Emperor. After resting in the territory of the imperial mythical beast, he sensed that his consciousness had expanded significantly, more than double its previous capacity. Furthermore, his purple magical eyes had entered a realm of profound clarity. As he lightly closed his eyes, his heart descended into tranquility. Before him, from the slowly encroaching darkness, a beam of light gradually penetrated, growing stronger until Xue Xiaoran could discern his own form, completely unclothed. He nodded, feeling as though his vision had become obscured, rendering everything indistinct. Though his comprehension of the sea of consciousness had deepened somewhat, it still lacked sufficient practice, didn't it? How brazen! A voice exclaimed, and he felt as if his body had been instantly frozen. Xue Xiaoran immediately recognized it as the voice of the Ice Emperor. He wished to speak, but, glancing at his bare form, found himself at a loss for words. Furrowing his brow, he replied, Ice Emperor, cease this nonsense. I am familiarizing myself with the sea of consciousness. Immersing my senses in my own body is the most effective method of cultivation. The Ice Emperor stood before him, visibly irate, yet Xue Xiaoran could only make out a vague silhouette. And you dare to intrude upon my private chamber in such a state? Xue Xiaoran smirked. This is quite the blunder indeed. I cannot see a thing, as if I were blind. Ice Emperor, I beg your forgiveness. He bowed slightly to the shadowy figure before him, then turned to leave, only to collide headlong into the wall. Chapter 48, The Auction House. Rubbing his head, Xue Xiaoran winced at the pain. Nevertheless, he admired the Ice Emperor for having constructed a dwelling within his sea of consciousness in such a short span of time. All right, I shall escort you out. The Ice Emperor, mistaking his silence for a result of the collision, sighed and pulled him through the spacious living area. The path seemed interminably long. Xue Xiaoran mused whether the Ice Emperor had indeed erected an ice palace within his consciousness. After a considerable time, his blurred vision suddenly cleared. They had emerged into the open. The Ice Emperor, somewhat exasperated, released his grip and turned to re-enter the palace. Thank you, Xue Xiaoran expressed, settling into a cross-legged position. his consciousness swiftly emerging from the depths of his sea of awareness. He opened his eyes, two glimmers of purple flashing rapidly within them. The sky had darkened, and it seemed that he had collapsed onto the ground after entering the realm of consciousness, lying there, oblivious, for an entire afternoon. Xue Xiaoran shook his head slightly, rose to his feet, and activated his purple-level demon eye. Indeed, the subtle world before him bore some distinctions from what he had previously perceived. He extended his hand, able to discern the pulsing veins and capillaries beneath the skin. This was the essence of subtle perception. A gentle smile graced Xue Xiaoran's face as he mused. Within the Douluo forest, he had encountered his own fortuity. Though he had not acquired a spirit ring, he found that after a brief slumber, his consciousness had expanded significantly, and his purple-level demon eye had also achieved a level of subtlety that left him quite gratified. The ability to detect an enemy's weaknesses through their garments was undoubtedly an invaluable asset in combat. Xue Xiaoran nodded serenely and resumed his cultivation. Half a month later, the students returning from the Douluo Forest expedition arrived back at the academy, each one enriched by the experience. This time, the credits earned were distributed onto their student identification cards, with each student receiving a different amount, indicating that the faculty had meticulously observed each individual's performance. Staring at the 950 points inscribed on his student card, Xue Xiaoran fell momentarily silent. "How many points did you earn?" inquired the nearby Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, engaged in conversation. 950. "What about you?" Xue Xiaoran replied. Xiao Hongchun's expression twitched, raising his student card. "I only received 850 points. I got 800. Meng Hongchun sighed, her brows slightly furrowed. It seems the teachers were quite observant. "Well, I must admit, your performance in the Douluo Forest was the most impressive." Xiao Hongchun spoke as if in playful defiance. Xue Xiaoran merely shrugged. The class soon concluded, and after Gu Tianyuan exited the classroom, Xue Xiaoran tucked his student card into his pocket. He resolved to visit the auction house, pondering what treasures could be exchanged for his 950 credits. "I wonder what I can obtain with 950 points, he mused aloud, walking alone out of the classroom. The Seoul Engineering Department had granted him a brief respite, perhaps out of consideration for his recent return to the academy, affording him some time to rest. As he exited the classroom, he descended the staircase and traversed several corridors. "Please present your student identification," a robust senior at the entrance, seemingly roused from a nap by Xue Xiaoran's arrival, said with an air of indifference after clearing his throat. Xue Xiaoran nodded and retrieved his student card from his pocket. The senior took the card and scanned it against a black luminescent panel behind him. The panel flickered momentarily, emitting a crisp sound. The senior smiled and nodded, returning the student card to Xue Xiaoran. He noticed that Xue Xiaoran seemed somewhat intrigued by the faint sound and could not help but eagerly explain. "This instrument is an identity verification machine invented by Elder Mingdatang. If your student ID is fraudulent, this device will emit an alarm. However, your student ID is evidently authentic, hence there is no response." The senior smiled as he elucidated. "Thank you." Xue Xiaoran gently expressed his gratitude to the enthusiastic senior. He then stepped into the resplendent hall. To his astonishment, he discovered that the hall was indeed a realm of its own, with young maidens clad in uniform white attire standing on either side, while students from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy wandered about. "May I assist you? We can determine the items you are eligible to purchase based on your credits." A youthful maiden approached, politely addressing the seemingly dazed Xue Xiaoran. "I'm just browsing," Xue Xiaoran politely declined with a shake of his head. His purpose for this visit was merely to observe the types of items available at the auction house that could entice students to fervently vie for credits. The young maiden smiled courteously before returning to her original position, maintaining her identical stance. These maidens, too, were commodities that could be acquired with credits. They were originally slaves or abandoned children sold by their parents, purchased by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy for the purpose of cultivating their skills in hospitality and reception. Their prices ranged from 800 to 10,000 credits, and once auctioned, they bore the brand of slavery, an indelible mark. Xue Xiaoran was evidently unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not voice any objections. A level 4 soul guide device, priced at 600 credits. A level 5 soul guide device, produced by the teachers of Mingdatang, with a fixed price of 900 credits. As he gazed upon the dazzling array of items and the corresponding labels hanging below, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. They even have eternal soul bones. Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow at a translucent left arm soul bone, but upon seeing its hefty price of 10,000 credits, he immediately discarded the thought of purchasing it. Indeed, soul bones are quite expensive these days. He shook his head and continued to wander. After passing through the mainstream merchandise area, Xue Xiaoran strolled into the auction zone. Here, students could present their own items for auction and exchange them for credits from buyers. In stark contrast to the earlier desolation of the general merchandise area, this space was bustling with activity. Most of the attendees were common students who, lacking golden soul coins, could only rely on credits to redeem items from the auction house. After meandering for a while, observing the peculiar items, potions, and weapons, he felt no desire to shop. At present, he truly lacked for nothing. However, if one were to say he was in need of something, it would be a carving knife. Although there are no shortcomings in using the carving knife provided by the school, one still finds the greatest comfort in using one's own belongings. Xue Xiaoran swiftly approached a stall brimming with soul-guiding devices, manned by an upper-class woman clad in a school uniform. Noticing Xue Xiaoran's approach, she greeted him warmly. "Junior, I wonder what you intend to purchase? I have a variety of items here, from soul-guiding devices and their materials to soul cores and carving knives, all at reasonable prices." Xue Xiaoran calmly nodded and inquired, "May I take a look at your carving knives?" "Of course." Chapter 49, Ji Juechen, a splendid sword. "If you wish to see the carving knives, you can examine these," the upper-class woman said with a slight smile. Presenting the knives before Xue Xiaoran and gesturing for him to pick one up for closer inspection. Some knives were crafted from natural gemstones, while others served as both carving tools and soul-guiding devices, offering a plethora of options. Xue Xiaoran subtly activated his purple-level magic eye and began to scrutinize the carving knives meticulously, discerning their qualities. It must be said that the upper-class woman's collection was quite commendable. After a thorough glance, he noticed no flaws. His gaze flickered slightly as he picked up a particular carving knife and asked, "What is the price of this one?" This knife was made of transparent ice crystal, its surface seemingly smooth and flowing. It was placed further away from the others, as if shrouded in some unspoken taboo. The upper-class woman blinked and smiled wryly, saying, "Junior, I would advise you to consider a different knife. This one may be difficult for you to handle." "Difficult to handle?" Xue Xiaoran examined the knife closely, when suddenly a wave of cold surged through him, causing the temperature of his entire right hand to plummet. The upper-class woman explained with a faint smile, "This carving knife is crafted from the mysterious ice mine from the farthest northern regions. However, it has always been challenging to use. Even with gloves, that chill will infiltrate your arm, rendering your hand immobile." "Thank you, senior. I will take this one," Xue Xiaoran said with a light chuckle, surprised by his unexpected find. "Since you are a junior, I want to take advantage of you. I'll let it go for a flat rate of 700 credits. Xue Xiaoran nodded, feeling he had struck a great deal at 700 credits. "I'll take this knife for 800 credits. A chilling voice interrupted from the side, accompanied by Wang Xiaojie and his two subordinates. "Indeed, you persist like a haunting spirit," Xue Xiaoran remarked. "Did you hear that? 800 credits. I want it." Wang Xiaojie pulled out his student card and stepped toward the upper-class woman, casting a taunting glance at Xue Xiaoran. "Kid, if you're broke, don't come out to play. 700 credits. It's a deal." The upper-class woman smiled at Xue Xiaoran, taking his student card and swiping it over the nearby soul-guiding device. Accompanied by a crisp electronic sound, Xue Xiaoran witnessed his originally accumulated credits of 950 plummet to a mere 250. "What do you mean?" Wang Xiaojie questioned the senior with a grim expression, his eyes glinting with a fierce light that prompted his two followers to step forward simultaneously. "What do you mean?" "It means I don't wish to sell it to you," the senior replied, smoothing her long hair. She carefully wrapped the carving knife and handed it to Xue Xiaoran, then picked up a second-level soul core from the stall and placed it in his hand. 700 credits is still too much. Consider this soul core a gift. The typical market price for a second-level soul core ranges from 100 to 300 credits, yet the one she offered was evidently crafted by hand, with its intricate soul power channels drawing Xue Xiaoran into the realm of soul-guided devices. Wang Xiaojie, realizing the woman before him belonged not to the aristocratic faction but to the commoners, felt his expression darken further. The laughter surrounding him seemed to mock his plight, and he could no longer contain himself. 3 soul rings appeared behind him, charging straight towards Xue Xiaoran. "Be careful, Junior." Xue Xiaoran shook his head, deftly sidestepping the imminent attack with an elegant turn, then executed a powerful kick that sent Wang Xiaojie crashing into the ground midair. The fluidity of his movements left onlookers dumbfounded. "You little brat." Wang Xiaojie brushed off the dust from his clothes, his eyes aflame with hatred as he stood, painfully aware of his earlier humiliation. Once again, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized behind him, his gaze predatory. "Stop!" A loud shout erupted from a corner of the auction house, followed by hurried footsteps. A group clad in the uniforms of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul-Guided Device Academy approached, their arms adorned with a distinctive emblem. "Fighting is prohibited within the auction house. Violators will be blacklisted and barred from re-entry," the leader stated sternly, his gaze fixed on Xue Xiaoran. Xue Xiaoran couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The unfolding events were of no concern to him. "Let's go," Wang Xiaojie seethed, stepping back step by step, and with a huff of anger. He exited the auction area along with his 2 lackeys. Xue Xiaoran shrugged at the departure of one of the key players, placing the carving knife and soul core into his ring, and nodded gratefully to the kind senior before also leaving the auction house. This venture had proven remarkably fruitful. Not only had he acquired a carving knife infused with a hint of exquisite icy essence, but he had also obtained a second-level soul core. In Xue Xiaoran's eyes, that knife was worth far more than 700 credits. The mere essence of that extreme ice could bankrupt those eager to possess it. However, it was indeed peculiar that this knife had not passed into the hands of a teacher. With the possession of a second-tier soul core, Xue Xiaoran could conduct close-range research and swiftly learn the intricacies of crafting such a core. Calmly, he exited the auction house, but suddenly, a flicker ignited in his eyes. Two piercing sword intents surged towards him. These two sword intents were, in fact, two gazes. Unfazed, Xue Xiaoran's eyes flashed with a fierce light. In an instant, a sword intent erupted from his azure pupils, hurtling towards the approaching threats. In the air, an invisible clash unfolded as the four sword intents collided. The resonating sounds of blades ringing out, audible only to Xue Xiaoran. "Senior, I believe I have not offended you," he remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon the young man before him, who appeared to be in his 20s with flowing blue hair. The four sword intents dissipated like mist, leaving only the intense exchange of glances between their respective owners. Two swords locked in silent confrontation. "Whether you have offended me or not, I am uncertain. But I have come here to seek guidance," the senior replied, slightly bowing, as Xue Xiaoran caught sight of the sword sheath strapped to his back. "I have heard that you severed a martial soul fusion technique with your swift sword during the freshman competition. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to observe your prowess. Rest assured, I shall not employ any soul techniques." His hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his back, slowly drawing it forth, a remarkably ordinary blade. "Ah, the sword enthusiast, Xue Xiaoran." Someone nearby instantly recognized the renowned swordsman, gasping in astonishment. "Do you truly believe you can withstand my sword?" Xue Xiaoran, seemingly amused, shook his head, his previously tranquil gaze transforming into something as sharp as a blade. Unbeknownst to him, a long sword appeared in his grasp, its blade shimmering like a tranquil autumn pool. The once unassuming aura around him now radiated with a fierce sword energy, causing Xue Xiaoran to narrow his eyes slightly. What a splendid sword! Both men silently marveled in unison. Chapter 50. The Clash. "Are you certain you wish to duel here, senior?" Xue Xiaoran inquired, tilting his head with an air of indifference. His longsword in hand, Xue Xiaoran pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against engaging in combat on campus, mindful of the presence of fellow students. Injuring others would be undesirable. "Follow me," he said somewhat brusquely, drawing his sword and turning towards the training grounds. Xue Xiaoran sighed internally, feeling the weight of yet another unexpected complication. He had barely returned before being drawn into a duel with a senior. With a resigned heart, he trailed behind Xue Xiaoran. Meanwhile, the students who had gathered around were evidently intrigued by this impending contest, forming groups as they made their way to the training grounds. Xue Xiaoran was indeed well known within the academy. Although his martial soul was merely a sword imbued with a hint of sword intent, it enabled him to defeat opponents beyond his level. Yet, he had always chosen to walk alone, accompanied only by his sword. Xue Xiaoran overheard the hushed discussions of those around him and began to form a preliminary understanding of Xue Xiaoran. The current Xue Xiaoran bore a striking resemblance to his father in his youth, though his father had arrived at his insights independently. Xue Xiaoran, however, could not be deemed the same. One reason for this was his advanced age. He had long since passed the critical years of 16 to 18, a time when significant progress in cultivation is most attainable. At this juncture, further refinement seemed implausible. Thus, Xue Xiaoran would forever remain unable to ascend to that lofty height. Xue Xiaoran contemplated this with a faint sense of judgment, and at some point, a sword sheath had appeared in his hand, which he secured at his waist. Transitioning from a poison master to a swordsman, he exuded a distinctive aura, as if the mere act of unsheathing his sword had invigorated him, rendering him refreshed and revitalized, with a gentle breeze enhancing his exhilaration. At that moment, the students of the Soul Guidance Department emerged from their classes. Noticing the crowd ahead, they seemed to be engaged in animated discussions, prompting the curious to approach and inquire. What they overheard was startling. A report of Xue Xiaoran and Xue Xiaoran's impending clash of swords. A shadow of concern crossed Nana's face. How had Xue Xiaoran become entangled with Xue Xiaoran? "Zimu, let us go see. If there is danger, we might still save Xiaoran," proposed Kiki. Zimu glanced at the seemingly intrigued orange, and with a nod, he replied, "If Xue Xiaoran intends to harm our junior, I shall promptly employ a defensive soul guidance device to protect him. Then let us proceed." Kiki called out, and the entire cohort of the Soul Guidance Department followed her, rushing towards the training grounds. Xue Xiaoran's pace, initially light and breezy, gradually transformed into a resolute march, each footfall resonating with a sound akin to a heartbeat in the ears of onlookers. Tap, tap, tap. His figure grew increasingly grand in the minds of others. What they once perceived as merely a fortunate champion of the new student competition now appeared to them as a regal figure steadily approaching the highest throne. Xue Xiaoran's expression remained unchanged, yet the clarity of his footsteps intensified. Ji Juechen cast a deep glance at Xue Xiaoran, the younger swordsman, whose hands were casually tucked into his pockets, had evidently grasped the essence of momentum. To dominate through force relies upon the power of presence. Ji Juechen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intrigue. It seemed this junior concealed his talents profoundly. If he were to discover that Xue Xiaoran's reservoir of knowledge was boundless, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. As the two reached the center of the Seoul Duel Arena, the surrounding crowd had already been informed of the situation by other students, and they promptly cleared the area. I have heard you hail from the Xianyao sword sect? Ji Juechen stated calmly, his utterly unremarkable long sword pointed directly at Xue Xiaoran. Indeed, that is correct. Xue Xiaoran shrugged lightly, as if he were merely engaged in a casual conversation with a friend rather than on the brink of a life-and-death duel. Nevertheless, his presence grew increasingly formidable. Although he possessed only a soul power of 29 levels, which was deemed inadequate by Ji Juechen, he nonetheless dominated in terms of aura. In my eyes, there was nothing but the sword. Ji Juechen indeed honored his promise, refraining from employing soul techniques, and even suppressing his soul power to 30 levels. He sought to discern something within the sword of Xue Xiaoran. You are on the wrong path, Xue Xiaoran remarked nonchalantly, only to retract his statement shortly thereafter. Let me amend that. Everyone has their own path. I hope that when you reach the end of yours and look back, you do not harbor regrets. Ji Juechen's expression darkened. Was Xue Xiaoran attempting to undermine his fighting spirit with mere words? Draw your sword. Ji Juechen scoffed, his eyes glinting with intensity. So, one must draw their sword before engaging in combat. Xue Xiaoran shrugged and casually unsheathed his sword, its tip pointed diagonally towards the ground. It appeared that Ji Juechen's understanding of the sword remained superficial. After making such an assessment, Xue Xiaoran attuned his aura, retracting the energy that enveloped him. From Ji Juechen's perspective, the right eye of Xue Xiaoran was concealed in shadow beneath his short hair, while the left eye gazed at him with calmness, the sword unwavering. The surrounding students sat quietly, holding their breath in fear of disturbing this soul duel. Sword intent, Ji Juechen murmured. And just as onlookers presumed he had yet to make a move, his sword suddenly struck before Xue Xiaoran. Was he truly initiating combat, without uttering a word? Xue Xiaoran's right shoulder dipped as he evaded the flash of the sword. With a flick of his wrist, he guided his long sword to collide with Ji Juechen's blade in midair. Clang! The clash occurred and concluded within mere seconds. Visible only to those with sharp eyes and high soul power, the rest remained bewildered. This junior is impressive, Kuko murmured, a glimmer of admiration in her gaze. Clad in a flowing white robe, Xue Xiaoran's eyes sharpened as he drew his sword, transforming his previously tranquil demeanor into one of fierce intensity. As the sword was unsheathed, it was as though he himself had been unleashed, captivating the hearts of many female students present. Well defended, Ji Juechen remarked stiffly, suddenly vanishing from sight. Boom. Ji Juechen's sword struck an empty space, the wave of sword intent leaving a long scar upon the ground. The sword is commendable, but the wielder still has room for improvement. Xue Xiaoran's voice resonated in front of Ji Juechen, his foot shifting slightly, his gaze flashing with sharpness. The sword dances freely in the heavens. With a carefree smile, Xue Xiaoran swiftly swung his sword, creating the illusion of a radiant sun rising in the air, its glow mesmerizing and enchanting. The onlookers were utterly astonished. How swiftly must one wield a sword to manifest a sun? With a resounding clang, Ji Juechen's sword was effortlessly sent flying, causing him to stagger back a few steps, blood oozing from his palms. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Senior, it would be wise to refrain from suppressing your spirit power to level 30 when dueling with me. In terms of swordsmanship, you still have a long journey ahead. Xue Xiaoran sheathed his sword, the sharp aura surrounding him dissipating instantly, and his eyes regained their tranquil demeanor. He had practically demonstrated what it meant to flaunt one's prowess. Chapter 51. Come kick me, I am an iron plate. With a light chuckle, Xue Xiaoran sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Although Ji Juechen's swordsmanship was commendable, it still fell short of his own. The students nearby stood agape, mouths agape in disbelief. The sword enthusiast's blade was thus shattered? Even though the sword enthusiast had restrained his spirit power to battle Xue Xiaoran, it was reasonable to presume that his comprehension and application of swordsmanship were far superior. How could he be so swiftly defeated? Incredible! Ku exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched Xue Xiaoran's retreating figure. Indeed, this junior is rather remarkable, murmured Juzi, her gaze contemplative. They had underestimated him. One could only wonder what Wang Xiaojie would think upon witnessing this scene. Zimu stroked his chin, a rare hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Nana, in contrast, wore a gentle smile, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Ji Juechen stood in a daze on the battlefield, his gaze seemingly unfocused, his sword lying forgotten beside him. Just as the crowd worried whether this blow would leave him despondent, he chuckled softly, exhaling a long breath. What a fine sword, well concealed. After uttering this in a somewhat stilted manner, he picked up his sword and sheathed it, then slowly exited the battlefield. After concluding his business, Xue Xiaoran strolled back to his dormitory as if nothing had transpired. He had research concerning the soul guide system awaiting him. Upon returning, he found his roommate, Nangong Ling, absent, which brought him a sense of relief. He preferred solitude while studying, devoid of any incessant chatter. As he opened his books, he began to stimulate his spiritual consciousness. Had he been able to see his inner realm, he would have observed it expanding gradually. The once tangible sky and sea were now transforming into an endless expanse. Xue Xiaoran smiled faintly, calming his mind and immersing himself entirely in his studies. Before long, night descended, accompanied by a series of heavy knocks on the door. A voice boomed, clearly searching for trouble. Is Xue Xiaoran in? This successfully furrowed his brow. With a swift kick, he flung the door open, sending the burly man outside sprawling. What is it? Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly, his irritation mounting. He attacked a member of the royal family and took him away. The voice of Wang Xiaojie resonated among several individuals clad in long-distance running attire, as he poked his head out, revealing a cruel and mocking smile directed at Xue Xiaoran. Xue Xiaoran, play along, he taunted. The tall young men, approaching with blatant malice etched on their faces, surrounded him. Xue Xiaoran merely smiled. Do you dare to apprehend me? The next moment will see your heads rolling. The towering youths exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, their guffaws echoing through the air. Even Wang Xiaojie joined in, scoffing derisively. It seems this junior believes that being the top freshman holds immense significance, daring to challenge even the royal family? Whether you can challenge me is uncertain, but I know you will undoubtedly lose your standing within the royal family from this point forward. Xue Xiaoran shrugged and produced a long sword emblazoned with a crest from his robe. Open your eyes and behold what this is. His calm demeanor only fueled Wang Xiaojie's disdain, who dismissed it as merely a sword's emblem, insignificant in value. Yes, sir. It appears to be the crest of the free and easy sword sect. A young man retreated slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he whispered into Wang Xiaojie's ear. Wang Xiaojie's expression darkened. Although the free and easy sword sect had not allied with the Sun and Moon royal family, its influence within the Sun and Moon Empire was formidable. Xue Xiaoran was not an adversary, but rather a target of recruitment. I am the holy son of the free and easy sword sect. Do you still dare to capture me? Xue Xiaoran had truly orchestrated a scene that illustrated what it meant to kick against a steel plate. But that was not the end. He retrieved a soul guide device, pressed a button, and spoke softly. Uncle Tsangxue, someone is causing me trouble. Primarily Wang Xiaojie and his entourage, all affiliated with the royal family. I am uncertain if the royal family is involved. Please investigate. After finishing, he pressed the button again and flashed a slight smile at the group. Congratulations, you have stirred up a significant problem for the royal family. Wang Xiaojie, turning pale, stepped back in shock, realizing the gravity of the individual he had offended. What is happening? A gentle voice emerged, and Wang Xiaojie, seizing the opportunity like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, bowed deeply to the newcomer. Director Jing. This junior intends to leverage the influence of the free and easy sword sect against me. As a member of the academy, surely Director Jing will not turn a blind eye. Director Jing Hongchen's glasses reflected light, obscuring his eyes from view. You were the one who instigated this, were you not? His voice grew increasingly cold, and Wang Xiaojie's heart sank. This matter is completely unrelated to the academy. You are suspended for a month. Take this time to reflect on your mistakes in seclusion. Wang Xiaojie's body trembled. Ordinarily, Director Jing was one to show deference to the royal family. Yet today he was ruthlessly casting him into the depths. If word of a royal family member's suspension were to spread, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread ridicule. He did not cast a glance at Xue Xiaoran, gritting his teeth as he buried the seething hatred deep within his heart. If he were to reveal even the slightest animosity towards her now, the esteemed Director Jing Hongchen would undoubtedly inform that individual, allowing him to witness the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. Humph. He scoffed softly before turning to leave. As he walked, an unanticipated chill enveloped him, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. It was the coldness of his heart. He could only imagine the repercussions from the Emperor upon learning of his offense against the free and easy sword sect today. Yet, he understood that his days of ease seemed to be drawing to a close. The few attendants, fearing their faces might be seen by Xue Xiaoran, hastily concealed their visages and fled. The director's arrival was indeed timely. Xue Xiaoran remarked coolly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Jing Hongqin felt an uncomfortable sensation while conversing with her and coughed lightly, stating, I just happened to see Wang Xiaojia bringing non-academy personnel into the institution. And I was curious. I did not expect to stumble upon this scene. Is that so? Xue Xiaoran responded with a smile. Jing Hongqin suddenly realized that she rarely smiled. Yet when she did, it was a smile of exhaustion, of relief, of sarcasm, of nonchalance. Whenever she smiled, someone was bound to face misfortune. I must return to my training now. Director, please excuse me. Xue Xiaoran regained her composure and clasped her fists in respect to Director Jing Hongqin. Observing this, Jing Hongqin could only turn away helplessly, but before departing, he asked, almost involuntarily, what do you think of Meng'er? Chapter 52, Overpowering the Royal Family. Meng'er? Meng Hongqin. Xue Xiaoran replied calmly. Indeed, if you hold affection for her, I can arrange for her to marry you. Would you be willing? Director Jing Hongqin said warmly, his tone devoid of any discomforting undertones toward Xue Xiaoran. Our relationship is merely that of classmates, Xue Xiaoran replied indifferently, before stepping into her dormitory. Director, please take your leave. I have yet to complete my assignments for the Soul Guidance Department today. Jing Hongqin nodded, adjusting his glasses, realizing that he would have to proceed with patience. He had always been confident in his granddaughter's beauty, considering her to be of schoolflower caliber. Yet, upon hearing the earlier proposal, Xue Xiaoran seemed utterly unfazed, not betraying a hint of emotion in her eyes. Truly deserving of being the holy son of the free and easy sword sect. Jing Hongqin took a deep breath, reflecting on how previously Hongqin had wished to discuss matters with him, evidently due to Xue Xiaoran. Wang Xiaojia, I can no longer protect you. Maintaining absolute neutrality is now my only means to garner a favorable impression from the free and easy sword sect. The presence of 5 titled Douluo-level soul masters within a single sect speaks volumes of its power and prestige. Old fox. Xue Xiaoran murmured to herself after Jing Hongqin had walked away, a slight curve of amusement gracing her lips. One can only hope the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire does not prove to be too bothersome. He took out the ice crystal carving knife and immediately began to swing his hands, adapting to the power and weight of this new tool. On this day, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire was in the Imperial Garden, enjoying the flowers with several concubines, when suddenly, a series of sword cries echoed above them. The Emperor looked up to see several streaks of white light slicing through the sky, which upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be sword lights. A titled Douluo, concealed in the shadows, stood beside the Emperor, sensing the ominous intent of the sword lights aimed directly at him. With a resounding thud, the water in the pond was violently displaced by the arrival of the assailant, causing petals to rain down and leaving the concubines pale with fear. Who goes there? The titled Douluo elder shouted cautiously. It is Elder Xue from the Carefree Sword Sect, came a light, feminine voice from the mist. The elder's expression darkened instantly. This Elder Xue was one of the 5 titled Douluos. Though a woman, her combat prowess was unmatched by anyone in the world. As the mist gradually dissipated, Elder Xue stood confidently with one hand on her hip, flanked by 4 elite disciples, each at the Soul Emperor level. Although they had long surpassed 20 years of age, they exuded vigor and determination, each carrying a sword at their waist or on their back. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire cleared his throat softly and proclaimed, It is our fortune to have Elder Xue and her disciples visit us. Attendants, prepare tea. The nearby guards, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly rushed out to summon the palace maids upon hearing the command. There is no need, Elder Xue replied, shaking her head nonchalantly. The matter for which we have come is quite simple. Our disciples from the Carefree Sword Sect have been oppressed at the Royal Academy of Soul Guidance. And we elders can no longer stand idly by. We seek an explanation from the royal family. The Emperor's own sweat began to trickle down as he realized the gravity of the situation. If conflict were to erupt here, it was uncertain whether his defensive soul guidance devices could withstand Elder Xue's assault, especially considering the formidable aura she occasionally exuded, reminiscent of a limit de law. Now I understand. It seems someone has wronged the disciples of the Carefree Sword Sect, and we must seek justice for them, the Emperor said. A hint of derision crossed Elder Xue's face as she replied. The name of that individual is Wang Xiaojia. Instantly, the Emperor's expression soured. He had anticipated that the perpetrator would be Wang Xiaojia, a member of the royal family. This revelation clarified why Elder Xue had come to the palace first. Otherwise, she would have gone directly to the Royal Academy of Soul Guidance to confront Jing Hongqin. The Emperor's countenance grew increasingly grim, filled with disappointment and resentment towards the Wang Xiaojia he had encountered on a few occasions. The Emperor was known for his temper, and Elder Xue's words hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. If it were Elder Tsang who had come here instead of me. The tension in the atmosphere thickened as the Emperor's gaze darkened further. Elder Xue handles matters with impartiality and fairness, while Elder Tsang's favoritism is widely acknowledged. For him, dismantling a royal palace is a trivial matter. Here, no one dares to provoke Elder Tsang's wrath. I understand, I shall take care of it. The Emperor's expression was stiff, yet his tone was surprisingly gentle, restrained. In the face of formidable power, one must yield. Ultimately, in the Douluo Continent, it is the might of the fist that dictates authority. Is it not so? If this situation is not resolved adequately, Elder Tsang may very well repeat his previous actions. Elder Xue revealed a delicate, beautiful smile, then leaped into the air, surrounded by 4 elite disciples, transforming into a beam of sword light that vanished into the sky. The Sun and Moon Emperor respectfully watched their retreating figures, his countenance darkening with their disappearance. "Where is Wang Xiaojie?" he demanded sternly. The concubines nearby trembled as if shaken by a sieve, taken aback by the Emperor's furious outburst. The Emperor was seething with rage. The Xiaoyao sword sect had always been a target he wished to recruit. If the 5 titled Douluo joined the Sun and Moon Empire as vassals, unifying the continent would become effortless. The previously neutral perception had been utterly shattered by this incident. "Your Majesty, Wang Xiaojie is drunkenly reveling in the star-gathering tower." A nearby guard whispered. "Beast!" The Emperor bellowed, his chest heaving with fury as if he might die from the indignation. "Drag him to the Hall of Justice. Do not kill him, but expel him from the royal family forever." The Emperor strode out of the imperial garden, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fire. Were it not for the consideration of his parents, he might have commanded his execution on the spot. Truly despicable. The Emperor struck his fist against the adjacent wall, the robust soul power creating a gaping hole. He then exhaled deeply, as if to dismiss the matter, and entered the study to review official documents. Not far off, a young man seated in a wheelchair observed everything from an elevated platform. A hint of interest flickered across his face as he began to rhythmically tap his fingers against the armrest of his wheelchair. Behind him stood several loyal guards, attentively watching their master. "Are the students of the Xiaoyao sword sect at the Royal Soul Guidance Academy?" The young man mused, absently brushing his long hair aside. "Have Orange assess his background. Remember, do not reveal yourselves." "Yes." One of the guards promptly acknowledged and departed. "Let me see who you truly are. If I can win you over, our future will indeed soar to new heights." The man in the wheelchair gazed at his pale skin, a hint of an ambitious smile gracing his lips. Chapter 53, A Group Assault. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Xue Xiaoran's dormitory was once again rapped upon, causing him to frown as he was engrossed in studying soul-guided devices within. It has been half a month since Wang Xiaojie came to provoke. Although he still attends classes, his previous arrogance has dissipated. Senior Nana informed him that it seems he has been exiled from the palace after suffering the Emperor's punishment, reduced to a commoner. One cannot help but remark that he has truly brought this upon himself. Xue Xiaoran chose not to further kick him while he was down, as his intention was to maintain a policy of non-aggression within the academy. However, he was surprised by the number of challengers that emerged. He stood up, irked, and opened the door, only to find Ji Juechen standing before him. Upon seeing the visitor, Xue Xiaoran promptly shut the door, as if he had not seen him at all. Yet, Ji Juechen was quick and managed to brace himself against the closing door. In terms of strength and soul power, Ji Juechen greatly surpassed Xue Xiaoran, who thus resigned himself to the futility of resistance. "Senior, what brings you here?" Xue Xiaoran inquired, his azure eyes revealing faint dark circles, indicating he had not enjoyed a restful night in quite some time. "Well, after our duel, my swordsmanship has improved significantly, and I would like your guidance once more," Ji Juechen replied. "Senior, you wish for me to instruct you?" "You flatter me excessively," Xue Xiaoran said, raising his hands in a gesture of dismissal, attempting to retreat inside, only to be halted by Ji Juechen grasping his sleeve. Xue Xiaoran's expression darkened instantly. Was this person determined to linger? "I understand the principle of learning from the accomplished. In the realm of swordsmanship, you are indeed my mentor," Ji Juechen stated, clasping his hands together in a bow. He seemed unaccustomed to such discourse, feeling somewhat awkward after delivering this lengthy statement, his tone rather stiff. However, Xue Xiaoran discerned a deep passion for the sword within him. This fellow. Could it be that he is destined to tread a solitary path in the world of swords? Xue Xiaoran sighed inwardly, contemplating that Ji Juechen might remain a bachelor for life. Yet, regardless of the path one chooses, all roads can lead to the heavens. Let us proceed here. As you can see, I am still engrossed in my research. Xue Xiaoran rubbed his temples, and a sword materialized in his hand. Watch closely, I shall not strike you, but you must discern for yourself how to evade or counterattack. Xue Xiaoran spoke softly, to which Ji Juechen nodded resolutely. He stepped into the corridor, which offered more space than the confines of the room. Although there were no regulations against using soul techniques or engaging in combat in the hallway, it was destined that today Xue Xiaoran would be the first to wield his sword there. "Pay attention," Xue Xiaoran gently cautioned. Then, the blade shimmered. His figure enveloped in a radiant white light, with the swift wind and cutting energy of his sword signifying the rapidity of his strikes. It felt as though only a moment passed, yet it could have been an eternity. Xue Xiaoran sheathed his sword and turned to find Ji Juechen staring blankly. So he tiptoed to pat him on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "First, contemplate how to respond to this move. I shan't see you off." With that, he cupped his hands in farewell and retreated into his dormitory. Ji Juechen stood alone, lost in contemplation. This moment of introspection also served as a means of calculation and understanding. Yet, for Xue Xiaoran, the pressing matters concerning the soul guiding device took precedence over his musings. When he stepped out for class the following day, he was taken aback by the sight awaiting him at the entrance. Ji Juechen stood there, motionless, his eyes bloodshot, frozen in the posture of drawing his sword, clearly ensnared in a trance. Xue Xiaoran shrugged and brushed past him, thinking that if Ji Juechen was so fervently obsessed with the sword, it would be intriguing to see how far he could go. During the day's martial spirit class, Gu Tianyuan deviated from his usual demeanor and led them to the playground, ostensibly for practice, but in reality, it was a ploy to incite animosity. Xue Xiaoran had come to the profound realization that their teacher likely harbored a grudge against them. "Is Mr. Gu really leaving just like that?" One student raised an eyebrow. "All the other class instructors have departed," murmured Meng Hongchun. "Ah, are these not the class geniuses? What brings them out to bask in the sun today?" A bronze-skinned boy mocked, his words eliciting laughter from the other students. "You can't say that. Perhaps they are here to train," another student chuckled. "Oh, so they are here to train." I thought the first boy scratched his head, his smile tinged with blatant disdain. The class enjoyed access to superior training resources and medicinal herbs, along with special meals provided by the cafeteria, which enhanced their health. In essence, the hierarchy within the class mirrored the realities of life. Xue Xiaoran sighed, whether in lament or reflection, acknowledging that the powerful would only grow stronger while the weak would remain stagnant. Perhaps the strong, while savoring their success, might show a semblance of pity. But such compassion merely masked their contempt for the weak. The fleeting kindness extended to the less fortunate served only to assuage their conscience. His perspective was often skewed. A result of the teachings of Dugu Bo cut the nonsense. "It's merely a fight, I senti it. Are you afraid?" Xiao Hongchen scoffed, extending his arms as 3 yellow and purple soul rings floated behind him. "Come at me all at once." The students, upon witnessing the colors of Xiao Hongchen's 3rd soul ring, paled visibly. The boy who had instigated the confrontation clicked his tongue and raised his arm, shouting, "Let us go together and teach them a lesson. Defeat them." As the students from 4 classes rushed forward, spurred by the call to arms, many found themselves jostled to the sidelines, unable to join the fray due to the overwhelming numbers pressing forward. "Dean, is it truly wise not to intervene?" Old Zhou furrowed his brow as he observed the cacophony and the skirmish unfolding on the playground, quietly inquiring, "Is it merely a brawl that warrants our concern?" Jing Hongchen, seemingly disinterested, waved his hand dismissively. Such occurrences were nearly routine, happening once or twice each term. However, he had not anticipated their swift arrival this time, nor the increasing number of participants. With the holiday approaching, it was perhaps beneficial for the youth to expel their fervor, as the upcoming year's curriculum would be far more rigorous than they could imagine. "Have we selected the reserve team for the Youth Soul Master competition?" Jing Hongchen adjusted his glasses and asked. "Indeed, we have chosen 3 from the key candidates. Xue Xiaoran, Xiao Hongchun, and Meng Hongchen, correct?" Jing Hongchen smiled faintly, adding, "Their training for the following year will be entrusted to you. Ensure they are well prepared, for we shall strike a resounding blow to Shrek in front of the entire academy." Xue Xiaoran gazed at the figures darting towards her, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could these young rascals engage in such fervent brawling when they had faltered in the Stardow Forest? The 3 classes did not have this opportunity, which only heightened their animosity towards one another. With a sigh, Xue Xiaoran noticed her classmate already embroiled in combat with students from other classes. The students, possessing a clear advantage in soul power, showed no fear as they exchanged blows in a back-and-forth offensive. Yet, as time wore on, the momentum waned, for among the students were also support and food-type soul masters. Seeing both Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen join the fray, Xue Xiaoran shook her head in resignation. "What are you trying to prove?" The bronze-skinned youth had already rushed toward Xue Xiaoran, brandishing a long staff aimed squarely at her forehead. Should she be struck, it could result in a prolonged hospital stay. "This is precisely why I detest being around others," Xue Xiaoran thought. With a swift step, she elegantly sidestepped the incoming attack. Then, with a flick of her waist, delivered a fierce kick that connected solidly with the boy's face. He howled in pain, blood gushing from his nose, leaving a prominent mark as he was sent flying. Although the adage suggests one should avoid striking the face, Xue Xiaoran harbored no interest in a prolonged tussle, especially since her opponent had instigated the conflict. She resolved to show no mercy. Unbeknownst to them, a vibrant mist enveloped the surroundings, imbued with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Xiao Hongchen's expression shifted as he realized Xue Xiaoran had made her move. He hastily retreated a few steps to stand alongside Meng Hongchen. With Xue Xiaoran's intervention, this battle was destined to conclude. He had witnessed her combat prowess during their escape from the Tsunghua wolf pack. That mist lingered long after the clash. Could a mere child's body truly surpass that of a soul beast? The students in close proximity were immediately ensnared the instant they caught a whiff of the floral fragrance. Their minds became disoriented, and an inexplicable itch spread throughout their very cores. Many among those of lesser spiritual prowess collapsed to the ground, moaning audibly, silencing the onlookers who had previously cheered in approval. A voice, cool and detached, emerged from the mist, belonging to Xue Xiaoran, her emerald eyes resembling those of a serpent king surveying its struggling prey. Have you had your fill of amusement? Do you now comprehend the chasm that separates you from the class? The classmates enveloped in the fog appeared flushed, as if untouched by harm, clearly under the invigorating influence of Xue Xiaoran's elixir. To languish in envy and complaint without diligent cultivation, to share a class with you is truly a disgrace. With a derisive chuckle, Xue Xiaoran waved her hand lightly, her footsteps fading away as the mist gradually dissipated. Xiao Hongchen observed the classmates who had earlier charged forward, now sprawled on the ground in agony, and couldn't help but smirk as he departed alongside Meng Hongchen. The entire class remained silent, turning away in unison. This profound silence served as their greatest scorn. How infuriating! The bronze-skinned youth pounded the ground fiercely, a half-imprint of a shoe still visible on his face. Yet no one dared to laugh in such a moment. Thus, you have merely further evidenced your folly. Yin Yuyin had not engaged in the fray, instead opting to watch alongside Yu Linglin and a few other classmates. Her cold words incited the bronze-skinned youth to glare at her with fury. Naive. Yin Yuyin shrugged, joining her classmates as they evidently went off to train. The bronze-skinned youth gritted his teeth in frustration, hammering the earth with his fists. When Xue Xiaoran concluded her day's lessons and returned to the dormitory, Ji Juechen still stood there, his body trembling slightly, arms held at an angle, cold sweat trickling down. He could neither comprehend nor perceive the sword of Xue Xiaoran. In a battle of spiritual energy, no matter how Ji Juechen wielded his sword, he could not hope to block hers. There existed only the path of destruction. His eyes were rimmed with bloodshot veins. In terms of skill, he was no match for Xue Xiaoran. A heavy cough from her roused Ji Juechen from his stupor. If you continue like this, you may perish. Xue Xiaoran gazed at Ji Juechen, whose eyes had turned crimson and whose body swayed repeatedly, and sighed heavily. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of his sword, and his spirit had waned. It could be said that should he allow his thoughts to empty, he might fall into slumber in an instant. The oil lamp was extinguished. Ji Juechen leaned against the wall, finally stabilizing his body. Yet, this marked the first time in his life he felt such profound turmoil. My sword. You will not unravel it in a day or two. Xue Xiaoran shrugged and candidly remarked, causing Ji Juechen's expression to darken involuntarily. Was he being called a fool? You should return and rest properly. If you continue like this, your cultivation will regress, Xue Xiaoran reiterated. I have learned my lesson, Ji Juechen said, casting a deep glance at the youth several years his junior, before cupping his hands in farewell and departing. That person is the sword-obsessed senior? Nan Gongling, having appeared from the side, curiously inquired as he observed Ji Juechen's retreating figure. Indeed, Xue Xiaoran nodded. Nan Gongling chuckled. I should be grateful I didn't have to compete today, otherwise, I would have likely faced a severe beating. After pondering for a moment, Xue Xiaoran realized he was referring to the brawl on the playground that day and calmly retorted, I didn't actually beat anyone. True, you kicked and poisoned people, but you did not beat anyone, Nan Gongling replied with a chuckle. You know you have a nickname among our cohort, right? Nan Gongling entered the dormitory first and lay on his bed, laughing. I have a nickname? Xue Xiaoran exclaimed. The Poison King of 10,000 Flowers. Isn't it quite imposing? Xue Xiaoran covered his face with his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Why is it so cringeworthy? Forget it, it doesn't matter, he sighed, beginning to fiddle with the soul guide device on his desk, while Nan Gongling chuckled and commenced his training on the bed, restoring the dormitory to its usual tranquility. The following days returned to a serene rhythm, with Xue Xiaoran continuing his relentless study of soul guide devices and diligently cultivating his spiritual sea. His vision within the spiritual sea grew increasingly clear, a testament to his hard work. Meanwhile, Ji Juechen seemed to have taken a particular interest in him, visiting periodically, which left Xue Xiaoran feeling quite helpless. As the end of the first semester approached, the long-awaited vacation drew near. Chapter 55. The Vacation, the Appointment. The students' eagerly anticipated break finally arrived after a flurry of examinations. Xue Xiaoran achieved top marks across all subjects, sharing first place with Xiao Hongqian. Currently, he was in his dormitory packing his belongings, though there was little to organize. The vacation, neither long nor short, spanned a month. He planned to return to the Xiaoyao sword sect first, then have Uncle Xue escort him to Shrek Academy, as he had an agreement to fulfill. Before long, he had prepared all his luggage and glanced at the adjacent, now empty bed, realizing that Nan Gongling had already returned to the Star Luo Empire early. Although Nan Gongling belonged to the Nangong family, he was a disregarded and suppressed branch member, which had led him to seek refuge at the Royal Academy of Soul Guides of the Sun Moon Empire. Xue Xiaoran noted this and was aware of the connection he shared with the Nangong family, as Uncle Xie Li's wife, Nangongya, hailed from that lineage. Despite Nangongling's shortcomings, Xue Xiaoran remained vigilant regarding him. Stepping out of the dormitory, he unexpectedly discovered senior sister Nana standing nearby, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Senior sister, Xue Xiaoran greeted, revealing a gentle smile to one of the few individuals in the academy who genuinely cared for him. Are you preparing to head home? Nana inquired. Brushing her long hair aside and taking a step closer, a vibrant youthful aura emanating from her. Xue Xiaoran slightly shook his head and replied, I am merely returning to the sect for a month of rest. And you? He countered. Upon hearing the question, Nana's expression darkened, and she softly murmured, I no longer have a home to return to. The weight of her words left Xue Xiaoran momentarily speechless. However, Nana soon regained her composure, reverting to her usual self as she patted Xue Xiaoran's shoulder. I will stay at the academy for a month to rest. You must bring me back some local specialties. I can bring you a few swords. They are the local specialty of Sword City, he replied. How utterly lacking in romance, Nana chuckled, then cupped Xue Xiaoran's face, gazing intently into his features. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Xue Xiaoran instinctively recoiled. Nana stifled a laugh, then shifted her gaze towards the playground nearby. Observing her silhouette, Xue Xiaoran sensed that beneath her smile lay something concealed. Was it sorrow, or some other emotion? I wish to accompany you to the Xian Yao sword sect, Ji Juechen stated earnestly before Xue Xiaoran. What do you intend to do at the Xian Yao sword sect? Xue Xiaoran queried, standing at the school gate and regarding Ji Juechen, who stood in his path, with resignation. I want to experience the essence of the world's foremost sword sect. Ji Juechen's eyes sparkled with fervor, almost fanatical. With a sigh of exasperation, Xue Xiaoran remarked, even the rogue cultivators within Sword City would be enough for you to handle, given your current strength. Whether you can even enter the Xian Yao sword sect is a matter of concern. What concern? Ji Juechen tilted his head in confusion. The Xian Yao sword sect does not allow just anyone to enter, Xue Xiaoran explained calmly. You must fight your way in, overcoming the elite disciples stationed at the entrance to gain entry. Ji Juechen was momentarily speechless. The peculiar regulations of the Xian Yao sword sect left him baffled. I will guide you into Sword City, but whether you can step into the Xian Yao sword sect ultimately depends on you, Xue Xiaoran stated nonchalantly. Thank you, my brother. Ji Juechen bowed deeply, clearly expressing his gratitude. His obsession with swords had evidently reached a level bordering on madness. Watching Ji Juechen follow closely behind him, Xue Xiaoran thought to himself. With the aid of a ring, Xue Xiaoran effortlessly returned to the Xian Yao sword sect. Upon entering the sect, he was met with a flurry of inquiries, ranging from what he had learned at the academy to whether he had made any friends, questions that left him feeling quite overwhelmed. Reluctantly, he managed to respond, eliciting hearty laughter from several elders. Ji Juechen settled in the Sword City, a place where everything was intimately connected to swords, igniting a fervor within his heart. That very day, he ventured to the Soul Duel Arena to challenge himself. However, he was swiftly taught a lesson by a few unremarkable men wielding massive swords. It dawned on Ji Juechen that the sword techniques practiced at the academy were entirely different from those employed by the martial world, fueling his enthusiasm to visit the arena daily. Xue Xiaoran rested for a day within the sect before embarking on a journey to Shrek Academy with Uncle Xue. With his uncle's assistance, he soared through the skies at a speed surpassing that of even the titled Douluo, and within a few days, he arrived at Shrek Academy. Young master, this is where I part ways, Xue remarked with a gentle smile. I will stay nearby, should you decide to return to the Xiaoyao sword sect. You can contact me at any time. Thank you, Uncle Xue, Xue Xiaoran replied, his face brightening with a smile. It is my duty. Xue chuckled lightly before turning to leave. Xue Xiaoran let out a slow breath and gazed at the Shrek city after a long absence. Due to the holiday, the number of tourists was particularly high, and many students clad in green uniforms filled the streets. For numerous individuals, Shrek felt like a second home. a sentiment that outsiders could hardly comprehend. Xue Xiaoran, however, was indifferent to this feeling and had no desire to understand it. A life of wandering, he believed, allowed one to witness the world's grandeur in its entirety. He then adjusted his mood and walked briskly into the city. To his surprise, the guards at the entrance were all students of Shrek Academy. "What brings you to the city?" inquired a youth in a green uniform, prompting a backpack-clad visitor to explain his purpose. Xue Xiaoran shrugged, taken aback by the strictness of the city's oversight. Soon, it was his turn. The young men and women at the city gate, upon seeing a young boy who was not in Shrek Academy's uniform, asked, "Are you here to apply to Shrek Academy?" Xue Xiaoran paused briefly before shaking his head. "I'm here to visit a brother at Shrek Academy." "Is that so? Then you may enter," they replied, their demeanor shifting favorably upon hearing the name of the academy. Following the familiar main road, Xue Xiaoran strolled leisurely. Before long, he could see the grand entrance of Shrek. Students were bustling about, laughing and playing, embodying the vibrant spirit that seemed absent from the Royal Soul Engineer Academy. As Xue Xiaoran shrugged, he suddenly caught sight of a flash of short, powder blue hair amid the throng. The owner of that distinctive hair soon came into view. Staring into those powder blue eyes, Xue Xiaoran found himself momentarily entranced. Chapter 56. The Visit. "What are you staring at, you fool?" Wang Dong approached Xue Xiaoran step by step, his hands clasped behind his back and a radiant smile gracing his face. "The flowers behind you are truly beautiful," Xue Xiaoran remarked, pointing at the white blossoms swaying in the wind with a serene smile. "Humph." Wang Dong immediately puffed up his cheeks and turned away, clearly sulking. "All right, enough of this mischief. We are at the school gate." Xue Xiaoran sighed in exasperation, then gently tousled Wang Dong's short hair and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "I was just admiring you, lost in thought. Are you satisfied now?" His low, magnetic voice carried an alluring charm that caused Wang Dong's ears to flush instantly. What are you doing?" Wang Dong stammered, his face turning crimson as he took a few steps back, glaring playfully at Xue Xiaoran's amused gaze. "Let us go. Show me around Shrek Academy." Xue Xiaoran calmed himself and walked alongside Wang Dong. Wang Dong, slightly blushing, took a step back to maintain some distance before leading him further into the academy. After a few steps, he lowered his head, his heart racing, clearly flustered by the interaction. Xue Xiaoran observed him with a teasing expression, as if they were merely out for a leisurely stroll. Many students chose not to return home, remaining at Shrek Academy. Some were practicing in the training grounds, while others were planning an afternoon outing to the outer city. As Xue Xiaoran surveyed the scene, he noted that the Soul Guidance Department was significantly less advanced than the Mingda Hall. The sophisticated facilities, neatly organized uniforms, and abundant materials for crafting soul devices were luxuries that Shrek did not possess. "You seem uninterested in the Soul Guidance Department," Xue Xiaoran remarked, glancing at Wang Dong, who was maintaining a respectful distance. "I'm just not used to it," Wang Dong explained, scratching the back of his head. "Is that so?" Xue Xiaoran nodded in response. As they passed by the Soul Guidance Department, they could see several students engaged in crafting, evidently passionate about soul devices. Xue Xiaoran stood at the window, observing intently, while Wang Dong stood beside him, offering his silent companionship. "Here, you've made an error," Xue Xiaoran interjected, causing the three students engrossed in their work to turn and look back. Spotting unfamiliar faces, seemingly younger than themselves, the trio exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if this junior was merely pretending. One of them chuckled at the thought. "The energy channel construction is unstable. The channels are too densely packed. While this secondary soul device may function, there is a significant chance of failure or increased energy consumption." One of the older Shrek Academy's students narrowed his eyes and examined the soul core closely. After a moment, he set the soul core down and exhaled deeply. "Not bad. We are indeed inspecting the soul devices crafted by the juniors, and I didn't expect you to identify the mistake so swiftly. Impressive," he praised. "However, I seem to have never encountered you in the Soul Guidance Department. Would you like to join us?" The senior smiled and gestured invitingly. Beside him, Wang Dong chuckled softly, while Xue Xiaoran shook her head gently and replied, "I'm merely here to visit my brother and to take a look around Shrek Academy." "Is that so?" The senior sighed, noting that Xue Xiaoran was not wearing the school uniform, realizing that she indeed was not a student of Shrek Academy. This flaw lies in the soul core's blockage, making it difficult to use. This should be a defensive type of primary soul core. It's fairly well crafted, though there is an excess of scrap, and the techniques employed are overly complex. While exquisite, the quality remains average. Suddenly, Xue Xiaoran's interest peaked as she stood by the window, extending her hand to begin evaluating the soul cores arranged in a row. The three of them picked up a few soul cores, astonished at how much detail the young girl could observe from such a distance. Just how extraordinary was his eyesight. "Impressive," the senior praised. Xue Xiaoran offered a calm smile, and then took her leave. The three seniors remained in the room, contemplating her earlier remarks, increasingly finding them to resonate with truth. It is quite rare to see you all here. A young man entered, flashing a grin at the trio. They immediately rose to their feet and saluted Teacher Fan. The newcomer was Fan Yu, a cornerstone of the teaching staff in the Soul Guidance Department. Fan Yu nodded, casting a glance at the three of them, and inquired if they had discovered any errors. They exchanged glances and recounted the conclusions drawn by Xue Xiaoran during her observation. Did you arrive at this conclusion on your own? Significant progress, Fan Yu exclaimed, clapping his hands. This knowledge is typically known only to secondary or even tertiary soul mentors. The three exchanged looks, and ultimately, the leading senior spoke. Teacher Fan, these insights were not derived from us. They were from a junior who came to visit our academy. Another senior added, indeed, he stood by the window and articulated all the issues with the soul cores clearly from such a distance. It's a pity that he is not a Shrek student. The last senior sighed. What? Fan Yu raised an eyebrow, pointing toward the window several dozen meters away. He observed the soul cores from there and identified all the errors? Indeed, the senior nodded, then tentatively asked, Teacher, should we inform the dean and have him recruit that junior? That is precisely what we should do. Fan Yu slammed the table, then inquired. How old does that boy appear to be? Roughly the same age as this year as freshman, I suppose. One senior replied uncertainly. Bang. Fan Yu abruptly pushed the door open and exited, leaving the three stunned and speechless. Xue Xiaoran remained blissfully unaware of the commotion her earlier actions had stirred within the Soul Guidance Department. Following Wang Dong back to the dormitory, she discovered that her roommate seemed to have ventured far away, leaving behind an empty space where her belongings had once been. When shall I meet the Tang sect's leader? Xue Xiaoran inquired as she settled onto the wooden bed. Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me? Wang Dong puffed his cheeks and huffed slightly. Xue Xiaoran could not help but chuckle softly. We have arranged to dine together tonight. That will be the moment of our meeting. Wang Dong glanced at the midday sky and replied slowly, Oh, we still have some time. What shall we do with that time? Wang Dong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Practice cultivation, Xue Xiaoran shrugged, retrieving a hefty tome along with several samples of soul guidance devices to begin her studies. Fool. Chapter 57, Tang Yaobei. As the sun began to set, Wang Dong roused Xue Xiaoran from her studies, prompting her to set aside the soul guidance device. What is it? She asked, rubbing her temples. Fool, we need to meet Teacher Xiaoya, Wang Dong said, hands placed firmly on his hips, his tone exasperated. Had you not mentioned it? I might have forgotten, Xue Xiaoran replied, placing the soul guidance device lent to her by Teacher Xian back into her ring and gathering her book. Let us go? Let us go, we mustn't be late, Wang Dong urged, nudging Xue Xiaoran toward the exit of the dormitory. While I was reading, were you practicing? Why yes, Wang Dong stammered, his face tinged with red. In truth, he had not been practicing but rather had been mesmerized by the profile of Xue Xiaoran, remaining entranced for the entire afternoon. You were gazing at my face, were you not? No wonder, Xue Xiaoran laughed lightly, her enchanting azure eyes glancing sideways at the still defensive Wang Dong. Who was looking at you? Wang Dong exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Xue Xiaoran's back before grasping hold of her clothing. I forbid you from getting too close to other girls, do you understand? All right, I understand. Xue Xiaoran raised her hands in mock surrender. That is more like it. Wang Dong huffed, his nose wrinkling, though he did not release his grip on her. Under Wang Dong's guidance, the two exited Shrek Academy and strolled along the illuminated path towards the western part of the city, where a plethora of leisure, shopping, and dining venues awaited, including an auction house. Soon, they arrived at their meeting place, an unassuming restaurant. Upon their arrival, the attendant at the entrance greeted them with a bow. Wang Dong nodded and said, The private room reserved by Miss Tang. They have been waiting for you too. Please, follow me, the attendant replied with a polite smile, leading Xue Xiaoran and Wang Dong inside. As they navigated through the diners indulging in their meals, ascended the staircase, and pushed open the door to the private room, Xue Xiaoran finally laid eyes on the current leader of the Tang sect. Seated in the private booth were a man and a woman, who appeared to be quite a perfect match, resembling a couple. The woman had long hair tied into a ponytail, while the man sported azure locks, his gaze radiating warmth. Xue Xiaoran understood that when that gentle look transformed into something sharper, his combat prowess would be formidable. Teacher Xia. Wang Dong resumed his formal demeanor and bowed to the woman. Xue Xiaoran was taken aback. Could it be that this woman was the leader of the Tang sect? Observing the two individuals before him, Xue Xiaoran came to a realization. They seemed to embody the last vestiges of the Tang sect's lineage. Please, have a seat, the man said with a gentle smile, gesturing invitingly. Without uttering a word, Xue Xiaoran and Wang Dong sat down beside him. It seems that our junior is not from Shrek Academy, the young man remarked with a smile, then quickly apologized. My apologies. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Bei Bei, You may call me Brother Bebe. The senior sister, who had been patiently waiting, interjected eagerly, I am Tanya. You may refer to me as Teacher Xiaoya from now on. Xue Xiaoran was momentarily stunned. Was he already being granted such titles without any tests or inquiries? I am Xue Xiaoran, he said politely. Are there no assessments or evaluations for seniors and juniors? Is it truly this effortless for me to join? Tanya and Bebe exchanged a knowing smile. Bebe replied, as you see, Junior, the Tang sect is currently sparsely populated. In this generation, only Tanya and I remain. If we wish to grow, we must adopt such measures. Only when the Tang sect regains its numbers can we truly thrive. The reality is rather stark. The once mighty Tang sect has now faded into obscurity in this generation, Xue Xiaoran reflected, noting that the territory of the Tang sect had likely been usurped. Tanya perked up, smiling brightly. Welcome, Junior Xiaoran, to our Tang sect. The four of them raised their drinks, which had been on the table for some time, and clinked them together. However, it seems Xiaoran is not from Shrek Academy. How will you impart the Tang sect's profound techniques to him? Tanya sighed, showing a hint of concern. Do not fret, Teacher Xia. Xue Xiaoran will soon transfer to Shrek Academy. 1Tu Xiaoran? Wang Dong grinned at Xue Xiaoran. Do not jest. At least a year must pass first, Xue Xiaoran replied, gently tapping Wang Dong's forehead in a familiar manner. Which academy is our junior currently attending? Bebe asked with a chuckle. Xue Xiaoran nodded and replied honestly, I am currently studying at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Junior, you should consider transferring to Shrek. Its reputation is unparalleled, and the Martial Soul Department is superior to that of other academies, as is the Soul Engineer Department, Bebe suggested. Indeed, in terms of the Soul Engineer Department, the Sun Moon Royal Academy excels, Xue Xiaoran admitted with a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Very well. I shall first present the sacred texts of the Tang sect to you in the form of a book. It is imperative that these texts remain unseen by anyone outside the Tang sect. This is a matter of principle, do you understand? Bebe spoke with grave seriousness, to which Xue Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Tanya, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Xue Xiaoran replied, accepting the booklet handed to him by Bebe and began to peruse its contents under the dim light. Indeed, he discovered that there were some discrepancies compared to the original techniques passed down from Tang San's father-in-law. As time has elapsed, many techniques have regrettably been lost. Notably, the teachings of the Xiantian skill were severely diminished. So it is, Xue Xiaoran murmured to himself. Although cultivation was still feasible, its efficacy was markedly inferior to the original. He carefully stored the booklet within his ring and turned his attention to Tanya, eager to ascertain the true nature of this sect leader. What is Teacher Ya's martial soul? He innocently inquired. It is the blue silver grass, just like that of Tang San's ancestor, she replied, her smile seemingly strained. Bebe gently grasped her hand, and her smile gradually transformed into one of genuine brightness. I see, Xue Xiaoran nodded thoughtfully. The blue silver grass remains as it is, while the blue silver emperor forever retains its distinction. Not everyone possesses the blue silver emperor martial soul like their father-in-law. A mere word's difference symbolizes the vast chasm between heaven and earth. Junior brother, there is no need to be so formal. We will need to interact more in the future. Bebe, listening to Xiaoran's words, subtly sensed a lingering sense of distance. It felt as though Xue Xiaoran was quite far from them, and that heartfelt connection had yet to materialize. He had felt a bond with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. But with Xue Xiaoran, even in brief exchanges, that connection had never manifested, not once. Chapter 58, The Soul Engineer Approaches. Xiaoran, did you clearly observe the technique I demonstrated earlier? Bebe and Xue Xiaoran now stood within the simulated training arena, Bebe maintaining the posture of his previous throwing motion, smiling as he asked. Xue Xiaoran pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. Senior brother, I did not catch it well. Could you please demonstrate it at a slower pace? All right. This time, make sure to watch closely, Bebe replied warmly, a bone-piercing nail appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. Watch carefully, Bebe cautioned, as he swiftly flicked his wrist, sending the nail soaring in a splendid arc, accurately striking the stationary training dummy. Clap, clap, clap. Xue Xiaoran applauded, eliciting a subtle sense of pride from Bebe, who patted Xue Xiaoran on the shoulder. For one so young to achieve level 29, you must indeed be a prodigy. Your learning will surely be swift. Xue Xiaoran calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Seated nearby, Tanya and Wang Dong observed the rehearsal, with Tanya unable to suppress her applause. Wang Dong, however, regarded Xue Xiaoran with a hint of curiosity, sensing that he seemed to be concealing something. Xue Xiaoran's hand once again grasped a hidden weapon, and the exhilarating sensation of liberation caused warmth to envelop his palm. He had never wielded such a weapon at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, making this his first experience since descending to the lower realms. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged behind him, and a faint powder coalesced in his hand, which he then applied to the bone-piercing nail. Let me see if the poison is effective, Xue Xiaoran remarked with a slight smile. Observing Bei and Tanya momentarily lost in thought, which elicited a chuckle from him as he explained, my martial soul is the ultimate poison, capable of manipulating all toxic elements in existence. I wish to experiment with the effects of integrating the ultimate poison into the bone-piercing nail. Oh, it seems your soul rings are also yellow and purple, just like Wang Dong's. You truly are the pillars of the Tang sect, Tanya exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Bei's expression shifted slightly. The ultimate poison martial soul was indeed formidable. In a brief span, the bone-piercing nail, enveloped in the poisonous powder, became exceedingly toxic. Although Xue Xiaoran had not included any lethal poison, he had infused it with a substantial amount of paralyzing and chilling toxins, capable of incapacitating anyone struck by the weapon in a short time. Imitating Bei's movements, Xue Xiaoran waved his arm with a semblance of expertise, inwardly marveling at the long-lost thrill of wielding such a chilling weapon. Take your time, do not rush. Remember, the strength of the wrist is paramount. The power of the arm is secondary, Bei chuckled, offering guidance. Xue Xiaoran nodded, and his hands were soon enveloped in a layer of pearlescent light. This is the Xianyu hand, Bei remarked with a hint of amazement, noting that it had been less than a day since he had imparted the Tang sect techniques to Xue Xiaoran, and yet his progress was already remarkable. Could it be that he had been studying in Wang Dong's dormitory yesterday? Bei's attitude towards Xue Xiaoran shifted to one of quiet admiration. Indeed, he was worthy of being Wang Dong's brother. Strong individuals attract only those of equal strength. Xue Xiaoran smiled slightly, and in an instant, his arm flickered. Thud! The bone-piercing nail struck the wooden surface of the dummy with a crisp sound. Bei's face displayed astonishment. This junior was learning at an astonishing pace. Observing Bei's surprise, Xue Xiaoran shook his hand, realizing he had exerted too much force, and now felt a twinge of pain in his wrist. Take it easy, junior. Bei chuckled, patting Xue Xiaoran's shoulder in consolation. Do not be too hasty. Haste makes waste. Thank you for your guidance, Xue Xiaoran said, bowing respectfully to Bei. Just then, a youth with long black hair approached the training ground, pointing at Bei and shouting, Ah, Bei, I finally found you. Bei, upon seeing the newcomer, sighed in exasperation, Xue Sanshi, what do you want? I am currently teaching my junior the techniques. The arrival of Xue Sanshi was marked by his peculiar voice as he pointed at Xue Xiaoran. You mean to say that your junior brother is him? What a coincidence. Xue Sanshi took a few steps forward, as if intending to strike up a conversation with Xue Xiaoran, only to be halted by Bei. Are you looking for my junior brother? This is the first time you've met him today, isn't it? Bei retorted with irritation. Xue Sanshi sighed. Do you think I wish to seek him out? It's the dean of the Soul Engineering Department, Dean Qian, who wishes to find him. Since when has the dean of the Soul Engineering Department shown such interest in a visiting student? Bei asked, puzzled. Who knows? Xue Sanshi shrugged. Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, pondering if the few words he had shared with others in the Soul Engineering Department had somehow reached outside ears. How could he possibly have attracted the attention of the department? Junior brother Xiaoran, I'll accompany you, Bei said, nodding at him. I'll go too, Tanya exclaimed, raising her hands in cheer, while Bei displayed a gentle smile tinged with helplessness. Xue Xiaoran regarded Tanya, finding her demeanor acceptable at first glance, though he felt the need for further observation. Let us go. I'll lead the way, Xue Sanshi declared, seemingly well acquainted with Bei, as he walked ahead, followed by Bei and Xue Xiaoran, along with the curious Tanya and Wang Dong. Xue Xiaoran's calm emerald eyes reflected a sense of intrigue regarding the true intentions of the dean of the Soul Engineering Department. After exiting the simulated training ground and traversing the campus, they arrived at the entrance of the Soul Engineering Department, which Xue Xiaoran had passed by the previous day. There stood 3 upperclassmen and a teacher. A frown crossed Xue Xiaoran's face, for these were indeed the same 3 from yesterday. One of them gestured to the teacher beside them, indicating the boy with emerald eyes at the center, Xue Xiaoran. The teacher, possessing a mane of white hair yet appearing remarkably youthful, stepped forward and nodded to Xue Sanshi, saying, Thank you for your efforts. Xue Sanshi stepped aside, allowing the white-haired teacher to approach Xue Xiaoran, whose calm emerald gaze met his. A chill ran through the teacher's heart. Could this seemingly new student truly be the one who had spoken about those soul tools? Yet, trusting in his students, he believed it to be true. This student was indeed a prodigy in the realm of soul tools. Hello, I am Fan Yu, the Vice Dean of the Soul Engineering Department. He introduced himself with a smile. Vice Dean Fan, Xue Xiaoran raised his hand slightly. I am Xue Xiaoran. He exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience, maintaining all due decorum while displaying an air of tranquility. His control over his facial expressions had reached a level of inscrutable depth. The dean and I would like to speak with you privately, if that is acceptable. Fan Yu expressed his respect towards Xue Xiaoran, or at least it appeared so, as his smile bore no hint of discomforting negativity. He glanced at Bei Bei, who patted Xue Xiaoran on the shoulder, and said, "We'll wait for you here." Xue Xiaoran exchanged a reassuring glance with Wang Dong. "All right." Xue Xiaoran nodded slightly, his white robes billowing as he followed Vice Dean Fan Yu step by step toward the Soul Guidance Department. Chapter 59, Recruitment. This marked Xue Xiaoran's inaugural entry into the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. Indeed, in comparison to the Royal Soul Guidance Academy of the Sun and Moon, it fell woefully short. Though he mused inwardly, his expression remained composed, unbeknownst to Fan Yu, who began to introduce the instruments and facilities of the Soul Guidance Department with a hint of pride. Xue Xiaoran stifled a chuckle while listening and comparing. It was evident that the Royal Academy could effortlessly overshadow Shrek Academy. Such is the nature of comparison, it can be disheartening. Fan Yu led Xue Xiaoran into an office where a stout middle-aged man sat. "Dean Qian, I've brought him," Fan Yu announced, bowing slightly before standing aside with a gentle smile. "You must be Xue Xiaoran," Dean Qian inquired warmly, rising to approach Xue Xiaoran and leaning down to closely examine his pair of azure eyes. Under Dean Qian's scrutiny, those serene eyes remained unperturbed. "You possess truly remarkable eyes," Dean Qian remarked with admiration. "May I ask which academy you are currently attending?" He continued. "The Royal Soul Guidance Academy of the Sun and Moon," Xue Xiaoran replied. Dean Qian, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, akin to a duck suddenly grasped by the neck, emitting a comical squawk. Indeed, Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance Department could hardly be compared to that of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. "What are your thoughts on Shrek Academy?" Dean Qian queried. Xue Xiaoran sighed. "Dean Qian, let us speak candidly. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Are you interested in joining Shrek Academy?" "Not at all," Xue Xiaoran replied decisively, causing Dean Qian's demeanor to darken. "To speak frankly, the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek does not possess the allure to sway my decision." "And what of the Martial Soul Department?" At that moment, a middle-aged man accompanied by a red-haired young woman entered the Soul Guidance Department. The newcomers were Yin Xiaozhe, the head of the Martial Soul Department at Shrek Academy, and his disciple, Ma Xiaotao. "If you were to transfer to Shrek Academy, you would undoubtedly gain admission to the inner court, where you could inquire about its esteemed reputation," Yin Xiaozhe asserted, extending his right hand with an air of rivalry towards Dean Qian. "While it is true that Shrek's Soul Guidance Department cannot compare to the Royal Academy, the same cannot be said for the Martial Soul Department. I can guide you in mastering your ultimate poison to harness the most potent martial soul. In time, you will emerge as a leading figure, ready to lead your team in the forthcoming Youth Soul Master Competition. Should you choose to join Shrek Academy, the Sea God Pavilion will be eternally accessible to you. If you seek spirit bones, the Academy can assist you in acquiring them, even offering discounts. If you were to join Shrek Academy, your brother would also gain early access to the inner courtyard and enjoy the same privileges as you. What are your thoughts on this?" Yin Xiaozhe revealed a victorious smile as he gazed at Xue Xiaoran, his voice infused with passion. "Not particularly interested," Xue Xiaoran replied with utmost honesty. "When I wish to transfer to Shrek, I shall do so, but not at this moment." Shaking his head, he continued. "I acknowledge that Director Yan's offer is exceedingly enticing, yet I have not yet fulfilled my objectives at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I plan to transfer after the Youth Soul Master Competition." Before Xue Xiaoran could finish his statement, Yin Xiaozhe's strong hands grasped his shoulders firmly. "Wonderful, wonderful," he exclaimed with hearty laughter, causing Xue Xiaoran to furrow his brow. "Even if I might transfer, it does not imply that I will show any leniency during the Youth Soul Master Competition," Xue Xiaoran said, meeting Yin Xiaozhe's gaze with calm determination. "Is that so?" "We shall see," replied the red-haired girl, stepping forward, her enchanting crimson eyes locking onto Xue Xiaoran, her face beneath the veil bearing a mysterious smile. "Senior, I am Ma Xiaotao." She extended her right hand. "Until the competition." Xue Xiaoran shook her hand, and then respectfully acknowledged the two directors present before exiting. "Successful recruitment." Yin Xiaozhe chuckled, observing the disheartened expression of Director Qian, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fan Yu wore a wry smile. Having not anticipated that Xue Xiaoran hailed from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy, he realized that the earlier self-praise was insignificant in comparison to Xue Xiaoran's true capabilities. A peculiar sensation enveloped Ma Xiaotao as she looked at her right hand, feeling the temperature distinctly lower than before, her expression reflecting contemplation. Could it be that Xue Xiaoran is concealing something? A captivating smile crept across Ma Xiaotao's face, hidden beneath her veil. "Xiaotao, during this Youth Soul Master Competition, do not hold back when you encounter him," Yin Xiaozhe instructed Ma Xiaotao. "Teacher, why is that?" Isn't Xue Xiaoran planning to transfer to Shrek Academy? No. He merely mentioned it as a possibility. Yin Xiaozhe responded with a wry shake of his head. I perceive his intention for attending the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy is to specialize in the Soul Engineering Department. If we fail to showcase the formidable strength of Shrek Academy, that lad will not come to us. Moreover, I am certain he will compete as a substitute for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. How well do you understand his martial soul? Yin Xiaozhe inquired. Ma Xiaotao shook her head slowly, admitting, I only know that it is called ultimate poison. Beyond that, I am unaware of further details. We must begin selecting substitute competitors as well. Let us choose from the key training candidates, Yin Xiaozhe concluded. Understood, teacher. Is my junior brother all right? I noticed that Dean Yin just entered the Soul Guidance Department. What were they discussing? They intend to recruit him. Xue Xiaoran calmly responded to Bei, who looked concerned. So, it is only natural that they would want to poach someone exceptional like him. Bei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking he must have caused some monumental disaster, and chuckled. So did Xiaoran agree? Tangya inquired cheerfully. Hearing Tangya's address made Xue Xiaoran feel a bit uncomfortable. He subtly furrowed his brow and replied, perhaps. No. You must come. Wang Dong firmly grasped his shoulder, exclaiming, we made a pact. If you do not come, I will have to beat you. You cannot harm me. Xue Xiaoran shrugged, amused by Wang Dong's flushed face from anger. Just then, Dean Yin Xiaozhe emerged, smiling at Xue Xiaoran. I look forward to your splendid performance in the Youth Soul Master competition. Do not cry then. Ma Xiaotao followed closely behind, flashing a charming smile. Chapter 60, The Loss of Heritage. Wang Dong. During your training here, would it be more comfortable to connect with the Baihui point while breathing? Remember, do not rush. Maintaining a calm mind is paramount in cultivating the Xiantian art. Staring at me 1T help. Focus on perfecting your Xiantian cultivation first. If a bystander only heard their conversation without seeing them, they would surely think they were master and apprentice. However, that was a misconception. Xue Xiaoran was meticulously pointing out Wang Dong's mistakes in cultivating the Xiantian art. After negotiating with Yin Xiaozhe from the Martial Spirit Department, Xue Xiaoran continued training with his senior brother Bei and further observed Tangya, the current leader of the Tang sect. After a short break, Wang Dong and Xue Xiaoran took their leave, while Bei and Tangya strolled leisurely around Shrek City. It was evident that they were a couple. Wang Dong, feeling miffed, glanced at Xue Xiaoran, wondering how he could provide guidance after just one day of training. Staring at me 1T help. Are you not going to practice according to my methods? Xue Xiaoran sighed in exasperation. I understand. Really, how do you know so much? Wang Dong huffed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoran sat on the empty bed that originally belonged to Hui Yuhao, perusing the cultivation techniques gifted by Bei. After a brief examination, he nodded, realizing that many elements were indeed omitted, or rather, lost. Indeed, Xue Xiaoran murmured to himself, then shifted his gaze to Wang Dong, who was diligently practicing on the opposite bed. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink once again into the sea of awareness. The lights illuminated, adorning Shrek Academy in its splendor. Some students ventured into Shrek City for a delightful dinner, while others concluded their day's journey and returned to the academy. Wang Dong quietly illuminated the dormitory, and the warm yellow glow instantly filled the room. What is the matter? Xue Xiaoran felt as though the previously dark world before him was pierced by the yellow light, causing him to rub his eyes. His short hair fell down as he did so. You fool, you finished your meal, right? Get up, stop your training, Wang Dong remarked with irritation, pulling him up from the bed and leading him out of the dormitory. It was already night. Xue Xiaoran stretched, gazing at the darkening sky. Do you usually lose track of time while training? Wang Dong stood beside him, hands on his hips, speaking in a manner reminiscent of a mentor. Xue Xiaoran shrugged with a smile. My roommate brings me meals, so I never miss mealtime. From now on, you should eat on your own and get some exercise. Wang Dong pointed at him, saying, look at yourself, you have dark circles under your eyes. You sound just like my mother. Xue Xiaoran lamented, brushing aside his short hair with a sigh. Humph. Wang Dong chuckled behind his hand, prompting Xue Xiaoran to cough in response. A man chuckling softly. Was that meant to be intimidating? Realizing his lapse, Wang Dong cleared his throat and, with a raspy voice, said, come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria at Shrek Academy. All right, Xue Xiaoran nodded, and the two strolled toward the cafeteria. As they walked, he pondered the modifications to the Tangmin techniques, having learned all of Tangmin's ultimate skills under the guidance of Tang San's father-in-law, the authentic, unabridged versions. Although Xue Xiaoran had not fully mastered the Tangmin techniques, he understood the principles and training methods clearly. Thus, he was contemplating whether to share the original Tangmin techniques with them. This was indeed a dilemma. While Tangya was a good person, the number of Tangmin members remained pitifully low. For someone like him, who could freely be accepted by the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, Xue Xiaoran felt not only a lack of vigilance among them, but also a fervent desire for talent. It was time for him to reach level 30 in soul power. Gazing at the moon in the sky, Xue Xiaoran reflected. He had recently been engrossed in the development and research of soul-guiding devices and the Sea of Consciousness. Failing to be selected for the preparatory team for the Youth Soul Master competition would feel like a slap in the face. Xiaoran, brother Xiaoran. Wang Dong waved his hand in front of Xue Xiaoran's face, bringing him back to reality. Take a proper break. Stop thinking about training. All right, I hear you. Xue Xiaoran replied with a smile. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they unexpectedly encountered Xiao Xiao, and Xue Xiaoran had a favorable impression of this strong and composed girl, exchanging greetings with her. At least Xiao Xiao was far superior to those classmates in his own academy who only knew how to shout and fight without putting in any effort. The three of them selected their meals, and since Xue Xiaoran was not a student of Shrek, Wang Dong covered his portion. Not far away, an elderly man sat beneath the eaves, savoring a succulent chicken leg in solitude. He had come to observe the students, or more precisely, to watch Xue Xiaoran. As Xue Xiaoran engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wang Dongxiaxio, a sudden sense of disquiet washed over him, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Possessing an extraordinary sixth sense, Xue Xiaoran was particularly sensitive to the scrutiny of others. He paused momentarily, then, as if nothing had occurred, followed Wang Dongxiaxio to a secluded table. Once seated, the unsettling sensation promptly dissipated. Brother Xue, what brings you to Shrek Academy? Xiao Xiao inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The unexpected address momentarily caught Xue Xiaoran off guard. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I am here to visit my brother. You two share a remarkable bond, Xiao Xiao remarked, a hint of envy lacing her voice. We have been playing together since childhood, haven't we, Xiaoran? Wang Dong nudged Xue Xiaoran, who nodded in agreement. Observing the congenial exchange between Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, Xue Xiaoran felt a wave of relief, realizing that Tang San's decision was indeed wise. This mischievous little sorceress, who once roamed the realms of the divine, had finally found companionship, bringing him solace. Will you transfer to Shrek Academy in the future, Brother Xue? That would be splendid, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight upon overhearing something from Wang Dong. Not necessarily, Xue Xiaoran replied with a sidelong glance at Wang Dong, who seemed intent on divulging everything to her friend. However, Wang Dong was acutely aware of their current circumstances, knowing that despite their closeness, they would not cross any boundaries. It's you. A voice suddenly rang out, startling the trio. Xue Xiaoran recognized the familiarity of the voice and turned to face its owner. Are you not the Shrek student whose lover nearly perished, prompting your tears? Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, as he typically did not remember individuals who bore no significance to him, and the name of the girl before him had eluded his memory. What do you want with me? Chapter 61. The Celestial Changes of the Star Luo Empire, 6 Wings. Thank you once again for saving Dai Huabin. The girl expressed her gratitude once more. Upon hearing the name Dai, Xue Xiaoran recalled that this girl seemed to be associated with the Zhu family, perhaps named Zhulu. It was merely a trivial matter. He waved his hand dismissively, truly feeling it was of little consequence. Zhulu nodded and cast a disdainful glance at Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao before turning to leave. Is there tension between you two? Xue Xiaoran observed Zhu Lu's haughty departure, noting the flicker of disdain in Xiao Xiao's eyes. She is far too arrogant. I find it rather unappealing, Xiao Xiao remarked with a frown, letting out a sigh. Oh, but their pride is perhaps warranted, considering they are of the imperial lineage of the Star Luo Empire. Imperial lineage? Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then softly inquired. Isn't the royal family of the Xinglua Empire surnamed Su? When did that change? Xue Xiaoran furrowed her brow, pondering how Uncle Dai Mubai's descendants had been subjected to rebellion. They have borne the surname Su for millennia, Xiao Xiao sighed helplessly. Seeing the perplexed expressions on Xue Xiaoran and Wang Dong's faces, she explained. The last emperor of the Dai family was incompetent and indulgent, lost in a world of opulence with 3,000 concubines. The Su family could no longer stand by. If things continued this way, the foundation of the Xinglua Empire would be squandered. Consequently, the Su family persuaded numerous ministers, raised an army, and rebelled, executing the emperor in the Golden Hall and relegating the Dai family to nobility, while the Su family ascended to the throne. The Su family, indeed. Xue Xiaoran scoffed, recognizing their cunning excuse. They coveted the throne yet sought to drag others into their downfall. What a despicable family, daring to rebel against the Dai clan. At that moment, Xue Xiaoran recalled the teachings of Uncle Dai Mubai and Aunt Zhu Zhuqing, and a thought of annihilating the Su family and reinstating the Dai family on the throne arose within her. Wretched Su family, she thought, her brows tightening as a glint of ferocity flashed in her emerald eyes, prompting Wang Dong, seated nearby, to glance at her in surprise. He had not anticipated that events from centuries past would evoke such a profound emotional response in Xue Xiaoran. What is the name of the current Su family member? Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly. Are you referring to the emperor of the Xingluo Empire? Xiao Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled by Xue Xiaoran's demeanor. Upon hearing the words emperor of the Xingluo Empire, Xue Xiaoran's brow furrowed further. In his mind, the Xingluo Empire belonged to the Dai family. Indeed, that is him. At the very least, I must remember their names, he resolved. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire is named Su Jiawei. His sister, the princess, is named Su Jiujiu. And the youngest princess is named Su Yun. Xiao Xiao enumerated the notable figures. Is that so? Xue Xiaoran nodded, committing the names to memory. All that remained was to seize the opportune moment, emulating the hypocritical demeanor of the Su family's ancestors, and to unseat Su Jiawei from his throne. A cold smile spread across his heart. Xiaoran. Wang Dong noticed something unusual in his mood and inquired. I am fine, Xue Xiaoran replied, his expression as serene as ever, even sporting a faint smile. You seem to have a rather strained relationship with the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire. He noted as they walked back to their dormitory. Dai Huabin and Zhu Luding continually harass my roommate. I am nearly driven to my wit's end and ultimately could not restrain myself, Wang Dong responded, having shed her veil of formality, her tone animated. Did you teach them a lesson? Xue Xiaoran chuckled softly. I gave them a good thrashing during the competition, Wang Dong stated with a casual flourish. Have you utilized the Haotian hammer? A faint smile graced Xue Xiaoran's lips. Certainly. The two entered the dormitory, where Xue Xiaoran seated himself upon the wooden bed that rightfully belonged to Hui Yuhao. He had learned from Wang Dong that Hui Yuhao had embarked on a distant journey, and it was likely he would return once the holiday concluded. Unfazed, Xue Xiaoran made himself comfortable on Hui Yuhao's bed. He swiftly extracted the bedding from his ring and arranged it on the bed, anticipating a stay of several days. Wang Dong seemed to be engaged in his ablutions. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Xue Xiaoran shrugged, settling on the bed with his eyes closed, immersing himself in tranquility. Although on holiday, he did not grant himself a respite. His mind once again delved into the sea of consciousness, and his vision grew increasingly lucid with the cultivation of the mind sea. He could perceive the vast ocean merging with the horizon, catch a hazy glimpse of the ice palace constructed by the Ice Emperor, and even discern the distant shores beyond. This is my sea of consciousness, Xue Xiaoran mused, spreading his hands. With a thought, a gentle breeze laced with snowflakes brushed against him, and a faint smile appeared as a white leisure outfit enveloped his form, dispelling any awkwardness of nudity. So this is it. The sea of consciousness is indeed a realm shaped by thought, Xue Xiaoran remarked calmly. Unbeknownst to him, a sunset had quietly settled on the horizon, painting the ocean in hues of crimson. This is the sea of consciousness. The Ice Emperor had appeared behind him, and upon noticing Xue Xiaoran's turn, she broke into laughter. Ice Emperor, I never imagined you were so diminutive. Xue Xiaoran had envisioned the Ice Emperor as a formidable figure, at least 40,000 years old in her mature form. However, through a blurred gaze, he noted that while she was slightly taller than him, it was a height he would soon surpass. Why you? Xue Xiaoran inadvertently triggered a sensitive nerve. The Ice Emperor's face flushed crimson as she gasped, waving her arms and shouting in indignation. Then promptly delivered two furious punches to Xue Xiaoran. Thud! Xue Xiaoran staggered back, feeling as though he could have been mortally wounded were he not merely a consciousness. He scratched his head, caught between laughter and tears. Before he could react, a flash of green hair appeared, and he was sent flying. I was mistaken, Xue Xiaoran exclaimed, noticing the Ice Emperor seeming to roll up her sleeves, preparing to unleash further strikes upon him. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of appeasement. Humph! The Ice Emperor's face turned beet red with anger. Yet, upon hearing Xue Xiaoran's apology and recalling that this young man represented her hope for achieving divinity, she forcibly restrained herself. Do you sense it? Everything in the sea of consciousness moves in accordance with your heart, she stated calmly. There's something peculiar. You are not a spirit-type soul master. Why do you? The Ice Emperor halted mid-sentence, her hand covering her mouth as she fixated on Xue Xiaoran with an expression of intrigue, particularly at something behind him. Ice Emperor, what is it? Xue Xiaoran inquired, noticing her sudden silence. Xiaoran, what are those wings behind you? Xue Xiaoran, taken aback, turned her profile to glance behind her, where 6 pristine wings shimmered under the rays of the setting sun, casting an enchanting glow. 6 wings, the ultimate angel. Chapter 62, the ultimate angel. What is this? Xue Xiaoran pondered in silence, posing a rhetorical question. The Ice Emperor's gaze was fixed on Xue Xiaoran's serene profile, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. Xiaoran, did you know about this all along? What are you talking about, Ice Emperor? I truly have no idea what this is, Xue Xiaoran replied with a slight smile. Narrowing her eyes, the Ice Emperor exhaled deeply, sitting on the ground with his knees drawn up, his golden eyes blinking slowly. Xiaoran, can't you share this secret with me given our relationship? Xue Xiaoran continued to smile, seemingly oblivious to the implications of his words. The Ice Emperor, gazing at her smile, suddenly felt a chill, not from the cold, but from the realization that he had never seen her clearly before. His assertion held truth, given their bond. There should be no secrets. Xue Xiaoran approached the Ice Emperor, sitting beside him, and said with narrowed eyes, "This is my greatest secret." The Ice Emperor swallowed hard, his voice dry as he inquired, "I would like to hear more. I am the Three Lives Martial Soul." Xue Xiaoran could not discern the Ice Emperor's expression, but she imagined he must have widened his eyes, his heartbeat quickening with astonishment. Ignoring the Ice Emperor's reaction, she continued, "This is the martial soul I acquired postnatally, bestowed upon me by the divine. Divine, martial soul." The Ice Emperor murmured words he had never encountered in his life. "Indeed, this is my third martial soul, the ultimate angel." Xue Xiaoran smiled gently, her wings fluttering with the breeze. "Xiaoran, did you know your hair and eye color have changed?" The Ice Emperor remarked, momentarily taken aback. Xue Xiaoran hesitated. Without a mirror, she could not assess her appearance. The Ice Emperor, amused by her rare fluster, chuckled softly and said, "Your hair was originally ice blue, but after wielding this angelic martial soul, it has transformed to silver. Your azure eyes have also turned to the same golden hue as mine." "Really? The change is that significant?" Xue Xiaoran, after several attempts to gauge her appearance, shrugged, her wings moving in tandem with her thoughts. "Such beautiful wings," the Ice Emperor praised, then cleared his throat. "Nevertheless, I am grateful that you shared your secret. It holds profound significance for me. I possess many secrets. Are you interested?" Xue Xiaoran replied with a calm smile. "Perhaps not. I fear I might be overwhelmed." The Ice Emperor retorted, playfully pushing her away, his cheeks tinged with red. "Your little girlfriend is waiting outside. You should hurry." With a laugh, Xue Xiaoran's spirit leapt from the sea of consciousness. As Wang Dong hummed a cheerful tune while bathing, he meticulously applied soap to his body. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he removed the jade pendant that had been closely hung around his neck. The pronounced Adam's apple that had rested there vanished in an instant. His short hair, seemingly a trick of the eye, transformed to a considerable length. At that moment, Wang Dong was reborn as Wang Donger. Her heart raced wildly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This was the boldest act she had ever committed within the confines of the academy. Distracted, she hurriedly finished her shower and pushed open the bathroom door. Instantly, the dormitory was infused with a delightful fragrance. Was it the scent of the soap? Wang Donger locked the dorm door with a satisfying click, her long hair still damp, cascading over her shoulders. She noticed Xue Xiaoran was still engrossed in his cultivation and quietly tiptoed to his side, her gaze fixed on the exquisite features of his face. What a handsome figure! Lost in admiration, Wang Donger became entranced. Xue Xiaoran's expression remained serene, maintaining a steady rhythm of breath, as if he were truly meditating. Biting her lip, as if having made a decision, she leaned closer. The nearer she drew, the faster her heart raced. Their lips inched closer together. The tenderness and shyness reflected in her pastel blue eyes seemed about to overflow. Just then, Xue Xiaoran's azure eyes suddenly snapped open, startling Wang Donger, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward. However, Xue Xiaoran did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he gently supported her. "So what are you doing?" He sighed, bemused, observing Wang Donger's current appearance, feeling quite exasperated. "I say this is school." But Wang Donger replied, "Is it so wrong for me to enjoy the experience of being a girl for a moment?" Under the gaze of her innocent, almost pet-like eyes, Xue Xiaoran found it hard to refuse. "Just don't draw attention, all right?" "Got it," Wang Donger chirped, returning to her bed, clutching her blanket. As she gazed at Xue Xiaoran's face, she drifted into dreams. Xue Xiaoran let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that this little enchantress would take such a bold step. It seemed her mischievous nature from the divine realm still lingered. He shrugged and delved once more into his mental ocean. Within his azure eyes, a flicker of golden light began to shimmer faintly. The night passed in silence. Xue Xiaoran stretched, feeling the satisfying crack of his bones. He had undergone a rigorous training session in his mental realm the previous night, courtesy of the Ice Emperor. The reason? The Ice Emperor had heard him say he hadn't utilized the ultimate ice in recent days, and, in a fit of anger, had only permitted him to use the ultimate ice martial spirit for a simulated battle with her. Naturally, he had received quite a thrashing. Xue Xiaoran's expression darkened as he recalled the unhappy memories of the previous night, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Wang Donger in the adjacent bed. The healthy blush adorning her cheeks dissipated all the discontent in Xue Xiaoran's heart. "Never mind, I shan't wake her." Observing her serene profile, Xue Xiaoran chuckled softly. Indulging in a leisurely slumber during the holidays is indeed a form of relaxation. He entered the bathroom to freshen up, and before long, he felt rejuvenated. Noticing that the dawn sky outside was still shrouded in early light, he mused that his biological clock had roused him naturally, with ample time remaining until breakfast. Lacking the key to the dormitory, he pondered the safety of simply pushing the door open and stepping out. With this thought, Xue Xiaoran opened the window, perched on the ledge, and leaped into the air. As his feet touched the ground with nary a sound, he reveled in the gentle caress of the morning breeze. Laughter bubbling forth. This was perhaps the most carefree breakfast he had ever enjoyed, devoid of any onlookers, allowing him to be himself. Upon reaching the rooftop, Xue Xiaoran sat cross-legged, channeling the Xiantian technique, his azure eyes narrowing slightly as a hint of purple emerged slowly from the distant horizon. A glimmer flashed in his cerulean gaze, and then he gradually closed his eyes, commencing the circulation of his soul power through the Xiantian technique, his hands becoming increasingly radiant. In the distance, on a tree situated in front of the sea god pavilion, an elder was stuffing a chicken leg into his mouth while sipping wine. His lips curled slightly, as if he had made a momentous decision, before he leaped down. Chapter 63, Bound to the Sea God Pavilion. Xue Xiaoran jogged a lap around Shrek Academy, feeling his body gradually warm up, which would enhance his agility. Despite the holiday, he had no grand plans. Apart from visiting Wang Donger and encountering the current leader of the Tang clan, he had indeed seen Shrek. "Young man, do you wish to attend Shrek Academy?" The sudden, aged voice startled Xue Xiaoran, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow, clearly taken aback. He turned to face the nonchalant elder, chicken leg in mouth, and thought, could he be a member of the Shrek faculty? "I'll ask you once more, young man, do you wish to attend Shrek Academy?" The elder repeated, his words muffled. "Do you seek an honest answer, senior?" Xue Xiaoran replied with open palms. The elder snorted, seemingly wishing to swat Xue Xiaoran away, clearly wanting the truth. "To be frank, I could study at any academy," Xue Xiaoran answered. "The teacher opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. That is the essence." The elder's anger surged upon hearing this, interpreting it as a dismissal of a teacher's importance. Moreover, he had many excellent teachers. Xue Xiaoran refrained from expressing this thought, merely nodding calmly. "Follow me," the elder huffed, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Xue Xiaoran felt somewhat perplexed, yet continued to trail behind the elder. Along the way, they encountered numerous students, each bowing respectfully upon seeing the elder, indicating his considerable standing within the academy. "Teacher, where are you taking me?" Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly. "I am bringing you to the inner courtyard," the elder replied with a hint of displeasure, "as the holy son of the Xiaoyao sword sect. Do you still wish to conceal anything?" "Ah, you already know of my identity as the holy son of the Xiaoyao sword sect. You must have investigated my background." Xue Xiaoran responded, his tone laced with a touch of admiration and surprise, finding the situation intriguing. The elder, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Xue Xiaoran, but ultimately restrained himself, letting out a huff. "Given your relationship with Wang Dong, it is no challenge to deduce that you hail from a significant sect," he remarked discontentedly. "I see," Xue Xiaoran nodded in understanding. As they approached the seaside, the elder pointed to a distant island rising majestically from the ocean. "That is the Sea God Pavilion, which is also part of the inner courtyard. Come, I will show you around. Perhaps you will revise your sentiments." The elder extended his hand, signaling for Xue Xiaoran to take hold. "Is that truly advisable?" "I have every intention of claiming victory in the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition," Xue Xiaoran replied, his tone tinged with provocation, eager to gauge the elder's reaction. "Ha! It has been ages since I encountered such audacious students." The elder bellowed with laughter, his voice resonating across the expanse, disturbing the tranquil surface of the sea and rustling the leaves and branches. "Are you certain you wish to bring me into the inner courtyard?" Xue Xiaoran expressed his discomfort, feeling that despite not having joined Shrek Academy, his secrets were being laid bare repeatedly. Were they so assured of his enrollment in Shrek Academy? What would happen if he chose not to join? Would they resort to violence? Xue Xiaoran disliked being indebted to others, especially when such debts felt imposed. "I shall not enter the inner courtyard, even at your invitation," he stated resolutely, his azure eyes unwavering. The elder inhaled deeply, discontented, as many outside lamented their inability to enter the inner courtyard. Yet this individual before him was impervious to both coaxing and coercion, a true challenge. With this thought, the elder's expression darkened, and he seized Xue Xiaoran's collar, swiftly making their way towards Sea God Island. "Unprincipled old rogue," Xue Xiaoran exclaimed vehemently, shutting his eyes, unwilling to owe Shrek Academy even the slightest favor. And what if they demanded he hold back during the Youth Soul Master competition? The notion left him feeling that the faculty of Shrek Academy were indeed a band of rascals, particularly this elder who was dragging him along. "We have arrived." The elder chuckled, observing Xue Xiaoran's increasingly displeased countenance, erupting into hearty laughter. Competing with me? You are a century too early. Xue Xiaoran let out a soft snort, devoid of any desire to open his eyes, and sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. The old man chuckled and continued to berate Xue Xiaoran. Amidst his incessant tirade of curses, he abruptly hurled Xue Xiaoran into the sea god pavilion. The admonishments imparted by Uncle Osro, Uncle Yufeng, Uncle Oscar, and Uncle Ma Hongjun finally found their application here. For a moment, only the calm yet unending flow of Xue Xiaoran's invectives could be heard, astonishingly devoid of any repetition or vulgarity. The old man, filled with pride, felt a sense of accomplishment as he witnessed Xue Xiaoran falter for the first time in such an extended duration. Where am I? Xue Xiaoran furrowed his brow, eyes still shut, as he concluded an hour-long diatribe, his throat parched and dry. Having finished his tirade, he thought of quenching his thirst. A voice, feigning amusement, echoed beside him. Xue Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. Can you just stroll out of the sea god pavilion at will? Bring him back, a raspy voice commanded. In that instant, Xue Xiaoran felt a surge of energy beneath his feet, propelling him forward in the direction of the radiant light ahead. His heightened senses had maximized, granting him a fundamental understanding of the wind's direction and the speaker's position. He deduced that the speaker was directly opposite him, at the main entrance. Xue Xiaoran's skill in discerning sound and location was evidently honed to perfection. With deft footfalls, he evaded a hand that reached out from behind him. The person, intrigued, emitted a sound of surprise as their hand continued to grasp for Xue Xiaoran. He deftly maneuvered, feeling the breeze around him become more invigorating, and smiled inwardly, realizing he had escaped the sea god pavilion. What a foolish grin. The old man's voice resonated before him, causing Xue Xiaoran's expression to shift slightly. Taken aback that the old man had awaited his return. Give it up, lad, the old man declared, slapping Xue Xiaoran back into the ground. Be careful not to kill him. A gentle voice from within the sea god pavilion interjected. Understood. He has a tough life. He won't perish easily. The old man extracted Xue Xiaoran from the ground and carried him back into the pavilion. The pavilion master wishes to see you, and yet you show such disrespect. Young man, I truly cannot comprehend you, the old man murmured, shaking his head. What do you intend to do? Xue Xiaoran huffed, struggling vigorously. However, the opponent's soul power was evidently far superior, and no matter how he writhed, he could not escape the grip that bound him. Is Shrek Academy attempting to force me into submission? Chapter 64. What a little monster. You insolent brat, utter another word, and I shall break your legs. The old man spat, and once again tossed him into the sea god pavilion. Xue Xiaoran cursed inwardly, questioning the motives of Shrek's teaching staff. Open your eyes. We shall not coerce you into anything. An elderly voice resonated from the main seat, its tone imbued with an unsettling calmness that could disarm even the most vigilant. I owe you nothing, correct? Xue Xiaoran replied calmly, her eyes still closed and her hands behind her back. Indeed, you truly owe us nothing. The voice seemed to carry a hint of peculiarity, laced with a touch of amusement. Then I suppose I need not pay for the entrance to the sea god pavilion. Xue Xiaoran scoffed, recognizing that the shamelessness of the Shrek teachers, along with the years spent learning from numerous and scrupulous mentors, was unparalleled. Huh. The ancient voice erupted into laughter. We would never stoop to the level of oppressing the younger generation. Really? Indeed. Slowly, Xue Xiaoran opened her eyes, discovering that she stood atop a table surrounded by seated teachers. They regarded her with expressions that were both amused and knowing, indicating that her earlier outburst had been overheard in its entirety. This child only learns through adversity. I say, a good beating would suffice, remarked the elder who had captured Xue Xiaoran while munching on a chicken leg. Well, it is your influence that has heightened her vigilance, the ancient voice remarked casually. Xue Xiaoran shifted her gaze to the figure seated in the principal's position, cloaked in shadows. Do not worry, young one. We mean you no harm, the figure said, maneuvering their wheelchair a few steps forward. A flicker of surprise crossed Xue Xiaoran's azure eyes as she recognized the elder as the one who had previously lain at the entrance of the dormitory during the opening of the semester. Elder Mu, the others rose respectfully, clasping their hands in greeting. Xuanzi, you ought to reflect on your actions, the elder named Mu coughed lightly, directing his words toward the elder still gnawing on the chicken leg. Now, let us turn our attention to you, Xue Xiaoran. Elder Mu's gaze returned to Xue Xiaoran, his aged face softening with emotion, forever tranquil. I wonder what business Elder Mu has with this child. I am not a student of Shrek Academy. Xue Xiaoran replied calmly yet respectfully, recognizing Mu as potentially the strongest figure within the academy. At present, you are indeed not a student of Shrek Academy, but rather a guest. Thus, we must extend our hospitality accordingly. The teachers nearby exchanged peculiar glances at this statement. as it seemed the hospitality was directed solely at Xue Xiaoran. You appear to harbor many secrets, and your vigilance remains intact, Elder Mu observed with a gentle smile. Xue Xiaoran's heart beat steadily, her expression unchanged as she replied, "Indeed, I possess many secrets. I am currently a student at the Royal Soul Guidance Academy of the Sun and Moon, and it is only prudent to remain vigilant. I heard everything you discussed with Xuanzi. We are all educators here. We do not deliberately harm a student. Teachers introduce the door. But cultivation lies within the individual, a saying that rings true. Elder Mu, what is the purpose of bringing me to the Sea God Pavilion?" Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly, her gaze piercing into Elder Mu's eyes, seeking to discern his intentions. "I merely wish to see for myself the reality behind Xiaozhi's boastful claims." Old Mu smiled, pleased to see the real person before him. Flattered, Xue Xiaoran displayed a faint smile, thinking to himself that anyone who came just to see him must have ulterior motives. It was time to bid farewell and escort him out of the Sea God Pavilion. Old Mu scrutinized him once more, his gaze making Xue Xiaoran somewhat uneasy, before finally waving his hand dismissively. As Xue Xiaoran turned to leave, he called out, "Even if I encounter Shrek Academy at the Youth Soul Master competition, I will show no mercy. Different factions demand such resolve." Hearing this, Xue Xiaoran nodded and soared towards the vast ocean. "I want to hit him," said Old Mu. "So do I," echoed the teachers, their hands itching at the thought of Xue Xiaoran's earlier demeanor, igniting an urge to bring him back and give him a good thrashing. "Enough of this nonsense," Old Mu chuckled. "This lad is no ordinary character." Was Old Mu referring to his identity? Yin Xiaozhi pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Teacher, we have investigated, and this boy undoubtedly has an impressive background. He is the holy son of the Free and Unfettered Sword Sect." The Free and Unfettered Sword Sect, a sect from millennia ago, was once affiliated with the predecessors of Shrek, founded by the Ice Phoenix Douluo, Xue Xiaoran. Old Mu murmured softly, "I suspect he possesses another identity," interjected the quiet yet astute Kai Meyer, seated beside Yin Xiaozhi. "I have a hunch he is a prince from the Doling Empire, journeying for experience. But how does that explain the Free and Unfettered Sword Sect? Do you think those elders would bestow the title of Holy Son upon a prince from another nation?" Countered another beautiful woman, seated opposite Kai Meyer, Xian Liner, the esteemed head of the Soul Guidance Department. She gestured helplessly. "As far as we know, the Free and Unfettered Sword Sect has maintained an absolute neutral stance for millennia, refusing to ally or compromise with any nation or organization. To the top sects, the title of a worldly prince holds little significance. How can you be certain that Xue Xiaoran is not from the Doling Empire? Records indicate that many members of the royal bloodline were slain, and perhaps one of the survivors adopted the name Xue Xiaoran with revenge in mind." The elderly man named Xian Lao, gnawing on a chicken leg, remarked with a furrowed brow. "All right, enough of the debate. Let us heed Old Mu's words." The two women exchanged fierce glances before turning their respectful gaze towards the elderly figure in the wheelchair. Old Mu chuckled softly, regardless of Xue Xiaoran's identity. His future accomplishments are unpredictable. Possessing mastery in both martial souls and soul guidance is a rarity in our academy, and those few who do are destined for remarkable futures. He appears to be a person of deep feelings, ready to fight for the Royal Academy of Soul Guidance of the Sun and Moon. This child's intentions are not malevolent. Moreover, it seems he has been concealing something. When he was cursing vehemently, I sensed no genuine anger. The fervor and racing heartbeat I expected were absent, indicating he has mastered his emotions to a frightening degree. At Shrek Academy, we exclusively accept monsters, rejecting ordinary individuals. To us, Xue Xiaoran is no less than a formidable little creature. I implore you to cast aside any prejudices stemming from his affiliation with the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. We are all academies and must not transfer our animosities onto the students, even if such thoughts do not linger in the hearts of the crowd at this moment. They cannot help but bow deeply to Elder Mu. Indeed, Liner and Duo, once Xue Xiaoran arrives, you may seek his wisdom regarding soul tools. For the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is renowned for its expertise in this field, and he is undoubtedly well-versed in much of the knowledge prior to his arrival. Both Xian Liner and Xian Duo responded with cupped hands, a hint of embarrassment washing over them, as the notion of a student consulting about soul tools seemed to diminish their pride. Mastery begets respect. Elder Mu cleared his throat, awakening them from their reverie, and they promptly assented, "Yes. Let us adjourn. Then, preparations for the upcoming Youth Soul Master competition may commence." We bid farewell to Elder Mu. As the wheelchair gradually vanished into the shadows, tranquility enveloped the Sea God Pavilion once more. Chapter 65, Seeking Breakthrough Amidst Pressure. When Wang Donger opened her eyes, she discovered Xue Xiaoran seated on the opposite bed, observing her sleeping visage. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she burrowed deeper into her blankets. Xue Xiaoran leaned against the wall, gazing out at the sky. Through layers of foliage, the majestic sea god island loomed in the distance. He scoffed internally at those old rascals. The sun has risen high. It is time to awaken. With a smile, Xue Xiaoran drew back the curtains, flooding the dormitory with sunlight. Reluctantly, Wang Donger emerged from her cocoon, pouting as if in a childish huff as she made her way to the washroom. Xue Xiaoran did not have to wait long. Wang Donger soon transformed into the spirited Wang Dong. "Fool, do you have any plans for today?" she asked. "None," Xue Xiaoran replied, shaking his head. A thick textbook lay on the table, and he found himself unknowingly clutching a carving knife. "That won't do. It's a rare holiday. And I won't mind if you accompany me shopping," Wang Dong declared, hands on her hips as she turned away. "Well, all right then." Xue Xiaoran knew he could not win against Wang Dong's persistence, shrugging in concession. The long-lost Sundara. Yet, truth be told, opportunities to accompany her would soon be scarce. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Xue Xiaoran and Wang Dong shared laughter as they strolled out of the school. He thought to himself, I should cherish the time spent with her as much as possible. By the way, Xiaoran, you will participate in the next Youth Soul Master competition, correct? Wang Dong inquired, glancing at the accessories. Xue Xiaoran nodded earnestly. Indeed. I shall represent the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Hee. Then we shall meet on the competition stage. Watch as I showcase the fruits of my efforts from this year and the next. Wang Dong exclaimed, brandishing her arms with spirited enthusiasm. Do your best, Xue Xiaoran encouraged. Wang Dong acquired the adornment he had set his eyes upon, and the two resumed their stroll through Shrek City. Wang Dong reflected on the preciousness of this sweet moment. Now, separated from Xue Xiaoran by their respective academies, they had only this fleeting time to stand side by side under the sun. Before long, they fortuitously encountered Tanya and Bei Bei, who were hand in hand, enjoying their shopping. Aware that the sun had passed its zenith, the four of them sought refuge in a quaint little shop to rest. As Tanya perused the menu, Xue Xiaoran leaned closer to Bei Bei and whispered, Senior brother Bei Bei, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, what is it? Bei Bei replied, his interest piqued as he squinted and smiled. To have the strong and independent Xue Xiaoran request something from him was indeed a rare occurrence. My soul power level has reached 29. And I wish to engage in a duel with you, senior brother, to fully unleash my potential and ascend to level 30. I sense that I am but a hair's breadth away from achieving it. Xue Xiaoran raised her hand, channeling her soul power. Your soul power is nearly at level 30? Impressive. Bei Bei applauded, genuinely astonished. Achieving level 30 at 12 years old is truly a remarkable talent. You flatter me, senior brother, Xue Xiaoran replied with a calm smile. Bei Bei, too, was infectious with joy, as opportunities to witness Xue Xiaoran's smile were few and far between. The addition of such a talented junior disciple instilled in Bei Bei and Tanya an ever-growing confidence in reviving the Tang sect. However, Xue Xiaoran's emerald eyes soon fell into contemplation. The four swiftly concluded their lunch, and Xue Xiaoran and Bei Bei hurried towards the simulated training ground, with Tanya and Wang Dong closely trailing behind. In case of any mishaps, Tanya could use her martial soul to intervene. How much soul power do you want me to employ? Bei Bei inquired as he entered an empty area and began his warm-up exercises. Xue Xiaoran pondered for a moment before responding. Let us go for 35. That would truly challenge me. Not a problem, Bei Bei chuckled. Xue Xiaoran began to stretch as well. Although Bei Bei would likely go easy on her during this level-up challenge, the pressure she felt was unprecedented. As a control-type soul master, he would need to engage closely to secure victory or utilize his self-created soul skills. Tanya assumed the role of referee, and as the two gradually took their positions, she waved her hand. Begin. For soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, rose behind Bei Bei, while dragon scales enveloped his right hand, gradually ascending his entire right arm. This is Xue Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback by the sight of this martial soul, astonished. Junior brother, be careful. This is my martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, renowned for its formidable close-range attacks. Following Xue Xiaoran's instructions, Bei Bei utilized only the soul power of around level 35, yet Xue Xiaoran still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. I can't believe it's the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, she sighed, filled with admiration. A yellow and a purple soul ring silently emerged behind him, accompanied by a mist of vibrant colors reminiscent of a dream. The poison king of 10,000 flowers, Xue Xiaoran. Please, enlighten me, they both said in unison. Then, Bei Bei took a deep breath, raising his dragon claw as he charged forward. The first soul ring flickered slightly, and a surge of lightning enveloped his claw, manifesting as his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Xue Xiaoran sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, as if standing before a giant. The power of that supreme beast martial soul was indeed formidable. His shoulders felt a slight weight, and a glimmer of purple flashed in his eyes as his hands became translucent. He had never utilized the combined might of the Xianyu hand and the ice silkworm poison palm before. With this thought in mind, he assumed an unusual stance. His palms aligned with Bei Bei's Thunder Dragon Claw. Boom! A gust of energy erupted from the point of their clash, causing Tang Ye's delicate face to sting from the force. Both combatants quickly retreated after their initial strike. Bei Bei executed a backflip to dissipate his momentum, while Xue Xiaoran stumbled back 5 steps. Feeling the stinging pain in his palms, Xue Xiaoran realized he had indeed been struck by the lightning. "Are you all right?" Bei Bei inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Xue Xiaoran replied nonchalantly, shaking his hands as if to dismiss the discomfort. The surge of soul power within him was rapidly circulating, causing his face to flush slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, evidently under the influence of a potent stimulant. "I'm coming," Xue Xiaoran shouted, executing a shadowless kick and vanishing from Bei Bei's sight in an instant. Interesting, Bei Bei mused with a refined smile, as his entire being became enveloped in a radiant light of thunder. The second soul ring glimmered with a bright yellow hue, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The tranquility that once characterized Bei Bei had vanished, replaced solely by an air of pride and dominance. "Receive my palm." Xue Xiaoran suddenly appeared behind him, his right palm cloaked in intense, icy energy, casting a bluish hue across Bei Bei's cheek. Chapter 66, Breaking the Dragon's Head. Xue Xiaoran's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he absorbed the surrounding cold air into his palm, rendering it as if it were corroded by ice. "Ice silkworm poison palm," he silently chanted, directing a strike toward Bei Bei's exposed back. As if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Bei Bei evaded the attack with a flicker of his form, slipping out of Xue Xiaoran's striking range. Undeterred, Xue Xiaoran pursued closely, employing the same elusive technique. "Thunder Dragon Claw," Bei Bei exclaimed, realizing he was unable to shake off Xue Xiaoran. He couldn't help but marvel at the proficiency with which his opponent had mastered the Tang sect techniques in just a few short days. He had surpassed the average person by leaps and bounds. It seemed evident that he was indeed a prodigy. Bei Bei stifled a laugh within, unleashing the formidable force of his 35th level, which sent a shockwave that pushed Xue Xiaoran back 3 steps. Xue Xiaoran struggled to steady his breath. Yet the pressure from Bei Bei's overwhelming might weighed heavily upon him, disrupting his rhythm. Once more, Xue Xiaoran shouted at Bei Bei. "All right." Bei Bei nodded, his right arm seemingly drawn from the very essence of thunder, and scales of dragon hide adorned his cheek. "Wrath of Thunder," Bei Bei roared, instantaneously channeling his 40th level of soul power. A beam of lightning shot forth from his dragon claw as he surged upward, clearly intent on delivering a punishing blow. Xue Xiaoran, feeling the lethal radiance capable of incinerating him in an instant, gritted his teeth and drew his sword. His azure eyes widened, harboring an intense violet glow. "Sword of Freedom," he declared, as the soul power within him surged into the blade, enveloping it in an eerie luminescence. With great effort, he hoisted the sword, pointing it directly at the oncoming lightning, as though wielding a colossal spear. A wild grin crept across Xue Xiaoran's lips as he prepared to clash fiercely with the lightning. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by the sickening sound of blood splattering on the ground, eliciting concern from Tang Ye and Wang Dong, who watched with bated breath. Xue Xiaoran felt a numbing sensation coursing through him as he wiped the blood from his lips. The earlier bolt of lightning had pierced directly into his body. His soul power raced within him, and a greenish ethereal flame seemed to ignite in his gaze. Too much exhilaration. Not enough. Xue Xiaoran's voice was hoarse as he looked at Bei Bei, who wore a pained and remorseful expression. Bei Bei waved his hand. "Junior brother, let us stop here. To continue would only harm your body." He glanced at the blood pooling on the ground, instinctively closing his eyes. He had not intended to hurt him, yet he had failed to manage his strength. "The previous attack did not injure me." Xue Xiaoran's eyes indeed burned with fervor, and the sword had transformed him, rendering him as sharp as its blade. "Brother, once more." Junior brother Bei Bei was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the fiery gaze of Xue Xiaoran. "Let him continue. If he cannot withstand it, I shall intercede." An ancient voice resonated from a nearby tree. Everyone turned their gaze and bowed respectfully. "Elder Xian." "You may continue your training," Elder Xian replied, wiping his mouth as he resumed devouring a chicken leg. Bei Bei took a deep breath, astonished that the ordinary sparring session among senior and junior disciples was being observed by Elder Xian. However, his presence alleviated Bei Bei's concerns about the intensity of his attacks. At last, Shrek's mentor had taken a moment to engage in human affairs. Xue Xiaoran silently recited a phrase within his heart and glanced at Elder Xian, whose smug expression compelled him to avert his gaze. That insufferable brat. Elder Xian, with a fierce countenance, gnawed on a chicken leg as if he were tearing into a person. If that kid enters Shrek Academy, I shall beat him 8 times a day. 8 times is far too few, at least 10. Xue Xiaoran shifted his gaze, directing his emerald eyes, ablaze with ethereal flames, towards Bei Bei, and softly said, "Senior brother, let us commence." Indeed, Bei Bei nodded, and the fourth soul ring erupted in a burst of violet light. Ahead of a blue lightning tyrant dragon, shimmering with the essence of thunder, materialized behind Bei Bei, representing his fourth soul ring, the apex of singular assault. The dragon's head seemed almost tangible, slightly ajar, emitting a resounding roar. Dragon's roar. Xue Xiaoran couldn't help but smile as he raised his sword. His hand no longer trembled. All negative influences within him were shielded by a toxic barrier, and his complexion flushed with exhilaration. Thunder Dragon's head. Bei Bei bellowed, swiftly leaping towards Xue Xiaoran as the dragon head roared ferociously, unleashed by his fist. One punch, one dragon. Xue Xiaoran laughed heartily, unperturbed by the impending attack that could obliterate him without resistance. A peculiar radiance suddenly blossomed upon his sword. The blade resembled a tranquil autumn lake, as if freshly drawn from the ice and snow, exuding a chilling mist. It was Xue Xiaoran who had converged the frigid poison from that mist onto his sword. Infused with boundless pride and momentum, he executed the final move of the snow slaughter sword, an icy storm revealing its lethal intent. Observing the approaching dragon head, Xue Xiaoran chuckled, promptly raising his sword. His blade cleaved through the tumultuous thunder, piercing directly into the dragon's head. Roar! The blue lightning tyrant dragon roared thunderously, ultimately unleashing layers of thunder that crashed against Xue Xiaoran's sword. "Break for me!" Xue Xiaoran shouted, and the sword's brilliance erupted as he swiftly unleashed 18 strikes of the snow slaughter sword. A furious dragon's roar resonated throughout the simulated training ground. Xue Xiaoran spat blood, forcefully propelled away, yet a profound energy coursed through him in midair. "I did it," he murmured with a smile, only to feel himself being caught by an unseen hand. Elder Xian, still gnawing on his chicken leg, cast a displeased glance at Xue Xiaoran, who met Elder Xian's gaze. Unable to restrain himself, Elder Xian hurled him roughly to the ground. Xue Xiaoran clutched his behind, sensing his soul power beginning to circulate rapidly. He swiftly calmed his heart and commenced the ascent to rank 30. Surprisingly, he withstood it. Bei Bei suddenly unleashed a technique that consumed an immense amount of soul power. Feeling a rush of emptiness in his body, observing Xue Xiaoran sitting cross-legged in a state of breakthrough, he was somewhat astonished. Xian Lao wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed, declaring, "This lad is no ordinary person. He is truly a prodigy." At this moment, Wang Dong approached with a hint of concern, only to be halted by Xian Lao's hand. "This little monster requires tranquility for his cultivation. No one must disturb him. Then I shall safeguard him. So shall I." Chapter 67, A Sense of Unease. The robust soul power surged through every corner of Xue Xiaoran's body, prompting him to take a deep breath and compress the overwhelming energy within. A crackling sound resonated through his bones, causing a trickle of sweet blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his momentum continued to ascend. It was as if a single punch could shatter the barrier of level 30, causing the atmosphere around him to swell dramatically. Transitioning from level 29 to level 30 signified a qualitative leap. Long before, Xue Xiaoran could have forcibly ascended to level 30, but he had always felt that something was missing, a stimulating catalyst. He finally coughed up a mouthful of blood tinged with a hint of purple and rose to his feet. From the moment he sat in meditation to the conclusion of his breakthrough, less than an hour had elapsed, astonishing even Xian Lao with his rapid progress. "Thank you." Xue Xiaoran bowed slightly to the astonished Bei Bei. Wang Dong couldn't help but laugh at this scene. "Junior brother you." Bei Bei wiped his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, a bittersweet smile on his face. "Come, let us have another match." Xue Xiaoran extended his right hand, gesturing for Bei Bei to join him. Bei Bei glanced at Xian Lao, who nodded before vanishing from sight. Clearly, Xian Lao was quite assured. "Let us go?" Bei Bei's palm transformed once more into a dragon's claw, and they instantly clashed with each other. Time flew by, and 5 days had passed since Xue Xiaoran reached level 30, which meant he would soon return to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy to commence his second year of studies. During these days, Wang Dong and he were inseparable, aware that these were Xue Xiaoran's final days at the academy. Every evening, Wang Dong, transformed into Wang Donger, elicited a series of wry smiles from Xue Xiaoran. After Tang Wudong's memories were sealed, Wang Donger became more straightforward, no longer engaging in the frequent quarrels of the past. On this day, Xue Xiaoran was set to leave Shrek Academy. The departure was a day earlier than planned, as he intended to venture once more into the Star Doe Forest to hunt for a suitable 1,000-year soul beast. Currently, he was in Wang Dong's dormitory, organizing his belongings and placing his bedding into his ring. Wang Dong sat silently on his bed, hugging his knees. his eyes reflecting a turmoil of emotions that betrayed his calm demeanor. We shall likely meet again at the Youth Soul Master competition. Xue Xiaoran never concealed his radiant smile when it came to Wang Dong. He beamed brightly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke softly. However, the Soul Master competition was still a year away. Wang Dong began to exhibit a rare stubbornness. Indeed, it would be a year before I could reunite with Dong. Xue Xiaoran chuckled lightly, his voice gentle. Before long, he had completed the organization of his belongings, feeling unburdened. Don't go. Wang Dong grasped Xue Xiaoran's hand tightly, her pastel blue eyes revealing profound reluctance. Donger. Xue Xiaoran took a moment to soothe Wang Dong's emotions, sitting beside her and resting her head against his chest. You must work hard during this time, do you understand? He said, smiling as he patted her back softly. I understand. Wang Dong murmured quietly. Then, her cheeks flushed slightly as she pressed her lips against the side of Xue Xiaoran's face. He was momentarily taken aback, watching as Wang Dong, blushing and turning away shyly, took a while to process what had just transpired. You. Xue Xiaoran opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, ultimately settling into a helpless smile. He was somewhat puzzled by matters of the heart, aware only that he wished to protect Wang Dong in the future, which was sufficient for him. However, it appeared that Wang Dong understood much more than he did. With a wry smile, he stood up and adjusted his attire. Wang Dong, covering her flushed face, dared not look at Xue Xiaoran. She too had experienced anxiety. Upon learning of their betrothal, she felt both happiness and a lingering sorrow. The cause of her unease was Xue Xiaoran's perpetual calmness. One could never discern his innermost thoughts from his expression, which instilled a sense of insecurity. Xue Xiaoran never explicitly voiced his desires or displayed his emotions openly, while others might not notice. Wang Dong could sometimes decipher when his smiles were insincere or when his anger was a fade to achieve a goal. This left her with a profound sense of unease. What if, when he was with me, it was merely a charade, entirely fabricated? This disquiet made Wang Dong feel increasingly unsettled. Xiaoran Gij, may I ask you something? Wang Dong mustered her courage to inquire, her cheeks still flushed. Xue Xiaoran halted before the door, glancing back at Wang Dong seated on the bed. Xiaoran Gij, do you like me? Despite her shyness, Wang Dong posed the question. Like. Xue Xiaoran tilted his head, responding nonchalantly. Like, I have heard many people say it, such as the seniors at the academy. A brief I like you. Yet, I have never comprehended that emotion, nor have I experienced it. Wang Dong's complexion paled, her fingers growing increasingly cold. However, if you are asking how I perceive you. As Xue Xiaoran's words lingered unfinished, a gentle smile graced her lips. Having known you since childhood, I had already resolved to protect you for a lifetime. If affection signifies the joy derived from our time together, devoid of any sense of weariness, then I must confess I am indeed fond of you. To me, the term like appears rather insipid and feeble. It would be more fitting to employ a more tangible expression. Before Xue Xiaoran could complete her thought, she was abruptly enveloped in Wang Dong's embrace. You fool, how could you deceive me? Wang Dong's powder blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as the previous unease transformed into fervent love and a profound sense of fulfillment. This emotional metamorphosis stirred a tempest within her, prompting her to clench her fist and strike Xue Xiaoran with fervor. Xue Xiaoran winced in pain, yet dared not utter a word. Do you still dare to resist with your soul power? Wang Dong glared fiercely. I dare not. Whatever you say goes, my lady, Xue Xiaoran replied, hunching her shoulders in acceptance of the tempestuous onslaught of fists. Your son truly is intolerable. In the divine realm, Tang San, observing the events unfolding in Douluo Continent before a grand sphere, couldn't help but slam his hand on the table in exasperation. Do you not feel any remorse for uttering such words? Your daughter is currently assaulting my son. Xue Leihan shot a disapproving glance at Tang San as he watched the one-sided barrage unfold on the screen. Your son was the one who bullied my Wutong first. Why don't you check if my son retaliated? The two exchanged glances for a moment before simultaneously drawing their swords. Come, let me teach you a lesson. They both let out a fierce cry and charged at each other. Chapter 68, Divine Realm Brawl. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the Divine Realm was engulfed in thunderous roars. Your son spends every day in close proximity with his senior, while Wutong is left alone in Shrek. It is all your son's fault. The Shura sword sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blood that intersected with a violet sword light. Why don't you mention how your daughter torments my Xiaoran daily? If it weren't for her good temperament, would she even entertain your daughter's advances? Xue Leihan, unusually agitated, unleashed a torrent of curses. Tang San's fury intensified, his shouts growing louder. Not far from the law enforcement conference, the two mightiest deities were fiercely clashing. Here we go again, sighed Xiaolu, observing helplessly from a distance. 3 days of minor squabbles, 5 days of major brawls. I've grown accustomed to it," said Dai Mubai, lounging nearby with an air of exasperation. "It's all due to their fervent love for their children. There's nothing to be done," Yu Feng remarked. "Stop talking. Soon the flames of battle will reach us," Oscar whispered. Alas, both Dugu Yin and Xiao Wu sighed in unison, turning to the female cohort behind them. "If a fight breaks out, do not indulge in their madness. Let us retreat for afternoon tea." "I concur." "So do I," chimed the wives of the first and second tier gods in agreement. Indeed, it was not long before the two combatants erupted in a resounding roar. "Where's my Tiendo? Where's my Shrek?" A sigh escaped the lips of the onlooking youths, who reluctantly parted their ranks. "Xue, let us vanquish them," Osro exclaimed with a boisterous laugh, relishing the chaos. "Brother, let us advance." In an instant, the flames enveloped Ma Hongjun, and a phoenix vaguely materialized behind him. Both factions unleashed a thunderous battle cry, charging towards their adversaries, signaled by Yu Tianheng's clap of thunder. "Fight!" Xue Xiaoran remained oblivious to the fact that since he and Tang Wudong descended to the mortal realm, his father and father-in-law had been clashing every few days. Had he known, he might have sought refuge in another world, wishing to avoid a thrashing from Tang San. Accompanied by Tanya and Bei Bei, he ambled toward the campus gates. "Junior brother, you must diligently practice Tang's sect's techniques. They may yield unexpected results in combat," Bei Bei said, his voice laced with concern, which Xue Xiaoran keenly sensed. "Little Xiaoran, do hurry to Shrek Academy," Tanya said, playfully ruffling his short hair with a smile. "Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya, and thank you, Senior brother." As Xue Xiaoran reached the school gates, he bowed deeply to the two. Bei Bei promptly helped him up, patting his shoulder. After nodding once more, Xue Xiaoran turned to leave. Bei Bei and Tanya exchanged knowing smiles, watching as Xue Xiaoran's figure gradually faded from view. Not long after, traversing the bustling streets, he soon arrived at the city's outskirts, where Tsang Xue was basking in the sun against a nearby tree. "Uncle Tsang Xue," Xue Xiaoran called out with a smile as he approached. "Young master," Tsang Xue replied, leaping down with utmost respect. "Where are we headed now?" "To the Star Doe Forest. I have reached level 30 and wish to hunt for a soul ring." "Very well." A smile graced Tsang Xue's lips, but suddenly his expression shifted, his gaze sharpening like that of a wolf as he peered towards Shrek City. "Uncle Tsang Xue?" Noticing the change in Tsang Xue's demeanor, Xue Xiaoran turned to look as well, but found nothing amiss. "An old monster in Shrek has spotted me," Tsang Xue murmured. "They seem to have no intention of striking." "Young master, let us depart." "Agreed." Grasping Tsang Xue's large hand, the two vanished from their location in an instant. Within Shrek City, Elder Xian slowly withdrew his gaze, feeling a sudden ache in his eyes. He had unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage in that brief exchange of glances. The piercing stare akin to that of a wolf and a sharp sword had compelled him to awkwardly defend himself. Initially, he had merely been concerned for Xue Xiaoran and directed his gaze towards him, but to his surprise, the young man perceived it as a challenge and retaliated. "That individual possesses a greater soul power than I," Elder Xian mused, realizing he was likely one of the ultimate Douluos from the free and unfettered sword sect. Indeed, that lad was truly of their lineage. Upon uttering these words, he rubbed his eyes and cursed vehemently, expressing his intent to exact vengeance on that young lad the next time he entered Shrek Academy. Under the oppressive gaze of Tsang Xue, a millennium-old poison scale lizard lay feigning death upon the ground with remarkable ease. "This one, is it not a problem, young master?" Tsang Xue chuckled, flipping the seemingly lifeless creature onto its back. "I hope it grants me a supportive skill." Xue Xiaoran swiftly plunged his dagger into the lizard's chest, which struggled momentarily in a symbolic manner as a violet soul ring gradually emerged in the air. He withdrew the dagger, gently caressing the violet soul ring with one hand before settling down to absorb its essence. Xue Xiaoran entered a meditative state, while Tsang Xue sat behind him, patiently awaiting the completion of the soul ring absorption. However, it was not long before Tsang Xue's expression darkened. "Come forth," he said slowly, his voice laced with an arrogance that could ignite fury in anyone. "Senior," came the voice of a figure draped in black robes, two dragon horns adorning his head. His face taut with tension, it was Beast God Emperor Tian. "What brings you here?" Tsang Xue responded coldly, his eyes radiating a sharp intent. It became evident that the senior had connections to this young man, broadening Emperor Tian's horizons. His words, although seemingly respectful, were tinged with disdain. In his eyes, Tsang Xue had strayed far from the path of spirit beasts and was no longer worthy of such a title. Neither Tsang Xue nor his companions, Niu Tian and Titan, were deserving. "How do you wish to die?" Tsang Xue smiled, a benign expression that only served to darken Emperor Tian's countenance, causing him to subtly retreat. "Regardless, I shall summon a beast tide, and we shall see if you can prevent it," Emperor Tian huffed, turning to depart. "Have I permitted you to leave?" Song Xue's leisurely voice echoed from behind, compelling Emperor Tian to halt in his tracks. You, little dragon, possess quite the audacity, Song Xue remarked. Even if the dragon god were to appear, do you truly believe he could contend with the pantheon of gods? Shura can endure. But what of Shura's judgment and the trio of angels? Song Xue's wolf-like eyes glimmered with mockery. Do not overestimate yourself and your master. Do not emerge only to be subdued shortly thereafter. You, Emperor Tian bellowed, feeling a raging inferno ignite within him, unstable energy coursing through his body. Crack! Song Xue seized him by the throat, lifting him high. Do not provoke me, nor attempt to challenge me. My young master is beyond your reach, is he not? He is already imbued with the fortune of the starred doe forest. You cannot kill him, but rather, you must protect him. His countenance was cold as he cast Emperor Tian aside. After 10 millennia, I suggest you reconsider your views on humanity, little dragon, Song Xue stated with solemnity. Tian let out a cough, a flicker of contemplation passing through his dark eyes before he turned and departed without a word. This little dragon has become quite arrogant, he mused. Chapter 69, Illusory Poison. Yet, you lack the prowess to challenge us, Song Xue remarked with a cold smirk, gazing in the direction of Tian's departure. A purple soul ring materialized beside Xue Xiaoran, whose countenance began to darken. Young master, what sort of soul skill have you acquired? Song Xue inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Xue Xiaoran sighed. I have obtained an entirely new poison, illusory poison, which can conjure illusions before the opponent's eyes, rendering them incapable of combat. Truly impressive, young master. Song Xue replied with a beaming smile. Xue Xiaoran felt a wave of exhaustion. Every soul skill he encountered seemed to be aggressive, leaving him to wonder about his role as a control-type soul master. We should not delay. Let us depart for the Xiaoyao sword sect at once. Agreed, Xue Xiaoran nodded, grasping Song Xue's hand. The two transformed into a swift breeze, swiftly departing the Star Doe forest. Before leaving, Song Xue cast a disdainful smirk towards the adjacent forest, subtly shaking his head. Can the mere dragon god contend against 3? No, against a multitude of gods. The strategy of numbers would surely drown him. Upon returning to Sword City, Xue Xiaoran sought out Xue, knowing that with his swordsmanship, he could not gain immediate entry into the Xiaoyao sword sect. The two disciples stationed at the sect's entrance proved to be a formidable challenge. Outside the soul-fighting arena, Xue Xiaoran spotted Xue sitting on a bench, his complexion pale, as if he had been gravely ill. Senior, what has happened to you? Xue Xiaoran approached, concerned. Xue wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, Indeed. There are always stronger individuals beyond the horizon. I have spent my days in the academy, immersed in training, oblivious to the world outside. How short-sighted I have been. His once sharp determination had considerably waned, clearly having learned much from his battles. We are preparing to return to the academy. So soon? Is the holiday nearly over? Xue murmured, having lost all sense of time amidst the days and nights spent in the arena. For him, the intoxicating feeling of relentless sword training and daily progress was unparalleled. Alas, Xue lamented, shaking his head. Xue Xiaoran couldn't help but be speechless. He had not expected Xue to be such a combat enthusiast. After a brief rest, the two enjoyed a lunch in Sword City before embarking on their journey back to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The distance from Sword City to the Royal City was neither too far nor too near, and with their swift strides, they arrived safely at the academy a few days later. At the school gates, they encountered students returning from their holidays, and as Xue Xiaoran and Xue parted ways, it was evident that their ages and courses were entirely different. With the true start of classes still some time away, Xue Xiaoran felt a tinge of boredom and thus returned to his dormitory to begin organizing his belongings. His roommate, Nangong Ling, seemed to have returned to the Nangong clan in the Star Luo Empire, leaving him to relish the tranquility. Xue Xiaoran gently lowered his quilt and spread his books across the table, simultaneously retrieving a second-level soul guide core, a treasure he had acquired during his recent visit to the auction house. The serene atmosphere, devoid of any distractions, coupled with the incessant movement of his pen, elicited a contented sigh from him. He realized that the essence of a second-level soul guide lies in its intricate soul power channels, which are far more complex than those of the first level. Cradling the soul core delicately, Xue Xiaoran examined it closely and soon reached a conclusion. He attempted to channel his soul power into the core, and before long, it radiated a luminous purple glow. Indeed, it was crafted by the senior sister, and the quality was extraordinary. Gently caressing the core, he felt as if he were touching the skin of a beloved. Unbeknownst to him, a finely crafted ice-carving knife had appeared in his hand, and mimicking the gestures of the senior sister, he began to sculpt in the air. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Xue Xiaoran finally emerged from the realm of the soul guide, the sky had darkened. He gazed out the window and observed the lights of soul guides illuminating the academy, casting a soft glow over the surroundings. Feeling a slight hunger, he closed his book and made his way to the dining hall. The number of students around was sparse, a consequence of the holiday not yet having fully concluded. He opted for an extravagant noble kinkala meal. As he lightly tapped the soul guide at the serving station and presented his student ID, the golden soul coins were automatically deducted. It must be said, the convenience provided by the soul guide was remarkable. Dragging his tray in search of an empty seat, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Senior Sister Nana sat at a distant table, dining alone. Initially, Xue Xiaoran had no intention of approaching her, but the subtle sorrow etched on her brow caught his attention. He sighed. Ever since his departure, her demeanor had been somewhat off. What could have transpired? Senior Sister Nana, it's been a while, he said calmly as he approached her table, only to find her consuming the most mundane of meals. Knowing that her family belonged to the nobility of the Sun Moon Empire, he wondered if she was deliberately choosing to endure hardship. Junior, Senior Sister Nana exclaimed, her emotions visibly more turbulent than she had anticipated. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice hoarse and hauntingly fragile. It was evident that her throat bore the marks of excessive weeping. Xue Xiaoran was taken aback. What could have happened? He still held a measure of kindness towards the senior sister who had aided him significantly. He promptly took a seat and inquired gently, Senior Sister, what troubles you? Startled, Senior Sister Nana quickly shook her head. Such matters were not to be shared with her junior. It's nothing, just some issues at home, she replied, forcing a smile that was tinged with bitterness. As the snow gently fell, Xue Xiaoran's eyes flickered with a glimmer of concern as he remarked, Is that so? Senior, you should rest well. It seems you have not slept enough. He gestured towards his own eyes, indicating that Senior Nana was already showing signs of dark circles. Thank you for your concern, Junior. I've had enough to eat, Nana replied, holding her unfinished dinner, casting a glance at Xue Xiaoran. In that fleeting gaze, emotions intertwined, shame, tenderness, fear, surprise, and a hint of admiration. Xue Xiaoran placed his chopsticks down, lost in contemplation. The troubles at home were nothing but a fade. Even an ordinary person could discern the insincerity in Nana's words, let alone him. Yet, that fleeting look held a deeper significance, a silent plea for help. After pondering for a moment, Xue Xiaoran shook his head, realizing he was not quite like his former self. Having spent such an extended time contemplating another's affairs, I am not a meddlesome gentleman. Truly, I am overstepping, he mused to himself, managing a sardonic smile as he stuffed food into his mouth. Chapter 70, Nana's Anomaly. The second semester at the Royal Soul Guidance Academy commenced, ushered in by new courses and a new teaching assistant. This elder, whom Xue Xiaoran had encountered a few times, was affectionately referred to as Old Zhou by the students. Alongside the new term, there was the imminent Youth Soul Master Competition, where hundreds of academies would vie for the esteemed title of champion. This year's competition was set to be held in the capital of the Xinglua Empire, which had begun preparations for a grand event well in advance. Upon hearing the location, Xue Xiaoran felt an even greater aversion towards the current Su family lineage. He wished for nothing more than to see it eradicated. He held no respect for the hypocrites seated upon the throne. While the divine realm was not to interfere in mortal affairs, Xue Xiaoran found himself firmly entrenched in the human world, resolute in his preparation to reclaim the throne for the Dai family. Ancient Tianyuan and Old Zhou collaboratively instructed on the swift utilization of martial souls and soul skills, as well as the formidable nature of martial soul fusion techniques. Xue Xiaoran had long comprehended all theoretical knowledge, his attentiveness split between the lecture and stimulating his sea of consciousness. In this manner, a selection competition loomed just 3 days ahead, where those who distinguished themselves would enter the Royal Soul Guidance Academy's team as substitutes. Old Zhou's voice resonated with vigor, defying his age. How many will be selected, teacher? 3 to 4, perhaps, Old Zhou chuckled, stroking his beard. Ancient Tianyuan also narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Xue Xiaoran twirled a pen, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. This tedious selection competition could easily be passed with leniency. The classmates exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of regret and discontent. Among the 3 most formidable individuals present, their inclusion in the school's team is a certainty. Thus, the remaining position shall be contested among the 5 classes. Naturally, the 3 least competent classes can be disregarded. When it comes to sheer class, the potency of their martial spirits and their fusion techniques will undoubtedly allow some individuals here to achieve great feats. Seeing that his provocation was effective, Elder Gu could not help but smile with satisfaction, casting a glance at Xue Xiaoran before departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Gu Tianyuan lingered in the classroom, slowly stating, "You all should recall the soul assessment conducted by the upperclassmen upon your enrollment." The crowd nodded, recognizing it as their first exposure to the high teaching standards of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of Sun and Moon. You are likely aware of the significance of credits, which can be utilized to acquire desired items at the auction house. Each year, new transfer students or recruits must undergo this soul assessment. This is a rare opportunity one have secured from the principal for you to earn credits. You will serve as upperclassmen in the Royal Soul Engineer Academy, conducting the soul assessment with this year's transfer students. A resounding victory will, of course, yield substantial credits. Gu Tianyuan narrowed his eyes with a smile, adding that participation is entirely voluntary. Those in need of credits should seize this opportunity. With that, he shrugged and exited the classroom. The atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably, though a sense of worry lingered. The formidable trio of Xue Xiaoran, Meng Hongchun, and Xiao Hongchun would likely dominate the school team, which left many feeling discontented. Are we going? Meng Hongchun inquired softly, seemingly oblivious to the gazes around her. My dear sister, do you need credits? Xiao Hongchun did not directly respond to Meng Hongchun's query. After pondering for a moment, Meng Hongchun replied, I bought some cultivation elixirs at the auction house last time, and I have very few credits left. Jing Hongchun had become increasingly strict with Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, insisting that they manage everything independently, including resources and the elixirs or soul tools required for cultivation, all to foster their autonomy. Thus, it was understandable that Meng Hongchun had depleted her credits. Then let's go. After all, it's just a match, isn't it? Xiao Hongchun shrugged, currently lacking for nothing, and thought it would be nice to accompany his sister. Xiaoran, are you going? Meng Hongchun, disregarding her brother's increasingly dark expression, playfully leaned closer to Xue Xiaoran. Startled by her address, Xue Xiaoran instinctively leaned back. Upon reflection, she realized she did not need to review anything, and the soul tool classes were not overly demanding. Moreover, the price of that engraving knife had nearly drained her credits. After some contemplation, Xue Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Wonderful, Meng Hongchun exclaimed with a grin, making a victory gesture. I'm off to attend my soul tool class, Xue Xiaoran said, nodding nonchalantly as she stepped out of the classroom first. With a dismissive pout, Xiao Hongchun placed the book into the ring and began to delve into the study of soul guide devices, leaving Meng Hongchun blushing and giggling softly. In an unusual display, senior sister Nana maintained an unusual silence during the study session, but only the observant could detect the restraint she seemed to impose upon herself. As if suppressing the urge to weep, her heart felt somewhat lifeless. Xue Xiaoran found this behavior peculiar. The usually talkative Nana was uncharacteristically mute, yet despite his curiosity, he refrained from disturbing her. His carving knife deftly maneuvered in his hand, swiftly etching 3 soul power channels into a piece of material. He had become increasingly adept at sculpting the soul core for a primary soul guide device, and the time required for completion had significantly diminished. Before long, a beautifully crafted primary soul core emerged, glowing with a faint blue luminescence, eliciting a smile from Xue Xiaoran. Indeed, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Having reduced the sculpting time to merely half an hour, Nana gazed at the blue glow, momentarily entranced. Under its radiance, her somewhat haggard visage left Xue Xiaoran momentarily speechless. Senior sister, what has transpired? He inquired gently as he placed the soul core into the ring. Nana trembled slightly, her gaze soft yet tinged with timidity as she looked at him. She shook her head and murmured, Junior, I truly am fine. Do you think I am blind? Xue Xiaoran replied softly. Nana opened her mouth, ultimately releasing a quiet sigh. It is perhaps better that you remain unaware of this matter. I do not wish for you to know such things, she said, her tone a bittersweet blend of laughter and tears. With her backpack clutched to her chest, she departed the study room prematurely. What could it be? This only fuels my curiosity further, Xue Xiaoran thought as he returned his attention to the book. Chapter 71, The Shadowless Kick. After the study session concluded, Xue Xiaoran strolled alone towards the school gate, where the new student soul combat assessment was to take place. It seemed that the transfer students' assessments had been delayed due to the afternoon's sluggish pace, necessitating the evening's scheduling for the soul combat evaluation. As Xue Xiaoran leisurely approached the assessment venue, he noticed a considerable number of spectators seated high above, while several teachers busily scribbled notes on paper nearby. Xue Xiaoran mused that this scene mirrored his own entrance examination at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, albeit with a change in identity. Scanning the crowd, he even spotted several acquaintances, including the 2 girls he had kicked away during the competition, the foolish tiger whom he had sent crashing to the ground with a single slap, and the brown-skinned boy who had received a whip kick to the face amidst a brawl. He randomly selected a seat and observed that Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun were seated not far away, with Meng Hongchun slowly rising to approach the soul combat stage. It appeared they had arrived long before him. Xue Xiaoran shrugged lightly and cast a glance at her opponent. An ordinary plant-type martial soul was no match for the toxic prowess of the toad. The venom inherently dominated the plant type. Not to mention that Meng Hongqian possessed combat experience that was leagues ahead of the past. Meng Hongqian stepped onto the soul fighting arena first. Upon noticing the young boy across from her blushing, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her own beauty. Ahem. The teacher beside them coughed gently, and the boy immediately regained his composure, conjuring a thorny flower in his hand. Xue Xiaoran lost interest in watching further and diverted her gaze to the ceiling. Lost in thought, with so many transfer students present, it mattered little who was first or last. Eventually, it would be her turn. Before long, the boy fell defeated at Meng Hongqian's hands. His face darkened as he tumbled off the stage. Meng Hongqian nodded calmly, surveying her surroundings. And upon noticing that Xue Xiaoran was not watching her, she pouted slightly. Next, I shall take my turn. In an instant, another student raised their hand. After all, these were precious credits, symbolizing the ability to indulge in the auction house. They finally understood why so many upperclassmen had participated in the soul combat assessments back then. While Xue Xiaoran contemplated her training and the matters concerning senior sister Nana, she noticed that Nana seemed to harbor some unspoken troubles. Frowning slightly, she realized that her own emotions had also been quite askew lately. By the time she accepted her fate, it would be too late. With a sigh, Xue Xiaoran shifted her gaze back to the soul fighting arena. As she pondered her training, several students took to the stage, teaching the transfer students a lesson. Both Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian had fought on stage, and each student only had one opportunity to teach the newcomers. Xue Xiaoran relaxed her shoulders and rose nonchalantly. The teacher beside her, upon seeing Xue Xiaoran stand, unconsciously nodded in acknowledgement. They had listened to the dean of the mirror talk for a long time about how powerful the new students were, yet they had never witnessed one truly fighting before their eyes. Next, I shall take my turn, Xue Xiaoran stated plainly. Very well. The referee teacher, evidently remembering Xue Xiaoran, offered her a friendly smile. Xue Xiaoran's opponent, also a newcomer, appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary boy. Onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. This boy had no inkling of the formidable strength that stood before him within the academy. My martial soul is the diamond ape, senior. Be cautious. The boy suddenly shouted. 2 soul rings appearing on either side of him. At the same time, his previously slender figure surged, muscles bulging, adding several inches to his height in an instant. A strong attack-type martial soul manifestation. Xue Xiaoran remained unfazed, reflecting that to achieve such a transformation with just 2 soul rings was quite impressive. He extended his hands and shook them, causing the yellow and purple soul rings behind him to appear, prompting the surrounding students to murmur among themselves. To their astonishment, he possessed 3 soul rings. With a huff, Xiao Hongqian expressed a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. How impressive, the 3rd soul ring is also purple, remarked Meng Hongqian. Clapping in delight, the referee cleared his throat and called for silence. The previously chaotic scene gradually settled down following his authoritative shout, yet whispers remained inevitable. In order to uphold the esteemed reputation of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy, he felt compelled to act decisively. Begin, the referee commanded, signaling the start of the match. The younger student transformed into a golden giant ape and unleashed his 2nd soul skill right from the outset. His massive fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled toward Xue Xiaoran's face. Unperturbed, Xue Xiaoran took a step back, and a flash of purple light gleamed in his azure eyes, causing the enormous fist to crash into the arena floor before him. The platform, crafted with exceptional quality, did not tremble or shatter under the immense force of the blow. Xue Xiaoran smiled, and his 2nd soul ring flickered brightly, enveloping the arena in a kaleidoscope of mist reminiscent of spring's vibrant hues. The young combatant's expression shifted, sensing an unusual sensation in his chest and lungs, which soon began to itch slightly. My martial spirit embodies the essence of ultimate poison. Prolonging this encounter will not work in your favor, Xue Xiaoran stated candidly. Upon hearing the word poison, the urgency in the young man's demeanor intensified, compelling him to recklessly continue swinging his fists at Xue Xiaoran. With piercing clarity, Xue Xiaoran perceived the arc and force of the incoming strikes. His acute awareness revealed the subtleties of the young man's muscular movements, directional intent, and even the minute changes in his facial expressions. Simultaneously, he discerned the openings in the young man's defense. With a swift glimmer in his eyes, Xue Xiaoran delivered a precise kick to the young man's right shoulder, causing his left fist to swing wildly in vain, leading to an instant loss of balance. With a subtle smile, Xue Xiaoran's feet transformed into phantom-like images, striking the young man repeatedly. Each kick landed squarely on vital points. It was the first time Xue Xiaoran showcased the prowess of the shadowless kick in front of others. The shadowless kick served not only for evasion, but also for combat. The young man let out a painful howl, his eyes turning crimson, as he lunged at Xue Xiaoran in a frenzied state, seemingly devoid of reason. A commendable display of courage, Xue Xiaoran remarked coolly. He then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the 100-flower poison within the young man's body erupted, his cheeks blossoming with an array of colors reminiscent of spring, before he was violently slammed to the ground. Xue Xiaoran bowed to the spectators, and the referee nodded in satisfaction. He then turned away, leaving behind an impressive and striking silhouette. Chapter 72, The Holy Spirit. Xue Xiaoran decisively concluded the battle and, under the gaze of the crowd, stepped out of the arena. There was no longer any need for him to linger here. He ambled out of the Soul Arena, making his way back to the dormitory. A peculiar aura enveloped the air, one that evoked an uncomfortable sensation. Suddenly, the Ice Emperor spoke within his consciousness. Is it directed at me? Xue Xiaoran inquired. No, not exactly. It appears to be a clandestine release of energy, not specifically targeting anyone, came the reply. Is that so? Should we investigate? Xue Xiaoran mused slowly. I would advise against it, as that aura leaves me feeling quite uneasy. To be precise, it seems to emanate from a malevolent source. Could it be an evil soul master? Xue Xiaoran pondered for a moment before finally stating. Do you know what an evil soul master is? The Ice Emperor asked with curiosity. An evil soul master is one whose martial spirit is not only wicked but whose mind and body are equally corrupted, Xue Xiaoran murmured, then began to move forward. Are you truly intent on going? Are you not afraid of being killed? No, I merely wish to observe from a distance, Xue Xiaoran replied, shaking his head as he retracted the surrounding aura into his body, rendering himself akin to an ordinary person. Those at a distance would not perceive his presence unless they made a deliberate effort to sense him. Be cautious. I will help you conceal your aura. The Ice Emperor whispered. Understood, Xue Xiaoran nodded, carefully advancing step by step along the path indicated by the Ice Emperor, akin to a leisurely stroll after dinner. However, the normally vibrant campus felt unnervingly cold under the subtle psychological influence of that aura, the chilling soul-guiding devices casting a faint, eerie glow. Xue Xiaoran felt nothing amiss, though the Ice Emperor, upon witnessing the surrounding scene in his consciousness, was momentarily startled and quickly reassured himself that all was well. Following the Ice Emperor's guidance, he arrived at the rear of the campus, where towering soul-guiding device fences stood, preventing unauthorized individuals or soul beasts from breaching the walls. In a secluded corner, Xue Xiaoran stumbled upon a narrow crawl space, hidden away in the shadows of a bend. Had it not been for his use of the purple-level magic eye, he might not have discovered this small opening swiftly. Proceed with caution. There are no teachers to protect you beyond the campus, the Ice Emperor warned. Xue Xiaoran nodded and maneuvered his body through the small hole, slowly making his way outside. Beyond lay a forest, devoid of light at night, where the dense foliage obscured the sky. Xue Xiaoran cautiously followed the aura, minding his steps. He treaded lightly over any twig or dry leaf that might betray his presence, reducing his movements to a near standstill. Any misstep could potentially alert that ominous presence to his existence. In the depths of Xue Xiaoran's intuition, that enigmatic presence seemed intimately connected to the recent peculiar behavior of Senior Sister Nana. The essence, elusive and capricious, would have gone unnoticed by anyone had it not been for the Ice Emperor's existence. Before long, the Ice Emperor halted Xue Xiaoran's advance once more. Proceed any further, and you shall expose yourself, the Ice Emperor urged, urgency lacing his tone. Understood. Then I shall conceal myself here, Xue Xiaoran acquiesced, nodding as he silently ascended a tree. From his elevated vantage point, he gained a broader perspective. Although night had descended, the faint moonlight allowed him to discern distant movements. Is it here yet? Just as Xue Xiaoran curled his body into a tight ball, a voice, raspy like that of a venomous serpent, echoed from nearby. The message has arrived. Xue Xiaoran's eyes flickered with surprise as he heard Senior Sister Nana's subdued tone, more than he had anticipated. A chilling laughter resonated from afar, sending shivers down Xue Xiaoran's spine, while the malevolent aura surged slightly. The Academy's essence. He could only catch fragmented snippets of conversation. Yet it became evident that Senior Sister Nana had infiltrated a sinister organization, assuming the role of a covert agent within the Academy. Wrong. Holy Spirit. The faint murmurs reached him, but two words seized Xue Xiaoran's attention. Holy Spirit. What could the Holy Spirit signify? He fell into a contemplative silence, suppressing the rhythm of his heartbeat, closing his eyes as if to feign slumber, concealing the brilliance within them. It appeared the elder had concluded his discourse, and after a few more eerie chuckles, the sinister aura swiftly permeated every corner of the area he occupied. Xue Xiaoran felt as though his ultimate angelic soul was on the verge of breaking free. He hastily pressed his palm against his neck, stifling his breath to prevent his spirit from erupting forth. They have departed. The elder's voice cackled, and suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, whisking him away. Senior Sister Nana stood motionless, as if awaiting something. After some time, once the figure had receded into the distance, Nana could no longer contain her sorrow and began to weep softly. Xue Xiaoran exhaled in relief, listening to her cries. A heart that had maintained its composure now thudded wildly. Only in such moments could he allow himself a brief respite. Nana wept for a while, then wiped her tears and retraced her steps. Throughout, Xue Xiaoran remained hidden, as if he were merely an ordinary observer. Holy Spirit, or perhaps it is referred to as the Holy Spirit sect, a matter shrouded in mystery. Xue Xiaoran sat amidst the tranquil forest under the night sky, softly murmuring to himself. The recent encounter with the final angel's desire for a martial soul manifestation was quite revealing. The final angel's singular martial soul, Paradise Lost, embodies purification, transforming all power into the essence of nothingness. Although Xue Xiaoran had never wielded it, the overwhelming malevolence he sensed moments ago had proven too formidable for his final angel to contain. The oppressive aura was at least at the level of a soul emperor. With a sigh, he pondered, Nana, what unsavory sect have you entangled yourself with? Reflecting on Nana's tears in the forest, Xue Xiaoran fell into contemplative silence. What indeed? Is the Holy Spirit? Perhaps it is best to consult Uncle Tsangxue. He ought to possess some knowledge. With this resolution, he shrugged, leapt from the tree, and stealthily retraced his steps. The terrifying soul masters loomed in his thoughts. Chapter 73, The Selection for the Chaotic Battle. The shadow of the Holy Spirit lingered above Xue Xiaoran, prompting several days of deep reflection. He had inquired of Uncle Tsangxue from the Carefree Sword sect, but alas, he was as uninformed as Xue Xiaoran. It was Uncle Don Yuan, a seasoned traveler of the continent, who provided insight into the Holy Spirit sect. In essence, the Holy Spirit sect serves as the stronghold of the evil soul masters, a gathering place primarily located within the Sun Moon Empire. Why, then, was Nana, whose martial soul is not that of an evil soul master, drawn into this sect? She appeared neither fallen nor willingly complicit. Rather, she seemed coerced or forced. However, Uncle Don Yuan had no knowledge of the sect's numbers, its leader, or its location. The submerged iceberg, its weight immeasurable, loomed large in his mind. Nana, seemingly unfazed by recent events, continued attending her soul engineering classes daily. Yet, Xue Xiaoran felt an invisible chasm widening between them. He had not considered confronting an entire sect alone, but he would speak with Nana at the appropriate moment. During these days of contemplation, the selection for the honor-laden school team arrived as anticipated. On this day, Nana once again departed the classroom early. Xue Xiaoran's gaze followed her until she vanished from sight. He slowly rose, gathering the scattered components and soul devices from his desk into his ring, and respectfully acknowledged Teacher Xian before leaving the study room. He now possessed the confidence to craft a second-tier soul device, although he had yet to undertake the task himself. Perhaps after this selection for the school team, he would finally put his skills to the test. As Xue Xiaoran walked into the simulated training ground, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, each class was led by their respective homeroom teachers, seated in designated corners. He found the class led by Gu Tianyuan and approached, taking a seat among them. Fortunately, you have not arrived late. Otherwise, even my pleas would not alter the established rules, Gu Tianyuan remarked, squinting his eyes. Thank you, Teacher Gu, Xue Xiaoran replied, cupping his fists in gratitude. The format of the competition is not one-on-one, so do be cautious. Xue Xiaoran blinked and nodded slightly, indicating he had heard. Not engaging in one-on-one duels is preferable, as it spares one from much hassle. If one were to inquire what Xue Xiaoran feared, the answer would be none. Yet, if one were to ask what he cherished, it would be group battles. He had often listened to Dugyubo boast about the dream of a poison master capable of incapacitating 7 or more opponents. This is one of the reasons he often regards himself as a poison master. Before long, students from the 5 classes had congregated in the expansive simulated training arena, bustling with the commotion reminiscent of a market fair. The rules for the selection competition were straightforward. The last 3 individuals standing on the platform would qualify for the school team. As the referee seemed too disinterested even to feign mockery, he clapped his hands and prepared to observe the spectacle from the sidelines. A surge of fervor coursed through Xue Xiaoran's veins. Indeed, the competition rules were exhilarating. Upon hearing the rules, competitors instinctively formed into groups of 3 or 2, casting tense and even hostile glances at the opposing teams. The Royal Academy of Soul Guidance values fierce competition. Strength begets the privilege of more resources. Whether in class or competition, the environment is undeniably ruthless. Xue Xiaoran, shall we form a trio? Xiao Hongshan stepped back slightly, turning to inquire. Xue Xiaoran nodded in agreement, recognizing that teaming up with astute individuals would not be burdensome. At that moment, someone shouted, igniting the chaos of battle. Xue Xiaoran and the siblings, Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshun, positioned themselves back to back, forming a triangle. All three simultaneously summoned their martial souls. It was not only these three who unleashed their martial souls. Every student in the arena followed suit. Suddenly, the simulated training ground was ablaze with a dazzling triad of white, yellow, and purple lights, nearly blinding the observing teachers. The referee silently closed his eyes, awaiting the conclusion of the tumult. Xue Xiaoran's group, surprisingly yet unsurprisingly, attracted considerable attention from many students. They regarded the trio with eager anticipation, thinking to themselves that while they might not prevail in a one-on-one duel, perhaps in a melee, they could drag one of them down. The crowd around the three students swelled, and even knowing their martial souls were poison, they were determined to throw themselves into the fray. "Take them down," shouted a classmate who had been sent flying by Xue Xiaoran's kick, brandishing a long staff with a grin still etched on his face. "Take them down." The crowd echoed in unison, quickly surging forward. A hint of derisive amusement danced on the faces of Xue Xiaoran and Xiao Hongquan, as if to say, "Is it truly you who dares challenge us?" As the second soul ring of Xue Xiaoran suddenly radiated a brilliant purple light, he raised his hands, unleashing a cascade of colorful gas that erupted from his palms, accompanied by a paralyzing toxin. The black and white toad's poison from the siblings, Xiao Hongquan and Meng Hongquan, gradually intertwined with Xue Xiaoran's floral toxin, only to be cleaved apart by a swift motion of his hand. With a resounding explosion, the soul power surged forth like a tempest, dispersing the previously lingering toxins that hovered above them. "Come at me." Xiao Hongquan beckoned to the students surrounding them, whose expressions were grim. "Strike them first. The poison will not take effect immediately," a bronze-skinned youth shouted, his staff shimmering with a white aura as he aimed a blow at the seemingly weakest Meng Hongquan. The surrounding students quickly regained their senses, disregarding the engulfing mist as they unleashed their soul techniques towards the trio. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Meng Hongquan deftly evaded a soul skill capable of shattering the ground, pressing a palm wreathed in white mist against the face of the still-stunned youth. With a commanding cry, she instantly infused the mist into his mouth and nose. The boy felt a delicate hand upon his face, and in the next moment, he was engulfed in a dizzying whirl, losing consciousness once more. Xue Xiaoran delivered a swift kick to the shoulder of an advancing assault-type student, causing him to lose his balance, while Xiao Hongquan swiftly enveloped him in black mist, launching a flurry of finishing blows. After a prolonged skirmish, Xue Xiaoran found no sense of challenge. Rather, he felt a sense of tedium. Indeed, opponents too weak could prove to be a lackluster experience. With agility, he dodged the soul skills of three assault-type soul masters, leaping into the air, executing the ice silkworm poison palm to shatter the binding vines that had risen from the ground. At some point, a level 1 ray soul guide appeared in his hand, and he aimed it at the auxiliary soul master in the back row, whose complexion had already turned pallid from the poison, before pulling the trigger. A flash of red light flickered, and one fell. A lethal strike. Chapter 74. Itching Heart, Deadly Poison. Xue Xiaoran demonstrated to everyone what true invincibility looked like through sheer strength. The ultimate power of one was an experience beyond the comprehension of all present. After battling for a time, not even the hem of Xue Xiaoran's garment had been touched. Even the most patient souls could not help but feel a surge of anger. The crux of the matter was that Xue Xiaoran was inciting hatred in abundance. Despite the relentless onslaught, he maintained an air of ease, his eyelids drooping as if he looked down upon them. Was he truly dismissing them? The leisurely manner in which he fought, akin to a stroll in the garden, infuriated the students, compelling them to attack with renewed fervor. In that moment, the pressure on Xiao Hongquan and Meng Hongquan significantly diminished. Turning to glance back, Xiao Hongquan's eyes widened in surprise. Surrounding Xue Xiaoran were at least a dozen students engaged in an assault, yet he danced nimbly, effortlessly evading all their attacks. The atmosphere was thick with animosity as the number of individuals surrounding Meng Hongquan dwindled, with most being those who cherished her beauty, while only a handful dared to confront her. Meng Hongquan's appearance was of such exceptional beauty that none of the young men could truly bring themselves to act against her. After enduring this struggle for so long, the weariness set in. It was time for them to yield. Xue Xiaoran shook his head, observing the faces of the students besieging him gradually morphing into a myriad of colors, and sighed softly. A frail agility-focused soul master was the first to succumb, clutching his abdomen and scratching frantically at his body. The maddening sensation emanating from his chest felt unbearable. He wished nothing more than to rend himself open and scratch at his very bones. This was the paralyzing effect of the 100 Flowers poison. With arms crossed, Xue Xiaoran spoke indifferently. You must feel an unbearable itch within your bodies, akin to the desire to scratch fervently, as if to extract your very lungs and scratch them thoroughly. Fear not, I shall see who among you can withstand this. With a snap of his fingers, the purple soul rings behind him erupted in radiant violet light. The hidden 100 flowers poison within the students suddenly unleashed its effects, igniting an insatiable itch across their skin, throats, and stomachs. Accompanying this was a wave of dizziness. Some students collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless as they focused solely on their incessant scratching. Nearby, a burst of flames indicated that Yan Yuyin and Yu Linglin had executed a spirit fusion technique, sending a group of students sprawling outside the arena. Xue Xiaoran paid no mind to the moaning students on the ground, kicking away a pest buzzing around Meng Hongchun, while simultaneously dispatching a control-type soul master before him with 2 powerful punches laced with toad poison. What next? Wait until they exhaust their soul power? Xiao Hongchun, observing the impressive display of Yan Yuyin and Yu Linglin in another part of the battlefield, placed his hands on his hips and inquired. Indeed, there is no need to rush in now. Xue Xiaoran nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the process was of little importance compared to the outcome. Ignoring the increasingly distressed and lamenting students behind them, the 3 stood to the side, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle unfolding elsewhere. Meng Hongchun, feeling a twinge of compassion, softly suggested, "Xiaoran, let us relieve them of the poison. They are rather pitiable." Xiao Hongchun frowned, but said nothing. In his view, they should have anticipated the consequences of their actions when they chose to strike against them. Xue Xiaoran calmly nodded, glancing toward the referee nearby, who winked back at him. Understanding the cue, he subtly manipulated his soul power, retracting the toxins from within the students. "You have been eliminated. Please exit the arena." The referee addressed the students with a nod. The students exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of despondency. Despite their utmost efforts, they were unable to overcome Xue Xiaoran, nor had they managed to land a single hit with their soul techniques. In other words, they had failed to even discern Xue Xiaoran's movements. Elder Zhou, observing from the sidelines, remained impassive, contemplating the possibility that many would succumb to despair from this chaotic battle, perhaps even losing their confidence henceforth. This was where the guidance of the homeroom teacher would prove essential. He cleared his throat gently, prompting the class teachers to rise and approach the students who had already exited the arena, initiating a dialogue to analyze the battle situation, albeit in a sporadic manner. Elder Zhou's gaze was fixed upon Xue Xiaoran, a sense of admiration swelling within him. The emergence of a genius inevitably heralded the downfall of many who competed alongside them. Yet the appearance of such a prodigy, at the cost of numerous mediocrities, was undeniably worthwhile. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Elder Zhou's lips. Although Yan Yuyin and Yu Linglin were formidable in their own right, the martial soul fusion technique possessed by Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun was something the former duo could not hope to withstand. Xue Xiaoran silently observed as Yan Yuyin and Yu Linglin dispatched all the students from that area of the simulated training ground, feeling no impulse to rise. "Is there still a need to fight? Your soul power is nearly depleted," Xue Xiaoran inquired calmly. "Why not fight? Are you truly stronger than us?" Yan Yuyin retorted defiantly, her body marred by wounds, flames flickering around her like a fiery queen, exuding an extraordinary allure reminiscent of the feeling Ma Xiaotao had once inspired in him, elegance and vigor combined. "Very well, I respect you, and thus, I shall escort you off the stage," Xue Xiaoran replied with a serene smile, openly expressing his admiration for Yan Yuyin. Meng Hongchun pouted slightly. "Come forth. Martial soul fusion." Yan Yuyin and Yu Linglin shouted in unison, a colossal figure appearing behind them, engulfed in blazing flames and wielding a gigantic sword. However, the previous battle had rendered this fiery behemoth somewhat translucent. Xue Xiaoran unsheathed his long sword, pointing it directly at the flame demon. Aware of Xue Xiaoran's formidable swordsmanship, Yan Yuyin revealed a hint of a carefree smile, seemingly recognizing that her opponent had no intention of holding back. "If you hold me in esteem, then defeat me with your strongest attack." In unison, Yan Yuyin and Yu Linglin swung their hands, the flame demon silently descending with the thorn-wrapped giant sword. Xue Xiaoran smiled, the sword vibrating in anticipation as he executed a technique known as Carefree Sky. Boom. The last image Yan Yuyin beheld was Xue Xiaoran's radiant figure. A dazzling light reflected in her beautiful eyes before she stumbled and fell. Yu Linglin collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xue Xiaoran glanced around, kicking out the students feigning death on the ground, and clasped his fists towards Elder Zhou in the stands. The chaotic skirmish had concluded. Chapter 75. The disparity in resources for the school team. Following the brawl, Xue Xiaoran and the siblings, Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, were granted a brief respite, a preparatory period. Soon, they would vacate their dormitories and relocate to the school team's residence for an extended stay. For Xue Xiaoran, the shopping and resting time was trivial, as he had minimal luggage, likely requiring only 10 minutes to pack. However, considering the siblings' connection to the dean, perhaps an unprecedented holiday was granted. Xiao Hongxun was unaware. But Meng Hongxun indeed had numerous items to purchase, such as perfumes and clothing, essentials for any young woman. Xiao Hongxun, in a rather disgruntled manner, assumed the role of his sister's bodyguard, knowing that her beauty would undoubtedly attract a swarm of admirers eager to curry favor. Ironically, Meng Hongxun was not fond of such sycophants. She found Xue Xiaoran's uncharacteristic affection, shown towards her with a dispassionate demeanor, far more intriguing. Xiao Hongxun had pondered his sister's future, even consulting their grandfather, whose stance mirrored Xiao Hongxun's, watchful and non-interfering. Observing Meng Hongxun selecting garments, Xiao Hongxun sighed, contemplating how much easier it would be if Xue Xiaoran belonged to the royal family of the sun and moon. When Nangong Ling returned to the dormitory, he discovered that Xue Xiaoran's numerous bags had already been emptied, including the soul-guiding devices that had been perched on the bedside table, now tucked away in his ring. "Are you leaving?" Nangong Ling inquired softly. Xue Xiaoran stood by the desk, stowing the remaining materials into his ring, and nodded. "Indeed. I will be moving to the school team's dormitory today." Nangong Ling was at a loss for words, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Their relationship had remained at the level of mere roommates, lacking the depth of friendship. "I will visit the Nangong family," Xue Xiaoran shrugged casually. "Really? That is wonderful." Nangong Ling beamed. "By the way, what does your family think about the change of the star Luo throne a millennium ago?" Xue Xiaoran queried. Having heard from his father that the Nangong family of the Star Luo Empire were the quintessential loyal subjects, and it was unlikely they had no reaction to such a significant upheaval. "What can I say? I am merely a collateral branch of the Nangong family, and know little of such matters." Nangong Ling's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. He had fled the Nangong family and the Star Luo Empire precisely to escape oppression. "Very well," Xue Xiaoran nodded, realizing that a visit to the Nangong family was inevitable in the future. "Good luck." Xue Xiaoran gently patted Nangong Ling's shoulder, as if bidding farewell to her past self upon entering the academy. "The Youth Soul Master competition, let's give it our all. Do not worry, I shall obliterate all adversaries." It was a rare moment of unabashed bravado from Xue Xiaoran, prompting a hearty laugh from Nangong Ling. Once Xue Xiaoran departed, the dormitory returned to its tranquil solitude, leaving Nangong Ling in contemplative silence. "I too must strive harder to return to the Nangong family and impart a severe lesson to those elder brothers." A glint of determination sparkled in Nangong Ling's eyes as he settled onto his bed to commence his training. "This is the trio of substitute team members, Captain Ma. Their training henceforth is entrusted to you." Elder Zhou spoke to the robust young man standing before him, his tone formal. "Yes, Elder Zhou," Ma Rulong replied respectfully, clasping his fists in greeting. "Now, lead them to familiarize themselves. Training resumes at the usual hour tomorrow." "Understood," Ma Rulong affirmed. Elder Zhou nodded towards Xue Xiaoran with a smile before gradually making his way toward the academic building. "Follow me, junior students." Once Elder Zhou was out of earshot, Ma Rulong appeared to exhale in relief, turning to the trio with a smile. "As you can see, this is the territory of the school team. All facilities are built around it. We possess our own cafeteria, dormitories, academic building, training grounds, and battle arena, all thanks to the principal's influence, which affords us such abundant resources." Ma Rulong led the three closer to the academic building, encircled by a barrier of soul-guiding devices. He retrieved his student ID and scanned it against the black screen, which emitted a soft beep, causing the gate to swing open. "Come in, henceforth. Your student IDs will grant you free access to the team's special areas. By the way, may I inquire about your names, martial souls, and soul power levels?" Ma Rulong's tone carried an air of natural pride. As captain of the team, his own strength and soul power were formidable. "Xiao Hongxun, soul power level 33. Martial soul, three-legged golden toad. Meng Hongxun, soul power level 29. Martial soul, vermilion-eyed ice toad. Xue Xiaoran, soul power level 31. Martial soul, ultimate poison." Ma Rulong nodded, inwardly pondering the peculiar prevalence of poison among the newly inducted students. Poison, with its myriad applications, was an unpredictable menace. It was no surprise that one could fall victim to it at any moment. Ma Rulong mused that this cohort was indeed promising, especially with the principal's grandchildren among them, suggesting their talents would be exceptional. He guided them to the dormitory area and casually remarked, "This will be your residence henceforth. Each student is afforded a private room, and regulations regarding rest periods are relatively lenient." "Captain, what about the other seniors?" Meng Hongxun inquired curiously, having noticed the absence of any other individuals. "Not even a single teacher during their walk. They do as they please. The teachers do not mandate our attendance in classes." Ma Rulong shook his head and said, "You may pursue the activities you cherish. This is how we cultivate our self-discipline. However, what brings me joy is that there are no indolent individuals on our school team. They are likely engaged in rigorous training at the simulation arena." "Understood," Thank you, Captain, Meng Hongqian replied obediently. Ma Rulong cleared his throat softly, adopting a serious demeanor, indeed. You should find a room to settle in. Tonight, Old Zhou will hold a brief meeting for the team downstairs in the dormitory to establish our future training directives. Remember, punctuality is imperative. With that, he swiftly departed the dormitory area. The three of them exchanged glances, each feeling that the resources available to the team were truly extraordinary. No wonder so many aspired to ascend. Let us proceed, said Xiao Hongqian, somewhat astonished, as she gazed at the beautifully adorned building before them. Indeed, the trio approached and noticed a black screen at the entrance. Mimicking Ma Rulong, they scanned their student cards, and the grand door slowly opened. Xue Xiaoran nodded. I have arrived at the penthouse suite. Chapter 76, The Infinite Poison. Xue Xiaoran successfully checked into the team dormitory, sharing proximity to the top floor with the siblings Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. His intentions were not driven by hedonism. He merely appreciated the splendid view. From the penthouse, one could overlook the entire Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. After arranging all his belongings, Xue Xiaoran sighed, realizing he would need to traverse between the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Engineer Department. Surely, there would be users of soul tools within the team. Would it require a considerable distance to reach the Soul Engineer Department? He began to sketch a rough outline of his upcoming schedule, then sat on the bed, 3 soul rings manifesting behind him. In this confined space, Xue Xiaoran's first task was to ascertain whether there were any soul tools for sensing, monitoring, or eavesdropping. He intended to practice the Tang sect's secret skills diligently, ensuring that their techniques remained concealed from outsiders. After surveying his room with his spiritual consciousness, he discovered only a soul tool for opening the door at the entrance and some furniture like a soul tool lamp. He found no devices for surveillance or eavesdropping. After a moment of contemplation, his azure pupils gradually transformed into a shade of violet. Soon, his eyes became completely violet, fully unleashing the power of the purple magic eyes. With meticulous observation, Xue Xiaoran re-examined the room, noting even the intricate patterns of each piece of furniture. He scrutinized the construction of the soul tool lamp, realizing that one could easily become engrossed in the realm of soul tools if not cautious. It appeared that the purple magic eyes possessed exceptional efficacy in researching soul tools and identifying the flaws of adversaries, which prompted Xue Xiaoran to nod in approval. Though he longed to practice the ultimate angel martial soul, he dared not unleash it within the confines of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's dormitory. Firstly, the commotion it would create would undoubtedly disturb everyone, and the sacred lament of the angel would resonate throughout the vicinity. Secondly, the aura of the angel might reach far beyond, alerting the malevolent soul masters of the Spirit Hall to his presence. Currently, even that decrepit soul emperor of the Spirit Hall was no match for him, and he certainly could not afford to expose himself prematurely. The ultimate ice, he resolved to employ only at Shrek Academy. Xue Xiaoran devoted his entire focus to the ultimate poison, beginning to simulate and concoct various types of toxins. Snake venom, floral poison, illusionary toxin, icy venom, paralysis toxin, stimulants, putrefaction poison, maggot toxin. He meticulously practiced every poison he could wield. In an instant, the room was filled with swirling mists of various hues, accompanied by an array of strange odors. Any ordinary person who found themselves in this chamber would undoubtedly succumb immediately. Who could withstand such overwhelming toxicity? Only Xue Xiaoran, the possessor of the ultimate poison martial soul, remained unharmed. Xiao Hongqian stood outside the door, initially intending to knock and inquire whether Xue Xiaoran wished to join him for a meal. However, upon witnessing the vibrant mists seeping from beneath the door and experiencing the peculiar scent, he felt dizzy and nauseous. Fortunately, being a bearer of the 3-legged golden toad martial soul, which carried a hint of toad toxin, he was spared from collapsing into unconsciousness. His face quivered slightly as he promptly turned away. At that moment, Xiao Hongqian lacked the courage to enter Xue Xiaoran's room and instead decisively called upon Meng Hongqian to head to the dining hall for a meal. After practicing for a while, Xue Xiaoran sensed that the time was ripe and withdrew his focus from his training. He lightly parted his lips, inhaling the mists, toxins, and scents, drawing them into his body and transforming them back into the purest soul power. The utilization of poison is crucial, as is the reclamation of it. Xue Xiaoran was not one to squander. Thus, any unused toxins were absorbed back into his body, converted into soul power. Realizing that it was now noon, Xue Xiaoran rose from his bed, picked up his student ID from the table, and strode toward the door. He had come to understand the significance of this student ID. It was indeed an indispensable item for life within the Soul Engineer-laden Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Upon pushing open the door, he noticed a note lying on the ground. Xue Xiaoran picked it up and read it slowly. Xiaoran, my brother and I have gone to eat. If you see this note, hurry to the dining hall. See you there? A cute smiley face adorned the end of the message. Xue Xiaoran tucked the note into his pocket, a smile gracing his face. This girl was rather endearing. Descending the numerous steps, passing through the relaxation area built within the dormitory, and traversing the expansive corridor, Xue Xiaoran once again marveled at the wealth of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. The Royal Soul Guidance Academy of the Sun and Moon is directly affiliated with the imperial family of the Sun and Moon Empire, making it quite unusual for them to lack financial resources. Shortly thereafter, Xue Xiaoran strolled down the corridor and entered the dining hall, conveniently located adjacent to the dormitory, allowing for direct access. Inside, he observed a scattering of upperclassmen, either in small groups or alone, engaging in minimal conversation. A cursory glance revealed the existence of factions within the school's team. The aristocratic faction and the commoners faction appeared to be at odds, while soul masters congregated amongst themselves, as did soul instructors. This arrangement gave Xue Xiaoran the impression of a haphazardly assembled group. In a corner, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen were seated. Upon noticing Xue Xiaoran's arrival, they greeted him with a friendly wave. He nodded in acknowledgement and offered a polite smile to the upperclassmen who had cast their gazes upon him. After sizing him up for a moment, they diverted their attention, refraining from any greetings or pleasantries. Xue Xiaoran shrugged. He preferred not to force friendships or seek acquaintances, which suited him just fine. Strolling over to the automatic meal distribution soul guide, he addressed the chef nearby, requesting a noble meal. Certainly, the chef responded with a smile. Inputting soul power into the device, Xue Xiaoran presented his student ID, aligning it with the black screen, which emitted a crisp sound, indicating a successful transaction. He picked up his meal tray and sat alone in a corner to enjoy his food. With ample time remaining in the afternoon, he planned to visit the simulation training ground to practice his ice silk poison palm. Meng Hongchen noticed Xue Xiaoran's choice to sit apart from them and pouted, leaving her brother Xiao Hongchen speechless. If you truly like him, you could discuss it with grandfather. How so? Xiaoran is already betrothed. Xiao Hongchen's expression darkened upon hearing this remark. How could his sister, aware of another's engagement, still pursue him? What about the reputation of the Hongchen family? Perhaps they should boldly send grandfather to the Xiaoyao sword sect to claim him instead? Meng Hongchen clapped her hands. I think that would be a splendid idea. As long as the young lady is pleased, came the response. Chapter 77, Simulation Battle. Elder Zhou stood in the simulation training ground, observing the darkening sky. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Gradually, students from the Royal Soul Guidance Academy began to emerge from the dormitory, lacking any semblance of unity. Yet, Elder Zhou felt neither anger nor frustration, for he understood that the team members would not present themselves in such a manner on the battlefield. He also spotted Xue Xiaoran, Xiao Hongchen, and Meng Hongchen, three fresh additions to the team, potentially bringing a unique experience to the group. Dressed in a sharply tailored uniform of black and gold, adorned with a tie, Xue Xiaoran appeared even more dashing and charismatic. Xue Xiaoran possesses a physique that harmoniously complements a diverse array of attire, effortlessly exuding charm in every outfit. The school team uniform markedly contrasts with the traditional school attire, which predominantly features a vibrant yellow, accented only by flecks of black. In stark contrast, the team uniform is primarily black, bestowing an aura of vitality upon its wearers. Upon observing the assembled students, Elder Zhou, noting the spirited appearance of the team members, nodded in satisfaction. Ma Rulong, call the roll, he instructed, clasping his hands behind his back. Yes, Ma Rulong replied, stepping forward to address the group with a commanding shout. Lin Shi, a youth with dark hair, responded, present. Xue Xia, another senior, exuding an icy demeanor, replied, here. Elder Zhou maintained an impassive expression as he surveyed Ma Rulong's roll call, revealing neither pride nor disappointment, indicative of his commendable composure as the leading instructor of this cohort at the Day and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Xue Xiaoran, present. Xue Xiaoran acknowledged with a nod. After a brief cough, Ma Rulong turned to Elder Zhou, bowing respectfully. Elder Zhou, the roll call is complete. There are 11 members on the team, all present. Elder Zhou's narrowed eyes opened slightly, and Ma Rulong stepped back after his bow. The elder then addressed Xue Xiaoran, as well as the others, with a warm smile. You three should introduce yourselves and share your roles within the team. Xue Xiaoran, you may begin. Certainly. Xue Xiaoran stepped forward, facing the attentive gaze of his seniors. He began to speak slowly. My name is Xue Xiaoran. My martial spirit is the ultimate poison. With a soul power level of 31, I possess 3 soul skills: frost poison, floral poison, and illusionary poison. The effect of frost poison is to infuse a chilling sensation into the body, rendering the heart extremely cold, which can lead to blood coagulation and metabolic disruption, causing dizziness and fainting during combat. Floral poison induces a hallucinatory experience, where countless flowers bloom before one's eyes, accompanied by a maddening itch within the internal organs, compelling an individual to succumb to the urge to disembowel themselves, thereby gradually losing their combat effectiveness while attempting to manage the itch. Illusionary poison, as its name suggests, infiltrates the enemy's mind, plunging them into a bewildering world of hallucinations, thereby impairing their combat capabilities. As the crowd listened, their eyelids twitched in disbelief. This poison was truly insidious, particularly the floral poison, was the intent to incapacitate the opponent or to humiliate them in the arena. Of course, I have positioned myself as a support-type soul master with offensive capabilities. I can concoct gases akin to stimulants, which can enhance an individual's combat power by 5 to 10%, depending on the person. If I were to focus solely on offense, I could wield a sword alongside my martial spirit to vanquish my foes. Xue Xiaoran concluded succinctly. Elder Zhou, perceiving the puzzled gazes of Ma Rulong and his companions, remarked calmly, Xue Xiaoran hails from the Celestial Sword sect. Very well. In a moment of silence, the crowd found themselves speechless. Hailing from the renowned Xiaoyao Sword sect, even those whose martial souls did not manifest as swords were nonetheless adept in their use. After Xue Xiaoran concluded her remarks, she acknowledged Captain Ma Rulong with a nod and proceeded to clasp her fists as she advanced towards the team. Xiao Hongchun, taken aback, was astonished to discover the formidable prowess of this exquisite poison soul skill. Elder Zhou pondered that Xue Xiaoran's soul technique was indeed more suited for chaotic battles, while the control-type soul masters, such as Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun, should handle the situation. It seemed evident that Xue Xiaoran could be classified as an offensive powerhouse. Her soul techniques, truly fearsome. Although the effects of poison varied from person to person, it was crucial to note that the most formidable opponents typically boasted 5 or even 6 soul rings. A prime example was Ma Xiaotao from Shrek Academy, whose soul power had already ascended to that of a soul emperor, a truly terrifying woman. However, Ma Rulong of the Sun and Moon team also possessed the cultivation of a soul emperor. With the right support, confronting Ma Xiaotao head-on would not be a daunting task. Elder Zhou squinted, recognizing that the Shrek team undoubtedly posed the greatest challenge to their Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. As the three introduced themselves, Elder Zhou clapped his hands and cleared his throat gently. He proposed they divide into 2 smaller teams, encouraging them to familiarize themselves anew with their soul skills and martial souls while emphasizing the importance of synergy among diverse members. This would allow the 3 newcomers to grasp their combat styles and understand their martial souls and soul techniques, thus maximizing their advantages in the arena. Ma Rulong, you will take Xue Xiaoran under your wing and select a few team members, Elder Zhou directed. Lin Shi will lead the other team, guiding Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun. Do we need to utilize soul guidance devices? Ma Rulong queried, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he observed Lin Shi, who was already busy assembling an array of soul guidance devices. These included not only defensive devices, but also advanced ones capable of automatically detecting incoming attacks. With such assistance, Lin Shi could challenge opponents of significantly higher levels. No need for a simulated battle, Elder Zhou replied curtly, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Shi, whose expression was rigid with tension. In that brief span of time, Ma Rulong selected several individuals, among them the previously unapproachable senior sister, Xu Xia. With her arms crossed, Xue Xiaoran mused whether she could merely release that exhilarating substance and stand idly at the edge of the battlefield. Xiao Hongchun's gaze remained fixed on Xue Xiaoran as he whispered something to Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed on Xue Xiaoran, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had also heard of Xue Xiaoran's martial soul. The potential for mass poison damage sent shivers down his spine, as there had yet to be a soul guidance device capable of countering such toxins. Consequently, he regarded Xue Xiaoran as a primary target to be neutralized. Xue Xiaoran's expression darkened. She resolved to strike only at Xiao Hongchun, intending to embarrass him in front of his admirers from both classes. Ma Rulong, clearly aware of the adversary's intentions, positioned himself protectively in front of Xue Xiaoran. Be cautious, he whispered. Certainly, let us witness the prowess of the newcomer first. Ma Rulong revealed a fierce smile, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Shi. As you wish. Chapter 78, Affection for the Mortal Realm. Ma Rulong's martial soul was the great-headed spirit monkey, a supportive beast martial soul, like the majority of soul engineers. In order to unleash greater combat power and to engage in battle with soul-guided devices for extended periods, Ma Rulong's soul skills were primarily focused on enhancing his own soul power or augmenting its explosive potential. This was a significant factor in his ability to utilize and create 7th-level soul-guided devices beyond his rank. Although large-scale destructive soul-guided devices could not be used in simulated battles, Ma Rulong's inherent strength was formidable, and when coupled with soul-guided devices, he could even challenge soul masters of the 70th level. Let us begin, Ma Rulong said casually, propelling himself upward with great vigor, his bones cracking audibly as he clenched his fists. Protect Xue Xiaoran, he instructed Xue Xia with a calm demeanor. Understood, Xue Xia nodded, her hands sweeping gracefully to reveal an ancient zither, which she lifted delicately before her. Around her, 5 soul rings manifested, each perfectly proportioned. Let us go, Lin Shi shouted, dashing towards Xue Xiaoran, while Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian remained behind the 2 seniors, a dark mist rising gradually around them. Lin Shi, you are always in such a hurry. This habit should be amended, Ma Rulong remarked as 6 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, emerged around him. His arms elongated slightly as he intercepted Lin Shi's strike. Their soul powers were nearly equal. Yet Ma Rulong's deeper understanding of soul-guided devices and his more composed nature were reasons for his leadership. Xue Xia placed her hands upon the zither, unleashing waves of sound that soared towards the senior engaged in combat with Ma Rulong. Xue Xiaoran smiled faintly, 3 soul rings floating behind her, their colors causing Lin Shi to gasp in surprise as she was repelled by Ma Rulong's strike. Such exaggeration, Ma Rulong scoffed, taking a deep breath and feeling a flame ignite within him, its intensity steadily increasing. What is this? Ma Rulong was the first to sense the changes within his body. His soul power began to blaze, and he felt his physical capabilities surge in an instant. The effects of the stimulant are quite remarkable, he noted. The pressure he emanated prompting Lin Shi to take a step back, who thought to himself that the enhancement provided to his teammate seemed impressive. I'll take over. A senior with a sun emblazoned on his forehead stepped forth, Su Yuanfei, a royal disciple of the Su family. He positioned himself in front of Xue Xiaoran, conjuring a massive shield radiating light and heat to deflect the enhanced opponent's attack. Are you all right? He inquired, his complexion rosy as he smiled at Xue Xiaoran behind the shield. I'm fine. I will make my move now, Xue Xiaoran replied, concealed behind the shield, her hands grasping a wisp of mist. Lin Shi was evidently enhanced, his fierce tiger-like eyes flashing with increasing intensity. With the assistance of Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, his combat prowess momentarily surpassed that of Ma Rulong. Seniors, be cautious. Xue Xiaoran observed the seemingly chaotic yet remarkably orderly battlefield, and with a sudden motion, she slammed the mist in her hand downwards. The dual poisons of Hundred Flower and Illusion surged forth simultaneously. Concerned that her soul power might not sufficiently affect those of a higher rank, she unleashed her full strength. A vibrant array of colored mist erupted from Xue Xiaoran, causing the pursuing senior to instinctively retreat several steps while covering his mouth and nose. Xue Xiaoran lightly stepped, delivering a palm strike to Ma Rulong, Xue Xia, and Su Yuanfei, rendering their bodies temporarily immune to all toxins, including those of Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. After completing this task, she swiftly retreated behind Su Yuanfei, realizing that this royal individual was a defense-type soul master. Thus, she chose to shield herself behind his protective barrier. This is troublesome. I can't even see clearly, Lin Shi muttered, glancing back at Meng Hongqian, who was perspiring heavily as she diligently assisted him while controlling the toad poison, a look of appreciation flickering across his features. Brother. Meng Hongqian looked at Xiao Hongqian, who met her gaze and recognized the determination shining in her eyes. All right. Xiao Hongqian laughed heartily, his soul rings suddenly radiating all their brilliance, accentuating his handsome visage. He extended a hand, as if inviting Meng Hongqian to join him. Brother, please. Meng Hongqian's complexion paled slightly, a consequence of evading soul techniques and providing support. She found herself divided in focus, her current soul power and stamina waning. Leave it to me, Xiao Hongqian responded with a gentle smile, grasping the hand that Meng Hongqian offered. At that moment, their bodies simultaneously emitted a brilliant glow, a hue difficult to describe. If one were to attempt, it could only be termed as a kaleidoscopic shade of black. Xue Xiaoran's eyes quivered as she sensed the fierce fluctuation of soul power. Not only she, but also Ma Rulong and Lin Shi turned their heads in unison. Old Zhou, who had been squinting, opened his eyes wide, gazing at the two bathed in radiance, a trace of ecstatic delight appearing on his face. I never expected, never anticipated, that it would be a martial soul fusion technique. I should have realized it sooner. Indeed, they are the grandchildren of the Dean. Old Zhou murmured, acknowledging the exceptional quality of this substitute team. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian gradually ascended into the air. Meng Hongqian shouted, while Xiao Hongqian smiled and proclaimed, red dust affection. The sunlight, unbeknownst to anyone, had vanished, replaced by an ominous overcast sky. It's raining, someone remarked, prompting the crowd to look upwards, where they noticed large raindrops beginning to fall. Beware, this rain is toxic. Xue Xia's keen eyes detected the ominous dark hue of the rain, and recalling the poisonous essence of the two, she swiftly drew her conclusion. The rain fell with alarming precision, while Lin Shi's side enjoyed clear skies. Ma Rulong's area was besieged by a downpour of lethal rain. Xue Yuanfei gritted his teeth and expanded the solar shield in his grasp, transforming it into a large umbrella that shielded the group from above. His expression was grave, for only Xue Yuanfei, possessing a level vastly superior to that of Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian, could withstand the oppressive force of the spirit fusion technique. Xue Xiaoran, do not venture out. Xue Yuanfei urgently pulled back Xue Xiaoran, who had attempted to slip from beneath his shield. Senior, there's no need for concern. My spirit embodies the essence of ultimate poison. These toxins hold no sway over me. Xue Xiaoran smiled softly, extending a hand to catch a dark droplet of rain, an embodiment of the lingering ties of the mortal realm. Chapter 79, The Firestarter. Xue Xiaoran's fingers quickly darkened as the poison infiltrated his body, transforming his entire hand into an inky black, resembling the deepest, opaque carbon. Yet, he felt as though nothing had transpired, his gaze fixated on the rain droplet. Boss, if this drags on any longer, I may not be able to endure, Xue Yuanfei declared, raising the solar shield with a serious expression towards Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong nodded, acknowledging that the two substitute student spirit fusion techniques were indeed formidable, enough for the strongest defensive spirit master in their team to voice such praise. They observed as Xue Xiaoran's entire arm became engulfed in blackness, the rain droplet in his grasp dissipating at last. Is this spirit fusion technique called lingering attachments of the mortal realm? Indeed, it seems no one besides myself can withstand it. Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian remained sheltered behind Lin Shi, refraining from launching an attack. In this storm of mortal rain, only they could remain untainted. Should Lin Shi advance, he lacked the confidence to withstand the relentless assault of the toxic downpour. Xue Xiaoran gazed at his arm as 3 spirit rings manifested behind him. His complexion paled as his left hand began to caress his right arm. Gradually, as his left hand enveloped his right, the inky darkness began to wane. How is this possible? Xiao Hongqian's expression soured as he watched Xue Xiaoran effortlessly extract the toxic rain that had entered his body, gathering it in his palm. A sense of defeat washed over him, an unfamiliar emotion directed towards a peer. Ming Hongqian quietly grasped her brother's hand, offering him a radiant smile. Xiao Hongqian chuckled wryly. My little sister has grown up. They both commenced the restoration of their spirit power. The battle was far from over. The rain had ceased at an undetermined moment, prompting Xue Yuanfei to exhale in relief as he retracted the massive sun shield. The once lush greenery surrounding the simulated training ground had been thoroughly transformed into barren mud, ravaged by the playful antics of the whimsical dreamers. Xue Xiaoran produced a drop of rain as dark as ink and, before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, swallowed it in one swift motion. Let us proceed, declared Ma Rulong, who, with the assistance of Chu Xia, surged forward once more. Mid-air, he received another invigorating boost from Xue Xiaoran, accelerating his pace dramatically. Xue Yuanfei positioned himself resolutely in front of Xue Xiaoran, who was manipulating the toxic mist with closed eyes, serving as his steadfast shield. However, the adversary's assaults had become tentative, with no one daring to engage with the vibrant, lethal fog. At that moment, Lin Shi, who had been embroiled in a fierce battle with Ma Rulong, suddenly sensed a disconcerting numbness spreading through his body, an alarming deviation for one so reliant on physical prowess. What was happening? Lin Shi observed a hand coming straight for his face, yet he found himself unable to muster the strength to raise a hand in defense, as if his entire arm were encased in ice. With a resounding slap, Ma Rulong struck Lin Shi's face, sending him sprawling. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Surely Lin Shi, despite his shortcomings, would not fall so miserably to Ma Rulong. Their soul powers were nearly equal, after all. Ma Rulong momentarily stood in shock before elation washed over him. A thought echoing in his mind. Lin Shi, today is your day of reckoning. How could this be? Lin Shi, prostrate on the ground, his eyes dimming, gradually managed to rise to one knee despite the paralysis gripping his body. Let us conclude here, announced Elder Zhou, clapping his hands. Xue Yuanfei, who had been diligently wielding the shield to protect Xue Xiaoran, immediately lowered the sun shield upon hearing those words. The others, in harmonious coordination, ceased their actions and clasped their fists in respect to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, regarding Xue Xiaoran. Ma Rulong inquired, glancing at Xue Xiaoran, still with eyes closed. Elder Zhou smiled gently, observing the deepening twilight, and remarked, You all have yet to dine, I presume? The group nodded in unison. Eating before a soul duel was considered a grave misstep, as the sensation of food in the stomach during vigorous activity could be nightmarish, potentially leading to regurgitation. Then let us seize this rare opportunity for a picnic. Right here, Elder Zhou suggested cheerfully, before turning to issue commands. Ma Rulong, you shall organize the arrangements. I will seek someone to start the fire. With that, Elder Zhou gradually departed amidst the cheers of the team, as the youth reveled in the prospect of merriment. Having grown weary of the previously dull and sparsely populated training area, Ma Rulong, as captain, took charge. Yuan Fei, fetch some ingredients from the cafeteria. Xue Xia, your culinary skills are commendable, so you shall handle the chopping. He called out, and a few individuals emerged from their previously antagonistic position, joining him to gather firewood. The essence of a picnic lies in its authenticity. Remaining behind were the recovering Xiao Hongqun and Meng Hongchun, the seemingly meditating Xue Xiaoran, and the collapsed Lin Shi. Elder Zhou strolled leisurely out of the student life area, gradually making his way toward the main teaching building. Before long, he arrived at the cafeteria. Upon seeing Elder Zhou, the students standing at the entrance immediately bowed in respect. Elder Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and entered the cafeteria. He swiftly located the figures he sought, Yan Yuyan and Yu Linglin. You too, come with me, Elder Zhou rasped, surprising the pair who were preparing to eat. Yan Yuyan and Yu Linglin exchanged glances, uncertain as to why this esteemed teacher had summoned them during mealtime. Yet the gravity of his expression suggested the matter was of utmost importance. With this thought, they set aside their untouched chopsticks and closely followed Elder Zhou. What could Elder Zhou want with us? Yu Linglin couldn't help but inquire. Elder Zhou, glancing at the deepening twilight, turned to ask, do you wish to join the school team? Indeed, but the selection competition has concluded, and we did not succeed, Yan Yuyan replied, raising an eyebrow. I can offer you an opportunity. If you earn the captain's approval during training, you may remain. Otherwise, you must leave, Elder Zhou stated calmly. A hint of appreciation in his gaze as he regarded Yan Yuyan's unwavering determination. What is your choice? Yu Linglin grasped Yan Yuyan's hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Unable to contain her joy, she embraced Yan Yuyan, conveying her elation despite Yan Yuyan's resigned expression. All right, Yan Yuyan sighed, yet felt immense gratitude within. Once Yu Linglin released her, both bowed deeply to Elder Zhou. We will not disappoint the academy. Elder Zhou nodded with a smile. Although Jing Hongqun had mentioned only 3 available spots, such promising talents were not to be overlooked. When the dean inquired later, he would simply offer a plausible excuse. Chapter 80, The Ruthless Path. Elder Zhou had broken the rules. Before Jing Hongqun lay a report, adorned with a lengthy letter penned by Elder Zhou himself. However, Jing Hongqun lacked even the interest to read it. Although they were strong, they had not reached a level that would incite fear in Shrek Academy. With her hands clasped behind her back, she gazed at the moon outside the office, her brow furrowing deeper. The Youth Soul Master competition was fast approaching, and Shrek, their long-standing rival, would undoubtedly mobilize their forces. He was not oblivious to Shrek Academy's might. If he were, such anxiety would not plague him. Perhaps I should let Elder Ma lend them a hand, she mused with a sigh. Jing Hongqun furrowed his brow and let out a deep sigh, truly vexed. At this moment, he could only place his hopes upon his team members. With a slight pressing of his lips, he donned an outer garment and proceeded to Mingda Hall to continue his research. Xue Xiaoran's originally verdant soul power had, unbeknownst to him, taken on a tinge of deep ink. This soul power was rapidly circulating within him, while the soul rings behind him flickered incessantly. His body, inherently immune to all toxins, had the unique ability to analyze the composition of poisonous substances. Thus, he boldly decided to experience firsthand the power of the drizzle that Hongqun cherished. The force proved to be considerably stronger than he had anticipated. It was indeed the fusion technique of 2 supreme martial souls, capable of inflicting such significant damage. In the realm of his consciousness, Xue Xiaoran rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Ice Emperor silently observed him, refraining from interrupting. The Ice Emperor understood when Xue Xiaoran was in a playful mood and when he was profoundly serious. At this moment, Xue Xiaoran was meticulously analyzing the essence of the drizzle while simultaneously experiencing that sense of attachment. Indeed, it was quite remarkable, yet regrettably, he could not savor the true flavor of Hongqun and genuine affection. After a considerable time, a faint smile finally graced Xue Xiaoran's face, like the thawing of spring winds. They were still too weak. The aspiration to infuse their martial soul fusion technique with their own emotions was a long journey ahead. The Ice Emperor sighed. Hands on his hips, averaging their powers, they barely surpassed the 30th rank in soul strength. To find a partner capable of practicing a martial soul fusion technique at such a level was exceedingly rare, and to imbue it with personal emotions would require an extensive period of training, at least several years, one might say. The Ice Emperor was correct. The notion of an attack infused with emotion or meaning was something he had only witnessed in his uncle and aunt. Xue Xiaoran chuckled wryly, scratching his head. In truth, his father had once spoken to him about the advantages of being devoid of emotion. For whether it be anger, joy, disgust, or protection, emotions possess their vulnerabilities. Though they may appear powerful, The moment a crack appears, the emotion shatters. I do not comprehend, the Ice Emperor admitted candidly. Sitting beside Xue Xiaoran as they gazed at the sunset, which seemed eternal, alongside the wispy clouds ablaze with color. Let me provide a simple example. Ice Emperor, imagine your beloved has passed away. Ah, why would you say that? Xue Xiaoran exclaimed, covering his head, somewhat exasperated as he regarded the Ice Emperor, who had just slapped him with irritation. I was merely using it as an example. Do you wish to hear it or not? Choose another person. I have never had a beloved. Oh, Xue Xiaoran shrugged and continued. Suppose there is a person named Xiao Ming, whose wife has been murdered. His heart is consumed with vengeance and resentment, and he then enters seclusion to cultivate. Do you think his future achievements would be significant? If his wife has been killed, he would surely be exceedingly diligent, the Ice Emperor replied, seemingly unaccustomed to the term wife, his cheeks flushing slightly. More than merely diligent. In a moment of serene contemplation, Xue Xiaoran extended his hand, as if to caress the setting sun and bask in its golden rays. He chuckled softly, pondering the fervor of vengeance that once consumed him. However, just as he was poised to exact his retribution, he discovered that his beloved wife was, in fact, alive. Would he still harbor such a desire for vengeance? Would his formidable powers retain their original significance? Xue Xiaoran laughed. The Ice Emperor was struck with a sense of dread. Indeed, if his wife had not perished, and if it had all been a mere misunderstanding, would that not imply that Xiao Ming could relinquish his murderous intent? This simple illustration evokes a plethora of more intricate human experiences. In a certain light, one might consider Xiao Ming to be rendered ineffective. Xue Xiaoran shrugged, remarking on the merits of the path of detachment, wherein one's heart and soul skills are devoid of emotion, driven solely by self-interest. On the continent of Douluo, only a select few choose this path. Why? Inquired the Ice Emperor, intrigued. Because a soul master, in pursuit of progress, will inevitably join an academy or sect, where bonds are formed and team battles are practiced. How can one maintain a heart devoid of affection in such an environment? Xue Xiaoran patiently elucidated. My father once traversed a phase of emotional detachment, only to ultimately comprehend the path of guardianship through the sword. He revealed that during his time of detachment, his soul power advanced at an unprecedented rate, yet he sacrificed many joyous moments of childhood and camaraderie with classmates. Thus, it is a double-edged sword. The Ice Emperor's eyes reflected a complex understanding as she learned of this unique method of emotional cultivation for the first time. In truth, I considered choosing the path of detachment. Perhaps it could lead to an uncharted destiny. Xue Xiaoran sighed, acknowledging that his temperament diverged from his father's. He preferred a life of freedom and adventure, especially with her by his side. Upon mentioning her, the Ice Emperor's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she playfully patted Xue Xiaoran's back. All right, enough with the displays of affection. Your team is soon to return. You should hasten back from your reverie. By all means, you may experiment with the method I proposed. If you possess no attachments, why not embrace the path of detachment? Your cultivation could multiply exponentially. Xue Xiaoran rose, turning his back to the sunset, where 3 pairs of pristine wings unfurled behind him. His short hair transformed into a silvery hue, and his golden eyes radiated with a divine brilliance, reminiscent of Qian Rinxue's regal demeanor. I shall contemplate your suggestion, the Ice Emperor replied, nodding thoughtfully. In critical moments, you may sever ties, yet the opportunity will arise but once. Should you wish to embark upon the path of detachment again, you must eliminate all those with whom you have formed connections. Naturally, I cannot condone such actions, so deliberate wisely. Xue Xiaoran nodded with a smile, then, with a gentle flutter of his wings, his figure gradually faded into the distant horizon. The path of detachment, indeed, the Ice Emperor pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something and exclaiming, this fellow, who could vanish at once, is merely putting on airs by deliberately employing the final angel spirit. How ostentatious. Chapter 81, Unbreakable Bonds. As Xue Xiaoran emerged from the sea of consciousness, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food and the clamor of voices. He realized this was a result of his senses gradually returning to his body. The allure of the mundane world he had experienced was now fully digested, leading him to conclude that he was currently incapable of concocting the potent fusion skill associated with the top-tier spirit of the mundane world. His level was far too low, and he possessed too few soul rings. In other words, had Xue Xiaoran been able to effortlessly wield the poison of the mundane world's allure, he would not have been limited to only a level 30 soul power. No, it's more accurate to say he has now attained a level 32 soul power. Just moments ago, as he absorbed the poison of the mundane world's allure, that toxin surged through him, significantly elevating his soul power level. If it were the path of indifference, it would likely accelerate even further. Xue Xiaoran stood alone in the darkness, 3 pairs of pristine wings unfurling from his back. surrounded by shadows in every direction. His wings radiated an almost blinding brilliance. Yet, with the presence of that girl Wu Tong on Douluo Continent, could it be that she is a barrier preventing my journey down the path of indifference? With his hands clasped behind his back, Xue Xiaoran spoke softly. Given his level of effort, he believed that upon entering the path of indifference, his progression in soul power could soar, potentially matching his father's prowess. Alas, it now seems impossible. A bitter smile crept onto Xue Xiaoran's face. Wu Tong had left an indelible mark on his heart. Forcing his way along the path would inevitably require him to sever ties with her, an act he could not bring himself to commit. At last, you seem to have grasped it, Xiaoran. In the divine realm, a mirror stood before Tang San and Xiao Wu, reflecting not their figures but that of Xue Xiaoran, who maintained the form of the final angel spirit amidst the darkness. What has he understood? Xiao Wu inquired curiously from her seat on the sofa. Perhaps he has unraveled the mysteries of the path of indifference, Tang San replied with a slight smile. Do you recall how, in his early days, Lei Han practiced the path of indifference, which accounts for his formidable soul power level? Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded. He emanated an aura that kept others at bay, able to converse only with Rong. Tang San sighed. His soul power level reached an astonishing 40 by the age of 12. This is the advantage of the path of indifference. The rate of soul power progression is unlike that of ordinary individuals. He continued. This is why I hope Xue Xiaoran refrains from engaging with the path of indifference. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San, asking, why is that? Once one embarks on the path of indifference, everything else becomes trivial. Only one's cultivation and soul power matter, leading to the loss of much joy. Engaging in delightful conversations with classmates about the joys of combat, the pleasures of romance, and the exhilaration of triumphing over foes has become a thing of the past. This is the essence of the merciless path. Tang San shook his head, acknowledging, this is indeed one of the reasons. I understand now thus. Xiao Wu is the second reason, correct? Xiao Wu replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, my daughter is the unbreakable bond that Xue Xiaoran cannot sever, Tang San reflected. Lu Han must have anticipated my intentions, yet he chose to remain silent. Perhaps he too wishes for his son to live freely on the Douluo Continent. Tang San reminisced with a wistful smile. I find myself missing them. Should we gather again? It's only been 2 days since we last met, Xiao Wu. Xue Xiaoran opened his eyes, a fleeting golden shimmer passing through them before vanishing. Oh, you're awake. How do you feel? Ma Rulong inquired, seated beside him, holding several skewers of sliced vegetables and meats while preparing additional ingredients with wooden sticks. Looking around, he observed the team members of the school squad, all cheerfully engaged in various tasks, some chopping vegetables, others crafting wooden skewers, and still others arranging dinnerware. Surprised, are you? Ma Rulong chuckled. The team is quite relaxed when not in battle, yet they unite with fervor and determination when the time comes to fight. Indeed, it is somewhat surprising. Xue Xiaoran responded with a wry smile as he settled down. Is there anything I can assist with? Can you chop vegetables? Xue Xiaoran nodded, saying, I can manage a bit. He was not being modest. He truly possessed some skill. Upon being sent to the home of the god of emotions, he had not learned other forms of cultivation but had instead mastered the art of cooking. The god of emotions had taught him the preparation of 100 dishes in the Manchu Han imperial feast, boasting that these dishes were merely a drop in the ocean and not worth mentioning. Naturally, he had also acquired considerable knife skills. Then go help Xu Xia chop the vegetables, Ma Rulong instructed, gesturing toward her position. Xue Xiaoran nodded and quickly made his way over, picking up the knife that rested on the wooden table to begin his task. Xu Xia glanced at him but said nothing. However, she was soon captivated by the fluidity of his knife work. Xue Xiaoran skillfully sliced through the vegetables with remarkable speed, achieving fine shreds within mere seconds, showcasing his dexterity. The fire starters have been found. Old Zhou appeared at the outdoor cooking site, flanked by the proud Yan Yuyan and the somewhat apprehensive Yu Linglin. Ma Rulong rose and strolled over to Old Zhou, quietly inquiring, Old Zhou, what brings you here? I have found 2 fire starters for our school team. If their training meets your standards, they can remain as reserve members. What do you think? Old Zhou communicated in a gravelly tone. Ma Rulong mused that the decision to keep or dismiss them rested with Old Zhou, and he sighed in acquiescence, though he still felt the need to maintain appearances. His piercing gaze, akin to that of an eagle, fixed upon Yan Yuyan and Yu Linglin as he spoke. I have already heard the details from Old Zhou. You lost in that selection competition, yet Old Zhou regards you with favor. It is only through his connections that you find yourselves here. If you fail to meet the training standards of our team within a month, you shall be dismissed. The criteria I speak of encompass not merely soul power, but also teamwork, battlefield awareness, and adaptability in moments of crisis. Do not presume that the standards of the school team solely hinge upon the level of soul power. Ma Rulong's robust voice resonated, devoid of any mercy even in the presence of two beautiful young ladies. Did you hear me? We heard you. Both Yin Yuyin and Yu Linglin replied in unison after Yin tugged at Yu's sleeve. Good. You are the fire starters sought by old Zhou. Now, go kindle the flames, Ma Rulong commanded, gesturing toward the unlit fire pit, where branches had already been arranged. What is it about these two young ladies that captivates old Zhou? Ma Rulong pondered, feeling that having Su Yuanfei as the fire starter was more than sufficient. He recalled their old rival, Shrek Academy, and vowed that this time, he would utterly shatter the long-standing reputation of being the perennial second. Chapter 82, Outdoor Cooking, Elite Course. Meng Hongqian clearly observed Yan Yuyan, who was busy starting the fire, and upon understanding the circumstances, she pouted. Her feelings were not directed against Yan Yuyan herself nor her character, but rather at the realization that her competition had increased. After slicing the vegetables, Xue Xiaoran handed the ingredients to Su Yuanfei, who was skewering them, and then settled on the grass nearby, savoring the gentle caress of the evening breeze. What do you think of our poison? Xiao Hongqian approached, plopping down on the grass. The poison of Hongqian is indeed quite troublesome, capable of incapacitating opponents of significantly higher levels than yours, Xue Xiaoran remarked with an air of approval. Has it ever affected you? What do you think? Xue Xiaoran shot him a bemused glance, while Xiao Hongqian huffed in mild annoyance. It seems that defeating you will require the use of soul-guided devices, he said, a hint of reluctance and subtle pride in his tone. Best of luck, Xue Xiaoran nodded, aware that he too had a course in soul guidance the following day. A silence enveloped them. Both were not particularly chatty individuals, yet they found themselves extending the conversation. The lawn was momentarily shrouded in awkwardness. I have a question for you, Xiao Hongqian said, his expression turning serious. Xue Xiaoran nodded. Go ahead. You have a betrothed, correct? Xiao Hongqian stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, it is a betrothal arranged from childhood. Xue Xiaoran replied, raising his hands in a gesture of acceptance. Do you have feelings for her? Yes, Xue Xiaoran gazed up at the starry sky and replied without hesitation. Xiao Hongqian clenched his teeth. Then what is your opinion on the strength of the Hongqian family? Xue Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if comprehending the intentions of Xiao Hongqian, he couldn't help but pat his shoulder in bemusement, urging him to abandon such thoughts, for the disparity was vast. So, does this mean my sister has a chance at eloping? Xiao Hongqian, evidently misinterpreting the sentiment, continued on his own tangent. Xue Xiaoran's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He clarified, brother, your understanding of the vast difference I mentioned is quite askew. No, what I meant was, at that moment, Ma Rulong called for everyone to commence the barbecue. The group, initially seated nearby, instantly brightened at his words and eagerly approached, selecting skewers from the platter, slowly grilling them over the fire that Yin Yuyin and Yin Demon had prepared. Let us go? Xiao Hongqian stood up and briskly made his way to the outdoor cooking site. Xue Xiaoran sighed in resignation. Indeed, the misunderstanding was rather significant. He decided to explain later. Shrugging, Xue Xiaoran picked up a few skewers from the platter and began roasting them at one of the fires. Upon seeing me, do you have nothing to say? Yin Yuyin, by the bonfire, raised an eyebrow upon noticing Xue Xiaoran's arrival. Should I say something? Xue Xiaoran replied, slightly surprised. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? But we've only been apart for a day. Frustrated, Yin Yuyin turned her head away, unwilling to engage further. Yu Linglin, nearby, stifled a giggle, noting Xue Xiaoran's obliviousness to the nuances. What you wish to hear, is it congratulations? Xue Xiaoran smiled slightly. Welcome to the team. The upcoming training may differ from what you are accustomed to. I hope you both can pass the month-long assessment. Yu Linglin was taken aback. Xue Xiaoran certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. Yin Yuyin huffed in acknowledgement. Just then, it appeared that a senior had taken out a pipa, beginning to play and sing by the bonfire, while others gathered around, listening with smiles. This scene evoked a palpable warmth. The night passed in silence. The following day, Xue Xiaoran awoke when his biological clock roused him. He stretched and began his morning exercises. Last night, he received the class schedule from the academy. Clearly, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy lacked an inner court, hence no additional courses were offered. Aside from the basic classes, the curriculum resembled that of ordinary students, except that the original rest period after meals was now supplemented with training. This meant that most of the team's training would occur post-dinner. Thankfully, it wasn't scheduled for the afternoon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to attend the soul guidance courses. Xue Xiaoran shrugged, realizing he would have to eat less at dinner, as he certainly did not wish to regurgitate his meal during training. As the first rays of dawn broke, Xue Xiaoran sat on the balcony, gazing at the morning glow, a hint of purple flashing in his azure eyes. After absorbing the essence of that purple light, he donned the team uniform and hurried to the dining hall. This morning was filled with a series of tense classes. After exchanging greetings with two senior students who had arrived earlier in the dining hall, Xue Xiaoran hurriedly purchased a meal set. After devouring it hastily, he rushed to the classroom. Inside, he encountered an elderly man he had not seen before. A glance at the clock on the wall reassured him that he was not late. He mused silently that this teacher must also prefer to arrive early. The elder exuded an aura reminiscent of sturdy pine trees, radiating a sense of nobility and ethereal essence. His strength seemed to surpass that of a soul Douluo. Or perhaps he was a titled Douluo. Although Xue Xiaoran could not accurately gauge his strength, he was certain that this elder's prowess was indeed above that of a soul Douluo. "Good day, teacher," he greeted. The elder, whose eyes had been closed, slightly opened them, acknowledging his presence. After exchanging pleasantries, Xue Xiaoran chose a seat and settled in. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hongchun, Ming Hongchun, Yin Yuyan, and Yu Linglin all arrived in the classroom. As the clock ticked, the elder opened his eyes fully. A glimmer of brilliance gradually faded from his gaze as he spoke. "It is commendable that none of you were late for the first class. If anyone is tardy next time, they shall be expelled from the team." Xue Xiaoran noted the familiar opening remarks, reminiscent of Gu Tianyuan. "You may call me Master Ma. My primary focus is on cultivation, and I will correct your erroneous practices, imparting superior methods and techniques to you. This is a course unavailable to ordinary students. Only the elite of the school team receive such instruction, a privilege cherished by many. In sects, only direct disciples are afforded such treatment. This invaluable course, unattainable by ordinary individuals throughout their lives, is only revealed in the elite classrooms of the school team." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuyan and Yu Linglin's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Xiao Hongchun and Ming Hongchun also appeared somewhat thrilled. Xue Xiaoran wore a faint smile, pretending to be thoroughly intrigued. In truth, he was aware that his cultivation method had long been established, a unique amalgamation of two distinctly different approaches. Should he feign ignorance completely, or strive to create an exceptionally toxic method of his own? Chapter 83, The Attempt. "Xue Xiaoran, do you have any questions?" After class, Master Ma stood before Xue Xiaoran's desk, inquiring gently. He had just outlined the essential techniques for channeling soul power and presented his own theoretical framework to instruct the 5 students present. "None at the moment," Xue Xiaoran replied evenly, shaking his head. He then asked, "Master Ma, do you think it is possible for me to establish my own method of cultivating soul power?" Master Ma's eyes narrowed as he retorted, somewhat irked, "You young man, wanting to run before you've even learned to walk." Xue Xiaoran offered an apologetic smile. Scratching the back of his head, seeing the curiosity etched on his face, Master Ma ultimately replied, "It is indeed possible. Every individual at the pinnacle of the world possesses their own unique cultivation theories. To strengthen oneself, one must not only absorb the wisdom of predecessors, but also engage in diligent effort and innovation." "Do you possess such a theory, Master Ma?" Xue Xiaoran inquired. With a hint of regret, Master Ma shook his head and replied, "Regrettably, I do not. My age has rendered me too old for such pursuits. I can only place my hopes in the younger generation." Master Ma, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly made his way to the balcony. Turning his profile towards Xue Xiaoran, he remarked, "Do you not have your soul guidance course to attend? You will be late if you do not leave soon." "Yes," Xue Xiaoran acknowledged, glancing at the time, nodding in gratitude once more to Master Ma before heading towards the soul guidance department. Upon arriving at the soul guidance class, Xue Xiaoran found no trace of senior sister Nana. After inquiring with others, he learned that Nana had taken a week off due to illness. This news caused Xue Xiaoran to be more vigilant. Wang Xiaojia's suspension had concluded, and he had completely lost his royal status and standing. Apart from a few loyal followers, the rest of his sycophantic friends had long since abandoned him. Now, he neither dared nor had the strength to provoke Xue Xiaoran. Upon seeing Xue Xiaoran, his face twitched slightly, and he hastily turned away, fully aware that Xue Xiaoran had joined the school team and was thus far more formidable. As Xue Xiaoran approached his original seat, he noticed that the previously empty long table now accommodated 2 figures. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Cuckoo and Juzi from the Soul Guidance Department. Shrugging, he extracted his textbooks and notebook, settling into his seat to await their instructor, Teacher Xian. "Junior, your handwriting is exquisite," Cuckoo commented, having caught a glimpse of Xue Xiaoran's notebook, which was filled with neatly pinned notes that flowed effortlessly, each character appearing as smooth as a gentle stream, pleasing to the eye. "You're too kind, senior sister. I've merely dabbled in calligraphy," Xue Xiaoran replied with a subtle smile. At that moment, Juzi also directed her gaze toward Xue Xiaoran, offering him a polite smile. "You will soon attain the rank of a 2nd-level soul master, will you not? If you have any questions regarding this level, feel free to ask me or Cuckoo." With that, she playfully nudged Cuckoo with her elbow. "Indeed, Junior. Such trivial matters are well within our expertise," Cuckoo chimed in, patting her chest with a grin. "Unfortunately, it is rather flat," she added humorously. "I appreciate your assistance." Senior sisters, Xue Xiaoran replied courteously. Just then, Teacher Xian entered the classroom with a soul guiding device, bringing an end to their conversation. Xue Xiaoran slightly adjusted his pen and began to focus on the lesson. To become a second-level soul master, one must not only carve a second-level soul core, but also design the appearance of a soul guiding device. Currently, Xue Xiaoran had access to resources and materials. Having conducted multiple experiments, each yielding a flawless success rate, he was aware of his dual-level soul engineer prowess. Though he had yet to find the time to participate in the assessments, he planned to craft a level 2 soul tool during his self-study session today, in the presence of Teacher Xian, thereby sparing himself the need to undergo a formal evaluation. As he twirled his pen, he meticulously noted the key points and applications of the soul tools as taught by Teacher Xian, his notes devoid of any errors or interruptions. Simultaneously, he stimulated his sea of consciousness. During an experiment with his ultimate angel martial soul, he had discovered a trace of mental energy embedded within it, which might elucidate his ease in opening his sea of consciousness. 3 hours later, Teacher Xian's class came to an end, and the twilight settled outside, the sun hanging low in the distant sky. The time for self-study ensued. As was customary, those wishing to continue their studies remained, while others could leave for their dormitories. As the dismissal bell rang, numerous students bid farewell to Teacher Xian and exited the classroom. However, Xue Xiaoran chose to stay behind, along with his companions, Orange and Kiki. Xue Xiaoran cleared his desk, retrieving a specialized carving knife designated for Mingda Hall, and took out a piece of metal from his ring. This was one of his few treasured collections, and soon, he would need to replenish his dwindling supply, possibly necessitating another trip to the auction house. Junior, are you planning to practice? Kiki inquired upon observing his preparations. No, I intend to create a level 2 soul tool, and I would like both of you to witness it, Xue Xiaoran replied with a smile. Taken aback, Orange promptly rose and hurried over to Teacher Xian, whispering a few words to him, after which the latter approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Xue Xiaoran, are you preparing to craft a level 2 soul tool? Teacher Xian's expression bore an unmistakable trace of astonishment. How long had it been since Xue Xiaoran first engaged with soul tools? Was he truly capable of crafting a level 2 soul tool already? Just a little over a year, Xue Xiaoran responded. A moment of silence enveloped Teacher Xian, recalling his own journey, which had taken a year and a half. Indeed, then I shall bear witness, Xue Xiaoran said, bowing slightly. Teacher Xian inhaled deeply and replied. Very well, begin. We shall observe. Orange and Kiki stood by, their faces reflecting a shared anticipation. Xue Xiaoran smiled gently, laying the piece of metal flat on the desk. Lowering his head, a glint of purple flickered in his azure eyes. With a swift motion, he severed what he deemed an excess corner piece, the speed and precision of his cut causing Teacher Xian's eyes to gleam with intrigue. The trajectory of the carving knife felt strikingly familiar to him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was none other than his own technique. When had Xue Xiaoran stolen this knowledge? Though puzzled, Teacher Xian watched as Xue Xiaoran's movements accelerated, his initial hesitance giving way to unwavering confidence, as he carved with remarkable flair. In a moment, the sound of swift strokes filled the air, and both Kiki and Orange gazed in astonishment. Xue Xiaoran had, in merely 2 years since his enrollment in the Soul Guidance Academy, ascended to the rank of a level 2 soul master, a feat that was nothing short of astounding. Not only had he employed the purple grade magic eye, but he also harnessed the mental energy from his sea of consciousness. This time, only success was permissible, failure was not an option. Chapter 84, Level 2 Soul Master. The carving knife danced with precision, elegantly severing the last fragment of scrap, revealing a beautifully sculpted Level 2 soul core upon the table. Throughout the process, he exhibited no hesitation or doubt. His fluid movements indicated to the 3 onlookers that this was not his first endeavor of such kind. This is indeed an auxiliary soul core, murmured Teacher Xian. The intricacies of carving for offensive and defensive cores were of level 1 difficulty, whereas the complexity of auxiliary cores was in an entirely different league. Auxiliary soul cores necessitated the engraving of multiple channels for soul energy, a task far more challenging and intricate than its predecessors. Xue Xiaoran set down the carving knife, lifting the completed soul core in his right hand, attempting to infuse it with soul energy. Before long, the core emitted a soft glow, which gradually transformed into a verdant hue. He infused the core with soul energy imbued with potent toxicity, resulting in a brilliant emerald radiance. Teacher Xian, Orange, and Kiki held their breath, refraining from interrupting, cognizant that to attain the status of a level 2 soul master, one must not only fabricate a level 2 soul core, but also demonstrate proficiency in level 2 soul guidance tools and their applications. For Xue Xiaoran, he had completed merely 1/3 of the task. Clearly aware of this, Xue Xiaoran set the soul core aside and retrieved a piece of metal from his ring. This metallic fragment was as smooth as a mirror, allowing one to glimpse the patterns of the table beneath. Astonishingly, it was diamond. Teacher Xian was momentarily speechless. This was not the typical ornamental diamond. Most were used for decoration, and no one had ever employed diamonds as raw materials for crafting soul guidance tools. Furthermore, diamonds were not inexpensive. Xue Xiaoran truly was extravagant. With no time to ponder the thoughts of the onlookers, he tightened his grip on the carving knife and summoned his soul energy. The energy, exceeding the 30th level, gradually transferred from his body to his hands, while 3 soul rings emerged in succession behind him. Diamonds possess but one characteristic: hardness. Hence, Xue Xiaoran had no choice but to utilize soul energy for carving. As the brilliance in his eyes dulled, he swung his hand fiercely, cleaving a small scrap away. The moment the carving knife made contact with the diamond, he exerted force as if wielding a sword, unleashing his soul energy and power in that final instant. This technique was a method he had devised himself. Under Teacher Xian's astonished gaze, Xue Xiaoran wielded the carving knife as if it were a sword, producing a flurry of strokes upon the diamond's surface. In addition to sculpting the original soul power channel, he meticulously added intricate patterns to enhance the aesthetic appeal of this soul-guiding device. After an extensive period of carving, Teacher Xian realized that Xue Xiaoran was, in fact, crafting a bracelet, which explained the necessity for embellishments. He murmured to himself, "What a show-off." The rhythmic sound of carving soon captured the attention of others, who gathered around Xue Xiaoran's table. Upon inquiring, they discovered that this junior was undertaking the assessment for a second-level soul master, prompting a respectful silence among them. It is considered a significant faux pas to create noise or become distracted while a soul master is at work. The soul guiding system students present genuinely appreciated the art of crafting soul devices, and how could they possibly disrupt him? After an hour, Xue Xiaoran set down his carving knife. A beautifully crafted bracelet lay upon the table, reflecting a subtle glow as light danced upon it. "So beautiful," Kuko murmured, her eyes twinkling with admiration. "Indeed," Orange chimed in with a sigh, marveling that such a bracelet could originate from a first-level soul master. Xue Xiaoran smiled as he placed the soul core into the bracelet's soul opening. With the appearance of a second-level soul guiding device, he had completed his task. He glanced at Teacher Xian, who was deep in thought. The latter promptly urged, "Xue Xiaoran, give it a try. If it works, you will be a second-level soul master." "All right." Xue Xiaoran slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. It fit perfectly. Then, channeling his soul power, the books on the table vanished instantaneously, and the bracelet shimmered with a flash of light. With a mere thought, as the bracelet sparkled again, the books reappeared on the table. Applause erupted from the observing seniors. And Teacher Xian, wearing a smile, remarked, "Well done, Xue Xiaoran. You are now a second-level soul master. I will apply to Mingda Hall for your badge in a few days, and for now, I shall keep this bracelet as evidence of your achievement." "Understood." Xue Xiaoran nodded, removing the bracelet and handing it to Teacher Xian. "Well done. I am proud of you," Teacher Xian said, patting Xue Xiaoran on the shoulder with a glimmer of admiration. "You flatter me," Xue Xiaoran replied humbly. "All right, let us conclude today's study session. Those of you who wish to eat should go, while I tidy up the classroom." Teacher Xian clapped his hands. Xue Xiaoran had spent several hours crafting the soul device, and now it was time to leave as darkness enveloped the outside world. "I'll stay to help." "Me too." Many students raised their hands. Seeing this, Teacher Xian shrugged with a smile, patted Xue Xiaoran's shoulder once more, and returned to the materials preparation room to organize. Xue Xiaoran sighed in relief, only to be patted on the back. Turning around, he was greeted by a nodding senior who smiled at him. "Congratulations, Junior. You did well." Alas, yet another prodigy has emerged. Regardless of past acquaintances or mere acquaintanceship, everyone at this moment extends their heartfelt congratulations to Xue Xiaoran. Observing the myriad of joyful expressions, a gentle smile graces Xue Xiaoran's face, a reflection of the diligent influence exerted by the senior students. Thus commenced the mutual admiration in the realm of commerce. Kiki, standing to the side, expressed her bemusement, yet her countenance remained bright with delight. "Today, I shall treat to celebrate our junior becoming a level 2 soul mentor. What say you all?" Zimu stepped forward, waving his hand with exuberance and laughter. "Zimu, is your wallet sufficient for this occasion?" A classmate, familiar with him, playfully jabbed him on the shoulder. Zimu shrugged nonchalantly. "Recently, I sold several level 3 soul cores at the auction house, making quite a profit. Treating is hardly a concern." "Well, that is impressive." The crowd chimed in unison. Zimu approached Juzi, softly inquiring, "Juzi, will you join us this time?" He was aware of Juzi's disinterest in such lively gatherings, yet he persistently extended his invitations. Uncertain if Juzi comprehended his sentiments, he remained fond of her, a fact that had become no secret among certain students. Juzi offered a subtle smile, declaring, Since there are no soul-guiding devices to study this time, I shall accompany you. Zimu was elated and, noticing Kiki pouting beside him, joyfully invited. Since Juzi is going, Kiki, you should join us too. Kiki huffed playfully but nodded in agreement. Let us go. We shall not return until we are inebriated. You are still underage. Juice will suffice. I suppose. A throng of soul mentors jostled their way out, leaving Teacher Xian and a few students to assist in tidying up the equipment. Teacher Xian pondered for a moment, ultimately resolved in his decision. Xue Xiaoran's swordsmanship had been exceedingly captivating. He must inquire about the technique. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to implore him for guidance. Chapter 85, Instruction and Training. The group joyously arrived at the dining hall, where Zimu, with a grand gesture, reserved the entire second floor and summoned the dishes. Having eagerly awaited the chance for Juzi to attend their gathering, he was determined to present himself favorably. Juzi, in turn, responded with graciousness. Her popularity within the soul guidance department was not insignificant, though her unwavering focus on studying soul-guiding devices often deterred others from disturbing her. Let us toast to our junior's ascension to a level 2 soul mentor, Zimu proclaimed, raising his glass, filled with spirits, while most attendees shared similar libations. With only a few underage individuals partaking in ordinary juice, it is worth noting that in the Sun Moon Empire, adulthood is recognized at the age of 16, after which one may establish a family. However, many within the academy tend to marry quite late, often choosing to wed only after graduation. Xue Xiaoran lifted his glass of juice, smiling politely. One can only say that the factions differ. From his perspective, apart from a few ambitious instigators, most individuals at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy are genuinely simple-hearted. Furthermore, the circle of Zimu primarily consists of commoners, lacking the haughty demeanor exhibited by the likes of Wang Xiaojia. Although Xue Xiaoran is a disciple of a prominent sect, his demeanor and attitude are remarkably approachable, which has endeared him to many students from commoner factions. Thank you, Senior Zimu. I still have a long journey ahead, Xue Xiaoran said with a courteous smile, raising his glass. Around him, kind laughter echoed, and the crowd simultaneously lifted their glasses, exclaiming cheers. Finally, he returned to the dormitory just before the curfew. Xue Xiaoran shrugged helplessly, swiping his student ID against the door, which then opened automatically. He exhaled in relief. He had indeed returned later than usual. But today he had obtained the qualification certificate for a level 2 soul engineer, an achievement worth celebrating, so he deemed it appropriate to grant himself a small respite. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one go. Today, Senior Orange's behavior was rather peculiar, he murmured to himself. It was not just that she, who typically showed little interest in such gatherings, had taken the initiative to attend, but she had also inadvertently revealed some intelligence about the Sun and Moon Empire. This question, which might have seemed trivial to others, struck Xue Xiaoran as somewhat unusual. When did she become so enthusiastic? He pondered, frowning as he sat in his chair, quickly regaining his focus. No need to overthink it. I still need to continue refining my spiritual sea today. With that, he placed his materials and soul core on the table, and his azure eyes flashed with purple light once more. The next morning, Xue Xiaoran arrived early at the classroom, finding Old Ma seated at the podium, as always, awaiting their arrival. After politely greeting him, he took his seat, lost in thought. With some time before class commenced, he couldn't help but focus on developing his own training method. Currently, he was practicing the Xiantian skill taught by Tang San, alongside the self-cultivation and breathing techniques imparted by his father, Xue Lian. He maintained both at a balanced intensity, which yielded remarkable results. Moreover, his unique physique allowed him to employ dual martial souls, akin to his father. Although he had yet to attempt wielding 3 martial souls simultaneously, he believed it to be feasible based on his observations. Thus, a persistent question lingered in Xue Xiaoran's mind. How could he cultivate his own system of training? Ahem. Old Ma coughed lightly at the podium, bringing Xue Xiaoran back from his reverie. Xue Xiaoran, this matter is still too premature for you. Old Ma seemed to know what he was pondering and spoke bluntly. Let us discuss this once your soul power reaches the Soul Emperor level. For now, overthinking will not only deplete your mental energy, but also slow your training progress. Xue Xiaoran was taken aback and quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Old Ma, no need for thanks. I once thought the same, but it didn't lead to success. Old Ma replied with a bittersweet smile tinged with nostalgia. He shook his head and sighed softly, almost uttering, I have stories, do you have wine? Xue Xiaoran scratched his face and waited a while longer until Xian Chun and his companions entered the classroom in batches, marking the commencement of today's lesson. He had often wondered if upperclassmen were exempt from attending classes, but the chilling screams he heard outside during yesterday's lesson swiftly dispelled that notion. The focus of today's lesson was once again on training, and he inquired about the effectiveness of their review from the previous day. Old Ma nodded. producing a wooden stick and tapping it against the blackboard. "Yesterday, I attempted my training method and found no errors," replied Yu Linglin honestly, raising her hand. The others exchanged glances, each confident in the correctness of their own training methods. Old Ma's expression shifted. "Did you not compare notes? Why do soul skills of agility attackers of the same rank exhibit the same properties, yet vary in speed?" Upon hearing this, Xue Xiaoran recalled a pair of agility attackers he faced during the freshman competition, both possessing cat martial spirits, yet one had a significantly higher attack power than the other. At the time, he had not considered that the discrepancy could be attributed to differences in their training methods, but Old Ma's words prompted him to reflect. Could the variation in attack speed be due to this? Xue Xiaoran admitted his ignorance on the matter. "From now on, I will assess your training methods based on the standards set by previous seniors. You may reference and modify as you see fit, but remember this." Old Ma raised a finger. "What suits you best is what matters most. Do you understand?" "We understand." The five responded in unison, feeling a sense of respect. Old Ma then approached Yu Linglin, who had posed the initial question, seemingly ready to challenge her. Shortly after, he shook his head. "Your speed, compared to that of past seniors, is still too slow. Although the Crimson Flame Thorn martial spirit is advanced, if you cannot touch your enemy, it is merely a tangle of useless vines, devoid of any effect. If this continues, you will be eliminated in the assessment a month from now. Stay after class. I will give you remedial lessons." Upon hearing the term useless vines, even with her typically calm demeanor, Yu Linglin felt her face flush with anger. However, when she heard about the potential elimination from the assessment, her expression turned pale, displaying a dramatic change of emotions. Master Ma subsequently provided each individual with a brief yet incisive guidance session. Upon surveying the group, it became evident that only Yu Linglin exhibited significant issues, while Yin Yuyin displayed minor concerns. In contrast, both Xiao Hongxun and Meng Hongxun were already proficient in the cultivation techniques of the Hongxun family, which are renowned for their purity and suitability. However, when it came to Xue Xiaoran, Master Ma simply shrugged nonchalantly. "The cultivation method you employ is entirely unfamiliar to me, and I cannot comprehend it. Perhaps only you know the way forward." Such a dismissive remark darkened Xue Xiaoran's expression considerably. Chapter 86, A Steady Course. Channeling his soul power to the apex of his head, Xue Xiaoran exhaled deeply, successfully circulating his soul energy through 9 complete cycles. At last, he accomplished his goal and felt a profound sense of relief from expelling the impurities within his body. Glancing to the side, he noticed that apart from Yin Yuyin and Yu Linglin, who were attentively absorbing the lesson, Xiao Hongxun and Meng Hongxun were seated in a corner, simultaneously practicing their soul energy cultivation. Xue Xiaoran shrugged. One could only attribute this to the tailored instruction for exceptional talents. It seemed that his own cultivation method would only evolve after reaching the rank of Soul Emperor. Determined, Xue Xiaoran clenched his teeth, closed his eyes once more, and began to slowly circulate his Xiantian technique, all the while maintaining an aura of serene tranquility. After class, Yu Linglin was retained for individual attention, while Xue Xiaoran, as usual, accompanied Xiao Hongxun to Mingda Hall. Along the way, they encountered several of Xiao Hongxun's admirers, and the throng of young women trailing behind them caused Xue Xiaoran considerable irritation. Why did this school day feel more like a bustling marketplace? After bidding farewell to Xiao Hongxun, he entered the classroom and commenced the latest session of Teacher Xian's Soul Guiding Apparatus course. To his surprise, he discovered a pristine little box awaiting him on his desk. Taking a step forward, he cautiously lifted the lid, revealing a second-level Soul Mentor's badge inside. So, that explains it. The process was remarkably swift. Xue Xiaoran had anticipated that it would take several days to receive a response, yet Teacher Xian's efficiency was impressive. Clearly, he had traveled overnight to the Mingda Hall headquarters to submit the report. "Go ahead and wear it. You're bound to look splendid," remarked Kiki with a cheerful grin. "Indeed. You have a point," Xue Xiaoran replied with a slight smile, removing his first-level Soul Mentor badge and affixing the second-level badge in its place. "It looks wonderful." Orange also beamed with a kind smile. "That is splendid." They concluded their jovial exchange just as Teacher Xian entered the classroom to commence the day's lesson. "Nana, have you returned from your leave?" After finishing his meal and completing self-study, Xue Xiaoran encountered Nana seated on a public bench on his way back to the school team area. Nana appeared considerably more haggard than before. Resembling someone who had recently endured a serious illness, her eyes were even tinged with redness. "Junior," with a voice that trembled with suppressed tears, Senior Nana spoke. But then she clenched her teeth, swallowing her words. "Senior, what exactly happened?" Xue Xiaoran stepped closer, approaching Nana but refraining from sitting beside her. "It's nothing related to you. Don't worry, I'm fine." Nana forced a smile, then stood up and shook her head, as if to cast something away. Observing her frail silhouette, Xue Xiaoran could no longer restrain himself. "Senior, Do you truly believe you look fine in your current state? Nana's figure abruptly froze, silently gazing ahead. You haven't had a proper meal, have you? Follow me. Xue Xiaoran's words carried an undeniable authority, yet at that moment, they offered Nana a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, he muttered to himself about meddling. Keep up, he asserted, leading the way. Nana, in a daze, turned around and followed him step by step towards the school team area. Where's this? Nana queried, tilting her head in confusion at an area she had never accessed before, closed off from the outside. This is the exclusive residence area for the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy school team, Xue Xiaoran replied with a gentle smile. So, you have joined the school team? Nana exclaimed softly. That's amazing, congratulations. Hearing the sincerity in her words, Xue Xiaoran felt relieved. Although I'm unsure if I can bring anyone into the team area, I suppose I'm the first to do so. Hurry up, as he urged her. He took her still uncertain hand and began to run towards the dormitory building. Are you sure it's okay to bring me here? Nana hesitated, gazing at the metallic dormitory door. She felt that once she stepped inside, she would inevitably lean on the warmth of Xue Xiaoran's shoulder and burst into tears. What if she dragged him down with her? It's fine, senior, don't worry, Xue Xiaoran said calmly, swiping his student ID to open the dormitory door and gesturing for her to enter. Nana swallowed hard, sighed softly, and obediently stepped inside. To her surprise, the interior was quite enchanting. Having lived in school dorms herself, she marveled at the space, which included a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, along with a private bedroom and even a balcony. You must be a bit hungry, right? Wait here, I'll cook some dishes for you, Xue Xiaoran said as he closed the door, causing Nana to jump slightly in surprise. Did this mean they were now alone in the room? Unaware of her thoughts, Xue Xiaoran sighed inwardly and entered the kitchen to prepare a delightful meal for senior Nana, who found herself ensnared in a whirlpool of emotions. On the table in the living room lay a collection of well-thumbed books, their corners creased from frequent perusal. Nana, seated upon the plush sofa, picked up a volume and was struck by the sight of the Soul Guide encyclopedia she had gifted him at the beginning of the school year. Stirring a whirlpool of emotions within her, feeling somewhat chilled, she gradually began to relax in the gentle glow of the Soul Guide lamp. Tea, she said. Xue Xiaoran, carrying a tray, placed a steaming cup of tea before Nana, who was engrossed in her reading. With a polite smile, he retreated to the open kitchen to commence chopping vegetables. If he was to meddle, he would do so thoroughly. With such care from senior Nana, it was only natural for him to take action. He recalled his father, Xue Leihan, and his adage about repaying even the smallest kindness with an overwhelming gesture. And he had successfully persuaded himself. Perhaps he would prepare some nourishing dishes. He shook his head. The Holy Spirit, the stronghold of the evil soul masters, posed a significant challenge to dismantle without invoking the power of the Xiaoyao sword sect. Yet, Xue Xiaoran was reluctant to wield the strength of the sect, for that power belonged to his father. If he resorted to it, what would be the purpose of all his efforts to grow stronger? One day he vowed silently. He would eradicate this malevolent sect from the Douluo Continent. That day would not be far off.